is doing submarine swaps with a lot of Lightning. So right now, if you want to refill your Lightning capacity, you have to do a submarine swap, and that's a single transaction on the network. What they can do is basically have like multiple Lightning channels be filled with the same atomic swap. So at that point, it's like, well, you closed your channel, or I mean, you're refilling your channel, but you have no idea which of these it is. And it's like everyone's watching because you're getting there's less slot space being used for these.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We have one more round, and we're going to make sure that you have a topic that works for everyone. Okay. What we have here is we have Scammer of the Year, which is an interesting year because everyone's calling for but you're not live.
Kind of scared about this. Now everybody's excited.
Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to the World Crypto Network, live from the Unconfiscatable Conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're joined by Dan Eve, the Crypto Raptor.
Unconfiscatable bull run, please.
And Tatiana Moroz.
Hi, everybody.
All right, we're ready. So we're here in Las Vegas. Tatiana, what's your favorite part about Las Vegas so far?
I don't know. I really like the community around this conference. I think the people at Unconfiscatable are cool. I'm not really a Vegas person. But I
You
think
didn't gamble today.
no, I don't gamble. I only do Bitcoin stuff, and crypto stuff. That's enough of a gamble. I think that's like an educated gamble.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, I like this part of town. I think the strip is a little bit polished. I like it down here. It's a little bit rough and tumble.
Nice.
So, yeah.
The downtown. It's got the new screen out there, the new graphics in the sky. It's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
HD now, isn't it?
Yeah, HD, 4K.
It's pretty sick. Isn't it the biggest screen in the world?
Yeah, definitely. I can't imagine one bigger.
It's huge.
We should watch the Super Bowl on that. We need a big screen.
I don't want to watch the Super Bowl. I'm good. You
I
guys
know the
do that on your
49ers
own.
lost. Damn 49ers just can't get it done.
Caucus.
Yeah, it's the Nevada caucuses are right now. They'll have to tell us in the chat if they have any results so far. Are you in favor of Bernie? You're a big Bernie supporter, I'll bet.
No,
Oh, you don't want healthcare like the rest of the world.
no, I don't.
want
I don't
the-
like Bernie. I don't like any of these bums. I don't like them. Throw them all out. Forget all these people.
Trouble.
My mum's now fallen in love with Buttigieg because apparently he's half Maltese or something. So
It's
my mum's
the best.
Maltese.
Well,
She's
she's
like,
not
"Oh,
gonna get
that's
very
the
far with
best
that.
reason.
Like, Walter's
That's the
famous
best
now.
reason to have someone. Yeah, it's gonna be a good contest. We'll see how it goes.
I don't know. Do you think that Bloomberg is going to buy his way to the top?
I thought he had a really strong strategy until he showed up to that debate.
Okay,
I
but
thought,
maybe now he's going to be everybody's going to feel bad for him because he got his butt kicked so bad.
I don't feel
I
bad for
didn't watch
anyone with
them.
$60 billion. I don't have that kind of heart. I feel bad for people with less than $60 billion. Anyone with less than 60 billion is fine with me. But
Okay.
no, he blew it in that debate. He looked like he could have not shown up and been a coward, and they would have called him coward for 3 days. But what he looked and said is stupid. And we don't elect any, well, previously we didn't elect stupid people president. But no, he's in deep trouble. He looks like an idiot. He's going to burn $300 million to lose this race.
Well, I think that there's a lot of opportunities that happen when you run for president, even if you lose.
Oh, yeah, he gets his brand out there.
Yeah, look at
Market
Andrew
share.
Yang. He's going to be
Well,
a
he's a great
CNN.
candidate.
I mean, if he's so great.
He's only on twice. He's only on CNN twice.
Oh, I
So,
thought that he's going to be their new correspondent or
I
something.
think, well,
That's
I
what
don't
I
know how
thought.
much. I think it was for a couple of debates. So
He's
far.
very likable. I'll give
He
him
was
that.
great. Yeah, it's great on TV.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the math hat I thought was particularly ridiculous, but that's okay.
Make America think harder. Yeah, I think it was pretty strong.
Was that what it was supposed
That's what
to?
it stands for. Yeah,
Oh,
like
'cause
MAGA, but math.
I felt like it was very funny because it was like math, and then he tried to give everybody UBI, and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, if you do the math on that, it doesn't really work out. So I'm just saying, I feel like
The
it was
problem with
particularly
not
funny.
Paying people when there
Mhm.
are no jobs
Mhm.
is that those people will go out and wreck your robots and they'll wreck your automation. So it's actually
Mm.
cheaper to pay them to keep the robots running. Because
Okay.
it doesn't matter what we think. Robots are going to do everything for us.
Well, let me know when they're cleaning my apartment because I
You don't
have
have a Roomba.
parts of my no,
You
you
got
know,
a Roomba. You just say Alexa. turn on the
Roomba is
Roomba.
expensive. They're like $260 for even the base
You
model.
have to
I know
you have
because
to
my
push it around.
sister-in-law was just looking at one and I was shocked.
Oh, you got to wait for Amazon Prime Day. They have all the sales. You got to be on the sales if you really
All right,
want to,
fine.
be a
I
good
will buy
consumer.
like a good consumer.
Yeah, Lawnba. Yeah.
But it's like a little bit like a workout. You're going around, you're cleaning up.
We're gonna get those
Da-da-da-da-da.
big chairs are going to just carry us around. Those big floating chairs.
No, that sounds awful. What movie is that from?
Wally.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, good. All right, I like the reference.
So I think we need a word from our
Yeah.
sponsor. Let's
Okay.
see, we have a category from the Scammy
Oh, no,
Awards.
this is, so what you've got to pick.
Are they sponsoring you guys? I'm
This is-
confused.
Just the general promos.
These are the Scammy Awards. They're going to be held later today here at the
There are the
Unconfiscatable
Scammy
Convention.
Awards coming up. Submit your favorite scam.
Yep.
We've also got
The nominees for most clueless crypto community are
Bitcoin, BSV,
BSV, most clueless community,
Ethereum.
Ethereum.
Those outfits are really great. I really liked ETH Denver. I'm not going to lie.
To be fair, I'd love to go to a conference like dressed as a unicorn.
No, the ETH Denver conference was super cool. They had a lot of action, but there was a little bit too much unicorning for me.
And an additional clueless community, XRP.
Oh,
And at last, we have Bitcoin Cash. So if you're at home right now, you can vote on Twitter, on the Unconfiscatable Twitter account. Your vote will be heard, and you can join us in voting for most clueless crypto community. Tatiana, who's your pick here? We have Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, Ethereum, and XRP.
I mean,
Ripple.
XRP.
XRP, the Ripple. That's a good choice.
Yeah, I mean, I get why people think that there's like some case to be made for Ripple, I guess, if you want to make money, but they're probably the most lame out of these. No offense, Ripple people. I've actually met people from their team and they're really cool and nice. So I don't want to totally crap on it, but I mean, Ripple's been the loser for many years in terms of people not respecting it. They were the original Bitcoin Cash. You know what I mean? In terms of being there, like
they
hated.
were faster and centralized, and they were going to do transactions. Everyone always wants to do these incredibly important transactions where you don't make any money. They always have a great plan not to make money. So all of these are actually, except for Ethereum, which later on became transactional, started out first as smart contracts. Then it became money as well.
All right, I'm gonna say this though. I can't approve people calling everything a scam. I don't think that the people at Ripple are like, let's go scam everybody. Bitcoin Cash, for the most part, I don't think that's what happened. Bitcoin SV, like, Craig Wright definitely makes scammer, like sketchy as hell.
But allegedly.
No, so my one friend keeps telling me how cool Bitcoin. Well, my one friend that actually believes in Bitcoin SV, and he says that they've got a lot of volume going on, and he's always trying to convince me that it's real. So I don't want to completely crap on it. Maybe the people in the community are cool. Maybe there's something good. I don't know about that. And Ethereum, I mean, look, they had a lot of people at their event. They had a lot of art use cases. A lot of
money. They're like big money people.
They are big money. Okay, fine. They like money. We all like money. I mean, let's face it. But I think that, you know, calling everything a scam isn't great, but these are the Scammy Awards, so I'm going to go with XRP.
All right. So far, I can say the chat agrees with you. Hello to everyone in the chat. Give us a thumbs up and a share. That'll help get more people in the chat, so it'll be more fun in the chat. But so far, Jeremy says Ripple is a scam. Smoothie Channel agrees, says gotta say XRP. And Uvos reminds us of when Ripple was a cheap thing to get drunk on, which is what I remembered as well, as kind of strawberry wine and Ripple and Thunderbird. Maybe there'll be a Thunderbird coin soon. Dan, what was your pick for the most clueless crypto community?
I think, well, I think that the XRP zombies really is interesting because, like on my hotel booking platform, TripKey, with XRP meant to be the biggest, payment coin. It's cheap. Everyone's going to use it. Not a single transaction.
But they asked you to use it, right?
Oh yeah.
The asking part, lots of emails, lots of messages. Yeah.
They spread it
but
around.
when it was actually time to use the currency.
No, I think it's maybe it's just online bots. But I think that what does worry me about is when I see people defect to Bitcoin SV, because some logical people have defected, and you kind of think, is there any substance to that? And then you're like, nah. So I think Bitcoin SV, especially with
worse than they're going to be your winner instead of the XRP people.
Well, the reason why is because if you so Ripple does have, whether it's centralized or not, it's got cheap transactions. Bitcoin SV, I mean, this guy's he's a professional scammer.
Well, and let's celebrate.
He is extremely shady, but
think about what Ripple actually did. Ripple actually created their own name, although it's a Grateful Dead song, which is unfortunate because it's a great Grateful Dead song. So it's really sad for it to be associated with Ripple. But they made their own name, their own logo. They have their own abbreviation. Whereas these other ones, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, actually just copied the name and the logo of another project, which isn't very hard. I remember a presentation that Jimmy Song gave a few years ago in Paris when he talked about all the different Bitcoins that we might have. And he nailed a bunch of them. It was like diamond, gold, platinum, every kind of goofy metal you'd have, everyone would make a Bitcoin copy of. So I think Bitcoin SV is a solid pick for the most clueless crypto community. Let's see what else they're saying in the chat. Anything not Bitcoin is a scam. It's fun calling things scams because it makes people ultra defensive to explain why it's not a scam. So that's part of the internet there.
OneCoin is not a nominated coin.
Sorry, no OneCoin. But
it's kind of dying. I heard it's dying out. But
well, she's on the run. She's on the run somewhere. I mean, it has to die. Like there can't be anything left.
In Uganda, or one of the sort of, sub-Saharan.
Well, the best thing about OneCoin is when Chris DeRose and those other guys, Young Nunseth, went to their meeting, and there was like a hard sell like a total Amway MLM salesman. We got to get you in my downstream, and I'll get my pyramid on you. And the guy said to him, he said they were thinking about investing a minimum of $10,000 into OneCoin, and the guy said, "I know it in my knower.
I know it in my knower.
I know it in my knower. That's why you should invest in OneCoin. We're going to make a lot of money. This thing's going to the moon. Ruja is going to double our
Sounds
coins by
reliable.
November."
I mean,
I
if
know
somebody
it in
said that
my
to
knower.
me, I would be like, "Can I give you my life savings?"
This is the best
He's my
burger
private
in
key.
town.
Huh.
Like, I know it in my knower. Eat this burger.
Hmm.
Yeah, sold.
Okay.
So there we go. OneCoin.
So what other awards do we have?
What
I like
other
this game.
awards?
I want to vote and give
Just
give
a
some.
very quick brief. I want to comment.
The other
we
nominees,
do
the
have
others,
on
yeah.
Bitcoin Cash, the hot topic. I love the fact that Roger Ver said recently that SegWit transactions are unfairly cheap now.
Unfairly cheap SegWit transactions. So could you guys please stop making SegWit so cheap? Can you slow it down?
It's just like
I mean,
rude. I
know
think
it's
almost
impossible.
as well.
It's impossible to send people $1, but just today I set up one of the guys working here with a Bitcoin Green address wallet. He wrote down the words, so he's got a backup, and then I sent him $1. It only cost me 7 cents. So I'm really hurting from that 7 cents transaction fee to use the world's most amazing new form of money. It was crushing to me.
Okay.
So Roger, come on, get on it. Make them cheaper, make them better. So I can't have all this 7 cent transactions killing me.
Wow, lifetime
Oh,
scammer.
yeah, do you want to
Achievement.
introduce
Oh,
next-
the lifetime
introduce
scammy.
next
This
one?
is
Well, tell the
intense.
microphone.
Which one? Oh, we've got the most clueless block.
They're saying they want
Well, I don't
Tatiana
really know
on the
that much about.
microphone.
Oh well, this one I already know which one I hate. Sorry,
Ah.
I already know. Okay, fine. You guys want me to take this away?
Yeah, go for it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is most blockchain clueless. Sorry. Okay, let's try that again. I got into, it was very intense. I've never hosted an award show before.
Throws up.
Most blockchain clueless Fortune 500 company. So we have several
Ooh.
nominees. For the first nomination, we have IBM. See, you guys can see that over there. IBM. Guys, anything to say about that? Or are we just going to vote at the end? Then we have.
Most people don't know, but IBM was actually HAL is 3 letters off. HAL IBM. So there you go.
Is that just a coincidence? Or
Oh no, Kubrick chose that on purpose. Nothing is
interesting.
a coincidence with Stanley Kubrick.
I watched that the other day, actually. Brilliant.
Nice.
2001.
Okay.
Love it.
So
Let's see if we can get some more people to come on down to join us in announcing the new nominees.
Yes. Do you want to announce nominees with us, Leah? You've got a lot of experience with this. This is going to be probably my vote.
We're previewing the Scammy Awards here, so everyone needs to
we're in
know.
a very important category.
Yeah, it's live.
We have
got
the
a
most.
microphone right
Yes.
here. Come on in. And welcome, Leah Wald.
Yeah.
Say hello to everyone.
Hello,
It's
everybody.
that one right now.
That one right now.
But yeah, it could be any of them. See, we're nice and far away though. They can barely see us, but they can hear us.
Further away.
All right. So
There you go.
next up,
Hide who
the
is.
most blockchain clueless Fortune
The
500
audience is-
company
thank you
nomination
out.
is JP Morgan Chase.
Ooh.
Ooh,
JP Morgan Chase. These are some
Perhaps
big
the most
nominees.
evil of all blockchain Fortune 500 company initiatives. Although, you know what? I did meet some nice people from there and they were cool. Just
A
saying.
lot of people spoke
Yeah.
highly of the Germans. They were very polite. They were very well dressed.
Punctual.
Hugo Boss.
Oh
You
my
know?
gosh.
A lot of
Thomas
leather.
can speak German.
Das ist true.
Oh, read the back, guys.
All right.
Get you a little
You got these
All
next
right.
ones.
What about the audience? Tell them what you're doing. You hosted a panel, Leah. How'd it go?
I think it went well.
Great, but it's easy when you have such brilliant people on my panel.
Oh, they didn't let you talk?
I shouldn't. Not
You
next
gotta
to
get in.
their
You gotta
genius.
interject. Tell
It
them,
was
like.
it was really, really good. You guys should
All
check
right.
that out. It
What
was
was your
Jimmy.
favorite part? People should check it online.
They should check it online.
Yeah.
That was really good. Yes, tonight I am the MC of the Scammies with Tom.
Whoa.
So
the
this is
MC
gonna
of
go
the Scammies.
down.
So everyone can tune in on the Unconfiscatable conference. You're gonna have it live, and we're gonna find out who the worst company is. JP Morgan,
We got two more.
IBM.
Yeah, we have two more. We can't, weigh the outcome with that.
or
But guys, I have one last question. before we leave.
MoneyGram.
I actually don't
And
think it's on.
MoneyGram.
It is
Is how's Yacht Chain doing?
Yacht
Oh.
Chain.
We IEO'd. And,
Okay, great.
Yeah, we IEO'd,
Great.
ICO'd, we EIEIO'd, like
Great,
old
great.
McDonald style.
Got it.
And we are looking at, we're creating like a hard money, like
Yeah.
stone. So
Yeah.
we're gonna have stones where the yachts are chained to, and that's gonna be the hardest part of the money.
Great.
The chain obviously we already know is the longest chain, strong. It's got like, it's pretty well, very brittle. It's not brittle. It's not brittle. It's
Yeah.
the opposite. It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Very
we
tough.
might do a VC funding, funding
Good
round.
idea.
Yeah, we've had a lot of interest from VCs.
And to go funds and,
And
just keep on.
scammies. We're hoping to get a scammy next year.
Yeah.
We've got advanced people working on getting us nominated. We might have our own category for like biggest boat. And we really think that the cruise ship situation with the coronavirus has helped out yacht chain.
Yeah.
A lot of our clients used to go on cruise ships. They don't anymore. They prefer a private yacht experience. And when you're private, you're out there on a yacht, you want to be safe. You want to keep it on the chain.
Yeah.
And that's why we use yacht chain.
On a yacht than a
Yeah.
cruise.
Yeah, like
Guys,
we have
it sounds like it's
fantastic
going
food.
great.
As long as the chef doesn't get sick, we're all good.
It's going
So,
great.
Yeah,
It's going great.
it's going good.
I'll catch you guys later. When are we going to hear Tatiana sing?
Oh, by the way, Jimmy Jams. That's what we're calling it, Jimmy. We're having a Jimmy Jam later. It's freaking the best.
Bring him on in and have him preview it.
Once I can get this cold card shit working.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
That's
Jimmy's
fine.
song
All
is
right,
working
Jimmy
very
Jams.
hard
That's
on
what's going to
Cold Card
happen.
right next to us. You can't come in right now.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a whole
Song
bunch of
has
songs
begun.
we can do.
So
All
they're
right,
saying in the
next.
chat, is that what George Bush said? I know it in my knower. He said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I won't get fooled again.
I prefer the way George Bush said it. It's
Well,
like,
won't get
fool me
fooled
once,
again. Yeah.
Fool man. A full man can't be fooled again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Won't get fooled again.
So, do you guys think that Bush, the junior Bush, was faking being stupid? I think that that's possible, right? That could have been like his routine.
It's
They
what I
each
used
have
to
like a
do.
thing.
I used to do when I was in, whenever I had a job, I'd act stupid if ever there was a task I didn't want to do. So he was like, "Oh, look, I'm president. Like, if I act stupid, I'll have to do less stuff."
That's what my little brother used to do growing up.
That's a
It's a
good
good
way to
skill.
get out
I don't
of
know.
tasks.
Are you younger? Are you the eldest?
Oh, I'm the eldest. Yeah.
Oh, really? That worked for you, huh?
Right. Yeah. Not in a job though. Not.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Because
no.
at home I'm like, oh,
Oh,
that
no,
wouldn't
no.
have flown at my house.
My parents.
Yeah. Well,
So-
but I think like younger siblings, they can get away with
Oh
it.
yeah, definitely.
That's why I was
Yeah.
surprised. Okay, got
my
it.
Sister, my sister once, she bit her arm and then
And
ran
said-
downstairs and said it was me. And my mum, I was like, Mum, look at the teeth marks. They're tiny. And she's still grounding me anyway.
It must have been the dog. It was surely the dog.
Wow.
No, I don't think he's that stupid. I do think he probably has the ability to make gaffes in public, to make
Mhm.
mistakes in his speeches where he's supposed to be reading things and he mixes them up. I think he's a better manager than people gave him credit for in like running a team of people who are
Wouldn't you
smarter
say that
than
maybe
him.
Dick Cheney was the better
But
manager?
I do think Dick Cheney was running the whole show. But still, for W. Bush to be a person who could let Dick Cheney run things, that takes a certain kind of person to be able to delegate your entire presidency over to another person.
Why isn't there a Dick
So-
Cheney chain?
He'd be great.
Cheney chain.
Dick Cheney chain.
He's already has a robot heart. He's more machine than man.
Blockchain him. Just put him on the blockchain.
Dick Cheney on the blockchain. Look, we're over there now.
Right, so we got.
All right, guys.
we go
Well,
to the
this has
next
been
one.
fun.
Hey.
I don't know. Am I really going to keep hanging here?
Yeah.
Look, I have to have
bring,
good posture.
or you have
It's
to
like
bring us
very
someone else.
disturbing to
Do you
me.
know her? Is that Sarah?
Hi, come on, Sasha.
Sasha. That was close.
Look at how pretty she looks. Brightest lawyer in Bitcoin. Come on
Hi,
down.
come on down.
Hey,
Get you
sunshine.
a microphone.
Here you go. Sasha,
So
have you
we're-
ever been on the show with these guys?
I have not, but I have
Oh,
watched.
really? Guys, okay. Well, this is Sasha Hodder.
Hi.
We're going to be doing some podcasts together for the Hodlcast and the
Nice.
Tatiana show. Maybe even Proof of Love. Hey, Vessa. So, okay, cool. We're hanging.
Very cool.
What's
So-
going on? You just got here, Sasha?
Yeah, it's a little slow moving this morning. Well, I had a couple of phone calls booked, but yeah, I just got here.
So are you working on any cool crypto cases at the moment? Anything you can talk about?
I don't do a lot of litigation. So where I work is with companies trying to get their money service business licensing. So it's kind of boring, I guess.
Yeah.
But a lot
like
of
the
people
bit
need it.
license.
So.
So
Yeah, I've done a few bit license applications, and yeah, going through it's a big process to know if you can do transmission in each state. So
So do you think the bit license was good for New York?
no.
Did it protect them? Did it make them on a
I
higher
feel so much
plane?
safer now.
Yeah?
I don't want the threat of
Well,
these
I mean,
crypto
you can't even
businesses.
travel globally. You have to negotiate with the president if you want to get your global travel rights back.
New Jersey
But-
people? Well, I am a New Jersey person, so I'm not
Well, if you
fully
want to use
susceptible
the
to it.
global choice instant access system, you can no longer be from the rogue state of New York. Sorry.
Well, I'm not from New York,
Even though
but
the
I get the
president, president used to
vibe
be
from there.
from there. So, but he's from Florida now, so it's fine.
That's why he moved.
But yeah, I remember when Losky announced the bit license here in Las Vegas. I filmed his speech and everything, and he talked about Mt. Gox as if it were the JFK assassination. He was there meeting with the Japanese regulators, and he said, "My God, what a disaster with Mt. Gox! I'm ready to give you any resources you want." And they said, "What is this Mt. Gox?" And Losky was like, "Oh my God, so much consumer protection. So many people haven't even heard of this huge fraud perpetrated by this man with his cat." And he went immediately into action to protect everyone with a bit
And
license.
wasn't that
did it
wasn't that
work?
the speech where he kind of gave everyone the outline of how to go buy them on,
Well, he
basically
also
like
he
ended up
kind of-
being a sales
The whole
pitch?
time I thought that he was hinting that later on Losky consultants would be available to help you navigate the labyrinthine maze of the bit license, which was also written by Losky consultants.
That's so convenient. What a wonderful
Is that
service he has
great?
for his
You can
clients.
just hire him.
Sasha, you
skip
should
the
do something
government,
like that.
It's a good idea.
Wow, that guy's so smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's better to deal with New York now, right? Easier.
Basically, most clients I work with just stay right out of New York.
Wow.
Yeah. And if someone's
Like
coming
criminal
to
clients like Jesse from Kraken who slams everything, or are you talking about like Morgan Stanley or IBM, maybe Microsoft, right?
anyone
One of the
that's are they one of the scammies this year?
Yeah,
Microsoft is.
Microsoft's
But
been
people
nominated
are
for
building
most
things on
clueless
Hyperledger,
Fortune
aren't they? I
500.
mean, is Hyperledger seems somewhat legitimate, no?
R3.
Why not? What? Yeah,
Okay.
they like open source stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Vest, you want to come in? Yeah, come on right here. We'll go to an even wider shot. So everyone look out. Super wide. So how's it going, man?
Very well, Steven.
David from HODLCAP. Tell the people about what you do.
Well, I make apparel at the moment, but have a great message to educate people in health and wellness as well. Because if we hold on for dear life, we've got to take care of ourselves and love ourselves.
So should we eat steak all the time?
I believe that everybody has to listen to their own bodies, and whatever they excel on, they should follow.
That
I
sounds
excel
good.
on sugar. Should I keep going with that method?
Well, you can do that, but you may age a little quicker than you think.
Okay, we're gonna cut out sugar next week as soon as I get home.
Sugar is not going to give you the glow that you want.
No, I'll tell you though. Andreas Antonopoulos, he quit sugar and he really likes it. And I hear a lot of people in our world, they're kind of experimenting with that. I think that's the hardest thing to quit, though. I love me some sugar.
I don't know. I think quitting alcohol has also been really good. I heard about some people who took some time off
Yeah.
and that they look way better than they used to.
Well, I haven't been drinking on this thing. I think I'm having like one vodka soda a day.
That's
It's
pretty good
impressive
for Vegas.
for Vegas. It's like
You also
really
might
good.
want to save it up for one big night.
Well, tonight could be that night. You never know. Tonight's the last
Oh.
night. I'm going back tomorrow, so
There we go. Got to have one cheat night.
I don't know because the thing is, do you even like drinking that much as you get older? I feel like it's not as fun. I don't know. You feel like sick and I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
that's-
like
that's why
feeling
they've-
disoriented isn't
They've
as
finally
exciting.
legalized alternatives to it, right?
Yes,
here
I
in
think
Nevada.
that might be
You
a
can
little
be
bit better.
legitimate, or in California.
Yeah,
so
I
there
don't
are
know.
options.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking with a friend. It's lost its luster for me. Liquor
'Cause
has
it's not
lost her
illegal.
luster.
You only want it to be underground and illegal. Maybe we'll just change the name. It's Smead. You
Yeah.
can't-
Okay.
And you can't have any because it's
I
illegal.
mean, I'll have
so not
some
for
wine later,
lawyers.
probably,
you're gonna
but,
need
you
a
know.
special permit if you want that. So you need a recreational.
So, what are your
Smead
health
permit.
tips?
Well, I mean, it's real simple. If you live with love and compassion with yourself and you put that out in the universe, it vibrates at a great level. And because of that, the attraction actually happens as well. So synchronicities in your life will happen. And along with bringing in God and having a relationship with him because he's within us all. And with just having that faith and knowing that he has an amazing plan for us and all we have to do is just go with our passion and love, and everything actually will work its way out, and you will reach true happiness, and that's really the only way to get there. Putting God first.
Isn't faith kind of difficult to do though? Like I have a lot of friends that are religious. I'm kind of in the middle, right? But the idea of faith is kind of like, how do you're basically suspending reality. You're saying, I'm going to believe in something that's not provable, right?
There's book faith and there's rules faith. It sounds like you're talking more like kind of a general spiritualism where you have.
But
like
isn't that suspension of disbelief there as well? Like that, to have faith, you have to have great courage, and you really don't know. I mean, you're literally faith in the unknown, right?
Well, I mean, I guess it's a trust thing, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's no deception in good thoughts, and you know, in a simple message, and just going with what feels right and listening to yourself. So, you know, I understand with regards to some people finding religion to be, you know, somehow disrupting the world. But I mean, realistically, all religions have a great message. And, you know, I think that the truth is there, and there is really only one truth. So all the rest would be deception.
Cool. All right.
I love that. Yeah. And I feel like sometimes if you remember to like try and connect or meditate a little, your day will just, you will find like those synchronicity things happen. Like the day goes way better if you're in a better mood.
Meditation's a strange one because if you spend like 10 minutes by yourself quietly, you don't even have to sit in a strange position. You can lay down or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Everyone's like, oh, I have to sit like a lotus and that's really hard. You don't have to do that. But
yeah,
if you do
that kept me from meditating for years.
Me too.
I don't want to sit like some monk,
then,
you know.
But
no, it's uncomfortable. It hurts.
Then I realized you just have to close your eyes and think or not think, I guess.
Or you can do it walking around, and there's all kinds of things. Just practicing your breathing and control.
Breathing, downtime, just away from your phone, away from your laptop, away from your emails, the thoughts of having to reply to people.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off there, but Mr. Crypto Raptor, but and I forget where we were going with this. Yeah, so by meditating, you're being in the moment, and with the way the world is so chaotic and things that are in our space, that we're forgetting that we can talk to ourselves. We can talk to ourselves. We can talk to you know, this is a connection that we have by being human, which is human being. And if you're not being, then you're not being in the moment.
I must admit, when I was like born and bred Roman Catholic. My you know, mum's Maltese, so they're very you know, what's the word, devout over there. But I think I've kind of moved more into agnosticism. But the thing that I found difficult to let go of was talking to God. Like, so now I just talk to like inanimate objects and stuff all the time because I just couldn't escape that. You know, the thought process when you were back when I was a believer. But now I just.
Why can't you talk to God? Wouldn't that be better than a random rock? I think that would be better.
Oh, but
or just your higher self.
Yeah, I talk to myself. Yeah, but then
you kind of want to talk to talk to someone more powerful.
Thoughts to yourself.
Yeah.
But no, I heard someone interesting say once that they weren't religious, but they wanted their kids to have kind of a religious upbringing so that they had something to turn to if they were down. If you're really down and you don't have anything, at least if you have this, even if it's not real, this idea of God, you could talk to the idea of God, have some kind of a communication and maybe get through your hard times where is if you just have nothing, then you really have nothing when there's nothing there. And that's it's not very comforting. Very people can deal with the staring into an endless black void of science, even if that's all we have proof of.
Well, science.
Jimmy, you're going to join us?
Like Scott,
join in here,
big
Jimmy.
Metaphysical discussion. You find your way in. Everyone scoot in.
I don't think there are enough mics.
Where do you
okay,
we've got this one we'll share with you.
Yeah, so I don't talk about my Christianity that much, but the discussion that you guys are having are interesting because you've made the utilitarian argument, which is, well, it's good for you, but you know, we don't know if it's true. And
we could also do Pascal.
Yeah,
where, like for our own self-interest, we gain by believing and saying we believe. We actually lose by believing if we're wrong. Or if we're, you know,
right. But the argument that's most compelling to me is it's true. But that's then you have to go into, does God exist, or is there something that can exist. And this is something that ancient philosophers going all the way back, they thought a lot about, right? Like including, okay, well, why does anything exist, period, right? Like, has it always existed? In which case, then you get into these weird things with infinity. Like, okay, if it always existed, then you could never get to the present point because it takes an infinite amount of time to get there. So I mean, thinking from that perspective, I think, and you can and Aquinas lays this out very, very well in his Summa Theologica. There's a lot of philosophical arguments to be made, which unfortunately are not that popular today or thinking about. But Aristotle, Plato, all of the ancient thinkers philosophically believed that there existed a God, because otherwise you couldn't explain existence itself, right? So that's just something I wanted to point out. Like, there's a spiritual element that a lot of people are attracted to because it's like, well, I did mushrooms or something and I feel really good now. But there's, I think, a much more rational thing that, at least for people like me who are engineers and have never really done drugs, like that aspect, I think, is a much more important thing from learning about all of this stuff. Right? Yeah.
So now for you to know it's true, it's like a personal path. So were you born again? Should other people start down and follow that path? Is that what you would suggest, kind of to get that experience, to have that feeling?
Well, so I don't think the feeling's that important, honestly. Like why does the feeling matter, right? Like, if it's either true or not true, like there either exists a God or there isn't. And that's like, at that point, like you can make determinations, like not based on how you feel per se, but on what the truth is. And if you believe that it is the truth, then, based on sort of like your perspective on what that truth is, you should follow whatever that is. And this is something that I see in the Bitcoin community all the time, is that, we're very interested in like what is true about money, right? Like, because we've been lied to all our lives about money. And if you talk to any carnivores, we've been lied to all our lives about food.
Omission is a lie too. They don't tell you how the money works. They just put that to the side, and you're just like, oh, just pretend it's money and use it like it's money. But it's actually a really complex thing with different levels and virtual money, M3, all these kind of things.
And think about all that, right? Like, if you were thinking about money in sort of like the traditional way, you have to believe all of these lies, right? About like velocity of money, and it leads you down sort of the wrong path. But if you know the truth, which is that real money, like, needs to be hard, and like that the government is really taking money away from you through taxes and inflation and all this stuff, you have a different sort of perspective on life, and you do things differently. Your actions sort of show that. And it's the same with, your determination of whatever is true or not with regard to religion. If you believe that God exists, and like, I challenge any atheist to explain to me if the metaphysical exists, period. If you're like sort of like a material atheist, which is sort of like the default thing, it's like, okay, there exists no metaphysics, then what the hell is the number one, right? Like, stuff like that. You think about it from a philosophical perspective like that, it's very hard to sort of come to a coherent explanation of the world without thinking about those things.
Do you ever see Luke Dash Jr.'s tweets? Where do you think the line is of like, I believe in a higher power, but I don't believe in one that punishes, anything really. So it's
No punishment.
I mean,
well, there was a recent one, was that masturbation is worse than murder.
Yeah,
is what he said.
Yeah.
Well, so Luke is a very, very religious Catholic. And not like traditional Catholic. He doesn't believe in Vatican II. So he's like pre-Vatican II. He only goes to Latin Mass, and he doesn't believe that the current Pope is the Pope and things like that. So,
and he's also about being fruitful and multiplying.
Yeah, I think he beats me on the number of children. So yeah.
Oh wow.
No, he's doing his part.
Yeah,
but he's very against masturbation.
All right, so like what he's saying though is very rational. Like if you follow his reasoning, and this is like true of Luke in Bitcoin as well, is that he sees a truth and he cannot be influenced by people unless they make the logical argument, right? So for him, when he hears the church teaching, which is that, the purpose of sex is to have children, like, to subvert that is to subvert the will of God for him. Now, like, there are other perspectives on this, but that's his perspective. So for him, like, the actual question in that tweet was, so if a guy pulls out right before, and is that a sin?
Here, yeah.
And he was like, yep. Yep, that's a sin. And like, but like, this is the big thing, is that people tend to like sort of conflate morality with social approval, and those two are not separate. Those are not the same thing, unless you're sort of like atheist humanist, which it tends to be the default morality today. But if there is an objective morality,
well, maybe the atheist humanist, the default mentality for like programmers or Bitcoiners or computer geeks. I mean, I think a lot of people are still default Catholic or Christian, Roman Catholic. They believe in what they were taught by their parents, and they're sticking with it. And the current president believes what they believe. Even his actions don't seem to match anything that they believe. But
it depends on the person, and it's either true or not. That's the thing. Like, it's either true that, as Luke says, like, masturbation is a sin, or it's not. God either exists or it doesn't. I don't like so that's a whole other discussion. But
I have a show called Proof of Love.
Yeah, so we could talk about it.
I'm not sure that's what
we need part 2 later.
Yeah, right. So the way I think about it, at least as a Christian, is that there's a verse that says specifically that if you look at a woman and want to have sex with her, that is a sin, right? And vast majority of people that are masturbating all over the place are thinking in that way.
Why would our world ever be governed by something that's such a natural feeling for people of all around the world? Why would there be a higher power that would create some kind of silly thing like, here, you want this, but you can't have it, and if you do this, you're going to be in trouble?
Yeah. So this is an argument of why do all these things exist if we want to do it, and all that. So the Christian story is basically that God exists. He created the world, but sin entered the world, and therefore everything got corrupted by sin, right? Like, that's the idea. So yeah, and like there's all sorts of ways in which things just got bad, including we have feelings in our heart that are not necessarily like noble, right? Like, you envy somebody, or you want to like beat them up or whatever. Those are all quote unquote natural feelings. But like, the state of nature isn't necessarily how it was intended to be. It's that sin entered the world and corrupted it. And we can see it all around us, right? Like, there's poverty, or people like that are suffering, that are in like prison camps in North Korea with like having done nothing other than their grandparents happen to oppose the state. So like those are all realities, in nature. So like, and that's why that happens. So it's not necessarily that, oh, well, God created this with these desires, and he's just being self-contradictory by like putting these desires in. The Christian story is that those desires exist for good things, but sin corrupted them, so that we're trying to satisfy them
But at a larger level, didn't God create the devil too? So he's aware that the devil is going to undermine his plan. So isn't it more like a simulation and a test? I see everything like simulation theory. If the universe has been around this long and we made iPhones, and the universe we've been around 2,000 years, and the universe is, I don't know, 10 million years old, much more than 2,000. And they've made iPhones, and they've made virtual reality, and they've made simulations. And we already know that what's unsatisfying about a simulation is something that wakes you up from it. Like, you see the outside, or you see the edge of the thing. You'd want to be completely in the simulation. So there's no way, like, if I unplug my thing, like, I'm still here in the simulation, because they figured that out. They're like, don't connect the arms to the arms, because he'll unplug his thing.
Geez, if we have that capability, why do we still need cell phone chargers? Couldn't the cell phones not need a charge too?
Well, so
Humans are like batteries. You could plug them in.
There's a whole philosophical theory about this, which is, the idea that we are a simulation in God's mind, right? Like, and that all things, and this was what Aristotle and Plato came to the conclusion to. Plato had a real weird conception though, because his idea
the
was
Republic is a weird book.
Well, so the entirety of the world, or what exists, actually came from the mind of God. But so that there's like ideals of everything, right? So these are like platonic solids, and when we talk about platonic love, it's like the perfect love between friends or something like that. It's an ideal that exists sort of in the metaphysical realm, because he was like, well, like, why do we even have the concept of a table, right? Like, how is that even like a thing in our minds, and how can we even communicate about it unless some other realm has an ideal table that exists and that we somehow have it as a result of God putting it in our mind? Now that's not what Aristotle said.
Even if you have the collective unconscious, someone still has to kick it off and make that first table.
Yeah,
that
well, so
ideal table,
the idea
right?
that his idea was that like God created this platonically perfect realm, and then like that's where we had that
So
conception.
then where does our thought connect? Like, do you believe like, so some people say when you pray, you're bringing things into reality by God. Other people think when you pray, you're bringing things into reality because of the, positive aspect that you're giving to it, goal setting, things like that. It's all kind of the same, but in a simulation idea, you can almost just like manifest like something, We're not there yet.
It would be dependent on who's
Yeah.
running the simulation. In the conception that I'm talking about, it's a simulation by a perfect being, God, right? So in that case, it's a very different thing. Like in a sense, like this is the way Aquinas puts it is God is the most actual thing, right? The most real thing. And we are all sort of dependent on the realist thing in order to exist, period. And that's his sort of argument for why existence necessitates an ultimate cause, which is God. So, I mean, these are all like highly philosophical questions. Unfortunately, like I know my kids don't study any of this in school, right? Like,
well, you just have to show them the Matrix movies.
Yeah,
because we're really talking about God as a programmer, starting a reality, kicking it off, then stepping back to see how it goes, having a different version of that reality. If something different happens, kicking that off, and then we have that architect scene where there's all the different screens. And we've been simulating this many times, Neo. We know that you're going to rebel. Like, we've built this into the system,
Yeah. So I had a really interesting conversation a while ago with a friend of mine, and we were talking about video games. And I was talking to him about how I used to cheat on video games, right? Because I figured out the save game and I would edit it and do all that stuff. And like,
wait, what would God say about that?
No, that's not where that story is going. But but basically we were talking about that, and he's a Christian friend. So he was like, when I play a game like that and I don't cheat, and I know just the right level of difficulty, a well-designed game has the right level of difficulty, right? Said, I understand why God made the world the way it is. Because in a sense, if you make it too easy, right, it's completely unsatisfying. And if you make it too hard, it's also completely unsatisfying.
You're forgetting the fact that we have choice and will, right? So we by our choices decide where our path goes. But if you use his guidance by having a relationship with him, I mean, he's going to make sure that the path, even though it could be rocky at times, but those rocky times that happen are there for you for a reason, for you to get back on your path. And if you think that your mind can explain everything that's going on, he'll kind of line you up and realize that you just have to have faith and know in the end he has a plan for you. You have gifts, and he wants you just to rule with your love and passion and compassion, and use what's inherently your gift to the world, and ultimately can help it.
So that's an interesting conception, because that there's like a whole debate in the religious realm about this very idea that, okay, how sovereign is God, right? Does he control everything, or is it more that he gave us free will, so therefore we have some choices and we can also make bad choices? And what do you do, right? Like this is the Calvinism versus Arminianism, like sort of debate within that realm. And that's a really deep and complicated topic. And most Christians I know like end up saying, well, it's a little bit of both, because like you do have free will, but at the same time you're predestined to certain things. And it's like how can that work logically? Because logically it's very difficult to resolve those two things. So there's a certain aspect of that. But getting back to what you were saying about a personal relationship, that necessitates, like from where I was starting, which is, okay, does God exist? And then you and my argument here for this audience would be challenging you to think about all of the entire metaphysical realm in which we mostly live in our brains, right? Like stuff like mathematics, ideas, thoughts. These are not matter, right? They have no weight. They take up no space. But the fact that I can communicate that with all of you guys, right? Even just speaking, right? That reality has to be explained somehow. And like one of the things that's really interesting about Bitcoin to me is that it almost entirely lives on the metaphysical realm, right? Like the entirety of Bitcoin is in the metaphysical realm. Like all of it is mathematical.
Bringing it back to Bitcoin for the audience.
Everyone, I'm serious.
Like intelligent design is in everything that God brings to this world.
The fact that it's entirely in the metaphysical realm, that you're mining numbers, right? You're searching for numbers that are vastly greater than the entirety of the universe, right? You're looking for numbers that satisfy a certain thing. It's in a space that's much, much larger than anything that we can conceive of in this universe, right? Like the fact that like the set of all possible thoughts is way greater than like the set of all things that are in the universe, because you can imagine way more things. So the metaphysical, the fact that exists, you have to explain it somehow. The atheist, materialist, sort of humanist perspective on that is, well, it's just something that's convenient. Then they sort of start like sort of sawing off the branch that they're standing on. Then how can you trust that thought? Because you don't know if it's true or not, because it's a product of randomness and evolution or something like that, and you can't. So in a sense, that would be the argument for why God exists. But then you to get to a Christian, you have to argue that God is a personal God, that he cares about how we behave, and the person of Jesus Christ, right? Like all of those things are like sort of progressions along that line. And C.S. Lewis has a very long and detailed like sort of path in which he followed that exact path, because he started out as an atheist, became a theist, then became a deist, then finally he became a Christian. And that path took a very long time, because he had to go through all of the logical consequences. And I find him sort of as somebody that's very compelling and thinking logically about all of this stuff, instead of just sort of and not to say that this is bad, but for a lot of people, it's a lot more about sort of like the spiritual connection, and not necessarily sort of the rational, logical thing that
like you don't need to explain it to have faith, because if you're in the knowing, then you don't have to explain it, because there's so many things about even our physical body and the world that we cannot scientifically talk about or know. It's a theory. And theories are theories. They're just that, right? They can't be the truth, because the truth is there's only one. And if you need to change, if new technology comes out and your theory changes, then therefore there was never the truth in the first place.
Now, what do you think about the idea that Bitcoin could be like a religious monetary system, where if I have the U.S. government, I have faith in the U.S. government, and the U.S. government prints the money, and they're in charge of the monetary system. If I have faith in Bitcoin, then the Bitcoin's on a schedule and it produces the money, and Satoshi and the coders have locked the code. It's difficult to edit, so it's hard to change. So it's by trusting no one. So you do have to take this leap of faith if you're someone that trusted governments, and now you're like, I'm going to trust this random person, this code, this internet. It is kind of religious, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, the whole concept of money is like very deeply human and also metaphysical, right? Like, and that's something that I've thought a lot about, especially being in this space, is like, what the hell is money? Why do we use it? Or how does it even come into
You're
existence?
answering it right there. It's currency, which is energy, right? So it's what you put your energy into.
Well, but it's in a sense very metaphysical, because like the fact that people value gold has to do with the fact that other people value gold, and that has to do with sort of certain economic laws and stuff. And
Well,
like,
in
do those
that
laws
way,
actually exist, and
Gold's
why do
like
they
a
exist?
religion. If everyone lost faith in gold tomorrow, gold wouldn't be as valuable.
Yeah. So I mean, but there, and that's the whole thing is that there, almost anything metaphysical comes down to, okay, why does it exist? And it's like, and you start asking a lot of these questions, and it becomes religious in a way, because almost anything metaphysical ends up being religious for that reason, because there's no physical analog that you can really point to. And it's like, why does the concept of money, like, how did it even enter our minds? Or
We all know that money exists to impress girls because we have more money, so we're more impressive.
Interesting is the comparison with Bitcoin and religion is the similarities of the two, with the story of the writer, the original writer, not being around. So,
Or in the Mormons, he looked into the magical hat.
Like interpretation of the white paper, and everyone's got their kind of, they've got their now, this walking off into their own religions around
the title. I only believe in the title, not the paper.
Yeah.
That's a very specific religious.
Yeah, and there's a lot of analogies that we can make as like Satoshi as a Christ figure in this sort of like origin story or whatever. But a lot of these four coins can be seen as like early Christian heresies or something like that, Gnosticism or something. Right?
Has anyone looked at that? Has anyone done an analysis of it from that perspective?
Well, I argued with a prominent Bitcoiner for hours about this very topic.
Say you're heretical.
Because he was very much about like ecumenism and like sort of like bringing different parts. Like he said his inspiration was ecumenism. I was like, actually, these are more like heresies. It's not churches that have been around 800,000 years. It's heresy, and they're taking away the most important thing. So in a sense, that whole conversation, there are a lot of parallels, and I mean, this is one of the craziest conversations that I end up having with a lot of Bitcoiners. It's on this idea of like, okay, like what parallels are there between Bitcoin and religion and just sort of philosophy and all this other stuff. So
well, you know what they call a small religion? They call it a cult. Until it's a big religion, then it's not a cult anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certain religions have
tax exempt status.
Well, have an expiration date naturally because they don't,
Well, if the end of the world doesn't happen on time, you can't convince people after that date. It's very difficult.
They encourage people not to reproduce, right? Like, and that's the main way in which most of these heresies actually.
Luke Das Jr. is going to go a long way.
Well,
he's got built-in followers right there, like 10 kids or whatever.
There's a reason why a lot of major religions around the world encourage reproduction, right? Like and this is and depending on your perspective, it's either sort of like a natural outgrowth of like any religion has to have this property in order to propagate, or it could be something else like God wants it that way.
When the Mormons arrived, their numbers were low, so they opted for multiple wives to try to increase their numbers in the Midwest. So
I mean, that was
then later they decided not to do that anymore. It's not cool anymore.
Well, I mean, a lot of the marriage laws actually exist from that era of multiple wives, and like the fact that state controls marriage, period, is because of that. It's kind of sad. But
I think it should be like in New Hampshire with the alcohol. You have to go to a special state marriage store, get married by the state, only on Tuesdays, not on Sundays. We have very specific rules about when you can buy alcohol in the free state.
I mean, it's ridiculous that something like marriage is controlled by the state. That it's a promise that you're choosing to make, but they standardize it. And pretty much every marriage, according to them, is an open marriage that you can have sex with whoever you want, which is not a promise that most people want to make, right? Like fidelity is one of the things.
Sounds awesome. We should sign up. Get this state marriage.
It's essentially you're entering into a contract, and they want to interfere with it and give you a template for the contract, regardless of what kind of contract you want. you want to sign. So it's an idiotic thing. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of going off the rails a little bit here.
All right, I think it's time to get back on topic. Jimmy, tell us, who's your pick for Lifetime Scammer Achievement Award? This is a major category.
Right.
Lifetime.
Are you like a final
We've
judge?
got
Are you allowed to
Dan
vote on this?
Larimer from Steam It.
I don't know. Let me.
We've
Well,
got
we're gonna
know
break
who
the
that
rules.
was. Oh, that's
Craig Wright,
Uh-huh.
Fake Satoshi.
Uh-huh.
We've got the guy who made this is
Jeb
Jeb McCaleb, Mount Gox, Ripple, a
Uh-huh.
lot of things here. Hold that up.
Uh-huh.
Jeb McCaleb or John McAfee. This is the Lifetime Scammer Award. Jimmy, who's your pick? Who do you think is going to win tonight?
Well,
Lifetime
so
Scammer.
certainly the longest.
Wait, did we mention Dan Larimer?
Yep, Dan Larimer
Okay,
is number
just
one.
checking.
EOS and Steam It. Yeah.
EOS, Steam It,
BitShares.
ProtoShares. I think that's about it.
He keeps
But yeah.
rolling the old one into the new one.
Yeah.
That makes it legal, right?
Yeah.
Like the president says, if you say it in public, it's legal.
Yeah. I'm kind of sad. I won't. I'm kind of sad that Vitalik didn't make it on
Oh,
this.
right in. Vote.
Yeah. So Vitalik should be on here. I also think Lord Kane should be on this. But yeah, I mean, like given these choices, man, it's a tough one because all of them have some very good merits going for them.
Let's ask the chat. Everyone in the chat, tell us who you think the Lifetime Scammer should be. Should it be Jeb McCaleb, Ripple, Mt. Gox, Stellar, John McAfee, all these coins, coin of the day? Craig Wright claims he made Bitcoin, or Dan Larimer, EOS, Steam It, and others. Just write it into the chat.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, for me, it's definitely Mr. Wright, especially after a year of crazy legal cases and all his forgeries and stuff. So
He's certainly the most effort given to a scam, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like he's
that's
gone
dedication.
above and beyond to scam as much as possible.
Everyone else makes
Blatantly.
things. He just
He likes
copies
it.
things.
Yeah, I mean, like he'll like fake entire email threads. Like
Yeah.
that's a degree of like dedication to
something-
scamming that you really don't find very often.
Yeah, it's like something like the Silk Road guys who do those government guys, just kind of writing really, really long fictional.
And the government
Stories.
was running Silk Road, and they were
Yeah.
taking out all those people and giving them drugs and keeping it running as a honeypot to try to capture more people.
Yeah, well, then they were also taking money from there.
That was a lot
What
of
was weird-
damages that the government caused.
Well, it
I
was
mean-
weird that they used the evidence when it was like tampered with. Why did that happen, Sasha? Why are they allowed to do that?
I mean, they're not, but it happened in that case for sure. So if I remember the facts properly, there was something with the computer where there was there's a lot of protocols on how you're supposed to treat the chain of custody of evidence, digital evidence. And in this case, there were so many pages and pages of chat logs that they were looking through, and it was all on the computer. And whatever they did, they ended up creating 4 files of it. And then they found 3 files identical. Ross found it later, 1 file not identical, a lot less conversation in the chats. So, this one guy, when he took the laptop from Ross in the library, he had it by himself, free reign access to it before it entered the chain of custody, protocol. And they were also supposed to do something where it records every click that's done on the laptop, and that didn't happen in that case. So,
Yeah, so all of these guys spend so much effort on scamming, whereas if they built, they would actually be contributing something to the community, right? And that's the real sadness of this category, is that all of these people could be like putting all of that effort that they put into scamming into something else. Also, how
But some people like Steam It. I mean, why you gotta hate on Steam It?
oh, don't get Jimmy started on.
Okay, I kinda
they
want
just
to.
got
I
sold
want-
to Tron, you know this, right?
No, I saw that vaguely, but I didn't pay
Okay, all right.
attention.
The fact
Okay.
that they're a decentralized platform, okay, that could be sold, right? There's somebody that's decentralized getting sold. It shouldn't even be a sentence that's possible.
Talking about selling, I actually just realized there's someone there that wants to buy some of my product. And
You better tell
people at home.
yes, So this is Hold On for Dear Life. It's my personal story of the meme, the crypto meme, Hold On for Dear Life. These two squirrels, I know in this version it's not quite as distinct here, but these two squirrels are holding on for dear life to something in their universe would be worth a lot of money in their future, which would be an acorn. And we can use that symbolatry in as Bitcoin as well, and in our lives. And holding on for dear life also means that you need to take care of yourself and love yourself. And if you hold on for dear life, then you can enjoy your life and go well.
And where can
Very
people
cool.
get these HODL shirts?
You can go online to www.hodlbrand.ca, which is HODL brand.ca.
All right. Thanks so much. Go sell some more and send us out some more people.
That T-shirt to me to wear now.
I totally see us fitting you, and I would love to
Dun,
see
dun,
you.
dun.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm not scheduled, but you know, if I have a gin and tonic.
You should go out there, go change, and come back. So
Damn.
you're featuring his brand the whole time.
I was going to put it all over the top.
Oh yeah, you could do that too.
We want to see your skin, baby.
Yeah, go take off your shirt on camera.
That's what they want. That's what they want at home. Well, thanks so much for joining us, man. Go
Thank
get those
you.
sales going.
Bye.
Here we go.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Bye. Take care. See ya.
Represent.
Awesome.
Yeah, all
Nice.
these scammers, lifetime. I mean, yeah, the dedication that I think that Craig
Some
Wright
people
has
got.
shown.
Yeah.
I
Some
think
people got something out of Steam. That's all I'm saying. So does
Yeah,
that,
they got money out of it, but I also,
they
I
got
mean,
like a community, right? They didn't just get money.
I mean, but they were on the community forum. That was based. They were printing their own money, so people would post on it.
Yeah, that's a good deal for them.
No, it's
Or
not
Why
good.
I
when
gotta
it's-
hate on
It's
that?
not good when the government prints money. It's not good when other people print money. Satoshi was the last person to print money. It's over now.
Aren't they all
more money.
willingly in that
He
scam?
didn't
though?
print
I mean,
money.
so
His,
what?
he
They're not
found,
like forced
metaphysical-
into it.
The problem is
numbers.
the people who invested in Steam it lost all their money.
Who lost
So
their money?
anyone that bought the token. So when you get the token for writing an article and then you sell the token, someone has to buy the token off you. So anyone who's buying the token off you is getting a bad deal.
Yeah, but I didn't force them to do it. Nobody forced them to.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah, I
But
mean, it's like, so we're putting like sort of categories of good and bad, and trying to judge people on that, on something that's a little more complicated, right? The people that were attempting to create a new currency, the fact that they were trying to do that shouldn't necessarily be barred by the government. I'm a libertarian. I think people have the right to try to do that. The way they sold it, I think, was immoral, in the sense that they were trying to market it as, you're going to get paid for articles. Oh, but it's useless tokens that we're giving you. And then that led to a speculation bubble on the people on the other side that were saying, well, okay, if this can create content that I like, then it might become valuable. Or other people that like that I don't know if they were necessarily immoral, just kind of dumb. And then there were other people that were like sort of front running those people and sort of.
Well, and let's remember, all
So-
these people had good intentions. They wanted there to be more articles, and there's other people who wanted to vote on articles, so they put their money in so they'd have more votes, so they could vote on articles. But the other problem is they wanted those votes that they bought to the articles to go up in value, because the idea is that more and more people will want to vote on articles, and the reality is less people wanted to vote on articles, so no one bought it. Lots of people wanted to write articles and get paid. That part, lots and lots of articles. But the other side, where they're supposed to be buying those tokens to give value to the tokens, to give value to the articles, didn't work. So those people lost all their money.
Yeah, and they had some weird economics too. So they had something called Steam Power.
Yeah.
Where
oh
you have
yeah,
to,
that was hard to understand.
well, they
That's intentional,
basically
though,
it
right?
was a way to restrict the supply of the coin by locking them up, and as a result of that, the value of the token would go up. So it was essentially, they were acting like a central bank, because they had something called Steam at dollars as well, where they were propping that up using the Steam.
That was
they had.
also confusing. I'm not gonna lie. All
Yeah.
of those things
Well,
were
so,
very
I mean,
confusing.
they ran exactly like a central bank, right? Because they pegged the Steam dollar to the dollar, and they used their Steam and the dollars that they got from the sale of that in order to peg it. And then they had Steam at Power as a way to lock up a bunch of the coins to artificially restrict the supply so that the price would go up. So they had all of these mechanisms in order to control the price essentially of both Steam and Steam at dollars. And so in that sense, I think they were pretty evil. They were trying to create a currency and give
it was
people
useful. Maybe that's what I mean. Is it really that evil what they were doing? Maybe they were trying to make it good. They were meddling around. Maybe they shouldn't be meddling, but
the government prints money and they buy weapons and have wars. And
well,
are
no
they really
wars
that
were
evil?
funded
I
by
mean, it's
Steam.
good for everyone that builds the
Well,
weapons.
so
No wars were funded by
so-
Steam.
Yeah, well, the idea, the thing that was evil about Steam was the way they presented it as if it's an actual decentralized thing. So they lied to everybody about that. Oh, it's a Steam blockchain and whatever. Same thing that they're doing with EOS. It's decentralized. Actually, no, it's a vote of like 22 people, and they get to decide everything that they want on the chain. So that whole concept of they're free to try whatever experiments, and then like people can, as long as they're telling the truth, it's fine. I'm a libertarian. If you want to go do that and like lose your money, then that's kind of your choice, right? Like I think people that spend $20,000 on handbags are ridiculous, but some people choose to do it. I'm not going to judge them for it.
I don't know. It looks like some nice,
Sound a little
nice
judgy.
handbags over there. I don't know. They look pretty.
But the idea being that like if you are doing something like that, you should at least be honest, right? If you're doing anything other than that,
Yeah, but then
it's
they won't
fraud.
sell if you're honest.
That's why I think Steam was evil, and that they're such a decentralized platform getting sold is an idiocy.
So that should there be some sort of well, I know from a maximalist perspective, there'll be no other acceptable cryptocurrencies, but what cryptocurrency is acceptable based on, it doesn't have to have all the tenets of Bitcoin, like decentralization, no inflation. What do you think is the least scammy cryptocurrency, or at least from the teams, the least intentionally scammy?
Least intentionally scam. Well, I'll eliminate pretty much everyone that can't code very well, which includes like Ethereum and many others, or ones that did minor modifications to Bitcoin. So things like Litecoin and, like they just steal whatever code. Same thing with Bcash and BSV and many others. I mean, the only ones I would maybe even consider are ones with good developers. They want to at least create cool technology, right? Best developers that I've seen in the altcoin space are maybe the Monero, Zcash, and Decred guys. Maybe Grin also. I don't know any of them, but like the tech that I've seen from them seems to be pretty solid. But I mean, like that's a very limited way to evaluate a coin. I mean, and it's very difficult to tell who's like lying and who's not on some of this stuff, because you really have to dig into the cryptography for some of that. But some of them are so transparently, obviously lying that I think you can pretty much call them scammers without much hesitation other than that. Or either scammers or incredibly stupid.
That's
right?
it.
Like that's the other.
And
other
optimistic.
one.
Stupid and optimistic people often think they can accomplish things they can't accomplish. They don't intend to scam and lose all your money, but it happens anyway. And it's also due diligence. You have to have a good plan. You have to have it checked by someone smarter than you. You have to work it through. Is it going to work? And if you're going to print 3 different kinds of coins and link them together and have a allegedly decentralized blockchain and have a front page called Steam It, it's probably not going to work if you had anyone analyze it. But we were in a beautiful period of hysteria where everyone was buying everything and everyone believed everything would work. And this belief led to the whole uptrend where everything did work for a little while and then it didn't work. Unless you sold it all on the top like the Ethereum Foundation. That was smart.
But if it's just about price, then you can argue that people that bought in on Bitcoin didn't work for the people that bought at 20,000. But what matters most importantly is the utility. And people did seem to get utility out of Steam. For argument's sake, people did use it. I mean, I wrote a few kind of articles on there and got some upvotes and 50 cents worth.
I liked the community there too. People were really enthusiastic.
They definitely wanted that money.
But don't
They're
people
definitely interested in
criticize Dan Larimer because he kind of reserves a big stash of coins for himself in whichever project that he does? Which is he allowed to do that? Why not? If he invented it, can he make himself a little extra cash?
Didn't let people really know about that part. Is that the
is that
supply and things like that?
The other major criticism of Larimer is that he creates a project, then he
And then
moves
he
on
leaves
to the
it.
next project.
Is that why
And
there's a
he's
trash
moves
can?
on to the next project.
anymore
Because he started out with bit shares, and it was like a share thing similar to Steam It with the 3 coins. Then he did Steam It, which was like a share thing, but it had articles. Now he's doing EOS, which is like a share thing. We're joined by Adam Meister. How's it going, Adam?
Hi, Adam.
Dude, it's awesome to be here. Wow.
We're talking about the lifetime scam.
Oh, yeah. This is a great question.
Dan Larimer. You could go with John McAfee.
He's horrible.
You could go with Craig Wright, the alleged fake Satoshi. Or you could go with Jed McCaleb from Ripple Mt. Gox.
All right. So obviously, we're gonna narrow it down here. Obviously, this guy runs a cult. So this is
all right. So we're gonna let Sarah and Tatiana leave. You guys have to come back, Sasha, and you have to bring back someone else too. Okay. Bring back more people. And the more people, there you go.
See you later.
Careful, lots of cables, very dangerous.
All right.
They're gonna make it.
All right. Scoot over.
All right, so how do you get your own microphone?
all right.
Now?
It's sausage fest. It's sausage fest. You read my
We're
mind.
back to the normal Bitcoin conference here. Everyone home has stopped commenting on things, so that's great.
Okay, but this
We're
is
back to
important.
Bitcoin
It's
now.
really important to talk about this guy though, because still I still get questions about this guy. Like, oh, he said he's making this bold prediction. I'm like, why is anyone listening to this guy? He is crazy. He literally makes no sense. And what did this man do in Belize? That's a legitimate question.
Well,
why can't he go back to Belize? Why can't he go back to Belize? I think I know why he can't go. Why he cares about dogs more than humans? I mean, that's something that's out there.
Somebody watched the Netflix documentary Gringo, which is available on Netflix.
Again, that anyone ever believes a word that this man and puts him on a pedestal. But that's the mainstream crypto media loves big names like this. So he knows how to get their attention.
That's called an appeal to authority.
Well,
if you
so his only
anything,
real
you just go
scam
to
is
the
that
authority.
he promoted some altcoins before, and he did it for money. Right?
Coin of the day, $100,000 per day. So he did it at least 10 times. That's $1 million to promote random coins.
I mean, there
It
are
is what it
people
is,
that get
right.
paid a lot more than that to come random coins.
Sure.
But so yeah, this was my pick.
All right, Craig Wright.
Like
Yeah,
as
Craig
far as
Wright,
effort put in, he put in the most effort into his scam.
What we like about him is he didn't make anything. He just copies other people things.
Well, want to get the lifetime scam reward because he backdates so much as well. So he's not just living in the now of scam. He's like making stuff all the way back.
Yeah, future, past. Yeah.
But I
time
got
travel.
a question for Jimmy about this guy here. Do you think his exit scam is going to be to get the BSV Satoshi coins?
Yeah.
That'll be programmed in there eventually.
Well, so I think they'll hard fork,
Yeah.
and then he'll say, "Well, like the courier didn't arrive or something. Let's just assign these coins to me," and then he'll just live off of that for the rest of his life.
Oh yeah, it'll be a huge win.
And like I think one of my friends. Well, one of my friends thinks like this is gonna end up like Heaven's Gate style, right? Like. There are people that believe in this guy so much.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, I'm sure you've seen the Ryan X Charles video with the, is he Jesus Christ thing, but like there's a serious like sort of brain disconnect when it comes to this guy, that that astounds me that people can believe some of the stuff that he said.
No, but shouldn't it give you like a broader perspective on how humanity thinks? There are always going to be a certain percentage of people who want to get behind a bold, talking, strong man. I mean,
attacking the human brain in some way. It's like they're basically. So he's figured out from years of being a con man certain ways to hook people. And then once you get a hook into them, it's like a parasite that lives in your brain and expands. And, that's the best way to, I think, describe like what's happened to a lot of these people. I mean, Daniel was a, pretty rational guy.
He was a big Bitcoin supporter, Nakamoto Institute, articles, stuff like that.
Like he's
hyper Bitcoinization, I think was his word, maybe.
Yeah. And all coins are scam, are snake oil, something like that.
Sure,
that was a classic article.
Yeah.
But like the way he talks about BSV and everything else is just like completely out there, right? And the way that BSV people talk about BSV is very much like a cult.
Yes.
So typically what happens when somebody's in a cult is that they have sort of like what they talk to outsiders about and then what they talk to insiders about. So the outside is sort of like the defense perimeter, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, we don't know that he's not Satoshi, right? Like that's sort of like the defense that they give. But within it's talking about like these weird things that Craig talks about how, you know, like you really can own databases, or, you know, you can like he has a copyright, or like he's right because of these things. Like they don't necessarily defend any of that from the defense perimeter. Like usually the things that they talk to outsiders about is, well, you need bigger blocks because you need lots more transactions per second. And, you know, you need to get rid of, you know, pay to script hash or something like that because it wasn't in the original client. So stuff that's like more rational sounding to outsiders, but internally it's getting completely off the rails. And that to me is very worrisome, because this is exactly what happens to cults like, you know, Jim Jones or whatever.
Jones.
Yeah, like where
Gianna.
people end up actually like killing themselves and stuff. You know, it's like,
Well, that's
and
worse
it
'cause
has
their,
me
their
seriously
money's on the
worried.
line. They've probably put all their money in this.
Uh-huh.
They've seen it lose. They've seen it go up recently. They're well in, yeah.
It's very difficult to admit you've been scammed as well. So these
And
people,
that's
they
what he
do
relies
so
on,
much,
yeah.
They
Well,
they can't turn back because they've defied logic, you know, to get into that space.
Well, and I want to agree with what Jimmy said, that he had prior scam experience. This guy's an organized, ready con man. It's not a shame or a bad thing to be fooled by him. He fools lots of people. That's what he does. That's his job. So when he rolls in here, he's already prepared with all these different levels of things.
Yeah, and a lot of people honestly came into the Bitcoin space in that same way, right? Like there were, I mean, the fact that they've gone to altcoins, I think, is a blessing in disguise, right? Because they've all started their own ICO or token or marketing firm or something, right? Like where they're providing like you know, rent-seeking services to people for lots of tokens or something like that.
Well, how about this? I've heard a theory that Roger Ver was really the Pied Piper, and he intentionally led these bad people away from Bitcoin so that he could later come back and be a hero for ridding us of all the snakes.
That'd be a nice story.
Isn't that a nice story?
A nice ending. You would've
That
had
could
the
only
ending.
come from the
Roger?
mind of a fiction writer that
Yeah.
wants the story to be true.
Come on,
It'd be
Roger,
a nice,
we're giving you a chance here, man.
Plot
That's an
device.
opening. That's an opening. He
We're
can
bringing
make up-
him back,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
It's an
that
opening.
gives him an opening. He can say,
It's-
yeah, this is
even
what
if
I
he
was
didn't
doing.
intend it, he could pick it up and he could come back and be
I don't think so.
Bitcoin's Jesus
So
again.
much that they're completely
Well, I mean, so if
I
you
just want him to insult me on Twitter so I can be a millionaire. Come on, Roger. Make fun of me. Tell me I'm poor. Come on. Any day now. Any day.
Yeah, and he's like, if you've been paying attention to the IFP stuff on BCH, it's so clear that he's just been lying over and over, right? Like he signs the agreement, he defends it for 4 days, and then all of a sudden he's like, I didn't sign or I didn't mean to sign the
Now,
agreement.
that's for the 12.5%
Yeah.
fee, the miner's reward kind of thing.
Now it's down to 5.
But here's
yeah.
the question, though. Do you agree with what's coming out of his mouth now, saying he does not want a split? He'll do anything to prevent a split of Bcash. I think
Too late.
I believe it will split. It's too far ahead, but I do believe he is trying his hardest not to have it split, because
Because it looks terrible for him.
Yeah.
He remembers what happened,
Yeah,
right? Like,
Didn't lose last time.
like he's gone through 2 splits now, and both times I think he kind of lost a lot. So, and his reputation keeps going down. The people, a lot of the pump in BSV was a lot of BCH people moving because they were like, what the hell? Like, you know, he's not doing any of this stuff. And they didn't like his dishonesty. So, in a sense, like his brand keeps getting tarnished, and he's trying to recover whatever is left among the people that actually still respect him. So, in a sense, he's burning bridges like crazy. It's kind of like trying to marry a divorced person at this point, right? Like, it's like, you've been divorced twice already. Do I marry a twice divorced person?
And they got kids and this family and that family and this deal.
You have a
that
history of
deal.
not keeping your marriage promise or contract, and you got sued for divorce as a result. Like, do you really want, like, you know, that's kind of the situation a lot of BCHers kind of aren't in now. It's like, do I really want to keep going with this guy? Yeah, I mean,
So
it's kinda sad.
would you welcome Roger back?
No.
No.
Oh. Well, it's not.
I don't know. It depends on what he says,
He's,
right?
he's a
Like,
nice
it's-
guy. He's a nice enough guy.
Well, so the thing that I realized about him is that he has he thinks of himself as having been more influential in Bitcoin than he actually was. And one of the things that he said in our debate on the cruise was, I made Bitcoin what it is today. Whoa. And I will make Bitcoin Cash I will do the same for Bitcoin Cash. He genuinely believes that the reason Bitcoin has value is because of all the marketing work that he did in 2012, 2013, 2014. And that's like, I don't think that belief ever goes away from him, because like, that's kind of the person he is. I don't know, maybe something happens where that changes, but like that's his view, is that he's the important part of whatever project, and any project that has him will succeed because of him.
I think once you believe something like that, you can't let it go. It's a core part of his belief in his existence.
Of his identity.
Yeah. I mean, really, the rest of us, I just think Bitcoin's this great product, and we all jumped on. You programming, me doing videos, you doing videos, you rapping, all these things. Bitcoin's just a great project. It doesn't matter if we did what we did. Bitcoin would go great because it's a great project, but every little bit helps. Everyone does help. Roger definitely helped. Going to those meetings, talking to people. The whole Eric Voorhees describing him as Bitcoin Jesus because he was surrounded by the children and he was teaching them Bitcoin. It's a beautiful image, this backyard barbecue and all the young people around Roger. And that was great. And that's a great idea. But yeah, that wasn't really the fuel. It's a great product. People are going to buy it anyway.
A bit more chitty chitty bang bang child catcher than Jesus.
He to me, like, so when you have that sort of the mentality, it's like you said, very hard to let go of that identity. And the question is, would he ever be willing to give up that identity and come back to Bitcoin? I don't know. I've seen a lot of people like that, right? Like there's a story I always tell about the Amway woman, right? Like there's a woman that I read about that have been doing Amway for 40 years. Okay. Amway for 40 years.
Yeah,
she didn't make
Scientology at that point.
Yeah. I mean, she literally didn't make any money off of it, but she believed in everything about Amway. That was a part of our identity. She couldn't give it up. Most people that do Amway, they quit within a couple of years because they realize it's a pyramid scheme of some kind, or MLM or whatever. And they go, okay, well, I'm not making money off of this. And all I'm doing is paying out to these other people that are actually making money. So in a sense, like when you have that embedded into your identity, it doesn't, like, it's very hard to let it go. So that's the position that I think a lot of, honestly, B cashers are in, a lot of BSV people in. The only thing that'll slap them back into reality is losing lots of money.
There's two ways. There's winning and losing.
Yeah.
What they really want is a win. If they could just have a Pyrrhic victory and say, hey, we did it for the transactions, or we did it for the block size, it's bigger now, so we can claim victory and go back to work. That would be great, but that's not going to happen.
Well,
there's never going to be any victories for them to celebrate. Sadly, I think it's going.
I disagree though. With they keep on getting BSV they keep on feeding them these little victories. Like, oh, now it's the
that's
three.
What you need.
Yeah, and that's what Calvin's job is, I guess, is to keep on feeding. I guess he's the one manipulating the
He likes
price.
all kinds of little things.
Oh,
it's so easy.
But no, they keep on. It gives them this hope when they see these BSV pumps. They don't care about what's causing the pump. Oh, you see this? It's about to turn. He's about to sell. He's about to sell his 1 million Bitcoin that he really has. So they do keep on getting these little prods and little reassurances. So Bcash doesn't give that out anymore, which is they're real. I mean, they're not trying to fake it. What they're doing, they don't have someone manipulating it behind.
Well, I mean, they do that. It's usually in the payments realm. Oh, look at all these Australian people in this one tiny.
Oh yes, that event in Northern Australia.
Yeah, and that's always been sort of like Roger's hook. Oh, look at how many merchants are accepting it and stuff like that. It doesn't really understand the economics of it.
Well, it's always been a chicken and egg. You can have lots of merchants, but if no one's spending any money.
The thing is, you have to understand the quality of the merchant. If they're just taking your money and converting it to dollars, you just sold some Bitcoin. It's all you've done.
That's it.
So, in a sense, like he's like fixated on that narrative too, because that too is a large part of his identity. I mean, like, there was someone that was telling me, like, he used to go out to dinner with Roger back in like 2013, 2014. Every single time he would be like, "Do you take Bitcoin?" Right? Like that was his thing, was getting merchants to adopt it, and that was, I think, how he thought he was contributing value to Bitcoin, was by getting merchants to adopt it, when all evidence says that that doesn't matter, right? Like, in fact, a lot of merchants stopped taking Bitcoin and Bitcoin price went up.
The best result I always thought on that was at the Bitcoin Bowl. BitPay did what I always said. They went door to door with teams of people, and they got these businesses to all take Bitcoin. Then they never came back.
Yeah.
They didn't say, "Oh, Monday night's pizza night, we're going there. Tuesday night, we're going to the cafe." I mean, everyone call up your friends. We need to be using this at the cafe. They need to, because otherwise the tablet gathers dust. The employee who's trained works somewhere else. And then pretty soon the only Bitcoin they take is that sticker on the door, and they're on the coin map, but you can't actually use it there. And that's the sad story of merchant adoption, done right by pros, all the resources, finances you can need. If there's not demand for people to use it, it doesn't matter if you're accepting it. It's economics, right?
Yeah, and that was the tragedy of that whole, like, and this is why BitPay like is on the Bitcoin Cash bandwagon, is because it makes them important in that thing, right? Like, I think Roger realized at some point, like, okay, if this is the way Bitcoin's going to go, I'm not, like, at least emotionally, I'm not going to be very important in this community. And
again, you could just take your massive retirement fund and go sit on the beach and have a nice time, or show up to conferences.
But it's important for him to be important, right?
Yeah. It's more than money. He already got all the money that he wanted. He wanted something more, so he had to have his way, no matter what. And he got his way, and we'll see how it goes.
Bitcoin Jesus, Jesus, there's only one, and so Roger Ver needs to be the only one sort of senior.
Maybe he felt he had to go through the entire kind of life cycle of the Jesus, of being accepted and rejected and crucified and so forth.
Whole new biblical level there, man.
They call him Judas now. I mean, all the words are on the though
that he really believed this guy was Satoshi? Do you think he really believed that?
Well, so his mental thing is he'll believe what he needs to believe to be who he wants to be.
That's beautiful.
Right?
That's a good
and he believed that Craig was Satoshi because it was convenient, right? For a lot of those people, like, rationality is a tool, or it's a lot of people that are political are the same way, right? Like, as soon as they hear an issue, they're waiting to figure out which side their candidate is on so they could go defend it. Yeah. It's not about thinking through things rationally, and that's exactly, like, he ran for office at one point, right? Like, this was
young,
There are people that think this way. They tend to become politicians for that reason, because they could defend whatever argument that whatever side that they need to, in order to do that, and they don't really have sort of like real belief per se. It's he believed that
because it helped him. It was convenient.
Exactly. Well, if we're going to psychoanalyze Roger Ver, going back to that initial case, what I understand is that he had a business selling fireworks. That's fine. You're selling fireworks, firecrackers. There's lots of rules, right? But he was storing the fireworks in his apartment, and his apartment was connected to other people's apartments. So if his fireworks from his business exploded, it would kill other people. So the government comes in and they say, no, you can't store fireworks in your house. This is illegal. He gets in a fight and he has to go to jail for that. And from then on, he's mad and angry against the government. But really, it's about, he kind of violated the non-aggression principles. By having lots of fireworks in your house, you make other people unsafe. That's not fair. Like, he should have had a whole private separate residence where the explosion wouldn't have damaged anyone, or followed the fireworks selling rules and guidelines or whatever. That's my basic understanding.
Yeah, he's what I would call not like a true libertarian, like arriving at that from sort of rational level. He arrived at that from a more emotional level, like you said, right? Because he got screwed over by the government. Now this is the ideology that I believe that justifies my being angry at them. It
does. And he's very angry. It's a very part of that. Maybe Bitcoin didn't make him angry anymore. We were too successful and too happy. And he's like, I need something new to aggravate me. I need an enemy.
So if Roger, maybe his emotion led him to the belief, or let me believe about Craig White being station.
Mhm.
What about John Matonis and Gavin Anderson?
There was a trick. There was some trick there, wasn't there? He did
Well,
some-
the Shaw thing, I think, was what. So he did one round of Shaw and then signed it, and that was basically from like one of the early blocks or something like that. Which Gavin, I don't think he checked as he should have. And if you know about Gavin, you actually know that he's not that great a coder and actually kind of sloppy, much like Jeff Garzik and Mike Hearn. So I'm not surprised that he got fooled in that way, because he probably wasn't like, rigorous in his checking that he should have
It
been.
didn't sound like the laptop was absolutely factory new. And it also didn't sound like the Wi-Fi network was absolutely trusted. So there's like multiple places where you could have just inserted a man in the middle computer that gives you the results you need to prove whatever you need to prove.
I read that it was like he put, instead of calling the function signature, he called a variable which was dollar signature, which he already had pre-programmed in.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
And that kind of thing,
again,
that's a
the
small
guy is
change.
like so committed to scamming, right?
Yeah.
But that's how I would explain him. John Mentonis also seems kind of like a political guy, right? He was with Bitcoin Foundation very early and stuff. And a lot of political types, again, have that sort of mentality where rationality is a tool to justify what they want to believe and not a way to discover truth, right? And that's not a good way to live, right?
Well,
like
that happens
makes
with history and science. If you seek to fulfill your hypothesis or you seek to write your history book a certain way, you'll ignore the evidence or you'll weigh it differently because of your pre-chosen belief. And that's what good disciplines teach you not to do. They teach you to go out and explore, and the results are the results. And you got to, even if it ruins your theory, you got to put the true results.
Yeah, and that's integrity, right? And it's a virtue for a reason. And it's one of those things where if you don't have it, you really can't trust anything that comes out of that person's mouth, because they will defend anything, right? Like they'll say anything. They'll in order to get you to believe it. And this is why people don't trust salesmen, because they are often like that, and they'll use any tactic in order to get you to believe whatever it is that you don't know what it is that and
you can't trust their information.
Yeah, so John Matonis, I think, definitely falls in that same category.
People are saying stuff there. Conviction, people have conviction. Pound that like button. All right. Well, this is okay.
So obviously,
People can ask questions there. Do a chat, people. Yeah. Let's go over more of the which awards were covered so far.
I think we've done these. Done these. We did them all.
No, this is Scammer of the Year. This one's
it's of the year. Oh, right.
Of the year.
Right is also nominated.
Lifetime versus of the year.
He's nominated. No, I know who should win of the year. It shouldn't be him. This is Lifetime.
Okay, so we got Craig Wright. We talked about him a lot.
I don't know who that one is. Someone that both of us have had on our show before.
The fake Satoshi guy.
Oh, hang on. Let's talk about this guy, because he's been on both our shows before in the past.
Hexcoin. And the final one is Justin Sun from Tron. This is a really tough category. Scammer of the year. But you want to talk about Richard Hart from Hex?
Well, he has to win. He said the biggest thing of the last year.
Okay, so lay it out. What scam did they do?
I mean, he made up his own coin that he was going to give away for free.
Okay.
But then at the same time, he was selling it for Ethereum to people. So I say the people scammed themselves that gave him Ethereum. Okay, but you could have gotten the thing for free. But it's a ridiculous project.
They also scam themselves if they had low information on Richard Hart. He's been around the community for a long time. A lot of people, I think, knew that he's allegedly Richard Schuler, the scam king, and that he used to send out lots of spam mail back in the 90s. And that's how he made his money, essentially scamming people, selling them fake products through spam, which he thought was fine, which again, from a libertarian perspective, sometimes, you can take advantage of people and victims, and it's their fault for being suckers. So in a lot of ways, he made a lot of sucker money once. Then he came into this Hex thing, and it seems like he made a lot of sucker money again. Much like Wright.
I want to point out something with him about people not having enough information on him.
Right
now, personal responsibility is a new counterculture. Okay, people, you find out on your own. But there were a lot of people in our space that have shows, that have podcasts, that knew exactly what he is, and they let him on the show again to talk about this stuff. Now, we had him on our shows long ago before he was into this. We didn't know all that stuff. He loved Bitcoin. It was great, whatever. But a lot of time has passed since then. He has exposed himself many, many times. Yet, and then he starts talking about this thing, and everybody's got to have him on their darn show.
It's a mistake,
and it was so illegitimate.
Well, a lot of people are chasing the views. They want to get a lot of views, a lot of controversy. But if you're
great at marketing
him up,
stuff. He's
great at talking. A lot of these, just by being in the conversation, him and say Giacomo, him and McCormick or whatever.
Yeah.
By being in the conversation, they elevate Richard Hart.
Exactly.
He's a great talker. A lot of times he kicks their butt rhetorically.
Yep.
Even if he doesn't have the facts on his side.
Exactly. He lies.
And just by being in the conversation, I think he wins.
So fine balance
exactly.
Between shutting down the platform and getting someone to speak because you want them to trip up on themselves and for other people to see how much of a scammer they are.
Now that's based on the optimistic idea that people will actually change their mind if you give them evidence.
No,
sadly, if they're just rooting Team Hex or whatever, they could watch the same video and see the same slip-ups, but see him as talented for dealing with a tough situation.
Yeah, so I mean, those were akin to political debates, right? It doesn't do anything to change anyone's mind. The thing that I would like to point out about why he should win Scammer of the Year is that he ran a super long con, right? It's a 4-year con, something like that.
Even longer than EOS.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, and it took a long time for him to set this up. He came on your shows and things like that early as a way to get credibility and then draw viewers to his channel. And then he grew that audience for a long time. And then finally it culminated in Hex.
It's beautiful. It's like a beautiful scam, right?
I don't know if I would say it's beautiful. It just took a lot of dedication.
It's like a pyramid. It has all these pieces. They fit together.
Yeah,
only a genius could build something.
Well, so again, it's this is the sad tragedy of a lot of these scammers is that they put so much effort, time, and money into scamming that if they put into any productive endeavor, we'd all be much better off. But instead, they'd rather take money through violence and through trickery, through scamming, through fraud, and that to me is the real tragedy. Is that they're essentially trying to steal money from other people instead of creating value on their own.
I suppose the thing is the stock market's a zero-sum game. Someone wins, someone loses all the time. And I suppose these people justify it by being like, well, at the end of the day, someone's always got to win and someone's got to lose. So they're like, I might as well.
Well, so that's a very static sort of like socialist view of money, right? If somebody loses, someone has to win. The thing about economics is that if you're creating a new good or product, right, you're always adding to civilization in some way. That if people want, if I make a new widget, right? Like if I'm able to make a new phone for $5, right? Like that's as good as an iPhone. That adds benefit to everyone, right? Because people can buy it for a lot cheaper. And it hurts Apple because now they can't sell it for $1,000 or whatever. But it adds value to everybody else. And on net, because the cost of iPhones have gone down, now people can use it for all sorts of other things and make new products off of that, or think of new use cases that they couldn't think of before. But when you scam or cause violence or take money from other people through taxes or inflation or outright theft or scamming or whatever, what you're doing is really kind of almost negative sum, because in the theft itself, you caused more in order to prevent it. You cause people to spend more in order for security and all that stuff. You're also not putting in productive capacity. So you always grow the pie when you're creating goods and services, but you're shrinking the pie slightly, at least on net even, as you scam and so on. So
if they had just done nothing, it would be neutral. But they're actually causing us to lose.
Yeah.
And I think this goes well towards the next scammer of the year, who it says right here, Jorg Molt, who is pretty interesting. He has kind of a mad Bitcoins like hat on here. And as I recall, his main claim to fame is that he had a picture with Andreas Antonopoulos. And based on this picture, he was purporting himself as Satoshi, because only Satoshi could have a picture with Andreas Antonopoulos, as you know.
I just am amazed that people can fall for this again, especially so soon after fake Toshi. No, people believe that. People were asking me.
He had a team of business people that worked with him that were collecting money and other things, because naturally, if I told you I was working with the real Satoshi, you would want to invest in my company, right? Like right here, right now, $100,000 into my company. And yeah, I'm flying around making speeches to promote the work of the real Satoshi. I mean, I work right with them, hand in hand.
This is a bigger question. Like, we see these people popping up again and again, and people believe it every time. Why do people fall for this stuff? The same lies that are told over and over again in this space. I get the same question. Oh, I heard this guy out of Europe now says he's a Satoshi. Is he the real? I'm like, come on, dude. You've heard this last year with the guy out of Australia. I mean, it's the same thing over and over again.
It's a regional scam you can run it.
Well, but at the same,
you just need someone that speaks another language.
And then they ask about what's the mining called no, not just the oh god,
Coinbase.
no, the special mining, the
Citadel.
No, that's going to change. Oh God, it's going to change
quantum mechanics.
Quantum. Thank you. Yeah. I get the quantum question every month or so. Like, oh, I heard this because someone comes out with a new quantum article every month,
eyeballs.
and it freaks people out. They keep falling
like the
for
idea
it
of people
again.
breaking Bitcoin. It's exciting.
So there's always like a portion of the population that will fall for that because their brains are hardwired a certain way, where like they want to at some level believe that they know something that other people and like it's a psychological thing. So you're always going to have scammers like that. Other people, I mean, like rationality or critical thinking is just not that important to them, and
they don't teach it anymore either. They don't teach it in school. They don't train kids.
Like philosophy and things like that are enormously practically useful. It's just like not really taught the right way anymore. And it's whatever your own truth is, right? Like, and I mean, we were talking about religion earlier, but a lot of what gets missing once you have sort of like the default atheist sort of like morality that is sort of like taken as the standard is that, well, you make your own truth, right? Like beauty and truth don't exist. So therefore, like you can believe whatever you want. And this justifies people believing whatever they want to believe. And like using rationality as a justification of what they want to believe instead of a tool to discover truth. And those are very, very different ways to use your brain. One ends in tragedy, one ends in enlightenment.
So the ultimate postmodernism is this guy with his hat pretending to be Satoshi because he knows Andreas.
Yeah, it's only available in a society and civilization that doesn't think that there's rational truth. So that's.
Well, we already talked about Craig Wright more than enough.
Oh yeah, enough.
We've got the rational truth of him.
Oh, that's an interesting guy.
This is an interesting story. Justin Sun from Tron nominated for Scammer of the Year. Recently, Tron raised a lot of money. Then they bought the company BitTorrent, not Bram Cohen, the guy who invented BitTorrent. He doesn't like Tron at all. Says he mutes and blocks anyone that mentions it to him. Later on, Tron recently bought the company Steemit. Pretty interesting. I thought it was a decentralized blockchain company. We talked about that a little. But then there's a whole new ripple in Tron, to use a fun word, where Tron is leaving the Ethereum, being a token on Ethereum, and is going to become a liquid token on Bitcoin. This has caused a lot of Bitcoiners to suddenly start supporting Tron, at least on the face. It seems like they're supporting Tron, but maybe it's just a big joke. And then we have to talk about whether or not that joke's funny. So, Adam, what do you think? Should we all stop supporting Bitcoin and Ethereum and should we start supporting Tron? And again, this is also, he successfully stole the name from the Disney company.
I know.
This is a huge balls. Like if I thought I could steal a name Mickey Mouse, I would be naming my broadcast thing Mickey Mouse tomorrow. Like it's a great name recognition. It's endless copyright. They expand the copyright.
I think marijuana distributors also kind of steal names for that reason, right?
Sure,
they have like interesting names for like strands of weed that's based on stuff that people actually know.
The crazy part about that is there's strands of weed now, like the 311, the band, has a song called Amber, and they sell a strain called Amber.
Yeah.
And it has the logo of the band on it and everything. It's just bizarre, the level of getting to it. Mike Tyson having a ranch. If you have the money, you can go smoke with Mike.
Wow.
It would be both terrifying and I just don't know, mainly terrifying.
Well, let's talk about this dude though. So I like his new gimmick. It's like I'm buying distressed assets with the money that I'm printing out of thin air.
That's pretty cool.
And I think it is pretty cool. I'm not calling him a scam or anything like that. I think it's innovative. It's getting a lot of people excited.
I also like the thing where he takes pictures with social media influencers, and it's kind of like he buys them. He's like, you support my project now, you support my project now, because he has the money to travel there and to get the picture, which proves that they support him, right?
Yeah, he was with Warren Buffett. But you asked it.
Kobe Bryant, I think.
Rest in peace.
That's legendary.
If you think the question is the Tron thing a joke or not, or is it a funny joke? So Udi basically started it. Udi did it to trigger Ethereum people. Ethereum people don't like Tron apparently. So if you say Tron is the best thing, Ethereum people get angry, and then people just took it to a whole new level. So it was funny at first, but I think it jumped the shark. I think the Tron thing on Twitter.
I think it's funny if Udi does it because I know he's kind of a troll, right? But then when I see Adam Back taking a picture with the Tron guy, I'm starting to wonder, like, are they doing anything to get these liquid assets? Do they somehow benefit from their more assets on liquid? Is there like a reason?
Well, so the reason behind, like, I think Tron on liquid, at least from a technical level, is that running these blockchains is actually very, very difficult. It's a huge IT cost for any exchange, right? So you could run Tron, have the Tron token, and trade it that way. It's expensive. It's hard. You put it on liquid and have the Tron Foundation back it. Now you don't have to run the blockchain anymore. You reduce the cost for those people. So that's ostensibly why he wants people like these altcoins and shitcoins on liquid, so that it's actually easier and make it very clear. Okay, it's a centralized shitcoin because there's a foundation backing it, obviously. But if you want like instant transfers, you don't have to. It reduces costs for all these exchanges and stuff like that. It makes sense.
Well, and I know you talked about this years ago that when the Bcash fork happened, all the exchanges were forced to use their engineering resources at last minute to prepare for this fork, either offering it, not offering it, splitting it, not splitting it, putting a line on your page says, don't send Bitcoin Cash to this address. Even that alone, like engineering resources were force spent. If you want to do marketing or something else, you can't do it. You have to do that. So this would be better for them.
I mean, I think that's probably the direction that he wants it to go in, and ultimately causing the demise of these because, it's just an asset that really has no pegging to anything in reality. It's just some blockchain is running somewhere and apparently has my money. But it's to make it like more transparently a trading thingy than it already is, because like most people that own Tron just own it on an exchange. They have no idea.
It's to unlock the power of tokens.
What's the utility meant to be in? What's the purpose?
I think it's supposed to be an Ethereum competitor. You should be able to launch coins on it, and I think that's totally over and done with. Like no one's really launching coins
I've got a question about Ethereum for the panel here. Because you said Tron is an Ethereum competitor. There are a few different ones trying to be Ethereum. I think, and people disagree with me on this, I think Ethereum is the next Ethereum. I don't think anyone is going to be able to be the next Ethereum and overtake it. And I think it's going to stick around too, even though
Ethereum
it does its own thing.
Ethereum isn't what Ethereum was, right? Like, so they started as they started out as Coda's Law smart contract platform. Then they pivoted to a platform to launch tokens. Then they pivoted to a platform to launch like non-fungible assets or like CryptoKitties and stuff like that. Then they pivoted to DeFi and stuff like that. Now they're pivoting again to store of value. So like in a sense, like which Ethereum do you mean? Like, right? Like all of these platforms, I think, are trying to go after the ICO and non-fungible market.
Is it not a pivot, but more an evolution of the technology? Like with internet, like you've got to start off just for sending mail, but it's not that it's a pivot, but it's just another avenue that's open.
I mean, they spend a lot of marketing money on this stuff, right? From the Ethereum Foundation and stuff. So those two are not really distinguishable. Yeah, it could have done it like pretty early too, but it's whatever. It's kind of like what you were saying about like little small wins that you give to the community. this is their small win every time they pivot is, oh look, we're this now. Oh look, we're this now. And look, we're way more innovative than Bitcoin because we're doing these complicated smart contracts that you can.
They set the trend of the month. DeFi is now the trend, or the trend of the year. DeFi is the big thing. They send the and that helps.
Well, and
that's
remember,
what I think they're going to remain number two.
Created the idea of the young wunderkind founder,
Yes. Yeah.
the genius that we could all look to, who did all the work himself. No one else helped him. This all came from one man, the one genius.
Well, that was an archetype already in Silicon Valley after Mark Zuckerberg and many others.
Yeah,
and they wanted to,
fail, right?
Well, and they wanted
Uber
to
going up and down. I mean,
no.
These WeWork going up and down. I mean, these singular genius inventors giving them all the money up front, expecting profits later.
In that way, Steve Jobs has served as a very bad example for everybody else because everyone's looking for the next Steve Jobs. Yeah. When in fact, he's like once in a generation kind of person.
But there are a lot of people that could pretend.
Yeah, kind of a jerk.
Well, you said that archetype was set in Silicon Valley, and you're absolutely correct. And because of that, those people in Silicon Valley, they love Vitalik. And I think that's why Ethereum is going to be able to stay
it's
what it is.
It's a religious thing. They were set up to believe John the Baptist is the one, and John the Baptist showed up, and they're like, hey,
because Bitcoin does not have that figure. So next one down is Ethereum. They have that guy. They will stay number two. I don't care what gimmick they come up with next. I really, they're loved by a lot of smart people from Silicon Valley for some reason.
Well, again, Silicon Valley people, especially VCs, they too use rationality as a way to rationalize what they want to believe.
And they're trying to avoid risk, right? They're like the guys that make the movies, sequels, remakes, comic book movies, less risk.
No, well, they want risk in a good way, though.
Well, they want good risk. They want exposure to upside.
There was a really good tweet a little bit ago about like what Silicon Valley VCs think they're doing, which is they think they're really, really good at finding undervalued companies. And they really think that they're extremely good at identifying new trends or something like that. When in fact, what they're actually doing is piling onto other ones that other people have found or paying way too much for projects in order to get in on a deal. So that's, I think, a much bigger, like they want to believe themselves to be smart. So they are forced to believe, okay, I see something about Ethereum. And these are really smart people. That's the thing but they're using their rationality in kind of this weird way of justifying what they want to believe rather than to seek out the truth. And again, this is what got me in the conversation is, that's the basis of, that has to be the basis of your belief if you want to have success, I think. In any other world, that just, it's a path to destruction, right?
There's probably an element of putting their money into Ethereum-based projects and kind of doing their research and being like, okay, I'm gonna make my investment in Ethereum work by believing it even more and defining my own logic as to why it will work.
Yeah, this happens a lot in academia, actually. Like a lot of people, after they publish a paper, there'll be rebuttals, right? Like it's like, oh, you're wrong about this, this, and this. And they use all of their creativity to defend themselves on why their critics were actually wrong, right? You see a lot of writers do the same thing as well. And that's, again, using your rationality to justify what you want to believe, which is that you are correct, rather than seeking out the actual truth. And this is a very difficult virtue, guys. And the human nature tends to want to believe certain things, and you let what your dreams are control what you believe about reality. And that's I could believe I can fly, but that's not going to make me fly, right?
But it feels good to believe things. People like that. Remember, Socrates said, the truth is knowing that you know nothing. But that was not at all satisfactory to anyone. And they later killed him for polluting the minds of the youth of Athens. But knowing that you know nothing is not valuable. It doesn't feel good, but it is true. Mm-hmm. But believing in something, having a one thing and saying that's the truth, whether it's any number of these rigid beliefs that people have, that's satisfying. Because you know the truth.
Yeah, and believing that you know the truth, that you're right, that you're important, that you have some secret that other people don't have, that you're in some way special. is something that everyone craves. So in a sense, they're letting their emotional needs dictate their thoughts, and that's not a good place to be in, guys. And that, yeah.
I've got a question for the panel that's somewhat related. We were just talking about DeFi, Ethereum, et cetera, et cetera. Do you guys think the DeFi craze and pump will be bigger than the ICO one?
I think it's dying already. No?
I'm afraid in general that all the altcoins are going to follow Bitcoin back up. So if Bitcoin makes a big move, all these other things make a big move, regardless of what they are, not because they're good or bad, but just because they're following the leader. Yeah. New money, then they make the money on Bitcoin, then they put it somewhere else.
Well, I'm trying to predict the next mania because that was the big one. ICO was the most ridiculous one during the 2017 pump, and I think this DeFi thing might be the thing.
What can we buy? What are the leaders in the early DeFi?
I have no. I don't
all
know.
We need
Thank
is
the
names.
Lord.
It doesn't matter.
I know people that can tell you about it and stuff. I hear them all.
So these are really complicated financial derivative products, and most of them act in some way, shape, or form like a central bank.
Yeah,
and they use those tools. So it's not an easy one for people to get into.
You could throw money at it.
You could buy the token usually, like MakerDAO. You can buy that token, and depending on like.
It sounds like we've gone pretty far down from be your own bank to be your own central bank.
Yeah.
I mean, I never wanted to be one of those.
Well, that's what every altcoin is be your own central bank, be your own printer of money or whatever, and Justin Sun being one of them.
Yeah.
The whole idea though behind DeFi is complex derivative products, so you could bet on more or less anything, and these are not secure, and they're done in a way that's really complicated. So I mean, it'll be as popular as say like options are. Now there are options traders, lots of them, but like the regular man on the street, they don't really get into options per se. They get into more stocks or something like that they can actually understand, like futures, options, like derivative products off of those, CDPs and all kinds of, those are way too complicated. And that's why I think DeFi is not like, it's not that there wouldn't be a proliferation of them if there was demand. It's just too hard for people to understand. ICO was like kind of like, oh, okay, you buy this token, number go up. That was the idea. Like with DeFi, it's like, well, you can lock up your Ethereum and then get a loan in dollars, and then you may be able to pay it back for cheaper when Ethereum goes up. So like the value prop is like really difficult to kind of explain. And I don't think people will necessarily, like, that doesn't seem like an easy way to, like, for scammers, you need like an easy hook. Here's how you're going to make money, right? Like, and I don't think that exists with DeFi.
Dr. Ruja is going to double your coins by November.
Yeah. This is why like Richard Hart was so adamantly saying every single time that he was on TV or any channel, they will risklessly make 600 times their money in 1 year, right? Like, because it was, that's the ultimate message that he wanted to get out, and that's what everyone wanted to believe in order for them to make money, is that they will be a millionaire by next year because they put like $200 in Hex or something like that, and that's what they wanted to believe, and it's kind of sad, but it's how people buy lottery tickets too, right? It's like, I buy 10.
We're right here in Las Vegas.
Perfect.
All the odds are clearly against you, but yet you gamble anyway.
Yeah, yeah, and like everyone believes that they're really good at poker, even if they're not, right? Like, this is what they want to believe, and therefore
so we have the poker tournament is coming up tonight.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Jimmy, will you be participating?
No, I'm going back home tonight.
You're on the
no. I knocked out Doug Polk. I came in like 13th. That was it. Yeah. So that was off the bucket list, but I still feel bad because it was Ace Jack. I had Ace Jack, he had Ace King suited, and I still beat him.
Oh yeah, he's got a good hand there, Ace King.
Yeah.
Suited. Wow.
I was on Take's table and I beat him the first hand. I beat Take, then after that I lost.
All downhill.
He carried on way longer than me.
Yeah. It was a fun tournament, but I don't think I could justify spending like 8 hours at a table for.
God almighty.
Yeah, I mean,
and you were incredibly focused too. I said you had the poker face. You're like locked in.
Well, that's kind of my style of playing, and I think it comes from being an engineer. You just wait,
Nice.
Wait, and then like you have like a moment of crisis where you have to make a move, and then you do it, and then you wait. It's as they say, hours of boredom, seconds of terror. Yeah.
I kept trying to get good cards. The good cards never came. I survived though. I think I got to play with Phil Lack and Jennifer Tilly for a little bit. That was pretty amazing. But then I was out.
The thing about poker, especially when the blinds are going up, like you're forced to make a move at a certain point. So you kind of
it got tighter and tighter and tighter, and soon I was out of space. So,
yeah. And if you get good cards, then you have to take advantage of it. So it gets to be this weird thing. So
even though if you're not going to participate, who's going to win? Who's your odds-on favorite? We got Tone. I think Phil Lack, Jennifer Tilly, Doug Polk might be coming back. A lot of professional.
I would say one of the professional poker players because.
Not Adam Meister, not the man out of left field.
I'm not playing. So the thing about Tone last year was he sucked out like 5 times. He should have been knocked out at like 50th, but he beat like 80-20 odds.
There's also a lot of head hunting. I think people wanted to get you and Tone out. There's a bounty or some system. So you could actually.
I had a decent amount of chips, and people kept going all in on me where I was in the big blind, and it was like. Only a little bit more to call them, so I had to call with trash sometimes, and I sucked out on those. So it was like, okay, well, I can't really do much, but sorry. But I mean, it was just rational to do. I like the game, and I like the game theory aspect of it, and that's really, I think, the only way to play it. But yeah, it's one of those things, kind of like I think the line I heard was sex and poker. Everyone thinks they're good at it, but can't be the true.
Yeah. Well, what do we got? What do we got on the agenda here? Well, it'll be great to see who wins the awards, though. I will say that.
You've got to vote on. So go to the website, which is.
Oh yeah, people vote on. You can still vote.
It's on Twitter. If you go to Unconfiscatable, there's voting that you can go and look at, and you can just just click those, and then we'll count those.
So that party's tonight. It's been great, like meeting all these people in person for real. I mean, it's
have you not done that?
Well, there's some people I'd never met Juan Galt in person before. You and I really haven't. You were in Tel Aviv when I was in Tel Aviv, and there were so many people watching you. I was outside, and I just said, "Pound that like button." That's basically what I said. So you knew I was there, but we've actually never met in person. We've talked.
Nice
yeah.
There we go.
But we were in the same area and everything. But I met this dude before, of course. Yeah. We should get some people. But no, it's been a pleasure. There are a lot of cool, true Bitcoiners here today. Really true. No, here, take my place. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to bring you a lovely lady of Bitcoin. You guys want to see her more than me.
All right. Thanks so much, Adam. And check out Adam Meister, the Bitcoin Meister. Pound that like button, right?
This is so much fun. I was just looking for some food. So here I am.
Why
you said food. You can't
yes.
You have to do an interview first.
Yeah. Why would you be eating now? Like lunch is coming up in like 20 minutes.
Exactly. I was searching for lunch. Something.
So you're trying to get in early. Okay.
Yes.
So we're joined by Mir from Giacomo. Yeah. Mir, you did the kickoff speech today. How did it go? What'd you talk about?
I'm very happy talking about something I really love and I'm thinking a lot nowadays, which is what can we do for Bitcoin? So especially if you are not a dev, it could be tricky. We are all, in my opinion, we are all focused on the same stuff, but there are plenty of things we can really do for Bitcoin.
What's one example we can do for Bitcoin?
For example, not many people are focused on doing reviews and if you can read some code, this is very important. And also another thing we are not doing is just like another way is giving feedbacks. If you're a user and you're using Bitcoin tools, it's better. If you, wallet, exactly, because I wouldn't say nobody is doing that, but we really need many people doing that. And the number you are, the better is, because you can really contribute and also creating documentation, translating the documentation, things like that are very important, in my opinion.
That sounds great. I think maybe a list of these would help online. Maybe make some articles, like Medium articles, just with these kind of basic titles, because people are looking for a place to start, and that might seem really obvious that they could do that. but they might also think, oh, that's too hard, or what if I mess up?
Absolutely,
the comments or
it's not
something,
so hard actually. We are scared sometimes to give feedbacks or just to use the tools. But I think that is something very useful we can do for Bitcoin, and we should all start now. Me firstly.
Feedback from news is probably the best because they're people who are just seeing this Bitcoin GUI for the first time. They're going to be, they're asking the perfect questions of why is it, why do I do this? And you're like, right, okay, we need a button in this area.
Exactly. Yeah. For example, is incredible. Max Hilbrand all the time do something like that. I really admire his work. Is helping the community in such a big way. We need more people like Max. He's so competent, but also people that we don't need to do things like that so in depth, but starting just saying this button doesn't work at all. I cannot find that other part. I really want to use Bitcoin, but I'm not able because your tools right now kind of suck. Sorry.
I'm actually, so I decided last year I was testing some sidechains that are actually fork elements. And so what I've started.
Jimmy, do you have to go? All right. So thanks so much. Jimmy, you're here a long time. Got to get some food, some water. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll leave this here.
Yeah. Come back again soon. Bring more people.
So what I did realize was that I used to keep the ocean to Bitcoin time.
Mm-hmm.
I realized that the amount of times I had to type in like the whole path or even just the alias.
Yeah.
So I created this tool, and I was my first kind of GitHub contribution. And so it just allows you to just personal queries, like cat spots from the RPC box, and then you just press number 1 or get values and stuff like that. That's my contribution.
Yeah, well.
I don't know anything about Flash. It's just like right.
As I told you before, sometimes the number we are, the better it is. So did you give the feedback?
No, I built this myself.
Yes.
Yeah, so I put it up.
Did you give the feedback to yourself?
Is that other people actually? This was bad.
Yeah, also it's very important to receive feedbacks.
Oh, there goes the camera. That was exciting for everyone at home. Switch to different. Yeah, we're over there on the side now. That's all right. Everyone actually liked it because it fell over. It was very dramatic.
It was, yeah.
Oh, it happened again, but that one wasn't on.
This is not.
Yeah, that mask is going to be rough to walk around in. Someone walk him in carefully, and then somebody else puts the camera back up. But it's okay. That's why we switched to the other camera. So
there we go.
Right, so I think this microphone's working. What about people at home? How about now? Nonsense. I think it's working. Yeah, we're live.
Okay, Tom, let's start.
Is this working?
Whatever. They don't know.
Speak really loud.
I bumped the mics a couple of times. It's better now. Here we go. We've got a Bitcoin standard for being a Bitcoin standard bearer right here.
Wow.
And
this is a Tyler
yes,
Jenks 2019.
exactly. Wow. Cool. Love this.
So yeah, they broke down, and this one is unique because it has his name on it. And
that's great. He really deserved this.
Have yellow light, so a winner this year, so he gets the white light.
Okay.
And this is an annual award. We're doing. So I'm not going to wear this mask. You can see who I really am, but I had to come on with the mask.
Here we go, the unmasking.
Oh,
I am your father.
Now, you know what? Mad Bitcoin won't do that. I don't know this Mad Bitcoin guy.
It's a mystery. Well, it's like Spider-Man with great power comes great responsibility.
It's like Clark Kent and Superman, you know that?
Yeah, I know. Never in the same place.
Yeah.
Very strange.
I blew it. I didn't get another.
You're exposed.
Yeah, I'm just another super guy.
They're all gonna know. So, Ugly, we haven't seen you since the Working Man's Bitcoin cruise. We went down to Mexico, had some great times. What have you been up to?
Well, I went to Bali. That was the financial summit.
Nice.
And I plan on going to the next one that's in the Dominican Republic.
Oh.
actually, I had some minor health issues. So Tone invited me to Bali, and I just kind of used that to rest and recuperate. It was a very nice vacation that Tone provided for my wife and I. So for some reason, they want me back. I don't know why, but I'm be going to the Dominican Republic, and we'll go to Bali again. I plan on going as a paid attendee to Understanding Bitcoin.
Oh,
Malta.
Yes.
And we're designing a shield for to award the developers. So it'll be like, the Bitcoin standard shield for and we really want to award it to like a Bitcoin developer that's come in late that may not have that they've only been in since $10,000 Bitcoin, because they work their butts off and they're really keeping the system secure. And so we want that to be another tradition. We want these awards to be something that people really want. So what we're doing is we're selling a similar staff. You can become a Bitcoin standard staff. It's 0.15 Bitcoin. We got about 10 or 12 of them here at the conference. So if you want to get one at the conference, you can take it home. If you want to order one, hopefully we'll sell out here. If we don't, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks to deliver them. 0.1 will go to the recipient, which is this year Tyler Jenks.
And what's the website? So where can they find that?
Uglyoldgoat.com. So yeah, it's uglyoldgoat.com. And I trying to pass this on because I just initiated it, but I really don't want to even control it or own it. And so, if you buy a staff, then next year you can be part of the nominating process, because Tyler Jenks it was Safety Amos who was last year's winner. This year is Tyler Jenks. Those two are kind of hands down. We knew that's who was going to get it. We don't know who's going to get it in 2020. It might be old Mad Bitcoins. You just never know.
It could
certainly, I would certainly nominate him.
So any contenders?
I wouldn't nominate Thomas Hunt, but Mad Bitcoins I would nominate.
Mad Bitcoins is much better than Thomas Hunt.
I agree with you completely. Mad Bitcoin's always exciting. I get along with Mad Bitcoin. Thomas Hunt, I don't know. He's a little flaky sometimes.
It's boring. He sets up all the gear. No fun at all.
Yeah. So any contenders then? So any award or nominations that you think might go through?
That's up to you guys. This is. I decided. I made the sole decision last year that was Safety Amos, but I thought it was pretty well hands down because he built the foundation, the intellectual foundation for all of us. This year was kind of hands down because, Tyler was so excited about this thing. Last year, you see his picture. He's coming out with a book, and he was so excited about this. He said, "Oh, Ugly, this is so great because we need to start building Bitcoin traditions. Guys, this is going to be the Bitcoin tradition. Okay. We want this to be a very highly sought after award. And the Bitcoin standard bearer, we want the Bitcoin shield for the developers. And then they want to expand it. Hey, I got to make these work first. They want me to do now a Bitcoin sword. Can you imagine that?
Sword sounds great.
Yeah. Sword, shield, staff.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Excalibur, where you can only get the sword out if you get the private key right or something.
Yeah, but somebody's got to. All these smart Bitcoin developers, they ought to be able to figure out how to do a real laser light. I mean, really, come on, guys. You grew up with it. Now, how do we make that laser sword real?
Oh, the lightsaber.
Yeah,
they're definitely working on that.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous, so very easy to cut your hands
And
off. Especially the ones without a hilt.
You can have the Darth Maul sword,
chops right
where
off.
you hold it like this. double
Twice.
thing.
That's the one that cuts your legs off.
Right.
Yeah, that's a winner.
So
They said Vitalik should hold the staff. Maybe if it cuts his legs off.
So anyway, that's what's coming, guys. I hope. Really glad you're doing this, Thomas. Covering everything live. How's your viewership? Is it just? Oh, you're live now, right?
No, we're live. It's tough to say. We can't really see. There's a couple people in the chat. Say hello, chat. And people are giving us thumbs up. We're on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube right now.
Wow.
We're on 3 platforms at the same time. So there's maybe even other chats going on that we can't see. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. We've been live about 2 hours now. So we're just keeping it going.
No problem. Well, we're taking a lunch break right now, so you'll probably pick up on a lot of different speakers. And
They have to bring us someone back if you leave. That's the rule. You can't really leave. So pick out someone that you know that's going to say yes for sure, and then ask them in a way where they'll say yes, and then send them back. Otherwise, you're stuck here forever.
And I have
Oh my
learned some
God.
manners because before I got here, I deliberately, I know I look like an old goat and I act like an old goat. So I didn't take a shower for 10 days before I got here. So I smell like an old goat. But my wife said, no, the goat lady said, you got to take a shower this morning. So last night I smelled like an old goat, but I don't this morning.
That's the best way to make friends too, is to smell like an old goat.
Agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Recommend it.
Certain smells you don't forget.
The musk of goat.
Sticks in your mouth.
So when is the when's the awards then? When's the ceremony for the?
I don't know when this is going to happen this time. Last year it was kind of I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So, but we'll have some kind
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. This is a Bitcoin. This is all kind of an informal thing. It's you get to meet everybody that's speaking. It's not so much speakers. We just have a few speakers and a lot of panels.
I'm starting to smell
and
something.
A lot of mingling. So they have so many people here. Next year, I guess it's going to be a 2-day event because they really need 2 days with this many. Good
Can I try
speakers.
this one
Yeah,
for 1
so-
second?
Get used to the weight. It's like heavy to have a staff in your hand.
I
Right.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's beautiful, but the sensation is even better. Now I feel like.
Right. Well, that's the whole idea. And
Also, I like
look,
the fact.
I'm not part. That's like, you need to change your name. I've said that before. I'm not a part. I'm not part of the crypto world. I'm a Bitcoin standard bearer. Don't put me, Thomas, I don't know, we need to be the world Bitcoin standard network or something like that. Because
When we started, there was a World Bitcoin Network. And
Really?
this guy was making it. It was James D'Angelo. He did these great videos, the Bitcoin Blackboard videos, where he'll say, like, look at things that are viral, like rats and Facebook and Bitcoin. And he'll show you how it goes like this, and then it goes straight up, and then it kind of flattens out. And he's like, viruses, rats, Bitcoin. And he explained it, and it was back when Bitcoin was at 300. And he was like,
Right.
whoop, about 10,000 here, whoop, million here, and he had it all figured out. And obviously we couldn't take his thing, and crypto was more generic at the time, and it wasn't even really popular.
No,
Only
I know.
recently.
we were all,
popular.
I was into the crypto. I was part of the crypto world then. It took me years to learn. I'm not part of the crypto world anymore. I don't want
part of the
anything to do with
Bitcoin
it. So-
world now.
But anyway,
yeah.
probably I would check it. You need to try World Bitcoin Standard Network. That's probably, nobody's got that one. Just add the word standard to it.
The WBSN. It's pretty rough.
Yeah,
You should name your business BS. BS. Your network's full of a lot of BS. Yeah.
You know what?
Smell it.
Your subscriptions will go way up. If
SBs.
ugly old goat gets subscriptions, this place doesn't get any.
It's because of the goat. It drives the traffic.
There you go. So, hey, I didn't even think of that part. That even makes it a better name. It really
It'll look
does.
great on a hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think even just
And you
BS.
emphasize the BS,
Yeah.
put the little W and a little N, great big BS up front.
Yeah, big BS. We have a lot of that here.
That's what you do. Okay. Well, anyway, Thomas, so glad you're doing this. You're the man. You should be the MC on every Bitcoin conference because that's.
Agree.
You've
I can
been around
confirm.
here. You're one of the very first people that I saw on Bitcoin. And you know what? Your show is always high quality. So it's always got people that know what they're talking about. And I never got any, I won't say never, but 85% of your content is right on. It's hard to get any better than that. That's a, I'd say probably 90%. You're at least an A or an A minus. I'm not going to put you in a B.
Oh, thanks so much. Man. I really appreciate it.
So, anyway.
So I think you're gonna go get some lunch.
Yes. I can go.
Mary, you're gonna send us someone back. You ready? Maybe Peter Todd right there. All right. Thanks so much, Mir.
Beautiful, but this is not mine. Thank you very much.
All right.
Ciao, ciao. Oh, careful. Got everything everywhere.
Well, you can't have.
This is amazing. Yeah, that's absolutely love it.
You got to keep going.
There we go.
Got to keep going. Dan, what do you think about the Bitcoin Standard Bearer staff?
I'm loving it. Yeah, I'm just checking it out now. I love the little LEDs as well.
There's no time but the present. That's what they say.
Make a different distinction between. I'll talk about the Bitcoin Standard, guys, because I do make a distinction between Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Standard.
All right, okay? What's that?
And I actually wrote one. I went a deep dive into the gold standard. In fact, I think I said the gold standard versus gold cash, and it was to show that Bcash wouldn't work. But if you become the standard, okay, then you will never be used as cash. If you go look at the gold standard, once gold was adopted as the standard, its use as cash completely dried up.
Well, gold was the reserve currency, right? The thing you would hold on reserve because you're probably spending other lighter things.
The only ones that owned the gold were mainly the banks, the wealthy, and the governments. Now, you could own gold, but you
for a limited time, depending on the decade.
Yeah, well, it was a $20 gold piece was about what 16, same as an ounce of gold. About what is gold now? 1,800, 1,700. I'm not.
A lot more than $20.
A lot more than $20. So if you can afford to just hold those in your pocket, but most of us can't. So, and the only time that gold really circulated as money was during the California gold rush. And that was because gold was plentiful and everything else was scarce.
Yeah.
And gold never circulated in New York. Okay. The trick was how did you get your gold in California back to New York? Well, you couldn't do it. There was no ships going the other way. And so that's the difference between Bitcoin and the Bitcoin standard. And that's why, this stuff, I think it's all going to deliver off chain. This guy probably, he knows all about
Welcome, Peter Todd.
All I know. Now, my specialty is Bitcoin standard versus Bitcoin. You have any thoughts on that?
Man, isn't it all just Bitcoin? Like, come on.
No,
well, the standard is like a reserve currency. It's like an economic standard.
Reserve currencies are like so out of fashion these days anyway. Reserve currencies are so out of fashion. It's all about pumping money into the system as fast as possible.
That's the new irresponsible view. But in the old days, we used to have something called conservatism. Responsibility.
Yes, it was called.
Sounds so boring.
Reasonableness.
I want my pony now.
But
Vermin Supreme, man. Vote.
Okay, for example,
I want my goat.
When gold was a standard, it never circulated.
So
it circulated before
standard,
money,
it'll
but
never
once it became a
circulate.
standard, it didn't circulate. It was stuck in a vault, but governments did issue like coinage, but the face value, the value of the coin, whether it was silver, nickel, or penny, was always less than the face value. That's a legitimate form of government, incidentally. That was the prerogative of the kings, and the difference was seigniorage. They provided a valuable service to society without any taxation.
What do you think now, Peter? Do we need a Bitcoin standard?
I mean, it might go work, but there's probably plenty of other things that'll go work too, like
Ripple standard, Ethereum standard.
I think like in terms of Bitcoin standard, another form of standard is just not inflate your currency so much. Currencies aren't fundamentally wrong.
Right, but we need to identify what is inflation, because the original you can create non-inflationary purchasing media. That's how we got onto the gold standard. The banks actually created a gold standard. Was not 100% reserve. You only increase the money supply as you increase other goods and goods coming onto the marketplace. So it was backed, but it was backed by the economy. And the same thing is going to happen on the Bitcoin standard. We can actually issue credits, but
I mean, to be clear, Bitcoin is also backed by the economy. Then the only reason your Bitcoin is worth something is because someone's going to buy it in the future, which is ultimately a fancy, convoluted way of saying it's backed by the economy. All currency fundamentally is.
Right.
With the exception of people who try to argue intrinsic value stuff, which frankly, if it's a currency, the intrinsic value is meaningless.
But what if it's pretty?
Well, that's an example of intrinsic value. And I can assure you that it can't be that pretty.
Bolivars are nice. I think Juan's got a guy that like knits purses and bags and things out of bolivars. very useful.
Well, that's intrinsic
material.
value backing your fiat banknotes, and it's pretty much what intrinsic value.
I have some in like a book. They're like pretty notes from like over the world.
That's better. You're
less
like
than $1. Yeah.
you know, your handbag made out of notes. How do you know that they're not counterfeit notes? Would it matter to you?
Probably not, because intrinsically it's still beautiful.
Well, there you go.
Is a rose by any other name?
In the
not
age of
smelled
mass
as sweet?
production, intrinsic value doesn't really get you much, because if the economy works, you mass produce it.
Yeah.
I agree with Roger Ver on this one point. There is no such thing as intrinsic value. All that value is imputed. And, you know, gold started out, oh, that's a shiny rock. You know, oh, we can pound it and make it in smaller pieces. And that's the same what we're finding with Bitcoin. We're imputing value on it. It started out with no intrinsic value. We've imputed one step at a time.
Well, I mean, to the extent you could say it has intrinsic value, the intrinsic value is in the way it's useful for exchange. You know, gold is really useful for exchange because it doesn't corrode. It just sits there. Gold is really boring, and that's great.
Right.
You know, it's kind of annoying actually that gold has these other uses,
but if you make
screw with
coins out of
supply.
it, you can just chew the edges.
Isn't it still something like 60 to 70% of gold is for jewelry still? It's not for actual practical uses.
Yeah,
like circuit
my understanding is apparently in India there's a cultural thing where buying gold for various events, dowries. It is sort of a cultural practice, which from a monetary point of view is really annoying, because if they change the cultural practice, it affects the value of your savings.
Well,
you don't want that.
If I'm not mistaken, in India, where that comes from, women could not own any property, but they could own anything on their body. So what you did is you put the gold on the body, and that was hers.
Then she could spend it and trade it and get whatever she needs. Yeah.
And I also remind people, like, if you take the entire planet and you get all the gold on the planet and stick it on the surface, the entire planet would be covered by a layer of gold about a meter or so thick. You know, there is a lot of gold out there, far a meter.
Jeez.
Wow. There is huge amounts of gold out there. And the price of gold is purely propped up by the fact that currently, with current technology, mining it's hard. That can change. And it's happened before too.
Well, there's now like the next sort of level in gold investment is selling off potential gold reserves.
Yeah.
So that's probably going to be tokenized very, very soon.
Yeah, and just because like you don't want to participate in the tokenizing thing, you can still be economically affected because other people don't share your viewpoint.
Yeah, back in the California gold rush, I actually printed some of the prices, and because gold was so plentiful and everything else so scarce, like a pound of coffee was $2,000 in those old dollars.
Yeah.
And just because everybody had gold, but nobody had blue jeans or picks or shovels or coffee.
That's what they always say about the gold rush. It was the people that sold the shovels that got rich. And the other neat thing about the California gold rush, it was actually the second and third sons who were coming over from the East Coast. They weren't going to inherit anything at home. They had an uptight Victorian living on the East Coast. When you went out west, you could suddenly drink whiskey and fuck whores. And everybody was like, this is the greatest thing ever. They didn't even care about getting the gold out of the ground. They were in the cities having fun. And that's why you look at San Francisco or any of these other cities, the brothels, the prostitution, the bars, they were cranking it because these East Coast rich people were out here having a good time. And that's what it was really about, not so much the gold.
It's interesting in Canada, if you look at the history of the Yukon, and specifically like Dawson City, by the time the city was actually created, the gold rush had actually kind of been over.
Oh, yeah.
It just took that long to get the supplies up to actually create all this infrastructure.
That's also information inequality. If you're on the East Coast, you think the gold rush is still going. Yeah. I got to get out there. By the time you get out there, everyone's like, oh, that ended 6 months ago. Yeah. We're on the prostitution rush now. Yeah. We're on the alcohol rush. We're killing it in alcohol. So
we're on the let's get you on a wagon, then go back home rush.
There you go. Return wagons. Yeah. You should have just stopped in St. Louis like they said.
Yeah, you couldn't buy a round trip ticket then, could you?
No one ever came back.
One way.
There's only one way, which is great if you're escaping your parents on the East Coast. They're not exactly going to visit. So, but yes, the new Bitcoin gold rush. We're right here on the ground floor. Peter, we want to get your opinion on some of the Scammy of the Year awards. We went through recently the Scammers of the Year. One of them is Richard Hart with Hex.
All right, so the name hex itself is such a massive scam.
Doesn't it great? It's like, well, he's going to take your money. He's going to put a hex on your money.
Well, so actually, so the reason is because hex is such a common term that it makes it hard to go Google hex scam.
Oh, very good.
Really? You know, by picking a common name for your scam, you make it harder for people to go discover information about your scam, and thus you're controlling how people learn. On the other hand, if you pick an uncommon name, like some stupid one, like say Proof Marshal Open Timestamps, it's very easy to go Google, and anything Google will come up to there. Thus, you should go trust me because I'm totally honest. Can I have your Bitcoin private keys?
I identified
all of them.
Richard Hart and Hex, and he banned me after that, or what is unfollowed me or whatever. I can't follow him anymore because I thought it was actually a compliment. I said, look, it's an honest scam. It's an honest corruption. He told you, it's an honest scam because he told you right up, this is a scam and this is a pump. Now, when he did go off, that's how it started for the first. Then after about 4 or 6 months, then he went to the narrative, and it's better than Bitcoin. That's fraud. That's well, let's put that scam. I guess you can't say fraud unless they're convicted of it, but that's the fraud. Scam part. The scam part was when anybody that says they're better than Bitcoin, basically by their own words, they're saying that what the standard is. It's just like anybody that talks about the altcoin season. They've already identified it's just going to be a season, fellas. It's going to be, and then it's gone. And so you understand that's why I'm not in the crypto world anymore. That's why I'm a Bitcoin standard bearer, because Bitcoin is going to become the standard, and we're going to discover what a Bitcoin standard means.
I thought
the developers need to work on that part because my prediction is one of my predictions. I don't make many of them. The next innovation is not going to come from the crypto world at all. It might come from the Bitcoin world, but I don't think it will even needs to come there because basically the developers are making it safe. They're making it so the rest of us can build on the standard. And that's why I want to get this award for the Bitcoin Shield, because we need to reward these guys, particularly now. Peter's been in this thing from the beginning, but
yeah,
Peter,
strong shield presence on Twitter.
How many
keeps moving from altcoin to altcoin? Doesn't even follow Mad Bitcoins. Sad.
I basically don't follow anyone on Twitter, so
Peter, I have a
don't get your hopes
question
up.
for you.
I know.
How many developers have just emerged maybe in the last 2 years or since Bitcoin reached 10,000? Let's say since December 17. Since December 2017.
Tatiana Mraz warming up on the stage.
All right. We got so
I know it's not really a song. I keep waiting to sing along, but it's not getting to that part.
All right. So my question is, like, how many core people that contributed to the Bitcoin development have come into the space since beginning of January 1st, 2018?
I mean, I haven't done Bitcoin core development in ages, but like looking at, say, the developers, you know, like Chaincode as example comes out. I mean, certainly at least like a dozen or something. But I mean, that's not necessarily a good thing. Like, there's only so much you can go do to Bitcoin core.
Right.
And it's not necessarily a good thing that you have a ton more people popping up and like making changes.
Wait, there's no Bitcoin core. We don't
like
use
just
Roger Jordan's
making,
Bitcoin.
you know, changes to the code to reorganize and so on.
Bitcoin core, okay? I'm offended. If you're going to call it Bitcoin core, I'm going to pull
It is Bitcoin core. That is the name of the software that you're really talking about.
The original implementation, like the original Bitcoin wallet, right?
Yeah, and you know, you make that distinction because in theory, the implementation you go use could change. Now, for technical reasons, that's really hard to go do, because getting two pieces of software to agree 100% on every single case
that's why
is
we need
basically
more
impossible.
implementations like Bitcoin,
No, it's not.
right? Bitcoin makes it safer.
Absolutely not. You know, and the problem there is like this is a consensus system. If your implementation disagrees with my implementation, we're not on the same system. And it's very easy to exploit that. You know, you are much better off with one implementation people run that is the specification. And I'd put it another way too, like, especially in academia, it seems, you know, this idea of like human readable specs. And I mean, you know, remember, like, I used to be friends with Emin until he started lying about like human readable specs on like Ethereum. And it's The problem with it is you have to go test specifications. You have to verify that the specification interacts the way you want it to with other parts of the spec. You want to make sure that it does things that you want it to do under certain conditions. That's much easier if the specification is executable code. They can use all these massive advances in computer science to test. That's not possible if your specification is a PDF document written in Word. It's just not. The Ethereum quote unquote specification is the Ethereum yellow paper, and it's almost unreadable because it attempts to be precise enough to be a spec, yet it still fails. And how do you know it fails? Because every time there's a disagreement between the implementations and the spec, they change the spec.
Okay, well, I want to go back to the Bitcoin Core. Will you explain to me then the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Core? Because when I did Bitcoin, I mean, I get it, but the way I kind of learned the thing, it seems like Bitcoin Core was an invention of Roger Ver.
No,
not really.
No, the actual name Bitcoin Core is something Gavin Andresen came up with quite a while back. The name Bitcoin Core is something, I believe it's either Gavin Andresen or perhaps Mike Curran, one or the other. They came up with it. There's actually a pull request on GitHub. They can go and track down to see
that's
this.
Mainly like the software package. Bitcoin is kind of like the space or the generic term. And what Roger is trying to do is to change the generic term from Bitcoin to Bitcoin Core.
Right.
So that then he could say all of these Bitcoin ... dots are equal. No one has just Bitcoin.
Right. I know, if I would ever get in a conversation with Roger, I mean, look, I respect you. I'll call you Bitcoin. I'll call you Bcash, but you can't. Yeah, I'm going to be offended if you call Bitcoin Core because you're.
He gets mad if you call it Bcash, even though that's an abbreviation and it's a shorter way of saying something. It's not necessarily a slur.
I can call it Bitcoin as long as he uses Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. I can live with that distinction. But when he starts distinguishing Bitcoin and Bitcoin Core, it's an alternative. He's really trying to make himself an equal.
Well, I would say it's just straight up fraud. This is an attempt to make people go buy something that they're not expecting to buy. And the way I put it out is too, look, if you go up to me and say, I want to go give you $100 for, X amount of Bitcoin, and I give you Bcash, and this goes in front of a judge, I'm going to be the one who's going to be hit with fraud charges. Yeah. It's such a clear-cut thing. Now, it could have gone differently, had the economics and so on gone differently when that split happened. Maybe, it would have been possible for Bitcoin to be what we would now call Bcash, but that did not happen. And calling it Bitcoin Cash is nearly fraud, and calling it Bitcoin is definitely fraud.
Well, it isn't. I think Calvin Air recently tweeted that Craig writes like he's copyrighted the Bitcoin, patented the Bitcoin name, and so.
That doesn't even make legal sense. You can't patent a name.
Yeah,
you trademark names, and you don't copyright names either. You trademark them.
Maybe I probably misrepresented it.
Well, more likely he just was lying.
It wouldn't surprise me. But ultimately, what he was trying to say was that he's trying to force anywhere that's got Bitcoin listed to be big to have to put Bitcoin Core. So is that even feasible? Can he do that?
I would love to see him spend the money on legal fees to go and try, because that'd be good for him to have less money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but
all right, let's say hypothetically he even had these trademarks and was doing that in the right way legally, which I highly, highly doubt. Chances are this is all just bluff and none of this actually has happened. But let's suppose that was even true. Court systems aren't stupid. If you somehow manage to get a trademark on something which everybody calls, on a name that everybody uses for something else, and you try to force people to change it, tough luck. You might go win a few court battles, but at some point the court's going to come to their sense and say, no, that's ridiculous. It's a generic trademark.
My company, I did get the trademark on Gold Standard Corporation.
Well,
I got that trademark.
And that legally is a very narrow trademark, because you cannot go use that to say, now you can't use the term gold standard.
Well,
Like trademarks are much more narrow than people realize if they're generic phrases. You basically got the weakest form of trademark possible because you picked a generic phrase, versus something like open timestamps is sort of in between.
But there's like a gold standard of flour. We would never. That's fine.
But see, that's the point. The gold standard of flour is sort of I'm probably oversimplifying here. Basically, there's sort of three categories of trademarks, roughly. One is you have a made-up term, made-up mark that has nothing to do with the product you're selling. The other one is you have a non-made-up mark, but it's being, a set of words that would normally mean something else, but you're using it to describe something different. It's
I get it.
recognizable words. Another one is you have a descriptive mark where they're words that describe what the hell you're selling. And you have very few, you have very few legal protections there. It's like plumbing company. If you're a plumbing company, it's a very, very narrow sense that you can go use that term.
At the core of this whole problem is that Satoshi didn't register Bitcoin the trademark. He's not defending Bitcoin the trademark. There's no one to sue Roger when he says, "Hey, we're Bitcoin Cash. We're just like Bitcoin."
Isn't that covered under the MIT license? Though, is there not something?
Pepsi Cash.
If you are a victim of a fraud due to him doing that, you can certainly go sue the person who wound up creating that fraud, which under the right circumstances would be Roger Ver. Now, you have a lot of problems in that Roger Ver is probably not going to be in the nice jurisdiction to go sue in, et cetera, et cetera. But like these aren't hard problems. And frankly, Craig Wright's like saying stuff like this just because Craig Wright is a gigantic scammer who, lies in court and lies elsewhere and is trying to go create confusion, not because he's trying to scare Bitcoiners, but rather because he's trying to promote the idea that he's actually being effective at something.
And Craig Wright is another nominee for Scammer of the Year.
Nokia.
Craig Wright.
Yeah. And to be clear, we're talking about Craig Wright, the guy from Australia, not this Craig Wright, because I am Craig Wright.
We're all
we're
all Craig Wright.
No, but I have a better claim than most of you. I
still
first.
have that proof of Bitcoin that's on Twitter that you just need to run through the machine. It's a paste spin and everything. Mad Bitcoins is Satoshi. You can Google that. It's true.
Yep.
Peter Todd disproved it himself, making it true.
So we've got a question. So what are you working on at the moment, Peter Todd, that the audience would find interesting, other than open timestamps? Or tell us more about open timestamps. If there's been any...
Marshall.
Well, I mean, if I can get more funding, I'll be working on Proof Marshal more, but currently don't have funding to do that. But we'll see.
Well, okay. So is there anyone out there? If you're looking for funding, here's an audience. Maybe, get in touch.
All you guys do is I'll be right back.
So,
Juan, do you want to swap in? Get involved. One goal. Come on down. Yeah. So so what are you looking for funding? What's the goals?
Well, so open timestamps, like the name suggests, is cryptographic timestamps. The issue with cryptographic timestamps is all they do is they prove that data exists in the past. They don't prove that conflicting data didn't exist. And Proof Marshal aims to solve that second problem. And like the analogy I like to give is this is like the documents proving that you own a house. And it's all well and good to go show a whole bunch of lien documents which are really old, but what if actually the house was sold to someone else? You really want to be able to rule out conflicting evidence. And you can only do that by sort of creating, I guess you say, a top-down approach to data structures. And in my sort of top-down approach, at the very top, you have something like Bitcoin, which is unique. Block number, 1000 on Bitcoin is a unique thing. Everyone knows what that is. If you start with one thing that's unique, they can put data into it. You can then say, by the rules of the system, this other unique thing is only valid if you can prove it was cryptographically linked with a hash function to this first unique thing.
So is that a system? Is it kind of only only as good as the level of time stamping from now on?
Proof of publication. Timestamping only says, hey, this was in the past.
Yeah.
And then concretely, the difference comes down to, in open timestamps, there will be a Merkle tree behind the scenes, but the structure of that Merkle tree is not defined by the protocol. All open timestamp says is, hey, we have this path up these set of hash operations that end in a Bitcoin block. We don't say anything about what structure that path is. Proof Marshal aims to say, well, starting at a Bitcoin block, let's step by step prove that we have a path that leads down to a particular place. And there's only one way down that Merkle tree, left, right, whatever. Because that's set in stone, now you've taken one unique thing, and at every step, created more unique things down to one last unique thing. And then that's what allows you to create a unique data structure without having to just publish it on Bitcoin. And that's why then you can scale this.
And so, what in terms of funding, what would someone where would they need to find more information if they're like go to GitHub and like check it out, see if you're interested?
I mean, email me, pet@petertodd.org, send me a Twitter direct message.
What are some use cases of open timestamps that you're particularly interested in?
I mean, I think a really obvious one is actually, accounting systems for things like Tether. Systems where you want to say, hey, we have the centrally managed asset, but we want decentralized accounting of it, so that when I can go prove that I own some token, it's a very strong proof that is not in control of the issuer. And people often kind of pop out saying, "Oh, why don't you just use a database and stuff?" Well, because I want the proof that you have or have not upheld your obligation. You're in a much better position as a owner of, say, a gold-backed token if you can say, "Hey, here's the proof that this is real. Now uphold that." Also, from the issuer's point of view, they would much rather not be in the business of actually deciding how this stuff moves around.
Do you have to reach a certain level of network effect or the certain level of adoption for open timestamps to sort of function, right? Like
precisely the opposite, actually. I mean, the great thing about open timestamps and proof marshals, people can opt in on a case-by-case basis. I mean, there's other examples where proof marshal will be useful, such as, auditing, say, some internal database at a company. And it gets you very, very strong auditing that, yes, the database every step of the way followed its rules and so on, yet no one else in the world has to even know this happened. That's exactly opposite of Bitcoin, where Bitcoin is stronger the more people adopt it. This stuff, I mean, it's not weaker if more people adopt it, but it just is irrelevant because you're piggybacking off this very, very strong security. And once you have that strong security, you can reuse it for so many different things. If open timestamps has one user or 100,000, it doesn't matter. It's every bit as secure either way. But, modular, of course, actually checking for bugs in the source code.
And so in principle, it works by you take the, basically you hash it into the chain so that something could be not identifiable, but pegged back to a block. Is it like that? So you can say, right, it definitely existed after this point.
Yeah. So open timestamps kind of is from bottom up, right? I have some data, I hash it.
Yeah.
Then I take that hash and through a few different mechanisms, build Merkle trees of these. Bit more than I necessarily want to explain here, but long story short is you get a series of instructions that constitutes a math proof. And once you have that math proof ending up in a Bitcoin transaction and then up to a Bitcoin block header, in the future, you can always verify it provided you have a copy of Bitcoin block headers that you can agree on. It's taking this one thing that we know what time it existed as of, and then bootstrapping other things from there. Whereas proof marshal, it has to go in reverse. It's saying, and I've kind of abstracted it, this concept of single-use seal. Imagine you have this cryptographic numbered thing, such as a Bitcoin transaction output, that's unique, and then can be spent exactly once. Well, if you piggyback another action onto that spend, such as it's spent in a transaction with an op return output that then commits this other data, then I can use that action to make this other thing unique. So you still have to start with something unique, really two things unique. One is, of course, Bitcoin, and the other one being we all have to agree on a starting point. Going back to my housing analogy, if we're talking about land parcels, we have to agree, well, who was the first owner? And in most countries, that is, well, when was the last time we had a major revolution and everyone got their land stolen? But once you agree on that starting point, then you can go and track without having to agree further. It's like one messy human process first, and then after that, it's just done by math.
Yeah, a few years ago, I came up with this idea for a project. No, I can't remember exactly what the project was, but I made a document and then I figured out how to hash it, and then I figured out that you could hash it in a way that the output would look like a Bitcoin address, and then I sent a little bit of Bitcoin to that address, right? And so I have the private keys to that wallet, which means I can prove that I created that hash, and I can basically prove ownership of that idea at a certain time. And the idea was to sort of have a kind of patent defense,
That's exactly kind of what open timestamps does, just better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably way better because you gotta
Yeah, it's just more efficient. But interestingly, there is it's not really. I hope it actually works right now. I'd have to check, but there is an option in Open Timestamps client to manually create a timestamp by spending your own Bitcoin. But the key thing Open Timestamps does is it uses centralized infrastructure that just takes everyone's need for timestamping documents and reuses the same. It's a Merkle tree. I mean, I once timestamped like 500 million documents in one go with a very big Merkle tree. You make the Merkle trees as big as you want.
Yeah. And for the viewers at home, it's not the new German Christmas tree standard.
I have seen an actual German Merkle tree. Yeah, with a lot of photos of Merkle.
I do have something to say. I don't know if anybody's picked up on this or not, but ever since this conference started, Bitcoin has slowly been going up.
Nice.
Just slowly going up. So I'm just letting you know.
What are we on now?
I don't know.
Just gotta keep doing this. Doing it.
It's not doing much.
Yeah. It's on the rise.
Yeah, since the conference, it's never gone lower than when we started.
All right, so how do you know it's actually gone up? I mean, you're looking at your phone there. Like maybe I hacked your phone.
You could. Yeah, this could be.
And he would.
I'm trusting in Oracle.
Yeah, you are trusting a lot of steps there.
Maybe your Wi-Fi, you're hooked into some fake VPN Wi-Fi, and you're being
trying to make us bullish.
That's why we want to come up with this Bitcoin Shield and reward the developers, because we really do appreciate you, and we do know that a lot of the developers that didn't get in on Bitcoin early, they're putting a lot of work into it, and they really aren't getting compensated. And so this is one thing, I think it's a necessary thing to recognize and reward people in the community, and particularly the developers. And Tone really came up with that idea. He said, you know what? We really need to come up with one that's not just an award, but also a stipend to show people, hey, we appreciate what you're doing. So you're probably going to be, we don't know who to award it to at the upcoming Malta thing. So you're going to have to contribute who we're going to do.
I mean, I just play a dev on TV, so.
I'm not qualified even, but so you and others are going to be asked, who should we give this to? I really don't know.
So how if someone wanted to vote for Peter, if someone wanted to vote for Peter, but contribution to Bitcoin, how would they do that?
Well, initially, and I'm not going to be part of this committee, but Tone's going to be asking other developers, established developers, been in this since 2009. They don't really care if they're rewarded, don't need to be rewarded. What we're really looking for is a new guy that maybe got into Bitcoin late, but he's become a developer. We want to recognize them and show them that, hey, we really appreciate you for what you did. I mean, we could give it to the old OGs, but they really don't need it. Maybe we have an award without the stipend.
Well,
we want a stipend.
So that's actually an interesting misconception. A lot of people who work on Bitcoin, on the technology, never actually bought that much Bitcoin.
Right.
Or some of them went and sold a lot as it went up. Like it's surprising actually how many people work on Bitcoin, not because they're personally rich.
But I don't know who they are, and don't really care to. But you do, and so do other developers. And so that's what we want to. We want to have, and I'm not going to be a part of that. In fact, I just want to pass on this project, and then people can. We want to award this shield, and then if you want to be a shield bearer, you can buy. And we're going to use those funds to reward, and we want this to be an annual thing. And like I said, okay, we need one. You came up with the idea we need a sword. Now, who's that going to be for?
That was Tone Vase.
He said we need a sword.
I think the sword should go to like the most valuable troll on Twitter.
Okay. Well, Giacomo will definitely win that one.
Yeah.
Some of those are easy to figure out. Yeah. But again, that's the shield thing is really for the developers, or maybe they're just working for Bitcoin out of their heart, and we just want to recognize them for what they are, and not just an honorary reward, but also a stipend. The sword, Giacomo, yeah, he loved it. Okay, we already got that one figured out.
Trolling awards.
Well, it's funny though. Like there are examples actually of other coins which have very literally gone and paid money to trolls to go and be that sword on Twitter. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but it happens. Can
you imagine if we offer rewards? There'll be all kinds of imitators of Giacomo.
There'll be guacamole everywhere on Twitter. Yeah. Did you guys talk about lighting already?
No, I haven't
No?
talked about lighting.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. So
Yeah.
I'm real quiet about it.
It's really simple. Just let me get out my whiteboard and go set up a 10-stage state machine channel.
That's the point. That's my point.
Pretty complicated, yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, I was once asked to go and give a talk on lightning security. And I decided, I'll just go do it with a whiteboard, some notes and all that. And kind of halfway through the talk, I realized, oh, fuck.
I don't know
what exactly was the next step in this protocol here? I was like, I'd practiced it, but it still was blank to me.
Peter, this is my whole idea. This is a bold prediction. Nobody, you probably don't, I'm sure most developers don't see it. To me, Bitcoin's the innovation. That is innovation. The next innovation is going to be the Bitcoin standard, and that's going to be brick and mortar guys, entrepreneurs that we know how to develop this and make it easy for others. And people that were on the gold standard, they didn't even know they were on the gold standard. They were just getting paid on the gold standard. All their money was on the gold standard. And it was only if you haven't read The Lost Art of Commercial Banking is by E.C. Hard. He was my mentor. And he was the one that taught me how banking and the gold standard emerged from gold. And that's a very important model to look at because I see the same thing happening on the Bitcoin standard. It's going to come off chain. Bitcoin's not going to be cash because whatever's the standard was never used as cash.
Although remember, we're in a unique situation where with pre-cryptography technology, there is no way to have a standard that then also gets traded in a way that's directly linked to the original thing. With cryptography, you can. And that's really unique to cryptographic systems. The concept of lightning is really hard to come up with pre-cryptography. But with cryptography and with a blockchain and with Bitcoin, a thing like lightning can actually exist, which is totally unique in history.
Because it kind of boils down to a simple question. I understand Bitcoin and Lightning and its purpose and all that, but my question is it necessary? To me, it seems like it's completely unnecessary. It's like, because I'm not a developer. Jimmy Song has always says anything that's centralized, you can do better off chain. And so it seems like, I get Lightning, and maybe it's another niche, but the world acceptance is going to come off chain.
When I was originally arguing that we should go and keep the block size limited, my solution, the best solution I had at the time for how to go and do transactions for retail while keeping a limited block size was essentially trusted off-chain banking. And I had some cryptographic innovations to, make it more secure, but fundamentally it was a trusted centralized system. And I'd say once you have a trusted centralized system with a bit of auditing, that is still better than not having that bedrock in the first place.
My argument.
Lightning is not necessary for the success of Bitcoin. It's just very helpful.
Okay, because that's my whole thing is I'm an entrepreneur, and as a businessman, I do business with people I do business with. They trust me. We are trusted third parties, and that's what's going to make it easy. Okay, I had these stabs made. Okay, the guy that made the stabs, he doesn't even know he's on the Bitcoin standard. He made these stabs because I'm in Bitcoin. So in that sense, he's already on the Bitcoin standard. He just doesn't realize it yet. And, I have a referral system. So people, if they subscribe to my newsletter, they have a credit with me. Well, I don't have the Bitcoin on the website. They can request it. We don't do it like an exchange every hour, every day. Once a month, we'll send it. But they trust me, and that's the way that banking started under the gold standard is, banks created money out of nothing, but they held as collateral they only created it for producers, people that are bringing new goods and services in the market. So it was backed. It wasn't backed by gold. It was backed by other things. That's what the standard means. The standard is Bitcoin's going to be the measure, but there could be stabs. There can be all kinds of, could be cars, it could be computers, it could be all kinds of goods and services. And they're price, that's what the standard is.
It has to become a unit of account. It's one of the things, right? A unit of account.
An index.
And when you,
a measure of, yeah, it's like a yardstick or a meter
it's a yardstick, yeah. And I mean, you're touching on a topic of trust and sort of the realities of trust versus the necessity of like the risk of depending on trust, right? And so like the reality is society functions on trust to a significant degree because like trustlessness is very expensive,
and
right?
that's how we measure each
So-
other.
Well, all right. No,
there's areas where there's
I'll go push back though on this idea that society functions on trust. You know, and I had this criticism earlier when Bobby Lee was up on their panel. Just saying society functions on trust is really, really misleading.
It's complicated. It's more complicated than that.
Society functions on trust that is auditable. You know, I mean, Bobby Lee gave the example of, you know, you go to your 7-Eleven and you trust that they don't go poison you. No, you don't trust that they don't go poison you. You go trust that there's a massive infrastructure that means A, if they go poison you, they'll probably wind up in jail. And B, if they go poison you by something, you know, not so overt, by accident or whatever, it'll probably get caught by this vast web of interlocking regulations and auditing, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
you know, this is not blind trust. Whereas a lot of crypto stuff that people try to push actually is blind trust.
Yeah, I think you were on the panel where they asked you about regulation. Were you on that panel, I think, today or something? There was a panel up there where they asked about regulation. And of course, everybody's, well, I'm really against regulation. And, you know, I'm libertarian, but I'm not a capitalist. And the difference is, I do think by regulation, you have to enforce laws. There's only one purpose of government, and that's to punish evildoers. And basically, I get that from scripture, but that's what it is. You punish evildoers, and you can either be evil within the system, or if it's somebody invading you, it's national defense and domestic defense. And if
so basically, you want governments because God doesn't seem to be very active.
Let's put it this way: God only asked for 10%. I don't think the government should ever get any more.
But I suppose you can never be truly trustless when you're using Bitcoin because, you know, you unless you designed the CPU, designed all the code.
Again, this is one of those misnomers.
Yeah.
Like the idea, you know, again, going back to like what Bobby said, the idea that, well, you know, what if like my ARM chip, you know, has like a backdoor in it? Like, have you ever tried to design a backdoor at the silicon level without input from the people writing the software? It's really, really hard. AI doesn't exist, let alone exist in a way where you can go package it into a silicon level exploit that'll like not get caught. You know, this is a perfect scenario, but like we're in much better shape in terms of hardware backdoors for big classes of hardware. On the other hand, I mean, you know, this laptop here, well, all right, if this is a MacBook, it's probably not great. But if that were an x86, the x86 firmware and et cetera, like all this stuff, they have what look like to be deliberate backdoors. Now, that type of backdoor is the sort of thing which is very scary. You know, your phone is another great example. Like the baseband firmwares on phones, which is literally what talks to the radio and directly communicates with outside. Those appear to be full of exploits, and it's probably intentional. Or at least intentional in the sense that they're not going to fix it because they'd much rather be able to take over people's phones remotely.
What about Intel backdoors? Raptor is right.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I mean. Like in terms of the laptop example, Intel's backdoors are indistinguishable from, you know, NSA implants. Now, that doesn't mean that they are, but the moment something's indistinguishable from something, you should be scared. And I would not trust x86 hardware for a lot of things.
Do you think on the hardware backdoors? Do you think what's the situation with Huawei? Because I've read I've read people that say that it's BS, and then there's obviously, you know, the US government's coming down pretty hard on it at the moment. You know, with their restrictions.
I suspect the situation is more something like, I mean, the NSA gets a ton of money. That money is not very well audited because the NSA is secretive. At multiple levels within the NSA, they're secretive. So very likely by the time the money kind of funnels down to the group that's tasked with, hey, let's go backdoor everything, they'll go off and backdoor everything, even if it's ineffectual and doesn't actually meet U.S. government aims, let alone like U.S. national aims. So, you know, one way to put it is like it's a giant clusterfuck at every level of money getting spent. And I think we saw that with Snowden. You know, we learned that the type of exploits they had weren't that clever. They're the kind of thing anyone could go do with a pile of money. And B, at every level, people were lying to their superiors about what they were actually doing, both within the NSA, but also in terms of how the NSA talked about their capabilities with politicians. They hid stuff from politicians, and then the politicians hid stuff from us.
Right.
And at every level, it isn't necessarily even that much hiding. It's like, I'll just go hide this little detail, but it adds up when you're talking about a 12-level deep organization.
Well, the thing is disclosure is basically what you're saying, but it takes time to learn. You could disclose to me the back end of Bitcoin, but it's not going to do me any good because I don't understand it. So.
On the other hand, unlike all this other stuff, you could go learn it relatively quickly.
Yeah.
The way I originally learned how does Bitcoin work is I went and sat down over, a few weekends with a pad of paper and the Bitcoin source code and read through it. It's not that hard. And honestly, the Bitcoin source code is pretty straightforward. I mean, Bitcoin is not a clever piece of technology at the low level. It does relatively straightforward things, in simple ways. And if anything, the way I found Bitcoin is I go read through it like, oh, of course that works. It was only after that I realized, hang on a second. No, there's this problem, there's this problem, this problem.
For example, I've lived in Mexico 10 years and I still can't speak the language. So, but what I do, I'm very, but people come to me because they see my track record, they know, and to me, that's easy. Anybody can trade, anybody can do what I'm doing. It's not hard. So you're kind of saying the same thing that I tell other people, but
well, so
a barrier you have to get through.
An issue with trading is
really want it.
Trading has this competition. I mean, I'm a subscriber to the efficient market hypothesis.
What?
I'm a subscriber to the efficient market hypothesis, and I absolutely believe it. And I've believed it ever since my dad told me about when I was 7 or something. I mean, didn't understand it that well back then, but it's because it's a competitive thing. What it takes to outcompete other people is really hard, but you don't need to compete with me on your understanding of Bitcoin. If you want to go and learn how Bitcoin works to decide whether or not it's trustworthy, it's not that hard.
The same way. I'm not competing with anybody else trading.
Well, that's because your product is not actually trading there. What you're doing is you're teaching someone, which is different than actually doing the trading.
That's why I said the emphasis is equity.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not in the market, it doesn't affect me at all, whether it goes up or down.
Yeah. No, I think that's a very fair point. And it's good advice with investing is often buy and hold.
And like I said, but you're telling me, you're saying, well, anybody can do it, but it is easy for you. It's just like I have
there are
things
a lot
that are
of
easy for me. Nope.
There are a lot of me
why,
around.
Why can't anybody do this? It's so easy.
But see, this is the second thing with software. Once one person who can do it audits it, you then benefit. It's so long as we have a system where the software that you run is very likely to be the same software I audited, my audit benefits you enormously. So it actually doesn't matter that you personally haven't audited. Now, interestingly, through the details of how is software distributed these days, people are pushing back on that. Auto updates are a great example. Any auto update scheme where the person in control of the auto updates or, some man in the middle has the ability to influence what software you actually download without someone else noticing, that is really, really scary.
That happened with Electrum, didn't it? They were sending messages and...
Exactly, yeah. That was a bit more of a social engineering attack, but in the big picture, it's roughly the same problem.
But I think we with more like the thing of deep fakes. I mean, I was watching one the other day where they had deep fakes Robert Downey Jr. onto Christopher Lloyd, I think it was, in Back to the Future, and it's almost you couldn't distinguish. It's literally incredible.
Well, I mean, with software, the software equivalent of deep fakes has been trivial and has been around for basically since software was created. It's always been easy to go and do the equivalent of a deep fake on software and make it do something that you weren't expecting. Make you think it's something that it's actually not.
So how do you think that we're going to be able to combat the going back to Bitcoin is based on proof of work? How are we going to be able to combat these deep fakes and so that that
maybe we can't. Keep in mind, society functioned to a degree with the equivalent of deep fakes, in that if you go back pre-mechanical reproduction, and by that I mean things like photographs, it was always possible to just go lie to the next guy and say, yeah. I saw John go break into the granary and steal the grain. Right? What I just told you is the equivalent of a deep fake. John did not go break into the granary and steal grain.
Right.
And society somewhat functioned back then. Not as well as it could with the ability to prove that John really did that, but it still can function.
What about the use of cryptography as a way to verify, like this is me in video and I'm proving it cryptographically. Like you'd think that
it's really hard.
It's really hard. No, it's not that hard. Like if you have a kind of web of trust, or if you have,
but all that ignores the fundamental problem of how do you get this analog thing that you're trying to record and
data.
get it, you can always man in the middle of that because because it's impossible to secure from the camera's lens to what it's looking at.
Okay, but if you have a PGP key pair and I have one, and we sign each other's public keys or whatever, right? I don't really have it. Really,
I mean, all right.
You know what I'm saying?
We can simplify this. We can simplify this. We have a magical thing that magically makes PHP work. Even under that circumstance, deepfakes are a massive problem because I can always go and sign a photo that I faked. Now, the difference is you can't go fake a photo on my behalf,
right?
But solving that problem has been trivial. That's been solved for ages. Deepfakes refers to a different type of problem.
Well, it's a social engineering attack, right? You're pretending to
Yes.
be somebody else.
Well,
right?
but hang on, not necessarily.
We can assume that it's going to happen politically.
Hang on,
we can
but
assume
there's
it's gonna
two-
be a deep fake
there's
about
two
Trump
types
or
of
about,
deep
like, the
fakes.
next big political
But
player.
there's two types of deepfakes.
Okay.
One is where I am deepfaking something to present it as a photo taken by someone else. And the second type of deepfake is I am deepfaking something that I am representing myself as taken. The problem is the second type of deepfake is way more common because most photos in politics are taken by untrustworthy people. Most of what we want evidence to be is I grabbed this photo of this politician doing this bad thing. And the person who grabbed that photo shouldn't matter.
Right.
No amount of cryptography will solve that problem from a deepfake's point of view.
Will never be verified, that right? So, like, it actually, it could be used. It could harm the credibility of journalism if you capture, like, bad guy doing bad thing. They're not going to authenticate it.
Yeah, well, think of it this way: like,
it's going to change.
Photos used to be self-authenticating, and that it was so difficult to create a photo of a scene that looked photorealistic that was inherently authenticated.
Thanks for being honest. Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah.
So you got to plug his video. If you haven't seen his video on the Venezuelan dollar, it's really a good one.
Where can we find it? One.
Yeah. Well, I got the 2-minute one.
Awesome.
Thanks
very
Ugly.
much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's an awesome coat.
It is. Yes.
Yeah, we have a little 2-minute video on Twitter that I made, sort of talking about just Venezuelan money and this little origami artist that grabs Venezuelan cash and turns it into origami stuff. And then the other one's like a 4.5-minute one that's on my YouTube channel that did really well on Twitter too. And it's just more about, like, just the fact that this stuff is so worthless that it's more valuable if you turn it into origami and sell it as art than it is as actual currency.
I mean, it's very nice paper stock.
Yeah, it's legit. That's what he said. I interviewed the guy and he's like, well, one of the things that's interesting about this is it's the only money that I've seen that all the bills are the same size,
Canada does that too.
Yeah. He probably doesn't have any Canadian dollars, right?
Yeah, that's because they're not fucking worthless. And they have intrinsic value coming in really nice colors.
Yeah, we do have some. I'm actually collecting cash. I have like cash from like 10, 15 different countries.
Oh, you want some of? I'll happily sell you some of my cash. Yeah, maybe give you some Bitcoin in exchange.
I'm okay. I already got it.
So they're on YouTube, are they?
Yeah, so I got the one on YouTube and one on Twitter as well, and yeah.
All right, I'm out.
You're off. Right, yeah, nice. Thanks for joining us, Peter, again.
Cheers. What's next? We're still live.
I think we're still live. What about if
Mr. Giacomo?
Giacomo, do you want
Hey,
fancy joining?
Yeah, join us. Come
How's
aboard.
it going? Perfect
the
timing.
That's great.
Here you go.
Perfect.
Sure.
Thank you. That one doesn't work.
Here, this one's good.
Thank you. So, how's it going, Giacomo?
Very fine, thank you. What about you guys?
Good.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
Great conference.
Any highlights so far?
Any
highlights so far? So any talk or panel that's been specifically?
Well,
obviously, Mers.
So yeah, exactly. The highlight of the day is the keynote speech by Mir, of course. But then basically any panel after that was good because I was in it, so it's okay.
And I think ugly old goat pointed out that the price has been slowly going up since the conference started. So do you think it's the unconfiscatable effect?
Okay, so remember to short after Sunday.
Yeah. Until the mad Bitcoins tour starts, because it always seems to moon as soon as he's going abroad.
Oh, that's a good signal. I mean, you can use it as an indicator. Okay.
Definitely. Better than
Never
the CNN
did like
contra indicator.
Never short the mad Bitcoins.
So-
Yeah, the Euro tour.
after technical analysis, fundamental analysis, podcast analysis is the third way to go. Okay.
The next level. I mean, there's people that do star analysis, right? So like we are on something retrograde Mars thing, or it's going down, man.
The podcast one is new. Nice.
That's a new one. So there's talk about the how there's the Bitcoin standard staff, right?
Yep.
And now there's that one, so anybody can buy that one. It's 1.5, I think 1.5 Bitcoin for that one, right? $1,500 covers the cost, and the rest is a stipend for the next award. The next award is a shield, and that shield goes to any developers that we find a way to select as the defenders of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then Tom Vase came up with the idea of coming up with a sword. And the sword, I think, should go to the shit poster, lead
That
shit
would be
poster.
nice. Yeah, right. So like financial standardization, and then defensive development and offensive shitposting. That's a very good triad. I like it.
Yeah. And you're one of the
Trinity.
nominees for that one, I think.
That would be very nice. I mean, such a nice guy, so I don't understand why people say that about me.
Or
but-
so, what's the problem?
yeah. Malicious is yeah.
So is there anything interesting you're working on at the moment that you want the audience to know about, to check out?
What I did here was actually very interesting to me because I'm the past 3 years I mostly did consulting.
Yeah.
And consulting is basically very good for money because you can negotiate a good deal with the banks and stuff like that. But it's very bad for your mental health because it's boring, annoying, stressful. You have to basically, the idea about consulting is that these clients will come up with very stupid ideas, and you have to listen to that and then be very polite to try to destroy the ideas nicely and softly. And there is a lot of politics because who came up with the wrong idea cannot really admit it was wrong in front of the peers inside the company. So it's very a lot of friction, a lot of bullshit. So education, on the other hand, is very difficult to monetize because it's easy to scam banks, but it's not so easy to scam good people like you guys. No, jokes apart. Even good education is difficult to sell because there is still so much free content that everybody feels a little bit entitled to have free content. You see a developer, explain me this stuff, you have to for free. Everything people is entitled, and there is a lot of noise and not a lot of signal, so much that people cannot even understand which is noise and which is signal. So selling education is hard, and performing education is even harder. So when we discussed it with Ton to do this 4 days workshop here, one day was preparing for Bitcoin. So you go from nothing to Linux command line, understanding the basic command, the logic of open source operating system. Then second day will have been receive Bitcoin. So from that to run Bitcoin core in command line and receive some money on chain. Then third day spending Bitcoin. So run C Lightning, install Tor, and start to open channels and pay people over Tor. And then the fourth day, hodling Bitcoin with basic multi-sig and hardware wallet theoretical explanation and practical execution with Electrum and with new stuff. So that was the idea, but then it was not practical to do that in 4 days. So the idea was, let's do it in 2 days. And so I told Tom, in 2 days we can just do the basic, like preparing to and running and like receiving, which is boring because people was very passionate about. People want everything, so they wanted multisig and they want Lightning. So we did everything in 2 days, which was super. I mean, people came out from the workshop, I think, very happy but exhausted and a little bit more confused that it would be otherwise. It was hard, but it was okay because my goal was not really making them able to do everything, but making them able to understand what is the complexity they are facing, basically. So one of the guys at the end of the workshop asked, because at the end of the workshop, I said, now you go home, you download the image of Raspberry Blitz, they had a Raspberry Pi. And basically, what have you done now manually? This will be done automatically. And one guy asked, could you not give that us at the beginning So we install Raspberry Blitz, we play with it a little bit, and then you explain the complexity. And the answer is not really, because if I give you something at the beginning which just works, you get lazy. You're not interested in, I mean, you assume that it will work. You don't think adversarially. You think you will always have that. And so you don't understand the reasons for all the complexity, all the intermediation, all the stuff which is going on. So the idea is to make people suffer for a while. So now I will try to redo this. I did this workshop with Alekos Fellini, which is and Daniela Bruzzoni. They are two former Bitcoin developers in Blockstream, and they quit Blockstream, and now Alekos is working on a Rust library to do advanced transaction descriptors and mini script stuff, to do, for example, advanced multi-sig with lock time, CSV. Like this wallet will be 2 of 2 for 2 years, but then it will be just my key for other 10 years, and then it will be 1 of 2 in 20 years, so that the
that would be baked into the protocol as well.
That's already is. So Bitcoin already has this capability. The reason nobody uses that at the wallet level is that it's difficult to make it standard. And if you don't make it standard, even if the script is correct, you cannot ask the user to write a raw transaction with that stuff. So the work by Andrew Polstra and SIPA and others was with Miniscript was to make this kind of complex behavior standard. And what Alekos is doing is creating a simple Rust library to implement this standard in a wallet. It's still, I mean, we didn't advise people to use that in production yet, because you have to be very conservative, but it's a very small attack surface. It's kind of predictable. It's kind of reliable. That would be super cool eventually.
Yeah, actually, I just interviewed Adam back. We have that in World Crypto Network and on my YouTube channel. And at the end of the interview, we talked a little bit about that possibility of nesting, for example, a time lock multisig inside of a time lock multisig, so that, you know, as a user, let's say you download Green Address, right, and you have, you know, your own private keys. You're using a hardware wallet, let's say, right, and then they are using 2FA multisig with a time lock, right, so that you need to their co-signature, but if they go down, you wait a week and then you get your money back, right? Yeah. And then if you forget your key, there's another pre-signed time lock multisig that sends your money to Kraken, right?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
That's pretty
And
clever,
so now
yeah.
you're layering, you have sovereignty at the middle, and you're layering trust outwards as fail safes, right?
So
I think
discussing,
that might be really powerful. Like if I had that a few years ago, I'd be rich today.
That kind of
you would save a lot of money.
Solves the
literally.
custodian idea, doesn't it? If you've got these kind of fallbacks that,
and it lets you choose, and so it seems it might be good.
So this was possible in theory. I was working with Green Address back then. Now Blockchain Green, the wallet Adam is talking about. I was working with Lawrence much more. It was 2014, so a lot of time ago, 6 years ago, and that was already possible. The reasons he didn't implement that yet was mostly standardness, which is getting solved by Miniscript and transaction descriptors. The other reason, which is still not solved, is that this kind of transaction, this kind of contract, when you spend it, will be heavy on chain and will not be private. So even if you do the normal first kind of spending, which is, even if you spend your money 2 of 2, green style, you have to reveal on chain the fact that you have a complex contract in case it goes wrong, and you have to spend a lot of fee because you have a very fat stuff. So that will be solved by Taproot, but it will take the time of implementing and adopting and activating Taproot.
Right. Doesn't Shorn do something with that, or Shorn's different?
It's mixed. So Shore is just a way to do digital signature. Shore is I would call Shore like the natural way to do digital signatures with elliptic curve. But Shore was patented, so people had to come out with a convoluted way to do the same. That was basically ECDSA. So ECDSA is an ugly version of Shore, of Schnorr, sorry, that was free and not patented. So it was implemented in OpenSSL, and Satoshi was a good designer, so he didn't recreate a new cryptography. So he did the patent was expired in 2007, but Satoshi didn't include something new, exotic. He used the standard stuff that was OpenSSL. So now, if we move to Schnorr, in the Taproot soft fork, so the concept of Taproot is basically 3 things. One thing is pay to contract. Pay to contract means that you take a public key, you take some kind of information, and you add the information hash to the public key, so that when you add the same information to the private key, you can you already have you have a valid signature again. So it's homomorphic encryption. So the idea of Taproot is basically must. Must is a Merkleized syntactic abstract tree. The idea is that right now, if you have a complex script like the one I was talking about before, you hash the script entirely and you have the address, the P2SH address. But that's bad because when you want to reveal it, you have to reveal everything. With must, you segregate the single pieces of the script and you Merkleize and you publish the Merkle tree. And so the Merkle root, sorry. So when you want to reveal one path, you reveal only that path, pure the missing Merkle stuff. So you get privacy and you get convenience.
You're not revealing the terms of the contract
exactly
all at once. You only reveal what you actually
well, the branch that is executed. And Taproot is even better because Taproot says, let's just do a private key. So if you use the main branch, the branch which is more probable, will just be a one-of-one signature, and that's all. Only if you have to do some strange path, some strange batch, then you will basically tweak the key with the content. So it's very, very good. And the reason we are doing that with Schnorr is that Schnorr basically means that multi-sig and single-sig becomes the same thing. Because with Schnorr, so ACDSA is good because you can aggregate private keys and aggregate public keys, but you cannot aggregate signatures. If I do a signature and you do another signature and we sum our signatures, the result is not a valid signature for the sum of the public keys. With Schnorr, if I sign with Schnorr and you sign the same thing with Schnorr and we add the signatures, then we have a valid signature with the sum of our keys, which is very, very cool and can change a lot of stuff.
So you're saying that the Schnorr's is patented or copyrighted. How's that being implemented now? If the patents, how?
No, it expired. So the patent expired in 2007. So a little bit before Satoshi had to choose, but Satoshi could not use something new. So after many years from the expiration, so after 13 years from the expiration, finally people had the time to study academically the Schnorr construct more and to formally prove the security, something that you cannot do with the ACDSA. Schnorr is formally secure, provably secure. And then they started to do implementation, MUSIG, studies and stuff like that. And now they feel comfortable about to make the first iteration of Schnorr signature verification style on chain. So it's a process, and it's
a big upgrade. Then it's going to make a lot of things possible.
It will be still partial because, for example, with Schnorr version 1, basically Segwit version 1 upgrade with Taproot, the same upgrade, every input in a transaction will just have a single signature. Because instead of having multi-sig, you take your Schnorr signature, you sum them. And so to check, I just have to sum the public key, and I don't need, so one input, one signature, which is great for multi-sig. But with the second version of Schnorr, we can do cross-input signature aggregation, which means that in the same transaction, for all the input, you just have one signature for all. So the user just aggregating the signature, which is great because that will incentivize people to conjoin. Because now, if I spend alone, I spend everything. But if I spend with 10 friends or 10 strangers, then we share the cost on chain of the signature by 10, which is super convenient.
Well, what's Roger Ver gonna do now? Because he said that Segwit transactions are unfairly cheap. When Schnorr signatures come in, then
Roger's not bounded by consistency, or so that's.
So the first level benefit then is as I understand it with Schnorr, is multi-sig can be condensed down into one signature, so you're saving a lot of space. Then the second level would be someone sending 100 transactions from the same address is one signature again for that.
Not from the same address, from different. I have to send a transaction. I have to put a signature on chain, but you also have to send a transaction. You also do, and you also do. So the four of us with the coordination, even if we don't trust each other, just put the four different input together, and we sum our signatures, and we put only one signature, so we can share the cost of a signature, which is big. The signature is the witness, is the heaviest part of the transaction, and we share the cost by 4. So now we want to conjoin. It's not from the same address. Everybody is well, there is not a spending address, but anyway, as a metaphor, everybody has a spending address, and we just put our address together, and we sign just one with the sums of the signatures.
What about the idea of tainted Bitcoin though? So coin joins at the moment, there was I think it was someone who tweeted about sending to Samurai Wallet, and the transaction
Binance
was
blocked them or something.
Yeah,
It was Binance Singapore blocking a Wasabi user in a very strange way. Binance Singapore, which is part of Binance multinational, basically there was this guy in Binance Singapore. He withdrew Bitcoin on his wallet, non-Wasabi. Then he made a hop on chain to himself, and then another one to Wasabi. And Binance used traced that and wrote him that you can't. That was comical because they basically said to him, we cannot condone stuff like peer-to-peer mixing or gambling. And so, which is crazy because first of all, Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer protocol. So what, you cannot condone peer-to-peer, don't sell Bitcoin because you are using peer-to-peer. Mixing Bitcoin at the fundamental level is completely a mixer. The reason it's not used as a mixer is that wallet implementation is difficult. So people is just using their own input. But at the transaction level, there is no link between input and output. So every transaction is a mixer since the beginning of Bitcoin. It's just not easy to use it like that. But Bitcoin is potentially a mixer. Third, gambling. I mean, if Binance is not gambling, it's just a gambling a shitcoin casino. So they cannot condone gambling. Yeah, exactly. And so the other crazy thing is that they were following the traces, which is exactly like, banks, if you try to withdraw cash, they will ask you why, which is annoying. But okay, let's assume that's a new normal, which is terrible, but okay. But now this is like having a bank following you on the street with cash in order to try to checking your fingerprint to try to understand where are you going to spend, which is just crazy. The reason exchanges are doing that is that unfortunately exchanges are running a borderline business, so they risk to be shut down by the banks, the bank account. In order to avoid that, they want to go beyond what is realistic, and they want to overpromise. They want to go to the bank and say, look, we can't know everything. We are more transparent than normal banks, so please don't shut it down because we can trust everybody. So it's a lie. That Bitcoin, the fact that Bitcoin is traceable is a lie fundamentally. Binance Singapore could not know if those three hops were the same user, which was the case because he admitted that, but there was no reason to know it was the same user. They just guessed that if the wallets are simple enough and if the users are simple-minded enough, then these heuristics work. Otherwise, they don't.
There's a really interesting case from like the 1800s of it was a lord of some kind, I think, and he had a bar of gold, and that bar of gold had a stamp on it. And so he was on his way with his gold, and he got mugged, and they stole the gold bar. And that gold bar ended up in a bank in another city. Somehow he ended up figuring out where the gold bar was, and then he sued the bank for it. He said, I want my gold back, right? Well, this ended up in court, right? And it's one of the famous cases on fungibility. The court ended up ruling, well, okay, it is his gold, but we can't allow a reappropriation of the gold because that would destroy the fungibility of money, and it would be too harmful to society at scale. And so, sorry, you just lost your gold, right?
That's exactly it.
That's interesting. I'm curious if that will ever come up in this sort of tensions as we see more privacy versus surveillance versus compliance.
Yeah, one strong difference that back then the legal system was not shaped in a way that in order to prevent people from using gold. Gold was money. The legal system was the legal system. The government didn't have monopoly of money. Gold was money. So the legal system could actually rule in that way. Right now, we'll be more skeptical because now the government has a strong interest into not helping the fungibility of a competitor, Bitcoin. So, and governments are not bounded by consistencies, just like Roger Ver. They don't have to tell the truth. Or they keep the same kind of narrative. So it's true. Somebody says, for example, in the U.S., the U.S. Marshals sold Bitcoin in auction, so they cannot ban Bitcoin because it was sold in auction.
Yeah.
It's true, but the U.S. government sold in auction gold as well, and then Roosevelt came and they made gold illegal for private persons. So, they normally, if you have good rule of law and maybe if you have common law in the U.S. is stable, you don't expect something like that in normal situations. But that economical crisis happen, wars, and they will just pass any kind of extraordinary law to screw up any kind of precedent about that. So I will not trust courts to enforce fungibility. We do have to enforce fungibility at the technical level.
Definitely has to be done at the technical level. And one thing that Jimmy Song said earlier in one of the panels that I was breath of fresh air for me, because I've been concerned about this privacy issue for a while, was that Shorn and Taproot and some of these innovations are actually going to make it cheaper at the transaction cost level to use these processes, which add privacy. So using its privacy is not going to be more expensive as it is today. It's going to be cheaper, right? That's a game changer, right? Like if I want to wash, if I want to clean my coins, right? I gotta download Wasabi and then run through Wasabi, and there's a fee. There's definitely a fee, and I think it is a little bit higher than usual. So this gives me hope because I've been a little bit concerned about it. I'm curious what you're seeing. Like I just actually asked Adam about this, but where do you think we are in this conflict? Right, there's this idea that the next big fork, the next big war, the next big drama in Bitcoin is going to be around fungibility and privacy. Where are we, if that's true, where are we in that conflict, and maybe who are the players?
So first of all, this situation you're talking about, it's already true with Lightning Network, even if in a slightly different way, but it's still the same. So CoinJoin is a privacy technique that costs you money right now because you have to pay for the coordinator, or in Join Market you have to pay with the liquidity. So you have to basically it's scary because you have to tell people that, I mean, if they ask you why you can join, you cannot say to save money. It was for privacy. So why do you want privacy? And that's a bad question. So with Lightning Network, if fees are sufficiently high, you are screwing up chain analysis as well, but you're doing that for an obvious reason. I want instant confirmation. I want to save fees on chain. So Lightning Network is already something that takes information outside the blockchain for economical reasons, because blockchain information are expensive and off-chain informations are cheap. Of course, that opens up other attacks. Like in Lightning Network, you don't have chain analysis anymore, but you have network analysis, which can become more. You have to do store, otherwise people will know about your node and your IP. So it becomes more important to preserve network privacy. But chain privacy with Lightning is solved by economic incentive. Of course, Schnorr and Schnorr 2, so signature aggregation, will cross input, will make CoinJoin an economical convenient activity too. So as Jimmy said, if you have a good fee market on Bitcoin, so high fees on chain, and people will have to move to CoinJoin in order to save space with Schnorr cross input aggregation. That's required a soft fork, as you said, and there may be a clash there. The field, I think that the teams, the different fields could be like, people would think, I mean, let's talk about two wrong sides. There is the wrong side of people that Bitcoin can make without privacy and fungibility just because it's our money. I think this is a delusion, because it's our money as long as it can remain our money without confiscation or oppression by the state. If the state knows that you have this money, it will just force you to run a different node with different monetary rules. So the reason it is hard, it is because it's dark. And the other wrong field is people that think that in order to get more darkness and more fungibility and privacy, you can give up hardness and you can screw up with auditability of the base monetary policy. So you can actually have inflation bugs, but whatever, as long as there is privacy. I think that the right balance will be cut by this cut in between by these two fields. One will try to bring Bitcoin over maximizing privacy at the expenses of monetary hardness, and other people will try to maximize monetary hardness at the expenses of privacy, and both will not work actually, because if you pull too much on an extreme, you will lose the other extreme as well.
Yeah. So one thing that fascinates me is how if you're using a CoinJoin and ex-government says that that's legal, or if your Bitcoin was involved in an illegal transaction, how do we come up with rules to say how many hops something has before it's
That's the point. It's completely arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary. If you allow this heuristic that the changes are pushing as reasonable, which are totally arbitrary, as rules, then you can really not use Bitcoin anymore. Because think about that. You pay somebody in Bitcoin. He risks now that your Bitcoin are coming from some kind of non-political approved transaction, and you risk that the guy will eventually use the Bitcoin you are giving him for a non-political approved transaction later. Yes, and so who tells the regulators that it's not still you? So basically, the only way to have perfect approval is to have basically perfect traceability for everything, but then just use just use PayPal. I mean,
yeah, that's really interesting. One of the what was I gonna say?
We're on coin joins.
That's right.
Kind of.
Well, so it sounds like the battlefield is around the softwares, right? And that's hopefully there won't be any problems there. I haven't heard anything about the sort of the next soft fork, any drama around it. Seems like everything's kosher, things are moving forward.
well, it's very early. One of the reasons
Where's the flag?
one of the reasons Segwit fight was strange is that when Segwit was being discussed technically, there was literally no objection whatsoever. It was a complete technical hack by anybody. So this was the debate happened, and everybody was fine with the debate. Nobody raised any question. Actually, one objection was Luke Dasher said the discount on the block size is wrong. We shouldn't do that. But everybody disagreed with him, and so Luke said, "Okay, whatever." I think he was right actually, but anyway, he lost this argument, and so everybody was for the discount. So at this point, Segwit was non-controversial. Then they used this BIP9 that was basically, please, dear miners, we are enforcing this rule because it's not controversial. You have to signal that you are ready, just in order not to mess up. So signal you are ready, and when you signal you're ready, we will activate. And the miner and other people tweaked this kind of readiness signaling into a political voting. So a new debate started, which was not technical, but just political. So now we have to decide. Now we are the miners, we are the voters, and we decide, which was completely not the case. So right now, the technological debate about Taproot is still not over, but it's very, very non-controversial. I mean, that it's clearly, Schnorr is clearly better than CDSA. Now, when you arrive to the actual proposal and to the activation, you will have to make the decision. Like, do you flag a date and just activate? Like Gavin Andreessen, when he activated P2SH, he said, I mean, at this date, I activate. So do whatever you want, but this is going to happen. Now, fortunately, the network is not like that anymore. We cannot do that anymore. But allowing miners to signal is still, it created this narrative of voting by miners, which is not the case. So, I mean, I think that in the moment we will select an activation method, there will be some, I don't know which was, it's more reasonable, and there will be debate there.
And it's not necessarily the same activation method as with Segwit.
No.
It could be something else.
Could be something else. Could be like readiness plus activation flag. There is like BIP8 is this idea. Yeah, readiness is basically this. The idea is it will activate anyway, but in a very long time. If miners signal that they are ready now, we activate it before. So the miner cannot store it forever. So the incentives to get political are lower because eventually this is going in. So don't try to play political games. Sure. But in order to be safer, in order also to be quicker, if you signal that you're ready, we can go sooner.
That's pretty good.
Is there any resistance at the moment from any camps saying that they're not happy with Schnorr going in, or is it pretty much a dead set?
And I think that this kind of there was one email from an anonymous group of developer which was criticizing Taproot as it is done now, and that may be seen as the first technical disagreement about Taproot. Now that things are getting real, but that's the only signal of disagreement I've seen so far.
And when do you think it's likely that Taproot and Schnorr is going to be implemented?
That's I think that's very hard to say. Yeah. It depends. It really depends on the activation method. I mean, when you see the activation method proposed, then you can start to guesstimate a little bit. Right now, it's not even in testnet. I mean, we still need time. We have to finalize them smart people have to finalize the design, put it on testnet, write it on testnet, test it for 1 year, at least. And then you need to start the activation process. So not less than 1 year, because I think nobody would be comfortable to have something in production that was not run at least 1 year on testnet. Yeah. Segwit was run way more than 1 year on testnet. So more than 1 year. I really hope less than 3, even because then we need version 2, which is super cool. And we cannot have that in 10 years, because I think in 10 years, soft fork will not be possible anymore.
Yeah, time is definitely ticking.
Yeah. which is good. I mean, it's good that soft fork are not possible anymore eventually. Nobody could use the internet to build entire infrastructures. If the internet protocol was changing every 5 years, TCP/IP version 4 must not change, even to improve it, because otherwise all the infrastructure around it will collapse. So you need stability, even more than for the internet. For money is even more important. So eventually we want ossification. Some developers disagree with me, but I think that, I mean, they have a conflict of interest because, of course, core fundamental protocol developers, they have an incentive to keep changing the protocol to remain relevant. I'm not saying that anybody is doing that right now, but eventually I expect so far the Bitcoin, let's say Bitcoin maximalist, the conservative field, always sided with developers against the evil miners or the evil exchanges or whatsoever. Eventually, the ossification process could represent a case in which we side against developers. Like, thank you for all your work. It was great, but this is not going to change anymore. I hope that will happen after Taproot, after Schnorr's cross input.
Yeah.
But
any other features that are coming up that you think are really going to benefit Bitcoin?
Well, there is this, we're not sure this will be the way they will implemented it, but people are still discussing about what Christian Decker and others presented as SIGASH no input, a new way to tweak the SIGASH, to tweak the instruction about which part is signed and which part is binding of the transaction. And if you do that, you can do a new version of Lightning, which is called L2. And L2 is particularly interesting because basically you can do multi-sig channels. So you can have like 5, 7 people with Taproot, maybe even 100 people inside the same channel. So you not only can route through channels, but you can have also giant channel. Of course, if one of the guy of the channel goes down, you have to close the channel. So it's still not, you cannot get all the population. They are static channels. You have to have everybody online for the channel. So it's still limited, but you can have pretty good scalability with that. And also the second point of L2 is that right now, every Lightning node has to keep track of all the previous states. You cannot lose them and you cannot leak them. Otherwise, you can be attacked. So they are toxic waste. You cannot destroy them and you cannot publish them. With L2, you guys to store just the last state, which is not a toxic waste. So you can store just one last state and you can put it on GitHub or on Passbean and nobody can attack you. So it doesn't matter, which is pretty cool. I mean, for the scalability of Lightning, L2 would be cool. I don't think they're going to make it possible with Taproot this turnaround. I think this is another, but it's still, I think it's still contentious if they want to put it in or not.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, a lot of interesting times.
I got another question. So, CEO of Dropit, I believe, just got arrested earlier. I don't know. I've never heard of Dropit till recently, but turns out the guy, he's accused of running some sort of mixer, Bitcoin mixer, right? Now, the actual indictment seems to be about something completely unrelated to Bitcoin mixing, but still Bitcoin mixing is being talked about in this case. Obviously that service went down, and with Wasabi Wallet, I don't understand technical details. I'm probably gonna get back for this, but there is sort of like a third party server that's at least aiding the process, even though they don't have control over anything other than the fact that it has to run on somebody's computer that's fast enough. So there's sort of spectrum, sort of third party trusted, sort of privacy enhancing situation. Are we going to get to a point where it's going to be actually peer-to-peer privacy, or do we have to do we have to keep playing these games?
Rely on some area of centralization.
You already have that, because right now, if you want to mix Bitcoins, you have 3 options. One is a trusted custodian mixer. So you give your Bitcoin to somebody, he mixes any sensitive way. Then you have basically two problems. If the guy who does that is too much renowned, it will be put in jail. And if it's too much anonymous, it will survive the government, but will eventually go away with your money, because they send the reputational incentives to not as a scam if you don't have a reputation. I mean, the same stuff that protect them from the government protect them from us, and so they will eventually exploit it. So the trusted custodian mixer is an extreme. Very easy, very efficient, very difficult to find, but it's difficult to trust in the long term. Then you have stuff like Wasabi, which is not custodial, not trusted, but still centralized. So you have a central coordinator. it's likely that we'll have less legal troubles because of two reasons. The first is that from a juridical point of view, they are not really keeping other people's money; they're just helping coordinating, so they may have more lawyer ground to move a little bit.
Non-custodial,
It's
right?
not custodial. That will not stop the government from trying to eat it, but it could slow it down. It could make more time, etc., etc. The second point is that the code is such that right now Zik is next. I don't remember the name. Company by Nopara is managing the coordinator. But if that goes down, it's open source. You can fire up your Wasabi, your version of Wasabi. Of course, it will not have the same liquidity because you have a coordination problem. But if Wasabi goes down, you start it again. It's out of the box. You cannot stop that technology. And then you have the other extreme, which is join market. Join market is a peer-to-peer coin join structure where peers connect to each other without any coordinator. They sell and buy mixed liquidity, and it's working. Of course, everything which is decentralized and peer-to-peer is harder, slower, more expensive with less unlimited set. You have a trade-off. So worst case scenario, we can still use join market.
Why is it that happens? You know, like you look at BISC, I don't know how much liquidity they have these days. I'm assuming it's grown over the years, but it's the most private market there is, and yet it really is liquidity. It really isn't competitive, right?
Decentralization is inefficiency, always. Basically, centralization is specialization. You have one set of nodes that specialize in some behavior. So your system becomes more fragile because if you take down those nodes, the system fails. But it's more efficient because now you get division of labor. You have the cooking node, and you have the fighting node, and you divide the labor across specialized actors. So the system is fragile but efficient. Decentralization means redundancy. Every single node must be able to do everything independently. So you cannot shut the system down. It's super anti-fragile, but it's super inefficient. It's a little bit like bacteria versus human beings. Human bodies are very specialized. The tissues of human bodies are specialized. But killing a human is pretty easy. You just have to shut a gun at them. Killing a colony of bacteria is quite difficult with a gun. You cannot with a gun, but they cannot do the stuff that human bodies can do because they are inefficient. They are redundant. They waste a lot of energy. They waste a lot of resources. So the centralized system like Bitcoin actually, and like BSQ, and BSQ has a little bit of centralization for the arbitrage. Anyway, they're trying to decentralize a little bit, so it's a little bit on the middle. It's probably closer to Wasabi, to be completely fair. But like joint market is decentralized, and a mixed custodial service is centralized. The centralized one is cheap. It's even better for privacy as long as it works, because it's not even easy to understand where you're using this kind of centralized service.
But do they run the risk of being trapped under or evading a money transfer license? I read that.
Yeah, but if you're really concerned about the risk, I don't see why you're using Bitcoin in the first place.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's true. But the point is that if I can use fiat, I use fiat. I use Bitcoin when fiat is forbidden. And if fiat is forbidden, sure, I run the risk, but that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that concerns me about Lightning is to set up a node and someone, the government eventually say, right, okay, you're illegally transmitting money now.
Of course, it's nice if the government leave you alone with your Lightning node. But if it doesn't, the Lightning was designed in order to be run on Tor by permissionless trust. The reason Lightning is trustless is that so it becomes permissionless. Everybody can fire up a node, and you don't have to trust. I mean, you have to have a very minimum amount of trust in the node that doesn't stale your transaction and stuff like that. But you don't have to deposit your Bitcoin to a third party. So you don't have to trust the Lightning node to route, and so you don't. And so everybody can be a routing node, including an anonymous entity on Tor. And so good luck. The only thing the government can do is to shut down the known node, and then unknown anonymous node will just take over.
Yeah, one of the things I got today out of this conference was that if there is an incentive to use privacy technology, if it's cheaper to use privacy technology than not do it, then well, okay, that's good economically because people are selfish. And, one of the things we've learned with Bitcoin and crypto is that greed is a very reliable and powerful motivation. And that's something to rely on if you're going to rely on any motivations, right? But then the other thing is that it actually gives you a plausible deniability, because right now, if you use privacy tool, you're using a privacy tool for privacy because it's clearly expensive. But if it is cheaper, then you have plausible deniability.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, as long as there's any kind of resemblance of jurisprudence or due process or legal processes, then that's going to be important in the defense of
Agreed.
privacy.
Like right now, well, that's true. There is another, you're completely right. And that's why Lightning can become a good privacy technology,
Right.
because the reason you go off chain is just for instant confirmation and cheap transaction, not for privacy, but then you get privacy if you do it right. Same with CoinJoin after Schnorr 2, so after cross input aggregation. But there is another point, which is basically that the great thing about Bitcoin privacy is that it's all or nothing. It's not like the government can see and nobody else can. If the government can see, everybody can, which is a very good argument if there is any resemblance of jurisprudence, because you can say basically, I mean, you can go to in front of a judge and say, look, I cannot afford to have my ex-wife or violent competitor or stalker or anything looking at my finances. And if I have to do KYC on my chain, then you will leak this data in the black market, because you always do, and then everybody will be able to associate. So it's a matter of security. So this is the word that was won with HTTPS, for example. HTTPS is end-to-end encryption, and of course they try to frame it like, why are you hiding something? You should not use encryption. And then the engineer said, I mean, this is just not safe. If we don't do HTTPS, it's not the government, that everybody that will be able to do man in the middle. So I'm sorry, we need TLS, we need HTTPS, because otherwise we cannot do payment over the internet. And so the government, of course, they try to ask for special backdoors and stuff like that, but they have to accept encryption, because otherwise internet cannot work. And so this is the same argument. You can have Bitcoin without privacy and fungibility, but it just doesn't work. So so you force the government to take a binary approach. Either you are really forbidding Bitcoin. So are you really banning Bitcoin? You cannot just ban Bitcoin CoinJoins, because that will become the standard security procedure. If it's for economical reason, even better. If not, it will just be for security reason. I can tell my clients, you have to CoinJoin, not because you are anarchists, but because you don't want people getting your leaked information, targeting you for kidnapping, blackmailing, and stuff like that.
It's a really good point, actually. That's your own personal safety is a reason why you'd want to make the private transactions private. So yeah, I think I haven't seen it from that perspective.
There was a very good argument by Francis Puyol that he said, okay, we can use the government rules against itself. Like there is GDPR and similar stuff about privacy. So the government is forcing services to not ruin the privacy of the user. So chain analysis plus KYC is ruining the privacy of the user. So it should be illegal for exchanges to do KYC on chains. Of course, again, the government is not bounded to consistency, and when shit is the fan, they will just do what is more convenient for them. But from a purely legal perspective, it's legal for exchanges to not CoinJoin withdrawal and deposits.
It's a plausible legal argument. Like we might see that being used.
Well, even you take your health records, that's obscenely private. One of the biggest reasons why the UK sort of doesn't have online records is because the privacy is such an important thing. So all you're doing is transposing that personal element of privacy to the money that you have. It's the same principles of attack vectors that people using that information against you in some way.
I will not rely on that defense because the government doesn't care about consistency, but I will use that defense as much as we can. And we'll attempt that. I mean, if you have a legal company, tell your lawyer to go that way. In the meantime, prepare to move to pseudonymous nodes. But as long as you can, try to go that way. It's legal for exchanges not to do KYC.
One thing,
not to do CoinJoin, to do KYC without CoinJoin.
One question someone had earlier, actually, on your command line workshop. Can anyone get that online? Is there somewhere where they can go and see the info? Or
so as I told you before, the timing was not what I expected because I wanted 4 days and we got 2 days. It is recorded, but I'm not sure we are going to really edit heavily this recording to make it an online course or something. So what I'm thinking instead, we'll probably make it again. For example, we will make it, what we will do in Malta for Understanding Bitcoin conference is quite similar to the workshop it's a more spectacular, more conference like. Instead of me and Alekos and Daniela, you will have like the Wasabi creator explaining Wasabi, the joint market creator explaining joint market, and so on and so on. But so more spectacular, less clear maybe. But even in New York after that, I will be in New York for the Magical Crypto conference, and I'm not going consensus court, but I will be there for consensus after parties. Yeah. And so I'm thinking that we may replicate the workshop there in 4 days. I know 4 days are a lot, but
Pretty heavy, yeah.
I will try.
Yeah.
I have to go, guys. Sorry.
No problemo. Thanks for joining us, sir. Mate. Take care.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Pleasure having you on.
Man. Meet you again.
Oh, what? Right. Are you off as well?
I think I should go and,
I may have to. Yeah, I think I'll take all three microphones. So here we go. So, right. Okay. So has anyone got? Oh, I think Tom's over there. I think I'm going to drag Tom back because I'm a shy guy, as they say. Any questions for anyone that you want to get answered? Just ping them on the chat, and I'll try and answer them. Sorry, it took me a while. Client Zeebzik. There you go, Matt. Mr. Tom, how's it going?
All right, we're back here. We're just hanging out. Vessi's going to join us, and Bobby's going to join us. Come on down, Bobby. There we go. Vessi's sharing. This is live. So we're joined by Vessa, crypto artist, and Bobby Lee from Ballet Crypto, as well as other projects in the past, for sure. And we're just right there on that one.
Which camera? This one?
That one over there right now. And we got lots of space. And mainly people just listen to the podcast. People like audio, So as long as the microphone's nice and close. So Bobby, what are you guys working on over at Ballet Crypto? You gave me a wallet this morning.
Yes.
Got in my bag somewhere around here.
So people can hear us, right?
Yep.
So this, we make the physical wallet, not electronic wallet.
All right. So it's a physical wallet. It's made of metal. It's in a little plastic case.
Yeah. Take it out of the plastic case.
All right.
So, yeah.
So now it has a public key on one side, private key on the other side.
No, it's actually, we use a two-factor private key. So it's a very fancy paper wallet.
Okay.
If you're familiar with paper wallet, the idea is that it's non-electronic. So the wallet is pre-configured. So there's no setup. That's the beauty. There's no setup. The private keys, when I say plural, there's actually one set of private keys, which is actually generated from a two factors. Okay. So we have the passphrase, a BIP38 passphrase, and an encrypted private key that's BIP38 compliant. And these two pieces are on two different locations on the wallet. One is hidden beneath a sticker, a tamper-evident sticker. The other is hidden underneath a scratch-off.
Okay.
So the two pieces can make the private key, but the private key actually has not been instantiated until you mix the two data.
So just starting out at a basic level, maybe there's one factory making one side of the private key, one factory making the other side.
That's exactly how we do it.
Okay. So if I had control of one factory and I was filming everything, I would only have half of the private keys.
Correct. But you wouldn't be allowed to film. You wouldn't be allowed inside to do that.
Definitely not.
But if you did, then you would only have half and you can still not get access to the coins.
So I would have to somehow be filming at both locations at the same time to get both sides of the private key.
Correct.
Even then I would have to match them up, right?
Correct.
Would there be like an issue there? Or
yeah, I mean, it's all teed off the serial number.
Because the main thing I think people are worried about with this wallet is just the basic thing that you think about is you're like, okay, Bobby's got a computer making all these keys, and maybe you're a good guy.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a bad guy in there, and he's watching that computer.
Yeah.
And now he's watching everybody keys. I'm sure he doesn't steal it right away. He waits until it hits the magic number or whatever, and then he's like, uh-oh, all these wallets are mine. So what can you do to make sure that doesn't happen?
So I'm not only aware of that risk, so I'm also an experienced guy. So I used to make BTCC mint coins. I ran an exchange for 5 years.
Yeah.
So I got into Bitcoin in 2011, 9 years ago. So I have a lot of experience with this security management. I have 2 degrees in computer science from Stanford University. So this is not, it's not foreign to me.
Sure.
Okay. I've managed hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, billions of dollars in assets back at China, BTCC. So I know how to custody user funds, but on purpose, this company, my new startup, we do not want to custody user funds.
Absolutely.
So we designed a process in place where we hire very trusted people. We have people in 2 different countries, 2 different jurisdictions that do this. So they cannot collude, they cannot collaborate, and they cannot.
Do you have like a peer review or a third-party team come in and audit the system or something like that?
Yes, I've asked some close friends and industry people to review our process, and they've given us 2 thumbs up.
Okay.
So and plus a lot of the process I designed myself, so I'm very knowledgeable. At BTCC, I used to make a series of collectibles called BTCC Mint.
Sure.
The physical Bitcoins, much like Cassatius. We started them in 2016 until 2018. We made 3 years worth of coins, over 30,000 coins, with a total BTC value of over 8,000 BTC. So that's 88, 90 million dollars, 80, 90 million dollars worth. And they've never gone hacked or stolen.
Well, there's an interesting story about those too. I was talking to Adam Back.
Yeah.
And he had some early copies that he bought or something, and the Bcash fork had just come out. And Adam wasn't a fan of Bcash, and he was like, "Well, I got Bcash on these things. I'm opening up each one to get the Bcash out so I can sell it.
He could do that.
I don't care if I'm going to destroy the value of the chips." But it was really funny to think about Adam Back dealing each coin and doing it to get that Bcash out, because he just didn't want to hold any. He wanted to dump it, get the free money, get it into good old Bitcoin or whatever he chose,
Exactly.
So
it's
interesting stuff. So it's really neat that those were never cracked and never owned. Because
and they never will, because I know I deleted them. So I can sleep at night. In fact, for every person who's worried that I will steal, I'm even more worried. Think about it. If you lose $1,000, I lose my reputation. I'm financially independent. Why would I put myself on the line to do something stupid to lose people's money and get called out for it?
Well, I'm glad to talk to you here, and you can get it out, because you should be worried. I would be worried if I was running the company. I wouldn't want people's money to be lost.
Exactly.
It's a complete disaster for you.
And the best way to do it is to delete it after use.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, to delete securely. And I can sleep at night.
So Vesa, do you use the same process for your art? Do you ever embed a QR code in it or make the keys or something?
Yeah, I'm getting into stuff like that. But first of all, good to see the both of you. Like, we were hanging out in Manchester and being with you, because his panel with on CC Forum in London
with Brini
was such a legendary. I laughed my ass off. I was at the edge of my seat. That was so cool. So good to be with all of you. Basically, there's a bunch of things. I think the newest innovation since we last spoke is a buddy of mine gave me an idea quite some time ago already that we now call stable art. It took me a long time to implement, but essentially the most popular art pieces that I do, that are the repaints, the big ones that are individually painted over in the series of 3, is that the price of them is now pegged to Bitcoin. So it's 1 Bitcoin now, and commercially, I staked my 20-year reputation. Like you say, reputation is everything. It's like, I can't go back on it. That's why it took me such a long time to make the decision, is that now that I kind of put balls to the wall and say, this is 1 Bitcoin now, will be commercially 1 Bitcoin in 10 years.
How's it pegged to Bitcoin? Just through
my promise, and then they're all verified on the blockchain. So if I printed, let's say if I guarantee that it's 3, let's say if I made the 4th one, again, 20 years done. Like, I can't make any screw ups with that kind of thing, because there's so
it's your
much
reputation.
more
Yeah, that's right.
That whole thing. But yeah, so because one of the things is being here with Tone now. I'm here because Tone commissioned to do a piece about this conference, and it's been such a dope thing collaborating with him. But yeah, where was I? Sorry. With regards to the pegging to the Bitcoin, is that he has a watch that I think he was worth like $600, and he paid 3 Bitcoin for it. And now he's kind of pissed that he has it on his wrist and whatever. He knows what it is. But in part, if you part from your Bitcoin, if you park it into my art piece, you not only get the art, but you get sort of a storage of value in there. But the interesting thing about art is that, let's say, like if it's an edition of 3 and it's all sold out in a couple of years, let's say in 10 years you decide to sell your own because there's someone who just cannot live without having one of those, you're not going to sell it for 1 Bitcoin. You might sell it for 3 or 10. Like, if my career keeps going in the way that it's going right now, art can go parabolic on top. So it's not only that you hold on to your Bitcoin, you might 10x your Bitcoin. That's at least the sort of maybe a reality or maybe a utopia. Who knows at this point?
I hope my fork and flip appreciates, because it's a bloody beautiful piece as well.
Cheers, buddy. I made a special one for him, so it's custom made for.
Oh, very cool. So it looks like we got some questions from the chat for Bobby. They say, I don't know if this is true, but can you connect to your own node with a Ballet wallet?
No. So
Okay.
Ballet wallet, the physical wallet is offline. This is like a offline cold storage.
Right.
So we do have a app on your mobile phone on Android and for Apple iPhones, and that's essentially a watch-only wallet. And you scan it, and you can see the values in there. So that app connects to our backend system. And our backend system, we run full notes for many of the popular coins. We can check the balance and all that. We check the prices and all that. So our app cannot, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to connect to your own node. And the reason is our app's designed for the mass market. So if you have your own node, you're probably very savvy. You should run your other software. However, this wallet, the hardware itself, is BIP38 compliant. So this is a non-proprietary solution, meaning that we as a company don't hold any proprietary rights on the private key method. It's an open source, open standard BIP38. So even if our company goes bankrupt, if our company closes, if the app gets delisted from the App Store, 5, 10, 20, 50 years later, you will still have access to your coins on these private keys because you can download the open source BIP38 software to decode everything, get the wallets into WIF wallet import format, private keys, and then you could do whatever you want with them.
So it sounds like the user is mainly asking kind of power user questions.
Yeah.
Is this more of a power user wallet, or this is more like your first time?
This is not a power user wallet. It's really for a first time newcomer. It's what we call no coiners, new coiners, people who don't own any Bitcoin yet, who are curious, Bitcoin curious. They want to buy their own Bitcoin for the first time. I'm not saying buy a full Bitcoin, but buy a fraction amounts of the Bitcoin for the first time. They would use this as their first training wallet. And
so
that supports multiple currencies.
This with like $10, $100, $1,000, $100,000.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, hundreds of dollars you can trust it. Sure. I know people who've trusted it for more than that, but it's really up to the user how much they put in there.
And
yeah.
And maybe for like a short term, you keep your money on there for a while. Maybe it appreciates, and then you're like, I should get a more advanced solution.
Exactly, because by then they have more knowledge, they have more experience with Bitcoin, right? So then they upgrade. So I would be very proud if my users, Ballet, upgrade and leave Ballet behind and they go on to more sophisticated solutions because they have more experience, right? So today, but this is really targeted for the new user, for gifting. Yeah.
So for gifting, how much are these wallets?
These sell for $35. Okay. They're sold on Amazon. You can buy on Amazon.com. You get next day shipping with Amazon Prime. They also sell on our website, balletcrypto.com, one word.
And then how worried are you about people maybe removing the tamper-free sticker? I know for the Cassatius coins at DEF CON one year, they had figured out how to use solvents and boiling water and something to remove the sticker, get the key, put the sticker back on, and resell the coin.
Again, that's why we have two factors here. We have two factors, two tamper-evident usages. We have the tamper-evident sticker, and then we also have the scratch-off.
Oh, so there's also a scratch-off. So
exactly.
That would be presumably impossible to defeat, although I don't know what they're working on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've done our best.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
and X-ray, it shows up all black. X-ray, you cannot even get to it. X-ray. Yeah.
So they buy the wallet and then you load it up and gift it. And
so we sell the wallets empty.
Yeah.
So they're empty, just like you buy a leather wallet at Macy's, and then they buy it. They can load it up however much they want. It's multi-currency support. You can load Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum tokens, whatever you want, USDT, and they can give it to people, or you could just hold it.
That's brilliant. And so that's obviously a Bitcoin address.
It's a Bitcoin address. So the QR code is Bitcoin. So each wallet comes with a primary deposit account. This is a Bitcoin account. So however, if you scan it with the app, which I'll show you.
Okay. Live demo.
Yeah, live demo. So you scan it with the app. And once you scan it, it detects as a Ballet wallet. And at this point, if you click manage here, now you have all the other coins you can add. You can add, there's hundreds of coins you can add, activate whatever coins.
Interesting. Oh, that's awesome.
Ethereum, Litecoin, right? Okay, so now I have Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin, and I click receive, and I have QR codes for different coins, and they all go to the same wallet. That's the beauty.
It converts the Bitcoin to BIP38 and then uses that to
the public key and the address. Yeah. Wow, so we have all the deposit address for all the other currencies, and then everything's stored here. So I could have different amounts of Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin. We're gonna have Zcash support soon. We're gonna have so a bunch of stuff on here.
That's awesome.
Because that's what I thought about it, because I had a little bit of time to get to know it.
Yeah.
And I just thought that the name is perfect because it's something that is so goddamn complicated. Like ballet, it's like you sacrifice your life and you break your toes and you sacrifice your health and your whole life. You don't have a dating life or whatever these dancers go through, and then they go for a brief moment on stage and glide through and make something super difficult look very easy.
Yeah.
So in one way, I thought that's
that's what it is.
Name for
Yeah, it is. It's simplicity and elegance. We're trying to bring that together. And plus, ballet is not a technical name. We truly wanted something that's the mass market will like. So not a geeky name. So there's a lot of companies around us, very geeky technical names, which is great. I'm a nerd, right? I'm a geek. But for the normal people, they want something that's easier to understand.
So one of the questions from the chat is about giving away the X Pub. So people are very particular about that. So what reassurances do you have in it?
Okay, so the X Pub, we don't give away the X Pub. First of all, there's no X Pub or X Priv or whatever. So this is not BIP 39. This is not BIP 44. This is BIP 38. So what's inside the wallet is actually an encrypted private key, BIP 38 compliant private key. It's not even WIF format, not even wallet import format. It's a BIP 38 encrypted private key, and then the BIP 38 passphrase. Okay, and then these two would derive into the actual private key, which derives into the public key, derives into the deposit address.
So no X Pub.
No X Pub issues.
Okay.
And we don't expose the public key. Yeah.
Well, I think it sounds much better than I thought it did. Audience, if you have any more hard questions, put them in the chat. We'll try to ask them here. But
yes, try to stump me.
Absolutely. Well, and I mean, my main thing, I just wanted that key explained to me because I just don't want you to be printing keys and then some hacker steals them all from you and you're upset, you get ruined. I mean, it's no good for anybody.
Yeah, let me just clarify that point. So because this is something people don't understand. We actually don't have the private keys. What we do have is we created the private key components. So there's the A part and the B part. The A part is a passphrase. The B part is the encrypted private key. We have created those two parts, A part and B part. They are created in different countries, on different computers, adding entropy, dice rolls. They were created completely separately offline. They never go online. And the A and the B part, they have never touched each other electronically. Does that make sense? So it's like they have never consummated the marriage. They have never met in person. They have never met electronically. Physically, they're meeting very closely. They're 1 inch apart. Even physically, they haven't met. They're on the same card. They're like 1 inch apart. You see my point?
Yeah.
But they haven't really met electronically yet. So when I sell you this wallet, I don't have the private key because in order to get the private key, you have to mix the A and the B to get the C, which is the wallet import format private key. Yeah. So we don't have the private keys. Now we can make the private keys if we bring the A and the B together and derive the private key. But we don't do that because we delete it right after its creation.
I'm not very technical at all, but one thing that everyone's like kind of hot, and I like kind of have seen some cool solutions like moving a mouse for the
entropy. Yeah. So we use two entropies. We use regular entropy in the computer, in the offline computer, the RNG in there, and then also we use dice rolls. So dice rolls, five dices. I roll them dozens of times, and we record all the numbers, and we convert that into an entropy number, and we inserted that in there into software. Yeah.
So I think I had one more question from my friend. She was concerned if the private key is exposed, isn't the public key on one side and the private key is on the other side? And if I'm kind of a dumb user, maybe I go around showing everyone my private key. Would that be a problem?
Yeah. So people forget. So in crypto, there's three things. There's the private key, there's a public key, and then there's the public deposit address.
Okay.
So people confuse the last two. The public key is not the deposit address.
Right.
Okay, so the deposit address is indeed public. That's what's shown on the front of the QR code. That's a deposit address. You can use that and you can deposit Bitcoin into it. But that is not the public key. Okay, if you peel it off, then you have the private encrypted private key. So first of all, the public key is not anywhere on here. And secondly, you can only show the front of it, which is the which is the public deposit address. So if you show this on the TV by accident, you're not gonna get Bitcoin stolen. Even if you peel it off and showed it by accident, you're not gonna get Bitcoin stolen because it's still underneath the passphrase underneath the scratch off. So only if people see both the scratch off and the encrypted key underneath here, then they get their coin stolen.
And at $35 a wallet, I should just buy two and have one that's stored at home. Have my one that's in my wallet, not scratched off, safe. That's my public one, and my other one's at home.
Exactly. That's what I do. I, for example, I carry one in my wallet. This has about, I think, if I remember correctly, it has $200 worth of Bitcoin on here.
Sure.
And I bring that everywhere I go. I'm not going to flash it on camera, but I don't mind flashing it in front of you guys.
Sure.
Right? Because I trust that you're not going to. There it is.
Sure.
Right.
All right.
Right.
And then, it's scratched off too, but no one can just memorize. That's very difficult to memorize that whole thing.
Yeah. So I don't mind showing this. I can show this because all you're going to see is you're going to see the passphrase underneath it. Sure. And you're not going to get the encrypted private key. Yeah.
Well, it sounds cool, Bobby. Where can people learn more about Ballet Crypto?
So our website is balletcrypto.com, BALLET, ballet as in the dance. And then crypto is CRYPTO.com. Yeah.
Well, it sounds good. Everyone write to them on Twitter if you have more questions. Seems like you'd be more than happy to answer them. I mean, I asked what I could here, and I think it sounds much better than I thought.
Good. I'm glad you like it. Yeah. We gave one out to everyone, right?
Yeah,
Try it out. It has multi-currency support. It's really cool. Like this thing, you can store different currencies. You could send them out any amounts you want. So you put them, say, Ethereum, some whatever, Bitcoin. You could send them out a little bit, send them out more, or whatever. Yeah, it's really good.
Does it take Yacht Chain?
Well, I'm not familiar with that.
Dan is working on Yacht Chain. Why don't you tell Bobby?
What is it? Is it an ERC token or is it a brand new blockchain?
See, we understood that at Yacht Chain that people want the strongest chain, the longest chain. Obviously, the longest, the most toughest chain. So for Yacht Chain, we realised that a lot of captains would actually steal vessels, and so we wanted the ability to chain them all underwater, essentially. So,
and when you have multiple boats, it's very difficult to keep track of all your yachts. A lot of Bitcoin and Ethereum people have a lot of money, a lot of boats.
A lot of boating accidents where they might lose the keys. So Yacht Chain is effectively a custodian for your private key as well. So just in case you have a boating accident.
I haven't heard of that.
It's very new. It's on Sumerian.
It's
like Ethereum, but Sumerian.
Well, unfortunately, there are a few people that actually thought it was a real chain as well. But it doesn't surprise me with all the gimmicks that you have nowadays,
It's very cool. When you have too many yachts, we get you a yacht chain to keep them safe.
Yes. I don't have any yet, so.
It's what they call a high quality problem.
We're solving the problems you don't have.
Yeah.
So when you mentioned that you stamp your art onto a blockchain, which blockchain do you use? Stamping
Bitcoin and Ethereum. I use two.
Yeah, I'll move on. Okay, thank you for your time.
Bobby.
Great.
Awesome. Thanks
Okay, thank you.
Very
cool.
I use two mainly. Verisart for the physical pieces mostly, and that's BTC.
Yeah.
And obviously, when you make an art piece for someone like Tone, then you're not going to verify it on Ethereum. It's not going to fly well.
Yeah.
But it's the other one I've used before is Codex Protocol, and now there's of course the services that are like Super Rare and Blockchain Crypto Art Exchange and those ones. And most of the stuff is actually on Ethereum, and the different kinds of services. So the Ethereum still as a platform is very much leading the crypto art side of things.
I think it's the NFTs are quite popular on Ethereum.
Is the whole thing, but like it's a complicated thing altogether, because like let's say if you take some of the, because I do digital originals for 12 years now, so they're museum grade, and I haven't put them on the blockchain yet because I don't know which platform is going to survive, which sort of company is going to survive, if any, and then the collectors for real production originals, in my case, which would be quite expensive, the collectors aren't there yet. So I'm sensing when to start back cataloging my 350 pieces and put them on the chain so they have an optimal chance of making it, but also so that it's not a futile attempt to put them somewhere and then have them rot there and no one's going to actually buy them because the market's not ready yet. But what's really interesting about the whole thing is that, talking about scams and shitcoins and everything, it's like if you go to Sotheby's or Christie's, they have the biggest guns in order to verify a physical art piece, whether it's real or not. Now, it's up to 50% that their catalogs can be fakes. Like, for example, the guy who is the main guy to verify Jackson Pollock's refuses to verify any more Jackson Pollock. So what the fuck are you gonna do? So essentially, the real
There's a great documentary about art forgeries where this guy was so good at forging, he got all of his in, and they're in textbooks now. Where you look up like this Van Gogh drawing in a textbook, and it's this dude's forgery.
Yeah, the
And he was
German
just-
guy,
he
right?
was just a
He was
king of
quite-
forgeries. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
I love
Yeah,
that dude.
yeah.
It's
Really
it's
good
a really talented artist who
Oh.
just went about it.
Yeah,
In
it was like
in a-
it was so sad. It was one of those, again, about our modern times being so corrupt and awful, where it's like this guy at his top of his peak, he can imitate Picasso, he can imitate Dali, he can imitate, Monet perfectly. Well, what does he do? He gets money imitating those people. He doesn't actually make new work, and when he does, the new work isn't as valuable. And he showed me on the video in the documentary, he did variations. He would do like, here's what the Monet looks like, here's kind of my take on it, and it was interesting. But again, if he doesn't get in the museums, if he doesn't get in the books or the whatever, he's not going to get the attention, and then it doesn't matter. So
Well, but imagine this, like, this is the real revolution that is happening because crypto art is a really good use case for crypto altogether in many ways, but everyone's going digital now. So all the mansions that used to be decorated with a whole bunch of different kinds of things in real life, and as they still do, are going to be the mansions in the digital world where all the same psychological human phenomena of peacocking and all kinds of things are going to be happening online, and all of those things are being built, going further to virtual reality and whatever it is. And now with digital scarcity, all of those things can become super special. And my argument is that right now, still the art world, they're going to laugh at things like, yeah, digital art and mostly and whatever. But I think soon when collectors and those who are investment grade and they really start to look at it from the point of view is that what retains my value when I put it somewhere, and do I know that this is authentic? Now, if you buy it from the artist now directly and you know the source, you know 100% that is the authentic one, instead of Christie's, which is 50% hit rate, that it's going to be the original one, you get 100%, and you know absolutely that there's not going to be more because that's all verified on a public chain. So that revolution might flip the whole thing around, that digital art is soon going to be considered much more expensive and valuable than the physical ones. And then from there, when you think that now new universes are being built and crypto voxels and museums, I could have my own museum right now for all of these pieces. I just don't have the fucking time to build it. So all of these things are absolutely staggeringly amazing,
I want to push back on this idea a little bit. If I have a TV screen that's over my mantelpiece and it's my art TV now, and I pull up a picture of Van Gogh, and it's okay. But if I pull up another picture of Van Gogh that I bought the digital license for, maybe I get it in better quality, maybe it looks better on my little screen, but is it really that difference than just that screensaver quality image that I had for free versus is there a reason to buy it?
Well, that's the authentication and the hash that you have for it, is that that JPEG, essentially what you have, you can't trade for. Let's say you bought a piece for 100,000 that is a digital piece and it's licensed by Van Gogh family or something like that.
Sure.
Then you can't trade that thing and sell it for 300,000.
As long as it's rare, as long as there's only 10 of them and somebody wants one of my 10 or whatever, I mean, I could trade it. That'd be one thing. I mean, mainly, I think it goes back to the bragging. I'm telling you, I'm like, oh, look at that thing on my portrait. Only I can have that and 9 other people.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's good. I mean, everyone can have the screensaver version.
Well, it's again, some people they want to create and collect Magic the Gathering cards, as in that's
real
whatever
ones
you're
or
into.
The
virtual
principle
ones,
of someone
I mean.
having a print of the Mona Lisa, because they like you, but you can have a print, but you don't have the original, and it's that.
Well, I worked with a company for a while who claimed that they have it, and then they pretty much disappeared and whatever. It was all serious. Like, there's been so many interesting things that I was nearly involved with, and then had either could jump out in fact, or they just went up in flames. Like, just like it's the Wild West, man. It's an interesting time to be in it all.
There's definitely been a lot of different crypto art platforms and crypto art things where they're selling a piece of the painting or a piece of this or that. So,
but it's like you have something like Super Rare now. Now you start to have collectors who are bringing in 4 numbers, buying like pieces constantly, even up to 5 numbers. Like Trevor Jones is and Money Alota's collaboration, that was something like 14,000. And this is starting to be like considerable amounts of money that people are starting to pay attention to those platforms. So, but in terms of like, because there's like old school artists who are really like, they've crafted for 20 years, like myself and some others, and then you have a bunch of kids who are just throwing shit at the walls and see what sticks, and they're happy to get $10 for it, and it's all in this merry mixture of an experiment to see where something might happen or not happen. And from my perspective, waiting or checking out and something that like what am I know what the gospel is and what's going to be like. I wouldn't have bet on Warhol when Warhol came about. Hate that fucking guy, but he made a few bucks. So you never really know what's going to go.
There's
Art's
something
lyric.
beautiful in the repetition. All those Brillo boxes, they're all the same box.
Didn't Andy Warhol draw a picture of a cock on the space on the Voyager? So he made his signature, the A and the W, so that it looked like a cock and balls. Yeah, and people only realised afterwards.
That's the best thing he ever did.
Yeah, that's epic. It's amazing. Somewhere it's floating in space as well. So aliens are going to see a cock and ball somewhere. They don't. Oh right, here we go.
I know you guys were talking about it.
Yeah, we've done
talked about it, man.
We've definitely been trying to get people to vote online. So vote. Right, we've got the scammer of the year. Just to go through those again. So we've got the scammer of the year. We've got Justin Sun Patron. We have I can't remember what that dude is, but Yog Mole.
Yog Mole.
Another Satoshi. Yet another Satoshi. We have fake Toshi. There's only one fake Toshi, of course. And then we also have Mr. Richard Hart of the Hex. So that's go on Twitter.
Everybody needs a ballot here. We're gonna fill this out right now. Not gonna sign it. Okay, so we're starting out with Bitcoin Shill of the Year. We've got Trevor James, Craig Grant for BitConnect and Hex. We have Jeff Berwick. Ooh, that's cold. Ron Nur, crypto trader from CNBC, and Omar Baum, crypto with a zero. I don't really know any of these people. I've heard of Trevon James and Craig Grant. I thought BitConnect was pretty bad. That's going to get my vote.
Yeah, I was going to say after doing the double with BitConnect.
You can vote for wherever you want. No peer pressure. Where are you going to go, Vesa? Which direction are you going here on the first category? Shitcoin Shill of the Year.
Shitcoin Shill of the Year. Jeff Berwick.
It's difficult, isn't it? There's some good competition.
I know of Jeff Breivik and what he sometimes says. I don't even know what coins he's shilled or whatever. It's
I imagine this is probably with the
Bitcoin
libertarians
Cash.
loving Bitcoin Cash thing. That
Right.
they've kind of split off and that they think that Bitcoin Cash is better for some reason.
I'd opt out from this one. I simply don't know enough in order to.
All right, let's
vote,
go.
to be honest.
Most evil Bitcoin company. We've got, well, this is again very controversial. We've got blockchain.info. They seem all right. Coinbase seems all right. Bitmain, the big mining company, or Bitcoin.com. I'm gonna go on Bitcoin.com.
Yeah, I mean,
Roger Ver, they're promoring Bcash. That's not Bitcoin. I think that's.
I mean,
fraud.
Bitmain, you know, they with the what was it called? The underhand hash, the extra hash
the
power.
B2X and the BSV. They tried to BCH.
Obviously 2x, but also
They tried to control Bitcoin.
What's it called? Like Ant Boost, or what's it called? ASIC Boost.
ASIC Boost.
Yeah.
ASIC Boost, where you can mine
I'm
faster.
going Bitcoin.com.
All right. Oh, Bitcoin.com.
I'm going to defend Coinbase.
Base, are you going to join up with us? Are we all Bitcoin.com here?
Well, I'm going to go with as unfair to a certain degree as this is with Coinbase because of the shitty experiences that I had with them. But entirely in full disclosure, they now have been functioning for me personally quite well for a long time, and they haven't run away with anyone's money. So to call them the most evil is not really fair, but they still. That was a fuck of an experience for a while. So
they've been a disappointment in Bitcoin. It's sad to see Brian Armstrong say crypto all the time when he means Bitcoin, but still a lot of people bought their first Bitcoins there. It's a relatively good company. Like you say, they haven't scammed or exit scammed. They haven't been hacked and that we know of. But yeah, I'm going to go with they're not that evil.
So we have the Lifetime Scammer Achievement Award. We discussed this one earlier. So we've got Dan Larimer of Steemit and EOS and other BitShares and a few others.
Shares, BitShares.
Dr. Craig S. Wright. Well, I suppose that's whether he's even a doctor. So Oh, John McAfee. Oh no, I think John McAfee's a legend. To be fair, he may have shielded some shitcoins, but he's a funny guy. Who cares?
I loved it at that
McCaleb
Transylvania conference. Theo came in and McAfee was on the live stream, and they had Theo ask him a question, and Theo just off the top of his head is like, "What's your favorite gun?" And McAfee was like, "This is the greatest question I've ever been asked." In short range situations, I'd like a sawed-off, but a good old 9mm and a Glock, it doesn't jam. And he was way into the gun question. He was just delighted. So always ask them something that they're interested in. They just get excited.
So the other
So
last
I
one,
don't
Jed
know. I go
McCaleb.
McAfee, Jeb McCaleb, Mount Gox, Ripple, Stellar. Lifetime. Now this is lifetime
CSW.
scammer. This is the entire. You have to be judging for all the project. I got to go, Craig Wright.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a dead set.
Craig Wright. I mean, he didn't make anything. At least these other scammers made a project. Craig Wright just stole someone else's project, tilted the logo. It's all bad. Face, are you going for the sweep here? What do you got?
Jeff McCaleb, but I'll tell you the reason why I'm not going with Craig Wright. And I understand the animosity. I've looked into it quite a bit and whatever, but I'll tell you a story that it adds a little bit of sugar to salt.
Used to help old ladies cross the street.
No, it was personally like I made a project and we were auctioning one of my art pieces, this AI art piece at CC Forum earlier in London, and it was a fancy dinner and everyone was there and there's pieces on stage and we made a whole hoopla about it, and the point was that people bid on it and all the proceeds go to the homeless. And essentially there was a lot of money in that room, and the only one who was really bidding was Mr. Craig Wright, and he bid with his middle finger.
Typical.
The auctioneer, James Ballwater, took it pretty badly because he didn't know whether he was bidding or
James
giving
Ballwater, the auctioneer.
the finger. So it was a sweet one, and he paid in BSV that was then transferred over to BTC and sent to the charity. But I'll tell you this, man, there was a lot of money in that room, and he might have bid with his middle finger, but he fucking bid. So that whether he did for his ego or whether he kind of I was left a little confused by the whole thing.
But is it not like dirty money because of the way it was obtained by all these forking and these crazy kind of forgeries of documentation and all sorts?
Possibly.
Is it like Robin Hooding, isn't it? So is it cool if you're robbing from the rich and giving to the poor? Is he like Robin Hood?
Robbing from the poor and giving to the rich?
I wouldn't go as far as to talk. Because basically, to continue the story, what I thought was really interesting is, like, let's say, no matter leaving many things out, because I had a conversation with him and I said, because he's all about legal and compliance and all that kind of stuff, and he's betting on the fact that society will keep trucking along as we have for a long time, and it's a linear progression. Whereas I have a friend who's in Singapore, and we had this discussion, and what he said that, like, if the global economy tanks, let's say most of the world's governments lose their power to mint law in a certain kind of way, and we might not have the future of what we think it's going to be, most of his patents and most of his linear progression and thinking of where things are going to go are going to fall to fucking nothing. Because what we might have is centralized or decentralized cities like Singapore, that is like basically a third world country, and then this booming economy city, almost like a walled off thing on the inside of it. If global economy tanks and crypto booms or whatever, we might not have governments as we know them, not China, not America, not nothing. Because even if you have the biggest army in the world, if you don't have money to pay for it, you're fucked. That's that army done. So I don't just trust, no matter what side you think, whether you're outlaw, decentralized, or whether you're government and compliance, I don't trust that the future we might think that we have no idea what it's going to be. And I think that's a major wrench to one of these theories of how things are going to go.
Well, I definitely want to agree with you that it's important for people to bid on things and to be involved. We had an event once at the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup where we had all these vendors, like a guy that runs a little coffee shop, and a guy that makes some art, guy with some keychains, and they all brought all their stuff in and they brought it up, they set it up, and it was beautiful. It was nice. It was a free event, free drinks, free food, all this stuff. And nobody bought anything. Nobody bought a single bag of coffee and mug, a keychain, an art piece, nothing. It was $20. You could buy anything you want, $20. And nobody bought anything at all. And part of it is this Bitcoin idea that we're hodling our Bitcoin and we're stacking our sats. We can't spend $20 anywhere. But really, you should have a couple $100 in Bitcoin on your local phone to spend on things so that Bitcoin works, so that people use it, so that people who make cool art pieces get $20, and people who make keychains get $5. And so, you know, I appreciate him participating in the auction, even like Dan says, if he just stole money or whatever, still. Just give it back. Just give it back to the community.
I didn't mean that. I'm insinuating that. Hypothetically,
let's call it the one good thing that he's done.
Yeah, there you go.
And, well, and again, every bad person can do a good thing. Every good person can do a bad.
Yeah.
Yin and yang, the little dot of the
Yeah.
fucking circle.
I like it.
So let's see here. We got most clueless crypto community. We've got XRP, the Ripple guys, Ethereum, Bitcoin SV, or Bitcoin Cash.
It's got to be XRP or SV.
I think
just on the
another one
running
of those
theme.
Oscar things, like when you have two nominated, the two forks cancel each other out. That gives me Ethereum or Ripple. I'm with Ripple.
Yeah.
They're I mean, they seem like nice people. I'm sure they're all right. The Ripple army. I don't want a war. But it was a cool idea. It was payments. I think it was worth 3 cents. I think it went to $3 or something. You guys should have sold. That was awesome. That was your moment. Now it's back at like 20 cents or whatever. They think it's going to go back to $3. I don't know why it would. It's this same old, like, you have a centralized payment system. That's great. How does that provide any advantages over the traditional system? How does it provide any advantages over a Bitcoin system, or even name your altcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, whatever? It's just as good as Ripple. I don't see it. So I'm gonna vote with Ripple. Where's the?
I'm gonna go SV because I kind of think it's just an ongoing and just the biggest ongoing scam ever, and the audacity to say that it's Satoshi's vision is just a joke.
All right,
In the nicest
Vesa,
possible way.
where are you gonna go? You're gonna break the tie. You're gonna go with.
I'm gonna paint the XRP as well.
All right.
And on the Ethereum, who doesn't like unicorns and fucking rainbows? Like, yeah,
That's more fun than
conference
fun
needs
than
more
Clueless
unicorns
at
and
this point,
rainbows. Sure, Tone would love it.
But to be honest, like I got to add something, because not only am I not technologically capable to do a lot of that critique, and I say that firsthand, but I got into this game because I made a documentary film about the monetary system and the corruption of the fucking world banking and central banking 10 years ago. Like, and some of this infighting and innovation and things, or whether something's this level or that level or whatever, I think is a minor thing, and I don't entirely know in comparison to the behemoth fuckery that is the fucking central banking system. And in one way, I understand that we need to fight it out. We need to get out scams. We need to figure out what merits what and how things are going to work out. But I think right now, there's what does annoy me a little bit is how internally focused as opposed to the real actual mission of what we should be accomplishing with things that gets lost in the process. And that's why I'm hesitant to often criticize and say this and that, because the thing that I want to criticize and take down and fucking say, you guys need to go away so we can finally do the real innovations, that's where my negativity is invested, and not so much even here. But I'm not walking into this entirely clueless. That's not the case. But that's, if you sense a little reluctance in me, that would be the...
So is there a not applicable? Is that what you're going?
Oh, he's got Ripple, man. He's with my team.
Oh, you're Ripple? Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. It's called Most Centralized Decentralized Blockchain. And the nominees are EOS, Ripple, IOTA, or Steemit.
I think for me, it's got to be Steemit, because it's a decentralized thing that's just been bought.
Yeah, Steemit selling itself to Tron is pretty much the taker. I mean, it's nice to say that IOTA is offline. That definitely makes it not decentralized, but it also makes it less interesting to me. Whereas Steemit is still interesting because Tron bought it, and I want to see what they do now. If they create a Tron Power coin, and if you have to power up with your Tron Power, or if they keep the 3-coin system that Steemit has, or whatever they do with it, I think it's fun. It's funny. I'm voted Steemit. What do you got? What do you got, Vesa?
I'm probably going to go with IOTA as well. It's
nice. It's offline. It's a solid decentralized,
There's an argument
centralized.
there.
Yeah. No wrong answers on that one, I think.
So next one, Scammer of the Year. So we've got some familiar faces in there.
How many of these people have I met?
There's Justin, son of Tron. We have Richard of Hex. We have Fake Toshi 1, the first Fake Toshi. Which is Craig Wright, and then we have Jorg Molt, who's like he's like 20. He was 2019's. Or was it 2019 or 2020?
Seems pretty recent. I mean, Andreas was really mad about that picture. That's all I know is like guy with a picture of Andreas claims to be Satoshi. And I was like, I got a picture of me and Andreas. I got to be Satoshi too. I don't know.
Listen, I was right next to when Ken Bozak busted him. I was dismantling my booth at World CryptoCon,
Yeah.
and right the fuck in front of me, the thing
That
kicks
was
off
brilliant.
as he was recording it. And
Yeah.
I'm just going like, holy shit! Like this is
Awesome.
epic.
Yeah, kudos, Kenneth. Yeah, that was amazing.
We went on an epic sort of drinking spree because it was Ken's birthday as well, and we ended up at the Cosmopolitan like 8 o'clock in the morning, like drinking ourselves stupid, fucking Fear and Loathing style. So it was an epic night, but it was a confusing one because 2 days before then. I was with Jörg Molt because it was the Litecoin Summit, and one of the after parties was at the Luxor at their e-gaming tournament arena or whatever it is.
Nice.
And he's always been civil with me, and things like that. And he speaks fairly eloquently, and I don't think anyone took him that seriously, whatever. But that guy, like I was turning around like this, and he whispers, and he's first made his claims of this and that and whatever, and he makes it in such a sneaky way. And I kind of jumped, but it was such a jarring thing coming from the left side, and I didn't want to confront or whatever. But when thing went down, fuck him.
The only thing I want whispered in my ears is I'm not wearing any panties.
Oh yeah, from what? From York?
But you don't want that from
New
York,
York though. I'm waiting for the probation from the other side. Yeah. But I imagine that's the same as saying you're Satoshi to another man. You're like, I'm Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go for York for my vote there. He came out of nowhere, and it just you've got to give him credit for how he was so many conferences and people genuinely thinking he's Satoshi. I mean, crazy. Kudos.
What do you guys think of Richard Hart and Hex and that thing?
Well, he was kind of like honest about it being so dodgy. It seems
it's one of those where you sell people a scam and they invest anyway.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was we had him on the show years ago. Then he was pretty well painted as the spam king, and then he made all his money spamming people, which again, if you're a libertarian and you're like, buyer beware, idiots bought bad products, not his fault. He's just a marketing guy. And otherwise, I mean, it really seemed like he wasn't quite on the up and up. And then the Hex thing just got so complicated and so many different levels about how, and then he promised returns, never a good thing. He promised 600% returns or whatever it was. So it was disappointing to see it go down, in kind of slow motion too, because anybody that bought at that top lost 95% of their wealth.
Oh, savage! I think a couple of days after the major crash, like the Hex Twitter account was tweeting that as if rubbing salt into the wounds, really. But they were tweeting like, if you buy now at 2 Satoshi and it goes up, it goes up 1, then you made 50%. Woo woo woo! Having lost 99.
I came into it new. I didn't know from his spam king or anything. I just got like, all of a sudden this guy gets bombarded being a scam.
Yeah.
I looked into it, and from a psychology point of view, the way that he communicated, he didn't seem like a scammer. Like not analyzing the project itself, but what I did pick up on, and my 2 cents to the conversation was that even if he's honest in his thing and not thinking that it was a scam, he definitely had a Jesus complex thing. So it was all about, you stupid people out there, I'm going to come and ride in on a white horse and save you and give you that probably, on top of everything else, no matter how scammy it is, that probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Definitely.
So even my advice to him would be like, just get off of the high horse savior thing and then build another project and then see who
part of it
joins,
too is I think Richard's a fantastic communicator. I think he's good at talking.
Very
he's
good
really
debater.
Sharp, good debater, has good evidence. And his very first videos when he got into YouTube were actually kind of self-help videos where he was like, you should stop gambling, you should stop playing video games, you should start taking your life seriously. It sounded like he had wasted a lot of his time and probably money gambling, playing video games. He described things like he'd played, Counter-Strike or Call of Duty for 2 days straight. And he woke up and he was like, what is wrong with my life? Why am I doing this? Why don't I go to the gym? Why don't I get a girlfriend? Why don't I do anything other than play this damn game where I just rotate and shoot people? And for him to try to share that knowledge with others, I thought was great. And then he's also a great communicator.
So he's got a lot of heart.
Yeah. Well, he probably named himself that too. But and another thing that's great about how he communicates is when he has people on his show, and he's in this beautiful HD crystal background giant throne, fancy dress. He's perfectly put together. Then he puts the other people in this little box in the corner in low definition, and they're in this like little square, and he can mute them or he can turn them off or he can make them small. One of the great things I saw him do is when he was done talking to Roger, he talked to Roger Ver for like an hour and a half, back and forth, all kinds of discussion, conversation was great. Roger goes away, and Richard still got the audience there. Now the rest of us are tired after an hour and a half of talking, but not Richard. He has amazing stamina, and he goes for another hour or two with that audience just because they're there, and he just plugs hex to them without Roger. So he's just like, oh, just telling one side of the story for another hour or two, which again, you have to have incredible stamina, great communicating power. Like he does a lot of work. I think he earned, sadly, as a scammer, I'm going to say he earned the money that he took. I'm voting with Craig Wright. Craig Wright is the scammer of the year. He's just no good.
Was the we got the pen?
I'm putting it down. I'm marking it.
I'm going with Jorg Malt. Came out of nowhere.
Jorg Malt, and what'd you have this with Jorg? Or?
Yeah, fucking Jorg. Don't whisper shit to my ear, especially that you're Satoshi, motherfucker.
Well, let's on that note, let's move on to the next category. Most disliked former maximalists. I like this where we're hating on them for previously believing in something. So we've got, looks like, is that fake Bitcoin SV? I don't know who that is. Is that Roger?
No, that's not. No,
Roger's the next one. Bitcoin Bitcoin Cash Roger Ver. So I don't know who this is. Fake Bitcoin SV. Is that
I don't recognize
Bitcoin Diamond or Platinum or something or Rhodium? But
I have no idea. But we
that
got Brian Armstrong for Coinbase is another nominee, and Vinny Lingham Civic, and obviously, well, I say obviously, and Roger Ver Bitcoin Cash. So I think for me, I'm gonna go for the top left because I don't know who they are.
Oh, Mr. Unknown.
Mr. Unknown.
Most disliked former maximalists. Well, okay, so Vinny Lingham. I mean, obviously, it's a bummer if you bought Civic, you lost all your money. That sucks.
There was you could use the Civic in a vending machine at one point though.
If you were nearby the vending machine, I guess. Roger Ver Bitcoin Cash. That's not great. Although I like his green jacket.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I got to go with Brian Armstrong from Coinbase. I like Brian. I like Coinbase. I like what they do, but I don't like it when he keeps saying crypto. He keeps saying crypto has a future and crypto is great. And I'm the idiot with World Crypto Network, but no, I don't like it. If you want to say Bitcoin, if you want to say Bitcoin's great, it has a future. Use the name. Use the word. Don't be afraid to use it. You look like an idiot when you run a big Bitcoin company and you won't say the word Bitcoin. So I'm going with Brian.
I've already gone for top left. What about yourself, basically?
Well, I'm in a bit of a bind and a pickle with a bunch of these things, and I'm like, this might sound like a bunch of excuses, but for example, that one piece that has now 50 signatures of all the major influencers that is trying to do the one good thing and sold for over $1 million going to that charity.
Nice.
Most of these guys have signed them. Most of them have, in a way or another, help me do some things in this space. So I've met Roger. Roger signed it. I haven't met Armstrong. Vinny signed it, who's one of the first ones who signed it on stage at World CryptoCon. So, and this one guy I don't know. So in one way, I feel like like if they would hear me shitting on them after they've done just one nice thing, for the whole thing, I feel dubious of saying. So I'm not going to vote on this one.
Well, that's fair enough. Or vote for that unknown guy that we don't know.
The unknown guy. Yeah, but that's fucked up too, man. I've never met him, and I'm telling you the most disliked. Plus, what I have a problem with is that I think you should be able to change your mind, because if you're guided by truth, and let's say your truth becomes that you're no longer a maximalist.
Yeah.
I'm not the guy who says like a religious fundamentalist that now that you're no longer with Islam, now you're fucked and you're out excommunicated. So part of the religiosity of, even though BTC is my fucking coin, that's what I back, that's what I own. I don't have any other coins like that. Like I'm fully with this, but I'm conflicted with a lot of these questions. That's the.
I'll agree with you too. I think Vinny's a good guy. Done a couple interviews with him. He's been nice to me, and even Roger has always been good and done interviews and said hello in public and so forth. So I got no problem with these people. But No, I'm still voting Brian down. Sorry,
But
Brian.
dude, on that same note, if you invested in Civic and you got fucked, you want to burn him.
You're gonna want to put Vinny on your ballot.
I'm
So-
definitely not going to vote Brian because that was the last paycheck I got was wrapping for Coinbase. Christmas, Christmas
Gotta
party.
protect
Yeah,
the plan.
We're all
So,
corrupt.
thank you, Brian.
So I don't know what happened in the chat here. It says that I deleted all the messages and someone else
Oh,
retracted
geez.
all their messages, but I've been sitting right here, so I don't think I deleted all the messages. But
Oh no.
sorry to everyone, whatever's going on in the chat, some kind of YouTube thing. So
Deleted by
apologies.
it's crazy. So
Um,
next up we have the most Bitcoin clueless no coiner.
Oh,
So-
this I can vote on.
What?
It looks like Paul Krugman in the first
Kruggers.
category, New York Times columnist.
Peter
Peter
Schiff.
Schiff, Buffett, and
Buffett.
Rubini.
Yeah. Oh, this is.
I'm gonna vote Rubini.
I think I can't vote Peter Schiff because he pays so much attention to Bitcoin. He's
And
got to be. He's got to be
coming
packing.
around,
He's
right?
packing.
I mean,
Yeah. He's a gold bug.
He wanted access to his coins.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Paul Krugman. He's an economist. He's a literate, educated man. He should know better about Bitcoin by now. Also, he was really wrong on the internet. He called it the fax machine, said it wasn't going to be a thing. And I thought he would have learned from that too, that sometimes, especially with technology, there are things you don't know. And if you screw up and you don't see the internet the first time, and then you're an economist, you have he has Nobel Prizes and shit for economy. He's fantastic. But if he doesn't see this Bitcoin coming, he doesn't see the internet coming.
But
It's just not working.
Here's a
very
great podcast called Eric Weinstein has a podcast called The Portal, and he's an economist. And basically, what he's saying is that when do we implement economy into our actual profession, and he starts turning back around. So he started criticizing it from the point of view of what is like the Bitcoin point of view or Austrian economics point of view.
Yeah.
My vote goes to Rubini because of the legendary debate of what they had. No, it's the shit going. Your shit in your toilet stinks. That that whole thing. But I looked at Rubini. And I thought you're either corrupt, because at this point you can't be that single-minded about it. If you've gotten this much education, but you get paid 40 grand to go somewhere to oppose it, and then you're saying there's nothing positive about it, and you get paid by it. So you're either dumb or you're corrupt or both. So that's why my vote goes to this guy. Plus, he was a bit of a cunt and didn't come and sign the piece. So fuck him.
It all comes back to that. Let's see
No,
where
that's just on top. No, I'm honest
Paul
about the
Krugman
first.
going down. There you go.
I'm going for Buffett because I don't know. I kind of think that, and this is I'm probably speaking way out of my realm here, but I think there's a certain level you reach of being like a fund manager where you're bound to be successful, an investor, because you're literally mingling shoulders with all the people in these companies that are making decisions. It's almost like it's very difficult not to fuck it up. So, and because he was so against Bitcoin, I'm just gonna have to go for him, considering he's an investor.
He's been right on a lot of other things. It's not his fault he's wrong on Bitcoin. You have an incredible 80, 50-year streak or whatever being right on crazy investments of different industries, and then some big tech thing comes along, you blow it. I can't blame him.
I suppose tech isn't his forte, is it?
Imagine how much of his investments are tied to things that are threatened by Bitcoin. He might just be smart about it and he goes, fuck this thing. It might screw up my whole portfolio, and he's not ready to go all in on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I can see that.
So we got best new scam. I like the way the best is in quote marks, because obviously is there such thing as a best scam? Maybe it's the worst scam, but the contenders are. And we have a very funny looking Calvin Ayre and Craig Wright, who've been heading up Bitcoin SV, which is of course a fake Bitcoin. We've got Harry Potter on the Mimble and Grin camp. I thought that was I thought Grin was like the allowed maximalist.
It seemed at first it was a scientific project and they were all using Harry Potter names and it was fun. But then there was something about how people got the option to pre-mine it, and some people were hooked up to pre-mine it, and everybody was seemingly ready the minute it went live. And that's where it got a little fishy and a little less scientific, I think.
We've also got Bitcoin SV, we've got Grin, Hex. Obviously, we've chatted a lot about that. And a new contender, or a new one that we haven't chatted about, which is Cosmos and Atom.
I don't even know what Cosmos and Atom is. I'm going to go against what I've said previously, and I'm going to give Hex the best new scam because I think it is new. I think they invented it and that it just came out this year and it raised lots of money, and that makes it the best. Congratulations, Richard Hart. You are the best new scam, at least from my opinion.
I'm just going to stick with my guns and go SV. It's pretty much dominated most of my choices.
I'll go with Hex as well because of the paradox of the best. It's certainly the most creative. It's the most like punchy and like the whole psychology aspect. I think it's easily the best.
We're kind of celebrating best of the worst. Wow, this Mad Bitcoin keeps timing out people, and yet I'm here watching the screen, not touching it. So I don't know what's going on, guys. YouTube chat is moderating itself. Oh well. But let's go to the final category today: the most clueless blockchain Fortune 500 company.
JB Morgan Chase.
JB Morgan Chase, a strong competitor. IBM, Microsoft, and MoneyGram also nominated.
Now, I'm going to not choose Microsoft because of I like the fact that they're going to be going open source. There's also a recent petition to get Windows 7 to be open source. I'm not sure how that's going. I think it had about 15,000 signatures.
And they bought GitHub, and they haven't done anything wrong with it that we know.
They haven't done any evil yet. And I think they said they were going to keep it, they're not going to kind of introduce new pricing models and that sort of stuff. So I think that's kind of cool. MoneyGram, I don't really know about. IBM, I think it's got to be JP Morgan Chase, simply because of, the comments that, what's his name? Jamie Dimon's been making over the last couple of years, shitting on Bitcoin, the failed patents, building their own type of Bitcoin. I read somewhere there's like 160 something failed patents. So yeah, I think it's got to be JPM for me.
There is no way these other companies can have made even a fraction of the fuckery of what JP Morgan and Chase have done over the years. There's no way, even if they tried their best.
I'm going to go ahead and agree with the panel. I'm choosing JP Morgan Chase, mainly because I think it's just ridiculous for a bank to get into Bitcoin or blockchain. It's just too much to making your own obsolescence, like wiping yourself out.
Bitcoin's a scam. Bye.
Yeah, like a taxi company that got into Uber. And they're like, we're not going to do taxis anymore. We're just going to do Ubers.
I'm going to have to head off briefly because I need to grab some drinks. This is hour number 5, I think.
Dude, you're the epic winner today, Dan. We're going to try to keep this going a little bit more if we can get some more guests. Vesa, are you going to hang around, or are you going to send me a guest?
I'm going to send you a guest. I got to go and sell some art.
That's
Artforcrypto.com, motherfuckers. Go and buy some shit.
Art for Crypto. Check out Vesa there. And thanks so much for being on the show again.
Always a pleasure.
We'll be doing this again in Manchester in a few months if you come up to CoinFest, man.
Awesome.
It'll be a good time.
Thank you.
All right, so bring me in. Send me Daisy or Counselor Silver over there. Send me somebody. All right, so I want to announce MS Bit Ith in the chat. My man from Burning Man says that the Simpsons will be performing an episode tomorrow night about cryptocurrency taking over the world in 1,000 days. Come on, Counselor. So anyway, this is a very important announcement that you should watch The Simpsons tomorrow. Shout out to MS Bit Eth. He's my man from District. I saw a District with a K sticker in Hawaii or something recently. I thought it was pretty cool. And he says The Simpsons tell you how to buy Bitcoin in the episode. So we need to check that out tomorrow. Cryptocurrency taking over the world. Very cool. But we're looking for our next guest. You want to come on down? All right. Come on down.
You got to push your own way through.
That's right. I mean, when the opportunity strikes, just get right on there. So how you doing? What's
you
your
don't even
name?
know who I am, do you?
What's your name and what do you do in Bitcoin?
My name's Gary Leland, and I run BitBlock Boom.
All right.
If you've heard of my conference.
It's the Texas Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, we're in August in Dallas, Texas.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's our 3rd year.
Very cool. Where can people check it out? Online?
BitBlockBoom.com.
Nice. And what do you guys have going on this year? Chili competition, something like that?
Well, no, not really. But this year we're breaking up from the last 2 years. We've had one track, just like a general session track.
Sure.
This year we've got the general session track, and we're going to do a tech track, and then we're adding a Spanish track.
Nice.
So I just talked to Max about coming to the Spanish track. So we're like, we're kind of growing it, but we're trying to the limit still that we're going to put a limit on it at 350.
Right.
Because I have another conference I just sold that was 3,500 people. The last one. And I don't want to do that again.
It doesn't really feel like there's a sense of community. You can't really talk to the people. There's just so many people, right?
And when it first started, there was, and I had a strong community. But as time went by, the community kind of got lost, and then a big radio conglomerate bought me out. I was kind of glad to get out of it because it was a great payday. Number one, that I threw in the Bitcoin back in March.
Nice.
So I was really happy about that. But the conference is doing good. This is our third year, and
it's been interesting to see. I know Money 2020, the conference was sold from an independent entity to a large company. So it's interesting to see the conference and essentially the list of attendees become the valuable thing, because now you have a list of people that are into Bitcoin, list of people that are into computer security or internet or whatever the conference is about. So it's actually the guest list.
Then there's a value per follower, or per whatever you want to call it, per your fans, followers, attendees, whatever. But no, Bitcoin, when I started the conference, I started it as a crypto conference back 3 years ago. And then Safe, we had a brunch the next morning, and Safe said, Saifedean the Moose, he said, I think this is the first Bitcoin maximalist conference I've been to in North America. And I said, oh my God, it was. What's in it? No one was here with the shitcoin that talked. And so then I really directed my attention. Maybe that happened because I was a Bitcoin maximalist.
Sure.
But I directed my attention to Bitcoin only. And then the next year the second year it was Bitcoin. I mean, there was no way anyone was getting there.
Which was good for a while, but then at a certain point, everyone wanted ICOs. Everyone wanted all.
Well, our first year though, when we started, we just gone from 19,000 to the drop. That was a hard conference to do the first year. That was a real hard conference to do. I mean, I was giving away tickets because I had Pierre Rochard and I had all these people coming, and I couldn't even sell a ticket hardly. So I was just giving tickets away because I didn't want someone coming from New York, Safe's coming from Canada, and I have 10 people in the audience. How embarrassing would that be?
Oh, I've been there. There's a lot of the conferences, they have a really tough time pulling people in, and you hope they'll do something last minute, like give the tickets to students or someone that would come just to fill out the room.
Well, now we're at the point after the conference is over, we announced a special if you enjoyed. And I actually said, I don't know when I'm doing the conference. I haven't got a date. But if you want to go ahead and buy your tickets for next year, you can at this certain reduced price. And you have to July to cancel. So if the date doesn't work. And I sold out 25% of the conference.
That's great.
Right then, even though they didn't know when it was. So I feel like I did something right.
I definitely like the conferences. I go to like HCPP, and at the end of the conference, they're always like, next year, practically the same dates. We're gonna be right back here. We're gonna do this again. Put it on your calendar. Like that's because it's so hard with a schedule. Like this conference, for example, moved from, it was a few weeks earlier, and then now it's after Anarchapulco. And I know a lot of people that went to Anarchapulco. They're tired now. They don't want to go to another conference. That was it for them. And at the same time, we have other ones. The CoinFest is up against the Bitcoin Lightning Conference. They're on the same weekend. Another one, they're following weekends, which I like because then you can try to go to all of them.
Yeah, and then they also kind of like grasp that weekend. That's their weekend. So other people setting up conferences go, I'm not doing it that weekend because I know when Block Boom is.
Other times they're like they'll challenge it up. Who cares about that?
Yeah, I think what's doing real good with our conference though is that not only have the conference, but like our conference is the conference day Saturday, but on Friday we have a lot of satellite events happening that I have no control on.
Nice.
And so people are coming and doing events on Saturday, like Michael Bitstein and Pierre Rochard do the SNI dinner, meat dinner, steak dinner. And we have a lot of that happening. And now it's down to Thursday. Things are happening starting Thursday. So I'm hoping the whole week ends up within a year or two getting filled up from Monday to Sunday. It's really kind of cool how that's happening.
Cool. I've heard a lot of good things about Austin. They have a lot of live music. It's very much a college town.
Oh, it's a great
cool
town
to hang out with, that kind of thing. So I could see going in a couple days early to catch a couple fun events.
Yeah,
if you got the time, if you work remotely, especially, it's easy to travel.
Yeah, we have a lot of people coming up from Austin actually that are in there. So tell me, I hate to say this, I don't know who you are. So, I would like to introduce myself to you personally.
Sure.
I'm Gary Legalum.
Nice to meet you. I'm Thomas Hunt.
I've watched the show. I've watched the show. It's a great show.
Yeah.
I just don't know everybody's name.
I do the World Crypto Network, and then I start out doing the Mad Bitcoin show.
Okay.
So I had like a crazy top hat, crazy goggles, and a green screen. And I basically told people every day, I was like, Bitcoin's fun and it's interesting and it's not challenging. You don't have to know a lot of math. You can just try it out, buy some for $10 or whatever. And I just try to tell people about it every day. And I did about 600 episodes over 2 years. And then I started doing the World Crypto Network. We've done thousands of episodes. Just basically, normal people, smart people, technical people, trying to explain this on different levels and different ways, so that more people understand it and more people get involved.
That's really exciting. You know what? My show, I'm on episode 500 this Friday.
Nice.
This Friday coming up, I hit number 500.
That's
so that's
great.
kind of cool. But I'm my thing is not talking about the conference anymore. 'Cause
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I promoted that as much as I'm gonna. But
You can
my
do it,
thing
man.
is
That's
Bitcoin
fine.
for boomers.
Yeah.
That's my tag. I started seeing everybody go like, okay, boomers. I said, hey, I'm gonna grab that shit because I'm a boomer and I'm not embarrassed about being a boomer.
Do you find it tough though? I mean, like people that won't use microwaves, people that can't program their VCR, people that get into
I don't
Bitcoin.
know. I don't know those people though. I don't know those people that you're talking
I
about.
know.
And my brother's 74 and he can definitely do his microwave.
Nice.
So
nice.
I don't know those people, but I think that's funny.
Sure.
And I think that's really quick. But we're getting ready to have the greatest wealth transfer in the history of mankind, and it is what they say. That's what they say.
Yeah.
But you got to realize, us boomers are going to probably live till 80 or 90. So that's going to be a really slow transfer. It's not going to happen really quick.
Retirement is getting more and more expensive.
So I'm starting a nationally syndicated radio show starting next weekend, Bitcoin for Boomer show.
Wow.
And they approached me because they're a business channel and they're really investors, and their target market are people who are boomers. 55 and over is who the target market is, who are doing stocks.
Well, that sounds like a great way, and also to reach a market that's not being reached. I also thought it was a great idea when you said that you're having a track of your conference in Spanish, because I speak elementary Spanish. It's not great or anything, but I always say to people that people need to be talking to like their own people. I can talk to the computer geeks and I can tell them about Star Trek and that Bitcoin is great.
I was watching Star Trek when I was a kid.
Yeah. So again, my people, but like people that aren't into Star Trek, people that maybe speak Spanish or come from a different background, have different things, they're not going to listen to me. They're going to think I'm an idiot computer geek. I don't know anything. But if I can get somebody to speak Spanish to talk to them, somebody from their neighborhood to talk to them, somebody who has something in common with them, maybe we can convince them. Maybe we can get them on board.
You're exactly right. It's amazing. This is kind of amazing. It's amazing how many people have come up to me today and said, hey, I don't know Bitcoin that well, and I wanted to come to this conference, but I know who you are. And you could tell they were related to me because I'm their age. Maybe they're a couple years older, a couple years younger, and they're going, and they're asking questions. They could answer anyone here. I mean, anyone here could answer these questions. And they're like going, hey, thank you. I really appreciate it. And then it was really nice to know they appreciate it.
A lot of it is having a person who looks like you, a person of your age, or a person of your background that they can relate to. And they're like, I bet that guy likes the things I like. And if I ask him a question about this, he'll relate it to me.
And that guy remembers when Coca-Colas were 6 cents. And movie theaters were 35 cents. And I know everybody's heard their dad or granddad say that, but it's true. And when you grew up with that, I did some math the other day. And if you take a Coke was 6 cents when I grew up and it's $2 now and do the math, the percentage wise, that means when you're my age, a Coke is going to be $100. If you didn't count quantitative easing, all the money, if it just stayed as it was.
If the inflation
but it's going to be
keeps
more
going,
though, because they printed
go
way
out of
more
control.
money in your lifetime than they did when I was 0 to your age. So it's probably going to be $200 for a Coke when you're my age.
And you barely notice too. I remember we used to keep like 10 cents in our pocket in case we had to make a phone call. And the phone call went to 25 cents, it went to 50 cents and 75. And I don't even know if you can find a payphone now.
No, I don't think there is. Matter of fact, when I moved, I opened up a store, physical brick and mortar store for a business. When I went in, there was a payphone on the wall. It was disconnected, but it was filled with money because it was disconnected and people kept putting money in there.
Hilarious.
And I called the phone company to come get the damn thing. I didn't even want the money in there. I should have kept it. It would have been a nice collector piece.
It was one of the best things. It was a million years ago now. I don't want to say, but I came to Vegas for DEF CON for the hacker convention. And we were all into payphones at the time. And there was like a section of bank of payphones. And then there was one missing. And we just assumed one of the DEF CON guys had stolen it off the wall. Because it was a kind of convention where there was a guy carrying around like a phone company door from their van. Like they'd stolen the AT&T door from the van. Because they could.
Oh, yeah,
and they just ran off with it. They were bringing it to DEF CON as a trophy or whatever.
That's funny.
It's those kind of people. So it was fun. It's fun to
that's right. I noticed who was this sitting here a second ago with the Bitcoin cap one?
It was Dan. Dan Eve, Crypto Raptor from the UK.
Francis, is that speaking of the block movement.
Hats, yeah.
And then
really well with the hats,
and then I'm not sure his name, but Bull Bitcoin sent me yesterday a copy of his. Remember he came out with those little books, the Satoshi Nakamoto Bitcoin white paper?
Oh, NVK and the Center for Digital Commerce, or maybe it was the one of the like Bitcoin support agencies.
Yeah.
Put that out.
Yeah. So
it's
he
a
sent
cool
me
little
one of those
book.
the
Yeah,
other day. I
like
was trying to find that. MBK, he's speaking at my conference.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I've seen her around here.
You know, you guys ought to come to the conference. You guys.
It'll be fun,
I have
yeah.
no media. I don't do media at my conference.
Sure.
Because, I find a lot of people are just like wanting to get a pass, and they're really just wanting to get a pass. But you guys really are hardworking. Here we are. We got everybody out there doing stuff, and you're sitting here cranking out content.
That's our goal. And that's what we do.
You guys
And
really should come to the conference, and we should set y'all up with some passes and bring y'all in as our exclusive media people.
That'd be great, man.
You know?
It's not far for us. I mean, I'm here in Vegas, so
It's not far at all.
Not a far flight for me as long as I'm in the country. I've been doing pretty good doing some European conferences lately. So I've been
Well, when I
enjoying
get
that.
through, I'll give you my card with my personal contact
Absolutely.
info,
Yeah, I'd
and
like
you
to.
can look at the date. If it works, we'll have you guys out. And
we do
I just thought of this. It wasn't like I planned it. So I think it'd
you're-
be great.
We'd love to go, and we do the same thing. We bring the board, we bring the microphones, we set up. If we're lucky, a lot of the speakers come by the thing, and we get some good interviews. Otherwise, I mean, I'll interview anybody off the street. I don't care. They just talk about Bitcoin.
I think your system's really. I was watching your system because I do a lot of video and podcasting. I mean, I was like one of the first 100 podcasters on the planet.
That's
I mean, doing this
nice.
forever.
Yeah.
And I like your system with the 3 cameras. But how do you switch from camera to camera? Are you just recording on 3 and you edit it later?
Mainly, we're recording on the one camera. We do have on open broadcaster, we have more options, but we're on Zoom today because it works better.
Right.
So I have this button that switches. So we have this side camera we haven't used very much. Side angle's not that interesting. We have this.
I'm
This
just
is
going to
my
take a picture of this device. Here.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, this is Stream Deck. This one's good really too. The board. Does
That's
a lot of
audio
stuff.
though.
That's just audio.
Yeah.
But then here we are. This is the main shot. We've been using this one. So they're not that useful, but anything we can do.
Well,
to
that's
make
pretty
this look,
useful there, and that doesn't look like a very expensive device, is it?
No, it's like $50 maybe.
Yeah,
And,
I have not seen that.
In a open broadcaster, you can actually have it so like left one, right one, left one. This one's just a cycle. It's not as good. And then this is the Bitcoin price right here, 96.84.
Oh my gosh! So is that on the screen?
Oh no, it's just on this thing.
So you just when you're talking know what's going on, or can you? Push that button? Does it show up on the screen?
Nah, it
I'm
doesn't.
sorry, guys, watching that. I'm sitting here.
You might push that button. It'll bring up the chart because I might have linked it to the chart URL or whatever. But mainly, it just picks up the price of Bitcoin. No one can see it at home, but this little Streambox thing has little buttons on it.
Oh
that
yeah,
are
they probably like to know what the hell we're talking about.
Visual buttons. And one of the visual buttons I have set to the price of Bitcoin, just for fun. So
yeah, no, that's really a cool tool there. I mean, I have a
it's been
soundboard
really
and
good.
everything, but I don't have.
Yeah, this is a video switcher mainly for open broadcaster. And what's great is you can have your preset scenes in open broadcaster. So you have like a trading screen that has a chart and a thing, and you have like a web screen that has a web browser. You can push these buttons and instantly go back and forth between your presets.
I'll probably be ordering one of those Monday.
Very
If
nice,
nothing
man.
else, sometimes you go to a conference, and it's like the little things that you learn that make the whole conference worth it.
Well, that's where I got this incredible board. I was in the Netherlands and I did a little podcast interview with the guy, and he had the board. And I was like, after the interview, I was like, all right, tell me everything about this board.
Well, what's so exciting about this board?
All right. Well, we'll start out with it's got a memory chip inside, and it's recording our audio separately.
Oh, wow.
So
That's cool.
if the computer and the streaming and everything dies, I've got a straight board audio backup of everything. So
And since I'm an audio podcaster,
oh yeah, you're
then
cool
I've got
there.
that covered. At least I can put out the audio
The
show.
second thing, it's got 4 microphone inputs and it's got 4 headphone outputs.
Oh wow!
So for a normal podcast stitch, you can put the headphones on. Video, it's not really useful to, and you can hear me fine.
Oh yeah.
But if you were really podcasting, you put the headphones on. So
Especially
that's
if you were in a
cool.
loud environment.
Yeah, because you can just keep it going. It's got the individual sliders. It does compression on the audio.
Oh wow!
So it's like
so it's
fixes-
compression built in.
Yeah, built-in compression, and then these things.
Because I
here-
have an external compressor I use right now.
Yeah. This goes to Bluetooth, iPhone, or USB, Bluetooth, and iPhone. And what you can do there is you can bring in a phone call from Skype or whatever on my iPhone.
Through that.
Yeah, through that. So I can just say, hey, call me on my phone. And then I push the slider up and boom, there you are. I know this is a Rodecaster. I have the,
Is this a Rodecaster?
yeah,
I heard
the
about the
stickers
Rodecaster,
covered
but
up.
I had not seen one.
It's great. And then the other thing it has, these are all sound effect buttons.
Okay.
So once you're more into radio or whatever,
Yeah.
maybe use sound effects more. But
Oh.
and they're all individually audioed. And no, it's just a great board. And
I
as
had
soon
heard
as,
of this. I just didn't know what it looked
as
like.
soon as the guy showed it to me, I was like, I hate you. I'm gonna have to spend $1,000 on this. You
Yeah.
just cost me all
Well,
this money.
I think I hate you.
But-
You're going to cost me $1,050.
and that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then they have a bigger one of that with more buttons.
Hey, also while we're thinking about, you just mentioned radio. Starting next Saturday at 2:00, I start a syndicated radio show called Bitcoin for Boomers.
Nice.
And so that's brand new for me. So we'll be, eventually all over the country. There's a sales rep for the radio station called me. They are up on Westwood 1. They show up, and they have a sales rep who calls on radio stations to cover my show. So it starts next Saturday, but hopefully within a year, we're on quite a few channels. So
Well, that'd be cool. Call me up. I'm not a boomer, but I can commentate on it.
We're trying to
and
bring
give you my
in
perspective and
we're trying to
such,
bring in
so
people who can explain it.
Be fantastic.
I think there are a lot of boomers,
hit me
which
up
we talked about
anytime.
earlier. There are a lot of boomers who are going to live a long time that have money, and they want to know what to do with their money, and they don't understand Bitcoin.
Yeah. We got to explain it to them.
Yeah. So
Gotta
I don't
bring
mean to
them
be
on
hogging
board.
up all your airtime. Can I
No,
say one
no.
more thing before I go?
Absolutely. Say one more thing. I mean, we have
Hey,
to
if you by
convince
some
more
chance
people.
want to follow me, I'm on Twitter. I'm Gary Lee. I'm everywhere. I'm Gary Leland everywhere. So follow me, GaryLeland.
Well,
And
thanks so much,
and I
Gary.
want I'm serious. We'll talk
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
I want you to come to BitBlock Boom and do this there.
That sounds great.
I think this will be a
I'd
match
love to
made in
do it.
heaven. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gone.
sounds
Adios, everybody.
All right. Send me somebody else. Somebody else come in. Leah, you going to come? All right. All right. What's the finance?
Role of traditional finance.
Oh, you've got another panel?
Oh,
Do you give
no.
a speech now?
I finally am not on finance. Hello, sir. I'm wearing a different outfit.
I know.
I'm back to my normal
I don't even
self.
recognize you now that you're dressed down. Everyone at home, this is Leah. She was on earlier, but you've forgotten.
Yeah, now I'm back to the normal clothes. I will say it's kind of funny of this for the most part is, what we like to wear.
That's
and
what
this
a
is
hacker.
us.
That's what a hacker wears. Yeah.
And each time that I do wear a dress for on stage or something, usually people say, "Oh, I didn't even recognize it was you." And I gotta be honest, I don't think that that's a compliment, but I'm okay with it. But
when I wear a dress, I
Girl
rarely get recognized as well. But I think it's because my legs are so shapely and strong.
But the heels you wear are just fabulous. That it does very nice for your
It does
calves.
make all the difference.
It does. So you've been having too much fun here all day.
All right.
Every time I look over, either Ugly's here with his staff or Jimmy, I think was going off on socialism
We had
or something
a religious
earlier.
discussion with Jimmy for over an hour. We brought him in. We were talking about free will and choice.
Oh yeah,
and major topics in a fair way. Everyone got their say.
I mean,
so yeah, we're very serious here.
he was coding there. We were talking after our
Oh, no, he
panel,
couldn't stop
and
it,
then
man. He jumped over the couch for the chance to talk about faith and good works and religion and these ideas. He was into it.
it was awesome. So he was on my panel. I mean, I
Nice.
got lucky with my panel.
Yeah.
I was also after
I
the
heard
panel.
Tone stole your introductions. I was bummed out. I was sitting here listening. I was like, is she going to introduce them? Is she going to let them talk? What's it going to be? And then I was like, Tone didn't.
Well, and to your credit, and I'll totally admit that so I came to Thomas, to our dear listeners, and I actually did ask, what's the best way to introduce a panel? Just all intents and purposes, it's kind of, you don't know how to. Do you introduce them with their names? Do you allow them, do you do?
To call them sexy nicknames.
Oh, okay.
They might like that.
Yeah, I should have done that. But there's interesting, I don't know. Sometimes, in for Magical Crypto Conference, for the, for that mining conference, it felt better to have them talk about their work first. But we pretty much absolutely know who Jimmy Giacomo, Johnny Dilly, and I had Dan Held on is. So you provided really helpful advice, but thank you.
Did you do good? Did you treat it like a TV show?
No, I did.
You're the boss.
I tried
You're the
my
boss
best.
of the TV show.
Oh,
When
okay.
You do a panel. You're the host. You decide if it's an aggressive panel. You decide if it's a kind and a nice panel, or if it's a laid back panel. All those things are up to you. Your choice.
That is what Thomas said, that I am the boss of the panel, which doesn't seem very Bitcoiner to say. Is like I'm the dictator of
Someone
the
has
panel,
to
but
be in charge, or it all falls apart.
Okay.
The quality of the panel is up to you.
You must be tired in the fact that you've been speaking easily the longest out of anyone in this conference.
That's what I think. I know this guy. I know this guy in Barcelona named Risto, and Risto likes to talk. And he says, how long can you talk consecutively? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Usually I let other people talk. I give them breaks and stuff. And he's like, I can talk for 6 to 8 hours without a break. And I'm like, you're the man. I can't beat that. Like, you're completely unbeatable. But my trick is to get other people to talk so they fill in the time. Then I get a chance to rest. So that works pretty good.
Well, so can I ask some of the questions?
Jack, your Vortex going to join us? I won't hog her.
I get lucky if
she doesn't bite very hard.
Oh boy.
Yeah, get a drink for me first. Jack and Coke.
Yeah. All right, and Vortex, you better get your butt over here too.
Yeah.
That was him answering that he's drinking out on here. I have iced tea like a good girl. I'm
iced
good.
Tea with vodka.
For the Scammies. I am the MC of the Scammies tonight.
Oh, that's good. We did the Scammies right here. I voted. One of these is my ballot. These are our completed ballots here. This is all of it. We talked about it in detail. We've been covering it all day. These are important, the Scammies. So give us your practice. How are you going to say the categories? Give us your Academy Awards voice, Leah.
Do you think that I'm going to give that away? No, you're going to have to see that.
Shill of the year.
Just like that. Make everybody snooze.
Or no more like shitcoin shill
of the year. I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's gotta, you know.
Depends who you're talking to, who you're looking at. Yeah.
I will admit again,
trouble
for being the boss, and also because I thought it would be funny. I will fully admit, you have to see what I wear tonight is hilarious. It's legit out of like, I guess in like the Emmys, there's
like a big flamingo head, like a full showgirl thing. No? Feathers and no?
Kind of.
Maybe I'll have to come back for these Scammies. What time are these?
Kind of, actually.
I have
It's
to wait
like
out for this.
at like 9, and I'm not gonna lie, it's
That's
like
late.
it's pretty much exactly what happens at the Grammys. I thought he was, you gotta do it. Gotta
Sounds
go up.
great to me.
It's gonna be ridiculous. I'm about to ask you, Vortex, get your button here.
Well, first, people in the chat want to know, Leah,
no.
what's your name and what do you do? Thanks.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Still works.
What do I do?
What do you do? You're an investor.
Doing all these.
That was kombucha.
All right.
Somebody else's. Oh, see, this guy knows you. He even knows your last name. Ooh.
Whoa.
Yeah, come on in.
All right. Hello. What's the guest name and what does she do? Okay. Well, the more important people can go back on. Jack, you want to join? What's up? I'm good.
She's drinking
I'll get
iced
it.
tea.
Thanks. I am.
She's got to host the Scammies later.
I'm hosting the
She's
Scammies.
gonna-
Plus, the
she's gonna
carnivory
work-
dinner was pretty intense last night.
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah, we missed you there. Vortex,
I was
get your
there
butt
for a
over here.
bit.
By the way, Jack just did Killer on his panel. That was
Thank
really
you.
interesting.
This guy's
Appreciate
going
it.
to remember your name forever.
Promise I won't
That's-
forget your
that's
name from here.
romantic.
Ooh,
I
all
like him
right.
already.
I guess the short
sure he
skinny
knows my name,
was
What's
asset
up?
management firm
Making fun of the guy in the
specialized.
chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
You think
Anyways,
she's cute. Only him.
only
you
him.
guys are much cuter.
No,
Like, this
no.
is just an absolute. Yeah. Only
Maybe
him.
Jack.
Well,
matching
Jack-
colors. Although I don't know, man. The shoes and where are your yellow shoes, man?
Don't exist.
Turtle penalty.
Swag is not one of my forms of expertise. I can admit that. I need fashion help all the time. So don't judge me too hard.
So we've got Jack Maulers from Zap Wallet here. We have to ask you all the hard questions on Zap Wallet.
Okay.
You have a new thing where we can pay. How does it work?
Oh,
Bye, Thomas.
You're gonna leave?
I am.
Since we
I
get to
am.
the hard questions.
Well, when we finally have my finance, and then I'm
Okay.
going to come back. But
Come back
seriously,
later.
and for everybody to watch, there were some nice controversial arguments that you had against Adam. It was fabulous. So everybody should watch that. It was with Peter Todd as well. Jimmy moderating. It was fantastic. Anyways,
Finally, we're gonna miss you so
yeah.
much.
I'll catch you in a bit.
I
All
hope
right, I'll see
so.
you.
All right, send us in Vortex though. He's afraid. Like, make him comfortable.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. All right. So, Jack, you got a system.
I do.
I go to some business. I have a bank card. I
Mhm.
want to pay, but somehow I'm going to pay over Lightning.
It's true.
How is that magic going to work? The people at home, they want to know. Let's see.
Um,
Change all them cameras.
how's it work? Like technically?
Sure, just the basic 1, 2, 3. So I have a debit card.
Yeah.
Am I gonna buy Bitcoin and send it to the thing? Is there a
No.
middle party? Is there like a? Do I go to your company? Do I buy Bitcoin from you and then send it to someone?
You don't buy Bitcoin. All you have to do is link your debit card to the app, and you can scan any Lightning QR code you want. There's a lot of reasons why we did this. Some of them are owning Bitcoin. You have to incur the volatility risk, which was a huge deal in commerce.
Okay.
Owning Bitcoin, you take on taxes. It's a taxable event when you spend Bitcoin. That was a huge deal in conducting commerce. Having to custody it, not wanting to spend it because once you own it, you just want it to go up. So all you have to do is link your debit card, link your bank account, and you can scan any Bitcoin Lightning QR code you want, and it will debit from your fiat account, and it'll magically poop out Bitcoin on the other
All
side.
right. So where do I link it? Do I link it at like the Zap page? Do I link it with you guys? Who's going to handle the link?
So our app, we have an app called Strike. It is separate from Zap. It's on iOS, it's on Android, it's on desktop. There's browser extensions, and you link it there, and you have a balance similar to like Cash App. You can add money to the app when you receive on the
Is
app.
the money held as like a Bitcoin or a Litecoin, or is it held more like USD?
It's USD. It's
Okay.
really important that it's USD because you don't deal with any volatility. So if you want to be a private Lightning Network user, maybe you do want to download Zap and go about setting up your own channels, running over Tor. However, if you're a user that doesn't want to spend your HODL coins, you don't want to have taxable Lightning. So every Lightning payment is a taxable event. You don't want to deal with volatility. You don't have to trust custody trade-offs of custodial versus custodying your own keys. All you want to do is make the 5-cent payment for the article. You just link your debit card and you just scan the QR code, and it's that simple. And so, yeah, it's definitely a product that's geared to a more mainstream audience.
All right. So a guy in the chat says, is it going to be KYC?
Yeah, tough question. Yes. The detailed answer though is how much. And so this is a conversation that we have with regulators and very ongoing. So KYC AML laws are very layered in the sense that there's a level of KYC required for payments under $1,000 or payments in aggregate under $1,000, then $3,000 and $5,000 and $10,000. So the dream user experience for Strike that would make regulators happy and users happy in theory is something like name, email, and maybe an address. And that's it until you start to exceed certain limits. But regulators are tough to deal with. And so we obviously want to comply. I'm too sexy and too pretty to be going to jail. And so it's an ongoing conversation, but certainly I saw a lot of people that think I've solved the KYC problem and that I'm void of any regulation. And that's not true. I want to be very clear and upfront about that is that we are a regulated business, but I do my best. I fight the good fight.
Now, I think there's kind of two kind of solutions. There's these power user solutions. You have all the options. Maybe there's more normal user solutions, like we were talking to Bobby Lee, who's doing Ballet Crypto, and it's a good little wallet for your normal user. Your power user might want to connect to their own node or have some other kind of advanced things. But for your normal user, using that Ballet Crypto seems fine for maybe $100 or so. And the same thing, using the Zap Strike wallet thing, I'm going to pay $10, I'm going to pay $100. It seems fine. I mean, yes, if you want to be totally invisible, you would be exposing your KYC info. But if you're fine paying $20 for something or buying I don't know, whatever people buy these days, music CDs or whatever I was going to say. But,
yeah, we have a lot of beta testers right now. I know thousands have signed up for it, and we've got 100 plus, I believe, maybe over 200 at this point. And someone, I think 2 days ago, sent a $200 payment, and they bought a bunch of dog food for their dogs. And so, yeah, I think even linking your banking information to a financial application is revealing enough about yourself and in enough of a trust model where KYC falls in a similar line. I know KYC can get extremely egregious and aggressive. And so we certainly want to limit that for our users. But it is not a application that is focused on 100% privacy, self-sovereignty. It is an application that is, how are 1 million people going to be able to scan a Lightning QR code? It certainly has a different target audience than the original Zap wallet.
Well, and this is the kind of thing that we're going to need as a temporary solution while Bitcoin's still becoming popular, while Lightning Network's still becoming popular. And maybe after they're popular, you would just pay in Lightning or you would just pay in Bitcoin because it's easier. But for right now, a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people have debit cards. They have smartphones. They can get the app. They're not that worried about putting out a little personal information. It's not a big deal. Guy in the chat says, what will he see on his bank statement?
That's one of the cool privacy enhancements of Strike is that your bank statement is just interacting with us as a business and our banking partners. So for the user that made a $200 Lightning payment for dog food with their debit card, their debit card just said that they had a debit to Zap. And then they bought an article and it was a debit to Zap. And then they bought a Fold gift card and it was a debit to Zap. And so your bank and debit card, these transactions aren't on your bank statement. And so that privacy is pretty interesting. And so it's just a relationship between your fiat rail and us as a business.
Now, is Zap holding on to those transactions? If I sue Zap or subpoena Zap, am I going to get all of the transactions from the other users? Are you saving them in a log? Do you have to save them?
So we are not a bank. We have various partners to pull this off on the compliance side, on the banking side. There's a lot that goes on the trading side. And so our banking partner is who you interact with. And in the CIP banking laws, do banks have to store financial transactions on their customers? My gut says I assume so. The honest answer is I'm not sure. But we don't personally store any of that stuff. We don't do anything with your bank account outside of debit and credit it. And so, yeah, we just interact with the partners.
I think that's great because one of the examples, at least that your mom used to sell the Zap Strike application was, I don't want to talk out of school here, but your mom and I think your dad or stepdad own a legal recreational marijuana dispensary in the Denver where it's legal. And she was saying, yeah, you could come to the dispensary, you want to buy something, you don't have Bitcoin, you don't have Lightning, you can use this app, use your debit card, and like you're saying, it's just going to show up as Zap Wallet. So it's another layer, and sure, it doesn't matter if the government was like, later, we're going to find out how much you bought or whatever. But it is just another layer. Say if your wife or your kids saw your debit card statement, it wouldn't say pot. It's going to say Zap. So it's obscure. It's a little better.
Yeah.
And you get to use Bitcoin, which is fun.
And the advantage for my parents in this scenario, so my parents run multiple dispensaries, legal drug dealers, and banking in cannabis is not something that is given. So in Colorado, the wait list to become banked, there's one bank that will bank you in cannabis in Colorado, and that wait list is now longer than 2 years. And for example, our credit card and debit card processor was down for multiple months where we couldn't process any payments. And so we give a discount if you pay in Bitcoin because it's so much easier. We don't need to ask anyone for permission and we enjoy the asset. And so what's been happening is we give 10% off if you pay in Lightning. And people will walk in, they'll see this 10% off sign and they'll be like, oh my God, how do I do that? And instead of you have to go to Coinbase, buy Bitcoin, download Zap, set up your wallets. It's download Strike, link your debit card, and scan the QR code. And it's a beautiful experience. They don't even know they're using Bitcoin. They have no idea. They just see their debit card being debited. And us as a business, we get the luxury of essentially banking ourselves with Bitcoin. So it's nice.
Well, that sounds fantastic. And I know a lot of other cannabis businesses have big problems with having too much cash. I know Oaksterdam in Oakland, not near me right now, but usually near me. And they have allegedly vaults full of pallets of cash where they can't have a savings account. They can't have a banking account. They are a very profitable and successful business. They have lots of cold, hard cash, which they have to keep in stacks. And it costs them money and it's inconvenient, has security problems. So it would be much better if they could use Bitcoin or Lightning with this kind of app.
Every mildly successful cannabis business operates in too much cash. And it's a really bad thing because of how dangerous it is. You subject your employees in your business to risk because, you know, that is an opportunity of theft. And so we have a high security budget to not only protect the cash, but just to protect our employees. We don't want anyone walking into our store with a gun. And so it sucks. It costs a lot of money in the form of security to have to store so much cash. So
no one wants to hear this, but in a lot of ways, the government might be responsible for forcing these cannabis business into an unsafe position where they then lost funds or even had human personal damages, things destroyed, and so forth. So yeah, it is definitely something that needs to be improved. It's that strange gray market where it's legal, but it's not legal. It's federally illegal, but it's locally legal.
Yep.
So it is a great example for that. We have another question from the chat. He says, how come paying a Lightning invoice with USD is not a taxable event? What's different between paying with the Strike wallet that goes to your debit card and the Zap wallet, which would just go to your balance?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Bitcoin is taxed as property. And so that means that when you are an owner of the asset and you exchange the asset for any goods, services, or other currency, that is what's considered a taxable event. With Strike, you are never deemed an owner of the asset. All you've done is linked your debit card or linked your bank account, and you're basically directing Lightning payments out of our infrastructure, but you are not a Bitcoin holder. If, Bitcoin's at $10,000 and it goes to $5,000 and you're a Strike user, you're not impacted by that price decrease or a price increase. You've simply linked your bank account and debit card, so you cannot be taxed as you never owned Bitcoin as property. Whereas if you're using Zap, you are the owner of the Bitcoin. It's a non-custodial wallet, and that Bitcoin is owned by you and not owned by anyone else. So that is the key difference in the innovation in Strike when it comes to taxes.
Well, I think it sounds great, Jack, and I think it's much better when you explain it and I can ask you questions. It's a lot like I was talking to Bobby Lee about Ballet Crypto, and I was like, all right, man, I'm really worried about how you make the keys. If some dude's sitting in there with a camera, he's stealing all your keys, it's really bad for you. It's bad for everyone. Like, I just don't want that for anybody. But to hear you talk about it sounds very reasonable, legitimate. And again, we're talking about a solution for new users to use crypto. If you're like some super advanced user, you want to use your own wallet, you want to use your own node, you're set. But we're talking about those normal people that just want to get started. And especially, I think it's a great example. You're saying 10% off at the dispensary. A lot of people say that and they're, I have to jump through all these hoops. But if there was less hoops and if more places offered a discount for Bitcoin or for Lightning, and we had that your app, I mean, I think we could get a lot more people on board and a lot more people using crypto.
Yeah, I mean, the incumbents and inherent cost of traditional processing, we process so much cheaper so that businesses can offer discounts. And even as an advanced user myself, I use Strike instead of other wallets because I don't like spending Bitcoin. If I come across Bitcoin and I own Bitcoin, I hodl Bitcoin. I don't spend it. And so this is a way for me to interact with the Bitcoin economy with US dollars. And I'm getting to spend the shittier currency that is the US dollar instead of my Bitcoins. And so even as an advanced user, I think there's some luxury to it. But yeah, I appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for having me.
Well, very cool. Thanks again, Jack. Good to see you again. We saw you in Germany. I think we're in Berlin for the Lightning conference.
We're all over the place.
And yeah, man, keeping it up, doing this Bitcoin thing. Thanks, guys.
Oh, handshake. Cheers.
I'm old school. I'm old.
Fair enough.
But yeah, thank you, Jack.
Absolutely. Thank you. Peace out, everyone.
Send us in the vortex. Come on, man.
Vortex.
Jeff, vortex. Come on, man.
Come on down.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. This microphone, you sit here, you talk into it. Otherwise, I'll interview you or not here. Vortex, I hear you're retiring from podcasts. Are you healthy? Is everything okay? He says he's fine and he's going to make music. What kind of music are you going to make? He says electronic music. Can you tell us more? He has one of those machines that makes beats and beeps and things. The beats and the beeping, you don't say? Come on, man. He must have had a falling out like the Chris Ellis or something. Yeah, he must have fallen out. Oh, well, so the guy says it's still not clear. To follow up on what Jackson was saying, it sounds like the company owns the Bitcoin. You're only really using it as a medium of exchange. So when you buy with a debit card, you're really only responsible for buying like a voucher on Zap with a debit card. Then whatever Zap's doing with sending the Lightning to the invoice, that's their problem. That's nothing you know about. So it sounds to me like you'd only be responsible for buying a voucher on Zap. So you guys can look it up more. Not a tax attorney, not tax advice. But, I think it sounded good. The way he explained it made sense to me. They're saying in the chat, the IRS will segregate payment for goods and buying Bitcoin for yourself, because it doesn't seem like, unless you scam the system and you're sending the Bitcoin to yourself, so then you're using Strike to buy Bitcoin, which sounds smart. Don't quote me on that one. It sounds like you can't ever end up with a Bitcoin. The Bitcoin's always being sent to whoever you're buying the dog food from. So if you can't end up with it, it's like paying in stock. You can't be responsible for holding Apple stock for the minute that you paid it in. At least that's my take on it. You can ask, I'm sure they have responses on Twitter and stuff. Jack's a good guy. You can ask him personally. I'm sure he'll give you more info.
It's an interesting question actually from Yuganshi. So how will IRS segregate payments for goods and buying Bitcoin for yourself? So I'd imagine if that's like, obviously people invest in Bitcoin, but if you're transacting in it and you're getting change, that's
I think it would be hard to tell. I think that the loophole the loophole that we found is if you put your own Bitcoin address in.
Yeah.
So now I'm not buying dog food. I'm actually buying the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So I think it would be very tough for them to tell that was your Bitcoin address. I don't know that the company would be responsible for that. I don't know that it's their fault. I don't know that there's any kind of imaginable KYC that they could do to say that is not your address. That is the dog food address, or that is the dog food address, or vice versa. Yeah. Either way. So
what change addresses for Electrum, for example. So it comes back to you boomerang.
Hopefully it'd be exact. There'd be no change because they don't want change would ruin the liability issues. But
so as Korzik said, when you buy BC and hold, it's not taxable. It's only when you spend it. And I think it was Trace Mayer last year. We were chatting to about the work that Caitlin Long was doing in Wyoming. So I think she was pushing for transactions under $1,000 to be untaxable, non-taxable events.
They've had a bill that went through Congress. They're trying to do the same kind of thing. Make it reasonable, make it so that we could use it as a currency, because a lot of people are already, and it's incredibly daunting to put every $2 hamburger transaction into your taxes. And when did you buy that $2? How much was it worth when you sold it? And all these kind of things. It's very difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's software out there, but even the best software can't contend with exchanges that have gone down and that side of things. So if you don't keep your offline records, then you could be in trouble. But talking about exchanges going down, I just saw David Silver, and he's still working on the Nano case. And apparently, if you're an idiot like me, you may get. Sorry, but to quote David directly, a fucking idiot like me, then you might actually get some cash back.
We interviewed him last time too.
He did. Yeah.
I love that guy. I wish he'd come over. We waved at him. We were like, Counselor Silver.
Yeah.
He wasn't interested.
But he's still working the case. So.
But yeah, he's great on Twitter too. He's always like describing how all the people that are perpetrating all these scams are going to go down and it's not going to last forever. And that his law firm will probably be the one to take it down. Silver Law Firm. What was great about him last time, we talked about First Computers, and he had also played Micro League Baseball, this classic game on the Apple II where you just have a bunch of baseball players. You tell them like hit or swing away or hit a home run or whatever, and it would calculate based on the stats. It had no graphics. It was just stats. But it was back in the day.
Like Football Manager.
Kortik in the chat says more. He says, every transaction with Bitcoin is on the blockchain. It is a public record. If you bought your Bitcoin on the exchange and spent from that exchange to buy goods, they know. Where you spend, therefore, is a gain at the time of purchase. You pay the tax. Yeah, I think definitely for the traditional Bitcoin, that's how it works. If I buy a coffee or whatever, and if I paid $4 for the Bitcoin and it was $5 when I bought the coffee, that's an extra $1 that I gained. I would owe the taxable amount on that.
Yeah,
but it might be completely unreasonable for me to determine all those transactions and to find all that information.
When it's even more difficult in the UK, I've just done my cap gains, which I still have to pay soon. But in the UK, you essentially pull all of the Bitcoin that you buy, so that it kind of, I don't know, almost creates an average price. So it's quite interesting in that way. So it's quite hard to kind of track all this, and especially if you're someone that played silly shitcoin games and there's exchanges that have gone down, etc. And even even to extend Mt. Gox, I suppose there was probably data still on Mt. Gox, but you're only essentially on the off ramps, you're giving away your identity now on ramps and off ramps. Now that there's KYC, But there may have been exchanges you bought your BTC from a long time ago. There could have been local Bitcoins as well, that you bought cash in hand. So the tax man wants to know how much money you made on that. Come on, Felix.
Come on,
Felix. Come on, Felix.
People are afraid of microphones today.
Come
Let's
on,
see.
Felix.
Client in the chat says the best is that transacting between currencies isn't a transactable event yet. Tough to say. Depends on the market.
Yeah, if it's BTC to USD, surely
that would be. But maybe to BTC to LTC to Dogecoin back to BTC or something. Maybe you wouldn't have to pay.
Yeah, but as far as I'm aware, I think the UK, it's like every trade is sacred. So like if you like flipped out Bitcoin into Flappy Coin, into Litecoin, into Kanye Coin, then like apparently each one of those is a taxable event. But if that's actually a case, I think there's going to be a lot of wrecked people out there who did a lot of shitcoinery trades during the 2017.
I definitely want to agree with you and Iguani. Sorry if I said your name wrong, man. He says, will it be a user obligation to prove that he actually bought the dog food and didn't just dump the Bitcoin at 3x later on BISC? And I think that is a bit of a gray area that we've discovered with this app. It works great if you're paying someone else, but if you're paying yourself the Bitcoin, I don't know. And it's the same thing where I don't think that the wallet would be able to determine that you were paying yourself or if you're paying someone else. You just scanned a QR code. You just want to pay someone. So it could be a little loophole there. Do with it what you will. Not tax advice. So, Dan, I don't know. Do you want to keep this going? I can look at the clock. We have 8 minutes. 8 minutes more. We'll be broadcasting for 6 hours consecutively.
It's pretty hardcore. Yeah. I think. Is there any? What time the festivities and stuff start?
No one in here wants to be interviewed.
No one. Yeah.
There's a bunch of good people, but they're up on stage in a panel. So I don't think that's
Adam's over there, but he's that's Trace. Do you fancy a WCN interview? Yeah.
All right. You heard his name on the stage. They say it's 5 o'clock in Las Vegas. That's true. We missed the results of the Las Vegas, Nevada caucuses. I'm very interested to see how my people voted today. I would have loved to join them in the caucuses. I've never been invited to a caucus before, but I'll have to wait 4 more years, I suppose.
Caucus. So it's an interesting word.
Caucused. I was cock ready. I was caucused. But now we've been on for 6 hours. You guys gave us the thumbs up. You gave us the shares. We went through the Scammy Awards. We have to kind of try to run these over, see if our ballots could be part of the voting. But be sure to check out the Unconfiscatable live stream over on the Unconfiscatable Twitter and their YouTube and stuff. They're going to have the Scammies live here. I've heard 9 o'clock at night, which sounds pretty late. I might go home and eat dinner and maybe watch at home. But definitely want to check it out. Leah says she has some kind of a knockout dress or something for the Scammies. That sounds nice. And I think it was some fun categories. We talked about a lot of the scammy categories today. Scammer of the Year, Most Clueless Community, all that kind of stuff.
You can still vote as well. I think if you go to the Twitter, Unconfiscatable Twitter, there's the opportunity to vote on who you believe are the coolest
Well,
scams.
exciting there. The camera was moving. People love that. It's all right. So
go for it. Come and join us, Safety. Are you good? You're good. No.
Yeah. But I think we're in about close it up here and pack it up. We did in 6 minutes. We'll waste the other 5 minutes maybe, but we did 6 hours here of live consecutive commentary.
Hardcore.
Dan, what was your favorite part about the day? What was the best?
Well, as usual, like at conferences nowadays, I never see any of the speeches.
Those speeches.
But I love the kind of the up close and personal chatting. You know,
Yeah.
I think Peter Todd's always a good laugh. I love
like
having him
Peter.
on.
He's the best.
Lots of hashtag bants. Ugly old goat as well.
Yeah,
I like the
Great
concept of the
spirit. He's well
shield
into
and
it.
etc. And I thought we were gonna get Trace then, but I think he's
we're done. It's over. People have lost their interest. It's 5 o'clock here. People are tired. It's been a long day. I liked it a lot. I think we had a nice mixture of guests today. I was glad to see women in Bitcoin showing up. I like that a lot. I think I thought Sasha Hodler is very cool. She's a very big attorney. I think I met her years ago at a conference. So it was nice to see her again. Good to have Tatiana on the show, and Anastasia, and Mir, and Leah, and just so many people. I enjoyed talking most recently to the guy from the Texas Bitcoin Conference. I never met anybody from there, and he seemed super great. So maybe we'll try to do this at the Texas Bitcoin Conference. So if you're near Texas, you can join us
There we
up
go.
there.
Yes.
Trace,
Come
you want
on,
to join us?
Trace.
You got a microphone.
Welcome.
We're kind of wrapping up, but you can talk about whatever you want. There's still some people out there.
We're
They're
just chilling.
They're not as tired as we are.
We're
but,
just chilling. What time? Let's see.
It's
Okay.
5 o'clock in Las Vegas. We've been on for, it looks like 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 56
I got my
seconds.
old school Bitcoin shirt on.
Nice. The honey badger.
No, it's got the B on the side.
Oh, nice with
See,
it.
this
The
is
tie bot.
yeah, that's from 2011 right there.
I remember when they tried to convince us we
You
should
have
just take that.
you have any idea how many Bitcoins this shirt costs?
no.
With an
No,
S,
2011.
with an S,
no.
right?
Savage.
Yeah. This thing's antique, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
it's a collectible.
you got to spend it, you know, like, or at least back
Well,
in
that-
the day. Well, no.
No, that-
Yeah,
but
back
still,
in the day, when,
early-
when the narrative was more about payments, it was all like, yeah, I'm using my Bitcoin,
still,
but
I
now
think
it's just regretting
Early,
everything.
Well,
early
you
people
needed to
spending
just-
it created the
You,
market.
you needed to just buy what you spent, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, see, that's where people are not understanding the Bitcoin halvening, because I mean, I put a tweet out in 2015 that you can't price in the halvening because of one is the price elasticity of demand for transactional use. So you can use Bitcoin for transactions, and you don't care what the price of the underlying is. But the elasticity is actually in the transaction cost, right? For using it. And it's totally fine to use Bitcoin just for transactions, because you're buying, you're sending and receiving your thing, and you're only exposed to the price of Bitcoin for a couple seconds, right?
Yeah.
Like Jack Mallers is working on fiat over Lightning, right?
Yeah, we talked about it. We think we found a loophole though. There's a bit of a problem. Like if you're buying dog food and you scan the QR code and you put your debit card in
to feed
you
the
buy
chickens
dog
out of
food,
the
it's
thing.
great. But what if the QR code that you scanned happens to belong to you? Now you're buying Bitcoin with your debit card, and I don't know where it came from, and it gets all into the KYC thing, because I'm actually keeping the Bitcoin on the other end now. It's going to me.
Huh.
I know. It's trouble.
You know, it's gonna
Don't exploit it.
Well, this is the next big attack coming on Bitcoin is from Munchin enforcing the travel rule, and it's going to be brutal and it's going to be ugly.
So what's the travel rule?
So it's under the Bank Secrecy Act. You have the travel rule, and for the most part, the industry's been operating in kind of a little bit of a gray area with this, but Munchin and FAFT actually, you know, and the VASP regulations that FAFT has put out and everything. So the travel rule, when you have a transaction between two financial institutions, you have to attach all of the beneficiary information and the recipient, the sender information. So you have to have all this personal information attached to the transaction.
From a KYC point of view.
From KYC AML stuff, right? And so part of the problem with this is, well, one is you can send, when you send Bitcoin, you just send to an address. You don't know who's on the other side of the address necessarily. And so when customer, like when an exchange customer makes a withdrawal, even if they represent to the exchange that they're pulling it to a personal wallet, they've lied to the exchange, and really they're taking it from Crack into their Binance account. $5,000 per occurrence per day fine.
Oh.
Every single transaction that every single customer is doing. And that's for an initial offender. If you're a repeat offender, or even worse, an egregious offenders, it's $25,000 per occurrence per day. But
So
this is every single transaction
So
going on.
your actions could bankrupt the exchange.
Well, yeah. So if the exchanges do not comply with travel rule, they're going to be fined out of existence. So that's a big personal information attack that's going to be coming on the industry, basically, because they're going to be they're taking advantage of the lack of privacy and fungibility in Bitcoin's base layer.
All right, I'm slightly scared, but I'm not as scared as last time when you told me that Coinbase was going to be clawing back all the Bitcoins that they'd ever sold or given to me that I certainly don't have anymore.
No, it would be
they owned them all the time, and I never owned them.
Well, it would be Coinbase creditors, and it would be because they have a superior legal title to you.
I'm still not going to have them.
Hey, you know,
broke is broke, and I'm broke.
Well, you know, and hopefully the federal judge believes your story, because if he believes that you do have the keys, he can actually throw you in jail under contempt of court indefinitely, and you cannot challenge your illegal detention.
Well, you know what Hunter S. Thompson said? He said, many fine books have been written in prison.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Ross's, you know.
I'm very I try not to get on it, but yeah, I'm very disappointed that Ross hasn't put out a book with his side and his side of the story, and that I don't know that he's doing a great job communicating.
Oh, he didn't do it. That's his story. He's sticking to it.
Well, even then, write a book.
Surely the two feds that run the business, like after he went down, surely they should get the same sentence if the implications are
even worse. I'm probably going to read their book before I read Ross's book at this point.
Or it was the rogue federal agents that have been in jail that were running it all, you know, and who knows when the server was actually compromised or it's a real mess, but
it's highly questionable to the point where the government was running it as a honeypot to try to trap more people. Yet at the same time, they're mad at Ross. There's so many damages every day that it's open, yet they kept it open and they incurred these damages.
Of course.
I mean,
and really, and then you have you have the Australian government shipping drugs to Germany, and you have the German government shipping drugs to the U.S. But they're all trying to catch each other and don't know that each other, you know, they're all. I mean, it's a real monkey show.
It's a real tangled web, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's it's going to be very interesting seeing how this all plays out. I think that you know, this privacy anonymity debate is going to just really flare up. Now we got to check a box on our tax return.
Yes.
How fun's that going to be?
Can even mention like you know, your credits in certain game, any virtual credit like Fortnite credit or whatever. That's
and you know, if you check that box, which I'm going to check that box, my exchange just entered into a whole nother category. Definitely getting looked at now. Like you're 100% getting looked at, and obviously you should tell the truth. You should check the box if you need to check the box.
Well, I mean, of course you're going to check the box, and but I mean, looked at by who? I mean, there's fortunately the IRS has been their budgets keeps getting cut and everything. So I mean, they're going to go after like people who are willfully and intentionally like not paying, and they have an easy case because there's a 1099 and nothing got paid.
Hopefully, people with larger stacks and that kind of thing. I mean. Main hope is,
don't do that.
Shoes on the other foot now. But no, my main hope is that
I need ghost money, man. I need some privacy and fungibility money. This Bitcoin stuff's just, you know, I was talking with Johnny Dilly about this last night at the carnivore dinner, and you know, is the privacy, anonymity, fungibility, are those really essential characteristics of sound money? Or are they not really needed? You know, and we don't have that decision yet being made by the market.
Well, I think one thing that was really interesting that Giacomo had mentioned was the fact that when Taproot and Schnorr comes in, it's going to make transactions that go through CoinJoins cheaper. So your motive for going through a CoinJoin is actually for a cheaper transaction, not because you want it as private. And I think that's really
might be cheaper in terms of Bitcoin transaction fee, but it's not cheaper in terms of the external costs that come with that.
If you have to pay legal fees or something like that,
and or increased scrutiny on your account at an exchange or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of things besides just what's happening in the network, right? Unfortunately, that's part of this 4D chess.
So one thing that we talked about last year was your interview with Matt Bitcoins was the rehypothecation, the work that was going on around that. Has there been any kind of developments, any laws that have come out?
Yeah, I mean, BlockFi raised more money, and they actually put right in their terms of service that they can rehypothecate your Bitcoins.
And so just for the audience, a rehypothecation is where someone's in custody of the Bitcoin, and then it can essentially be lent on and
lent out multiple times the same collateral. it's a real mess.
So the question
Hold your
there,
own keys, man.
The question there is, did Coinbase sell me my Bitcoins, or did they sell me kind of like a license to my Bitcoins or something? And
Well,
later
then
on, they're going to claw them back.
Well, it's not Coinbase clawing them back. It's the creditor of Coinbase that claws them back and has a superior legal right, unless you got them cleansed through Wyoming, because we have a lien cleansing provision in the law in Wyoming.
Can you pay your taxes in Bitcoin?
No, I don't think so.
No,
not yet.
That'd be pretty good if you could pay your taxes.
Are we just about done?
We're trying to fight on. We just passed 6 hours. That's pretty epic.
Oh my gosh.
It makes me tired. But Dan did a bunch of it. I had like a lunch break. I'm satisfied.
Like a 5-hour marathon.
Yeah. Strong like bull.
Strong like bull.
Well, I think I'm
after party tonight for the Scammy Awards.
Yeah, it's at like 10 o'clock. That's about bedtime.
Yeah. Nice. So anything else coming up? Are you going to work on another state like Wyoming, or
no?
What's the plans?
No,
Anything you want to
gonna
tell people about? Or?
No, not really. I mean, not going to work on another. That's a lot of work we did in Wyoming. Like other people can go find people to do it pro bono for them.
And you've set a good example now. There's like a precedent on the books.
Yeah. A lot of states are using our law actually, which is good, because it's good law that we got passed. So.
Are you working on anything in Vegas then, or Nevada to sort of help Bitcoin proliferate?
Someone else needs to get in the ring and do some of the work. did my tour duty.
Nice. Oh, what do you think about Bitcoin SV, Bitcoin Cash? Still good buys?
Oh man, that's a great example of what a really restricted float can do. And that's actually what you want. You want really strong hodlers of the coin that really restrict the float. But, even a piece of dog crap can go up $2 billion in a day in market cap.
I think it's one of the things that I don't think it will ever go to zero, because you're always going to have the diehard people that just can't give up on their investment.
Even if not, Dogecoin has been abandoned. There's not even been a pull request for like 5 years. And it has a $260 million market cap. There are Dogecoin holders of last resort out there, man.
What's the monetary policy? Is it ever inflating, or
money?
Is it ever inflating, or is it?
No, I think it's like a 20 something stock to flow ratio. Actually, it's a decent store of value. Actually, somewhat.
I love that. Yeah.
There's something strange about when new people come in. They get a little bit of Bitcoin. It doesn't go up fast enough for them. They start looking at the rest of the market. They hear about this funny doggy coin. And then pretty soon they put their money in the funny doggy coin. And it has no kind of logic, no kind of research, no kind of like.
Yeah, but if enough of that saleable float on Dogecoin gets sucked up, you can have a big increase in that price with very little capital.
We're not giving you any ideas.
Then it has to get. But the problem is getting into a position you can't get out of.
Yeah.
Right, because there's no liquidity on the sell side. So who's going to come along after you and buy that Dogecoin?
Some other sucker.
You got your Shiba Inu.
Dog fans.
I think it does really fascinate me though how it's such a good point that Jackson Palmer he goes up to
he doesn't even like Bitcoin
years ago, and yet Jackson. It's still going. There's people still buying it. It's almost like a standard candle of pumps as well. People are like, all right, Dogecoin's going to pump now. The market's going to follow. Almost like there's people more devout to trading Dogecoin than there are trading Bitcoin. It's quite weird.
It's got a good image. They like that dog. Yeah. It's cute.
I want to
feel good.
I want to know why miners mine it though.
Yeah,
right.
It's linked up to Litecoin now, right? It's merged mined with Litecoin.
Is it?
Was it merged?
My understanding has been merged mined with Litecoin for a while. So
I have no idea.
Why do people mine Litecoin?
Yeah,
same question. And it doesn't even have a dog.
Because they're gonna do extension blocks. That's why they mine Litecoin. They're gonna have some magic in the extension blocks.
I don't know. I bought it when it was supposed to went up, and then it went up, and then I didn't sell, and now it went back down. So I don't really care.
Whoops.
Yeah, I didn't have that.
It goes up, it comes down.
Yeah, it's like all the other cycle. Things. Although still, if I had been called Mad Litecoins, I would have been set. I was like this close.
Well, I did want to kind of create your, well, not the alternate ego, but like what's the opposite, like the sworn enemy called sad shit coins.
Oh, he
which
said it is merge mine with Litecoin.
It is nice.
Point for Gryffindor.
Oh, so they're both on
Wow,
both
so-
script.
So someone's listening to us.
There was a time when I
It's
was
been a
like-
long time.
I was in the top 10, I think, on We Mine LTC in 2013. I was like really proud. Obviously, yeah, didn't make money as you do.
Well, I think it's time to wander off.
We have to send us someone else.
Yeah,
Bring
there's
us,
Safedine.
He won't come. You're not big enough for him. We need some kind of like a CNBC logo or something. He's not going to fall to like little. Even though we ran this interview with him like years ago.
Oh, you gotta have fun with it, man.
And the interview has 100,000.
You convince him?
You think he'd like be like, "Hey, thanks for running that interview years ago," but nah, he doesn't know who you are, so he doesn't care. Oh, there goes Daisy. We're gonna get her. She's supposed to be promoting a conference, but so much for that. I'm not gonna promote it on myself. I think it's in Malta.
Oh, Dogecoin had a great wallet update.
I remember
For 5 years.
the old wallet used to look just like the Bitcoin Core, but it had little pictures of Doges.
Yeah.
Which again, it's
and it
kinda
was
cool.
in Comic Sans.
It was in Comic Sans. It
that.
drove them crazy.
It's just wild that you can these things once the first speculation network effect takes a little bit of root.
Yeah.
You know, the longevity of some of these things is really kind of wild.
But I think what's interesting about Dogecoin is that.
Oh, let's talk about
Doubting the
magic.
trace.
It's a bad idea. It's never worked out well for anyone.
Buy Bitcoin. It's not too late.
Peter Schiff, yeah, he did that too.
It was sad. It was sad, but it was great to see him grasping for his wallet keys.
Oh, yeah.
Having trouble
Oh,
with
my
his
God.
number, and that computer didn't memorize my password right. And I'm like, sorry, man, that's never gonna work. You shouldn't.
Oh, are you gonna come on here?
Come on, man. We got
Get involved.
All right.
He was pirate at 40.
Oh, really? The classic early scam. Although, if he had just bought the Bitcoin, that scam would have worked. Talking about Bitcoin, Chase thinks Dogecoin is a bad buy.
You Doge? You had
Doge.
pirates, right?
I did.
That was your yeah.
Yeah, that was my thing.
So if he had just bought the Bitcoin, it all would have worked fine, right?
Sorry. And what's your name? Sorry.
I'm
The audience.
I'm that guy.
That guy.
Yeah. Very anonymous. They're face searching you right now. We have people on that.
Google scan.
Reverse
my name
image
is
lookup.
Jason Seibert. I'm a lawyer sometimes. I'm not your lawyer.
No, I interviewed Jason on my podcast. We did a whole segment on the securities law
Shavers
issues
case.
on the Shavers case, Trendon Shavers.
Are you working on any interesting cases?
No.
Well, what I've done over the last couple of years is instead of doing direct representation in actions, is I've been trying to consult various projects on how to try to be successful within the law, within the regulations, so that they don't face harsh scrutiny.
Is that more focus on kind of ICOs in the token world, or is there a lot of Bitcoin services that?
Well, it's more ICO, not Bitcoin related, but yeah, various things. What do I smell? Everybody ran off.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. What happened?
What's up? No,
Very good.
Oh, you're in my house.
Sure.
I'm
gonna eat my cookie. I'm gonna eat my cookie. Yeah.
So securities is what you're kind of focusing on at the moment. And focus securities and cookies. So
yeah.
On the so do you know much about it? Say because I'm a accidental bag holder. During the ICO craze, I probably bought some Enigma and it's in my wallet somewhere.
Well, Enigma just had a little issue that came out the other day with the SEC and a voluntary consent order, right?
Yeah. So they've got they have to refund, but apparently.
Well, that's optional. It's called a rescission offering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so, do you think that's likely to happen to a lot of other sort of other ICOs? The SEC is going to sort of take a step back, evaluate all of them, and then just suddenly send out a kind of group not group letter, but a
Well, no,
template saying.
see, a rescission offering is something that has to be approved by the SEC. Meaning that the people that are conducting the rescission offering, they find to be trustworthy, that they're going to comply. You actually have to ask whether or not to do that offering or not. Your average everyday bad actor is not going to be able to do the same thing that Enigma was able to do, which is be able to carry on.
Yeah,
right?
so I suppose there was, they showed certain levels of legitimacy in trying to, play by the rules.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it does seem like.
I think that consent order came out February 19th, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago.
Yeah.
I was quite interested because it only dumped the price by about 25%. I thought that would completely sort of tank it, but it's only.
Well, what you get at that point from an exchange point of view is that's basically admitting that your asset is a security, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, it limits the number of exchanges that you can actually be traded on.
Yeah.
And where it's available, where you can on-ramp and off-ramp out of that, and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of exchanges that are not licensed to trade securities, and so that limits your market.
Yeah.
And so a 25% reduction in market rate would be expected, if not more, based on the circumstance of the people that are running it, as to whether or not limiting your ability to trade, right?
So in terms of securities, it was meant to be 2019 was meant to be this security boom, the ISO, where everyone was going to tokenize their equity.
Sure.
What do you think was the biggest blocker for that?
Well, the exchanges. I mean, if you don't have a marketplace for your securities offering, if you don't have the ability to transact and buy or sell that product, then you don't have a product.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think a lot of the exchanges that don't want to be subjected to regulation or don't want to be associated with that, because I think in the cryptocurrency world, you have a thirst for anonymity.
Yeah.
Right. And you have a thirst for, a libertarian centrist point of view. It's not the government's business of what I'm doing with my funds. Having to subject themselves to AML and KYC and giving identification for what it is that they're doing. They don't want to play by those rules, and they don't want to gather assets that are going to be subject to letting various governments around the world know what you're holding. So the appetite for that product, I think, is probably, at least at this point in time, less than others.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a market economics
Yeah.
standpoint.
And I think so one thing that someone mentioned on the privacy sort of side was people don't question privacy in certain areas. Like, for example, you can't have your medical records private because you've got something to hide. Like, it's no one says that because your medical records.
Because it's your medical records. Yeah.
But so why is your financial background any different, especially when you can use someone's financial background against them? If my wealth wasn't private, I don't have wealth, but if I was someone who was rich and wealth wasn't private, then it can be used against me. So
Sure.
the argument of privacy is.
Well, I think from a financial standpoint, nobody's ever really been accused of committing crimes for having cancer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right. So when you're looking at the type of information, the type of right of privacy of actions, your own personal health is your own personal health, but what you're doing with your money, how you got your money, those things, that impacts other people.
Yeah.
And the moment you're impacting other people, now you're infringing on other people's rights. And the moment you're infringing potentially on other people's rights, now you have regulation that comes down. And if you think about that from a libertarian viewpoint, we all want to be whole in our persons, and we all want to be individuals. And we get very upset when other people infringe upon our own individuality, right? What are you doing? Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone.
Yeah.
And we're all fine. But when somebody does us wrong,
Yeah.
we want
justice of some form, right? And nobody ever said, screw you, you have cancer, you're impacting me.
That's very true.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you run a scam and you take my money telling me that you're going to be the next great cryptocurrency, you have affected me because you've taken my hard-earned dollars. So that's where that privacy right changes.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Yeah, I think it's like my dad's a copper, you see, and he really believes in the high kind of. He's like, why don't we just everything open, everything on CCTV because I've got nothing to hide, and you know.
A lot of people have a lot of things to hide.
Yeah, but it's interesting that like I can kind of see if.
And it doesn't mean that what they're hiding is bad. It's just, you know.
But then, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know your audience and whether or not I can go blue or not. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, and yes, it is interesting though that the from the privacy perspective, it goes back to the why encrypt anything if people have got nothing to hide, people have got nothing to hide them.
Okay, so I'm sure the right of privacy, and I'm probably going to enter a topic that's going to curl a couple of noses, right? But in the United States, there was a case a long time ago that established the foundations for State versus Roe. And it was right of privacy in the bedroom. There used to be these arcane laws in the United States that said that you could not use contraception if you were married. And a married woman went to court and said, how are you going to enforce this, Judge?
Yeah.
Are you going to be staring into my goddamn bedroom wondering whether or not I'm using a condom or not?
Yeah.
And there became this concept of there is a right of privacy in certain things that we do that are private, and you have that expectation.
Yeah.
And so when you're translating that human centralized, in my own existence, I have a right of privacy of being an individual, and it's not harming anybody else. Let me be who I'm going to be, right? And one of the, I mean, I could get graphic and say if I want to put Jello in my ear, masturbating to you know, some form of pornography, that's my business, so long as it's not hurting anybody else and it's not impacting anybody else, right? And I'm not saying that, but it's, you know, using extreme bookends on things, right? But when you look at various crypto scams, now the invasion of the privacy at that point is that you're invading somebody's home or invading somebody's personal space and saying, give me your money, your hard-earned money. That's my privacy, is my money.
Yeah.
Give me that. I'm going to do something with that, and I promise you I will do something with it and you're going to make more.
Yeah.
That is the invasion of the privacy, and that you're lying. If you're lying to me and you're scamming me, no, you don't have a right to privacy with that.
Yeah.
So from a libertarian constitutional standpoint, that's very simple to understand.
David.
I've come to be your lawyer.
Excellent. Don't do that.
That's just what this panel needs is more lawyers.
We're talking about green Jello porn.
Yeah, back in 10's fine. Yeah.
So we're on the subject of putting Jello in our ears and masturbating to Dire Straits, wasn't it?
Yes.
Sounds very legal.
Yeah. So on privacy, so general privacy of there's certain elements of your life that they may not be doing something bad or illegal, but on the privacy. So introduction, David Silver. Thanks for having you back. I think we interviewed last year.
Cameras.
We're on that one.
We're on the couch.
This is David Silver. Last year when I got interviewed at Unconfiscatable, I was ridiculous. I was almost 45 pounds heavier. So this is the slim version. And just now fat David.
We had a great time last year. We talked about micro league baseball. We used to play on the Apple II.
We did.
Things like that back in the day. So welcoming back Counselor Silver. We have the full legal panel now.
And this is my lawyer. So that tells you he's one of the best lawyers in the space.
I'm not your lawyer.
So we've seen all your tweets. You're ready to go. You're ready to take down these people. You're the one always tweeting like the ghost of Christmas past. You're like, you might have forgotten to fill out this form, and now you're going to get sued by Silver Law and Company. You might have not done this right. Silver Law and Company is coming for you. So I definitely don't want that happening to me.
You know, at the end of the day, it's been really fun and learning in this space. But, you know, if you can take away the sad aspect of most people I represent, unfortunately lost their money, the the enthusiasm for which they still want to continue in the space is one of the most fascinating experiences I had. They all believe they're early adopters and they want to stay in it, despite my best legal advice.
Yeah.
My best legal advice to everybody is to put their money in their mattress.
Put their private keys in their mattress or their USD in their mattress?
Their USD. Your private keys, I can't even tell you where to put your private keys, but
Yeah.
There's a right to privacy where you put your private keys. Let's be calm. But David, while we're here, I want to make sure that did you get your speaker ballot for the Scammies? Because I have my speaker ballot here for the Scammy Awards, and I noticed that there's a few filled out ballots here that's on your desk. And David, I'm wondering if you have a most clueless crypto community candidate for this year. We have Ripple, we have Ethereum, we have Bitcoin Cash, and we have Bitcoin Satoshi version. Do you have your vote for most clueless crypto community? I noticed that, I don't know if the cameras see this or not, or if they've seen any of these images, but Ripple seems to be a bunch of zombies. Is that right? I've got my reading glasses on.
It is, yeah. It looks
It's
like
a bunch
they're
of
kind of
zombies.
Walking Dead type people, aren't they?
And
unicorns and rainbows for Ethereum.
But I'm wondering, what's the group that there's a certain group that dresses up in animal costumes.
The furries.
Furries.
Yeah.
Is Ethereum, are they representing the furry?
You'd have to ask them that. It all
caucus.
depends if there's
Is that
a
furry cock or a furry caucus. I'm not.
It depends on whether there's a zipper on the furry costume and where the zipper is.
But is Ethereum basically the furries? Do they have your audience seen these?
They've dressed up. I mean, we have some bigger versions of some of them, but yeah, they might. I mean, I know Vitalik's known to dress up like a unicorn, and that's probably what it is in the picture.
And that's fine. What he does
in
the
privacy of his home room,
is perfectly legal. That's fine, so long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. And we've gone over this, right? I'm trying to do this with a straight face.
You're not in trouble even filling out the ballot.
I love seeing Jason speechless. It doesn't happen frequently.
For most clueless crypto community, this is a really tough call.
I don't think. I mean,
real Sophie's choice. Yeah.
I mean, the Nevada caucus is going on right now.
Absolutely, I wish I was there.
And I'm wondering whether or not I can separate my delegates amongst the candidates here.
You want to do ranked choice voting? Give us a 1, 2, 3, 4 on this.
Well,
it's even harder with ranked choice voting. I think you really have to think about it.
I think my number one is probably Ripple. I think it's.
We were strong on Ripple. We had a lot of votes for Ripple.
Wait, which one's this for? Most evil Bitcoin?
No, most clueless crypto.
Community.
And I'd have to go with Ripple. I think out of these four choices,
it's above.
Oh, it's going above. Okay.
And the only reason is that so last year, and I drive quite a bit across the United States, and I heard a radio advertisement in Boulder, Colorado, for a home equity loan company that was advertising home equity loans for you to be able to invest in Ripple using the equity in your home. And my head exploded at that point. And all I could think about was the guys sitting there in their cars in traffic going, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get me rich on Ripple.
So wait, that's not the worst one, because in the BitConnect case, the lead plaintiff in BitConnect, who did an article with the Wall Street Journal, which is why I feel comfortable talking about this, he took a second mortgage on his house the week BitConnect went down and put his entire life savings, and then because it was going so well, and then took his second mortgage to put into BitConnect. I mean, it's crazy how many people have done that type of investment where they said, I'm going to put everything into this one company. OneCoin's another one where people took out second and third mortgages.
That was Dr. Ruha.
Yeah.
That's still going in Uganda, I hear. Like, they're still doing like the MLM type OneCoin conferences.
Yes.
She's actually a doctor or not.
It's on the run for sure. Yeah, you can't find her.
Indictments out there seeking those folks. But I got to tell you, from a presentation standpoint, their YouTube video production for their media campaign was amazing. Everybody's showing up on stage
Yeah,
in
yeah.
tuxedos, and they've got fireworks. And
Well, I'll tell you guys, you might not have heard of this, but my favorite thing about the OneCoin scam is these guys, Chris DeRose and Junsa, they infiltrated one of the meetings. Now, this is one like full-on MLM thing. You got to pay 10K. You got to get your family in. And what the guy said when he was convincing them is he said, "I know it in my knower."
yeah.
That's just the best phrase ever. I was like, I know it in my knower. This is going to be a good investment. We're going to make so much money on this one coin.
Well,
It's
Bitcoin
great.
Uncensored did that, and then also when they went into the headquarters of Cripsy and interviewed Paul Vernon during the crash, and they're like, "So, what's going on?" And
I mean, I don't know if you guys.
It's everything's fine.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't know if you guys see this. My head's literally growing as he's talking. OneCoin at lead class action plaintiffs law firm, Silver Miller. Cripsy, Coinbase, lead class action plaintiffs lawyer, Silver Miller. There's a reason, I'm I'm doing these things. In Cripsy, actually, we settled the Coinbase for $1 million. It became public about a month ago. At least at the end of the day, I mean, when Cripsy went down, Bitcoin was trading about $250 a Bitcoin. We've brought in now close to $3 million. So I know a lot of the people view the crypto as still having been theirs. When you invest in a Ponzi scheme, you don't get to actually, reap the benefits of it. But we've actually done well to get some of those people their money back that they lost. They were early adopters and they feel they should have done better. I wish we could have done more. We're still, if you guys heard us speaking out there on the law review panel, we're talking about we're going after those 11,000 Bitcoin, and we'll see if we can change the world. Changing the world is a hard thing to do, especially when you don't have the private keys.
So
it's a tough gig.
Now, before you tokenize your law firm, is there anything going on in the Mt. Gox case? You got anything there? Because I know that money is still sitting there. People are losing their minds. It hasn't been distributed. The Japanese government's involved. Any kind of movement? Is anyone going to get paid?
I have nothing to do with the Mt. Gox case, so I can say the only thing that has improved is Fortress has offered people more money for their claims, and that's a good sign that Fortress thinks the money is coming and coming soon.
Excellent.
I think so. I was caught up with you over there. So if there's any other idiots out there who are in BitGrail,
Poor Dan.
lost Nano or XRB or whatever it was, get in touch.
So again, lead class action plaintiff appointed by the court in the Nano case. That case is moving along slowly. But we're slowly but surely, that case is going to come to a resolution, hopefully sooner than later. And again, there are a lot of people who put their life savings into an exchange in Italy, based on what U.S. citizens were telling them to do. And it's been a jurisdictional fight so far. We're going to see how it goes. But look, I mean, everyone here who's investing, and I say this all the time, if you meet a guy who lives in California and he tells you to invest in this company, and this company is in a country that you can't point to on a map, then don't invest.
Gotta share a microphone. One of the mics stopped working, but you still got. You guys gotta share with the small guy.
Yeah. So, Tone, what we were just going over is what we believe to be our most clueless crypto community vote. I have my speaker ballot that I have.
Ripple is messing everything up. Like anytime you put Ripple on a ballot, it's always going to be Ripple.
Well, that was our vote.
IOTA can turn off, like on the same week that IOTA turns off their decentralized blockchain.
Did you just say Baby Yoda?
Yes.
I'm buying Baby Yoda.
All in.
I'm all in on Baby Yoda.
IOTA turns off their blockchain. Steemit sells their blockchain.
Yeah.
And Ripple is still gonna win.
Yeah.
So the next category I wanted to go to, and I'm just asking David here. I'm not asking you, Tom, because you're one of the judges.
Absolutely.
And you're not able to give away anything on what your opinion is. But the next category I wanted to go to was most disliked former maximalist.
Well, I got to find another picture. Point me a picture.
Right here. Right here.
So I couldn't tell who's top left, Tone. I couldn't tell who it was.
Make sure none of them are being defended
Well,
by
that's
Silver.
Bitcoin
and
David's looking. So I'm not going to discuss anyone on this list because there is
Tone, who's the person there
with more than one?
Bitcoin SV. Who's fake Bitcoin SV? That David doesn't know who that is. We don't know that person.
That is Kevin Pham.
Oh, Twitter guy.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
You need the picture with the tattoo.
Yeah. The tattoo is on his chest. It's a small picture.
Gotcha.
It's on his shirt. Yeah, that is Kevin Pham. Now, in hindsight, Vinny Lingham probably should have not been on this list, but Richard Hart should have been. So next
For
year
most
we'll do a much
disliked
better
former
job.
maximalist?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Kevin Hart is
Not Kevin
prominent.
Hart, sorry, Richard Hart.
Richard Hart is
So
prominent.
Kevin Hart would have been funny.
Yeah, he's prominent in
One
Scammer
comeback.
of the Year at this point. I mean, to be
He's
a
got
most
a lot of
disliked former
categories. You don't-
maximalist versus
You don't
Scammer
want
of
to
the
be
Year.
nominated for every category because then you don't win any of them.
You know,
but I like best new scam. He's scammer of the year. I like that.
See, Scammer of the Year is different than Best New Scam, and I'm hoping the same person doesn't win them. But Dr. Craig S. Wright is skewing a lot of the results.
I'm pretty sure I voted for him in most of those categories. Yeah.
Fake PhDs.
What was it? Archaeology?
Yeah.
Archaeology.
Right. Well, for my most disliked former maximalist, and you have to understand this when I say this, I absolutely love this guy. I've hung out with him. He's a genuinely amazing person. I believe his heart is in the right place, but I think the community just absolutely hates him to death, and that's Roger.
Of course, I agree, and I couldn't agree more.
I love Roger. I love what Roger's trying to do, but for whatever reason, and I think I can relate because there's so many people that hate my ass so much. Like all of your viewers, Tone.
I keep trying.
That the amount of shit I take in the troll box from your viewers.
Almost as much as the amount of shit I have to take from you.
I don't give you any shit.
Really? What about my eyebrows?
Your eyebrows are beautiful now. I'm glad you had some work done.
That's a conversation I'm staying out of.
So
we still haven't talked about your shitcoin.
It's not my shit.
It was a coin that accidentally turned into a shit coin.
I don't know. So to give a little background for those that don't know, is that Tone, David, and I have known each other probably for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And we go way back. Somebody asked about a shit coin in your troll box, and they talked about Raven, and absolutely Raven is a shit coin. I can go on for that for days.
No, that Raven show was great. I think that's I think my
With
favorite
Bruce
law
Fenton?
show, the Bruce Fenton law show. I think it was my favorite
the
episode.
Hart show was probably better.
The Hart
than-
show was good too.
was better than the Raven
The Hart show was good too.
Reagan, when the
Al-
lawyer
although-
when the lawyer called in for the
Pepe,
Raven
I
show-
met the lawyer. He was at the social roundtable.
Yeah, when
Was
the
he?
lawyer
Pepe
called
the
in,
lawyer. Yeah.
because he's friends with Bruce.
Oh, that's right.
So it's
Yeah.
Bruce's guy. That
Right.
was when he called in and tried to defend himself.
Oh, you're gonna love this one, right? So, so there were a bunch of
Jimmy, come in. Come in.
There were
Sit next to Tone.
there
We
were
got Jimmy's son.
there were a bunch
We're gonna
of
scoot over.
there were
Scoot over. Okay.
Something right now. Like I thought we were supposed to be on stage.
yeah
No,
we're a
live
little
broadcasting.
behind, so I'm here.
Okay, this is more important than the stage.
So you're gonna love this one. So we're at Satoshi Roundtable. Jimmy didn't go this year. I don't think you guys have gone.
I've never been invited.
Never invited.
At Satoshi
Publicly
Roundtable.
insulted it on Twitter.
Bruce and I
Not
I
welcome.
said to Bruce, I'm like, come
We
on,
can
Bruce.
get you guys invited.
I'm like, I want my invite this
I'll
year,
get you
Bruce.
guys invited.
Bruce finally likes me.
If you call
No.
if you call them elitist, you won't be invited.
Based on
yeah.
based on the people that were there this year, I get you guys invited. So we're
Lower
we're
standards.
at the poker table. There's a lot of anyone that's anyone in Raven Coin was there. So all the Raven
So
Coin
no
guys
one.
are there. So we're playing poker.
There's many people in Raven Coin that don't like me.
Edgar,
That's okay.
Allen,
We're,
Poe. That's it.
we're playing poker, and one of the Raven Coin guys, ironically, a Raven Coin, like one of the top Raven Coin developers or wherever, isn't it? His name is Tron. Yeah, Tron. Right. His name is Tron. And he's like the top Raven Coin developer. And we're playing poker at the stable. It's already late, like 1 in the morning.
I think he's the only guy with commit permissions.
Yeah. The only guy? Oh God.
Yeah,
So everyone is drinking, and like we talked about it like a little bit, and then at that table it was like his turn. One of the other guys is like, hey, the Falcon Coin guy, it's your turn.
Falcon.
He called him Falcon Coin instead of Raven Coin. And that sounded so much cooler. So
Falcon Coin sounds good.
we were referring to Raven Coin as Falcon Coin for the next day and a half.
David, I got to ask you, would you buy Falcon Coin over Raven Coin today, just on name alone?
I'm gonna have to go Falcon Coin over Raven Coin on name alone.
That's why.
He's got the two C's in it. The two C's.
So,
of
so
power.
Jimmy's asking why he's here. He doesn't understand why he's here.
I gotta go back to running the conference. So
we're
supposed to be on. And we have a panel coming up as our final panel. But the scammies, we're gonna try to stream the scammies from the after party. If we can't, it will premiere like tomorrow or something, or the next day.
Your final panel is why shitcoins will fail, right?
Yes. Why? Well, they'll die, but thank you for being nice. No, why shitcoins will die.
All right. I thought it was something else.
Yeah.
I thought you were being provocative.
Not yet. Maybe next year.
Can you give us the one-liner as to why shitcoins will fail?
Because there's only one scarcity. There's only one blockchain that's decentralized. There's so many facets to it. You have Bitcoin. What Bitcoin did in its first 2 years of existence is not replicatable. Maybe in the future, maybe like when I'm 70, Bitcoin could be recreated in a better way, a better form. It will take another generation and another innovation, like a whole giant leap of technological innovation. Maybe we'll need something maybe in 200 years that could also handle, let's say, a moon colony and a Mars colony, right? Yeah. So maybe it will have to have a giant generational leap in
Peter Todd
technology.
says we might need Mars coin and Moon coin because it'd be so difficult to synchronize the various blockchains planet to planet.
Like, it's known.
What makes Bitcoin valuable isn't the fact that it's fast or cheap or private, and all those things are coming. What makes it valuable is just the fact it's trustless, and people trust the fact that it's trustless. How do you recreate that? I don't know. Jimmy, maybe you have a better answer.
Well, I mean, I want to save it for the panel, no?
Yeah.
You don't want to give too many secrets away.
So, Chakra, I'm going to be a little controversial here. All right. You talk about we don't need to fight.
Why not? It's more fun then.
But
better ratings.
So with the concept that Bitcoin is decentralized and trustless, I have a hard time signing on to that today versus 6 years ago, based on the concentration of hash power and mining power into minimal locations. And so what I'd like to know is if you're claiming that Bitcoin is the everyman, decentralized, trustless deal, how can we do that with the concentration of hash power?
I'll take this one really quick. First of all, I feel that the concentration of hash power was a lot worse 6 years ago than now. I think that hash power is more decentralized now than it has been at, let's say, not a specific point, but if you go back, I think Bitcoin hash power is pretty damn decentralized now, and it's as good as it's ever been. Now,
last year or 2 years ago, what was the mining pool that had combined amongst their pools had 51% of the
that was in 2014. That was Ghash.io, and within a year later, it had 1%. But I understand what you're saying. But
because we're going to go back to Hester Pearson's comment,
yeah,
and the SEC's comment about sufficient decentralization.
Right.
Wait. Someone got bothered by a Jason soliloquy.
Yeah.
Who could have ever imagined that?
Right. Look, because I understand where you're going. Like, I'm going to go back on stage. Now, I will say that I feel that Bitcoin hash power is as decentralized now as it's ever been. You can disagree with that. This is
I think numbers and algorithms.
Right. You can disagree with that, but like,
it's all comes down to a legal definition of decentralization.
Sure. But right.
1 year from today, we're gonna have that answer.
I've already
1 year from today, we're gonna have that answer.
I'm confident. Decentralized that Bitcoin is. You better come up with numbers to say that, because you're just giving your opinion, and that's.
But get ready for an unfortunate fact.
At the moment,
the coronavirus is actually going to help decentralize Bitcoin. No one wants to hear about it.
Yeah.
All
right.
I
gotta go on stage.
I want to know.
I gotta go back on stage. But like, that's an opinion we can debate. I think that Bitcoin is as decentralized now as it's ever been. But that's debatable. That part's debatable.
Maybe because we didn't keep
But
stats
that's
before.
not the only thing that makes Bitcoin decentralized. That's my point. So let me just finish this. So I feel that mining is decentralized. You can disagree and we can debate that. To me, what makes Bitcoin decentralized is not just mining. It's a triangle. One of the 3 points of the triangle is mining. The other point is the number of full nodes, fully validating nodes, and the third one is core development. Okay,
we talked about this on stage.
Right. So
and I
I believe all 3 points of this triangle on Bitcoin are decentralized. Even if one point on that triangle, mining, can be proven to be borderline centralized, that still is not enough to say that Bitcoin is centralized. That's just one part of 3.
What we're going to have to do in the next couple of years in order to survive the suggested promulgated rules is to be able to define that triangle of yours.
Sounds like I need to write a blog post.
Sufficient.
I think Tone should walk away the winner right now. He got Jason to agree with him.
And before
he got Jason to agree with him.
And before I leave, I'm going to be more controversial. Jason should read my last blog post because it talks about food. I'm sorry, Silver. David Silver.
I was like, what's happening here? Did you just call me fat?
No, you looking good though, man. You dropped some weight there. You dropped some weight, David.
27 pounds.
I know you dropped some weight, man. But did you read my blog post on how I eat? You need to read that one. All right, guys, I got to go back on stage. Thanks so much for coming. Hopefully, I'll see you guys at the Scammy Awards.
All right, thanks so much, Tone, for joining us. Yeah.
And I know Silver ain't gonna bid, but we're gonna auction off the paintings, the official paintings. We're gonna auction them off. You're Jewish, right?
I love the fact that people just know I'm cheap. I got no problem with
know
that.
you're cheap.
No
But
problem
he better bid. The $850 an hour lawyer better bid.
When we were in Argentina, I bought the Bitcoin hat for half a Bitcoin, and I still have that hat.
Right.
And those proceeds went to what was the charity that went to?
Big Give.
BitGive, right? So where do these funds go to?
I'm not
They
sure
go to
yet.
the fucking artists, right? And
No, not the artist. Not the artist.
Right?
They go.
Bullshit. It's not going in your. I'm not bidding. It's going in your pocket, Tom. Give me a charity. Give me something to bid against, and I'll put that fucking painting next to my hat.
Okay, so
I paid half a Bitcoin for a hat that said make Bitcoin great again, and it had 4 autographs on it.
Right. Yeah. So we haven't, Jason. So we haven't.
It was 1,000, but now
we haven't
trying to get me to buy.
We haven't thought that far ahead.
Well, this is a shitcoin scam right here.
But there's a but coming. There's a but coming. They're not going into my pocket. I haven't figured out where they're not going in my pocket. So they're going to support future conferences. Or when we find the right charity for Bitcoin core development, that's where they're going. Core development. We support core development. Core development.
Wait a minute. Tone, will you take Ravencoin?
No. We only take Bitcoin. All right, guys, I gotta go.
Thanks. Catch you later, man.
Yeah. In the meantime, you guys got free booze right there. Yeah, exactly. So he's drinking free alcohol, but he's giving me shit about where the money's gonna go.
I'm making you money. Shut the fuck up.
As long as it goes behind the bar.
So sorry if we've taken over a little bit.
Oh, I love it.
It's all
It's
in
fun.
good fun.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe one more category.
Oh, we go to the
my ballot. Where'd it go?
It's good. It's good to know that people watching this love Tone. I'm just saying. It's good to know.
That one guy does.
You guys are speakers. Your vote count like 10x.
We're super delegates. I understand you're a Democrat. Yeah.
Put the word speaker on top.
It's already there.
Fill them out,
Yeah.
And then your vote actually counts.
Okay. So we've got.
Unlike the U.S. presidential.
So we've got. We've already done the most clueless crypto community of Ripple and the most disliked of. Again, I love Roger. I love what he's doing, but for whatever reason, he's the most disliked.
Maybe it's because he copied Bitcoin and said it was the real Bitcoin. Maybe it's something like that. Like direct fraud against the original project that made him rich?
Well, I don't know if it was direct fraud. That's questionable.
You sell me like widgets and they're not the right widgets. I'm not very happy with you.
I've got this theory that Roger Ver is actually, he's still Bitcoin Jesus, but he's undercover. And what he's doing is he's been instrumental in all the he's been instrumental in all the forks so that he can fractionalize the opposition to the real Bitcoin. And eventually he's going to come full circle and he's going to be like resurrected. He'll come back like, and he'll be like, that's it, I'm Bitcoin Jesus. Oh.
Mistakes away.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
What I can say is that I have spent good quality time with Roger.
I feel everyone's drunk but me.
in,
I definitely deserve a
in
drink.
Kits, where he's had his developers that he flies in from around the world into St. Kitts, and the developers are top notch. They're good quality. They're good meaning people. We've spent many days together on the islands just talking about everything from good local food to issues of technology. And so he's putting together a good team. So if anybody ever questions whether or not Roger actually has a good team or not, or if he's full of shit or if he's doing anything, no, I've actually seen his team. I've worked with the team. I've been there. I've seen what he's doing. He's got some great guys and they're happy to be there and they're happy to be doing the work.
Intentions are all good. It's just
all the intentions are good.
The path is different.
The path to hell is paved with good intentions.
What we're talking about,
We just need to get Roger to call me poor. Can he go on Twitter and say, hey, at Mad Bitcoins, you are poor? That's why I just need that for my fundraising. So.
I'm not going to ask him to do that, but you're going to ask me to do that. So,
I am. He can help.
Roger doesn't talk to me. He's not a fan. I don't know why. Maybe there was a CNBC special. I don't know. Maybe we were both on it, and I may have told the truth.
And I want to be clear. I'm not defending Roger's projects. I'm just saying Roger's a really good guy.
Yeah.
And
hold
you can
on. There are lots of good people who do bad things.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Hitler loved dogs. He was just a big fan of dogs.
Yeah,
and man, he was really good to the SPCA. And man, awesome.
Sorry, man.
No, it was a teed up softball, to be sure. It's okay.
So who does get your vote then of the most disliked?
Well, it's Roger.
It is Roger then.
Yeah. He is the most disliked former maximalist. But I'm saying that
right. Yeah.
What I'm saying is I understand
personal.
why it's not personal. But if you ask anybody, do you like Roger Ver or not in the space? They either like him or they don't. He's a very polarizing figure.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that adding 2 lawyers to this show made it fun.
You clearly haven't seen my show.
I just want to see a category that says most disliked lawyer. I mean, we have our own show. We should have a disliked lawyer.
Well, we'd actually submitted before this conference that there needed to be the lawyer most likely to trigger someone. And it was a toss-up between David and myself.
Only Jason thinks it's a toss-up. So we were going back last night, and we were staying in a different hotel, and we're getting some ice cream in like the ice cream shop. And this couple stops us, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're that lawyer from the law show!" And they point to me, and I'm like, "Seriously, I'm being recognized in the Golden Nugget? Like this? Come on, the Golden Nugget, the ice cream shop, like the Golden Nugget." And I was sitting there, and we start talking, and all of a sudden, the guy turns around, and he starts looking at Jason, and he goes, "Wait, you're the guy. You're that guy. You're the one that fights with people." And I was like, yes. I'm like, he's the one that fights with people. I don't fight with people. It's just most people who watch the show, they don't agree with my politics. That's completely different than fighting with people. I don't fight with people. I love people. I just want them to give me their money.
I will tell somebody they're a fucking moron any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Well, to be fair, when David heard that I was part of the Bitgrail, the Fallen Bitgrail crew, fucking moron was the same person.
Right.
I accept that though. That's my own fault. It's a technical term, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so one last category. To recap, we've done most clueless crypto community at Ripple, most disliked former maximalist at Roger. Sorry, Roger. And what I want to go now, of course, the granddaddy of them all is Scammer of the Year.
Oh, well, there's Scammer of the Year or Scammer of the Lifetime Scammer Award. So there's 2.
What's Scammer of the Year? Who's nominated?
Yeah. So Scammer of the Year, go on. We've got... What?
Is he pointing at me? Is he pointing at me? The Lifetime Scammer.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well, okay. Again, I can't vote on these things. I will not be submitting a ballot because I'm suing too many of these people. I'm actually disappointed more people I'm suing aren't on this list. I personally think the people I am suing are a little deserve to be on some of these lists.
It's a sign you're going to win, isn't it?
So, I mean, look, for the year, I think it's pretty obvious. It's got to be Hex. I mean, for the year, I mean, that was one of the worst scams because it was also like BitConnect. Everyone that was actually in the community, the leaders of the community called out BitConnect. The leaders of the community called out Hex before it was hacked. Before it was hacked, stolen, Ponzi, call it whatever you want. So.
And yet still all these people put their money in and they all lost their money. It's almost as if everything we do as leaders or whatever, Twitter people, influencers, it doesn't matter. These idiots are going to put their money in whatever new thing comes up that's shiny and pretty.
Isn't what we're hoping that's what coronavirus takes care of? Yeah,
I'm not.
I'm against the Dark Ages. I'm against the Black Plague. I vote no on Black Plague.
What was it? Revolution on NBC a couple of years ago, where there was no more technology.
Well, the Georgia Guidestones say that there should be a lot less people and a lot more trees. So, unfortunately, if the coronavirus gets us closer to that, a lot of people will be in favor of it.
I just want to be crystal clear. I knew nothing about coronavirus except it existed until I met Jason's wife. And she now told me we're all dying. She's like, it's not going to be a couple of people. I'm like, it's like the flu, a couple of people.
And the funny
she's
thing
like,
is,
no,
she's
going to
right
die.
over there nodding her head going, yes.
No masks, no anything.
She's actually right now, she's
a live
she's
update.
on her phone getting what she calls plague porn.
No.
It's plague porn.
No.
And she's nodding her head. Yes, she admits it. Okay, who's on the board today? So the other day, Iran got on the board with 2 dead, 2 cases, and an all clear. It was like they hit the trifecta.
Did we see that Trump said he was not aware of the people coming back on the plane? He had a problem with it. He was very upset. But then he had a picture of the plane that brought the people back. Is the craziest picture of a plane ride
with the biscuit bubble.
Yeah,
in a plastic box. Yeah.
It was
crazy.
Because somehow the plastic is going to protect people. South Korea
coming in. Wait.
Who? Italy's got 77 fresh on the board.
But the positive news, they said that it topped out in China, that we've topped out because they changed the reporting requirements so we could be happy. I want to be happy though. I want to be happy.
And here's the thing is that when China withholds the testing kits so that nobody can test positive because there's no testing kits to test positive, you no longer have new cases.
Well, with the American cruise ship thing, they didn't test them beforehand, so that when they got them home, they couldn't be blamed for the horrible results of the.
But I don't think. I don't think it was the Americans that did that.
You got to test them beforehand scientifically. You
and that's the scammer of the year. We've somehow
there was a infectious disease test center very close to the Wuhan market where all of this is supposedly started. And there's some whisperings on the interweb nets that test facility, after injecting various animals with like SARS and Ebola and everything else, then when they were done with the animals and after the animals died, sold the animals for human consumption to the Wuhan market.
So my wife thinks I'm on vacation.
Right,
my wife claims I'm on vacation. I want you to understand, I've been the third wheel to Jason and his wife for the last 3 days. This is what the last 3 days of my life have
It's all
been.
death and destruction.
So you're absolutely terrified now. You're completely gone.
Well, we've already told him that he's going to die.
I'm going to die.
And so his diet is out the window.
Screw the diet. Screw not smoking. Screw no drugs. I mean, I'm going in. I've been on 3 flights.
I'm fairly certain last night he had a $50 hooker that had AIDS, and he didn't care because screw it, we're all going to die anyway.
What are you talking about? She told me those weren't track marks,
and she told you she was over 18. I know. I get it. It's all
Well,
right.
I feel
they get that case to with that. Who cares?
I feel like when they tell you they have a 12-year-old, they have to be over 18.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus in a manger. I don't know what's happening right now. On that note,
on that bombshell, ladies and gentlemen, I did. So on on the testing center, someone's pointed out that there's the logo is exactly the same as the Umbrella Corps.
Sure. Yes, we saw that from Resident
Evil. Yeah. Yes. That's uncanny, isn't it?
It's
I love
not
it.
exactly, but it's
well,
a close
yeah,
proximity.
it's like
And in anything that's associated with, like, I'm gonna script Mila Jovovich. I don't even know how to say it, but anything that's associated with that is, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Yeah, especially
Right?
the outfit in The Fifth Element with the old white tape.
She's perfect. Right?
Yeah,
She's perfect.
Why have we got so much red tape? Why do we have lots of white tape?
Right.
Mia?
There's a lot of white tape.
Yeah.
You can have white tape. No, but I mean, we can switch to coronavirus if you want, but I think really the subject matter that people give a shit about is
No, we care about not dying. Everyone at home wants to spend their big money. They have mansions to buy. They want to not die.
They all have their high yield investment program that's going right now.
If it goes 100x, but I die, who cares, right? I have to live.
What's the scam? What's the scam right now?
None so far.
USTI still going on. What else is going on right now? What's another high yield investment program? It's not on the list right now.
Well, I have OneCoin still circulating in like Uganda and stuff.
Well, they're still doing a little bit, but there was a criminal conviction out in New York for Mark Scott. The brother pled guilty.
Why haven't they found Ruja? Isn't she findable?
Dr. Ruha?
Yeah, she's some rich lady somewhere. We have her picture.
I don't know why she's not here.
She escaped. She's a winner.
She actually blows most of these people away on stolen money.
That would be on Lifetime Scammer Achievement Award.
Yeah.
She's not here.
She should be on there. Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of derivative lawsuits on that one. It's going to get really interesting because the government, depending on who you believe, is locked up between $40 and $400 million. So
when you say locked up, as in like the government, like people in the government were like, let's buy OneCoin.
No. The government froze accounts and the money's frozen.
I've got no idea. Like someone's it's the new Bitcoin. It's the new Bitcoin.
First of all, if there was a government official anywhere that said, I've got a great idea, let's buy OneCoin, I would want to take them out back and beat the shit out of them with a rubber hose.
I don't know, Trump's nominating new people every day. We have a lot of new people coming.
Well, even Trump would not buy OneCoin. I gotta give him at least that much. That he's not that much of a.
He was in Home Alone 2.
You know what?
They cut him out for time on the Canadian version. It wasn't an important scene, not an important scene.
And learned that there's a Home Alone 3.
That's true horror. That's true horror. Yeah. Different kid.
I have younger kids, and my kids all of a sudden we watched Home Alone 1, 2, and 3, and 3 is terrible. I mean, 2 wasn't exactly good. But,
so as a
3
lawyer,
was
the
terrible.
only thing I have to ask is when are Child Protective Services going to be called in order to get this kid under fucking control? And where are the parents? God damn it! Really?
Well, he said Michael Jackson never touched him, so we're on the clear there.
All right, sir.
Otherwise, that's another big pot for David to go sue here. Keep him away from that Wonderland money.
David chooses Hex, and I'm right there. I interviewed Hart. Did you guys see that?
He's a big talker, isn't he? He's a good talker.
He's a good debater.
Did you guys see the 5 hours of grilling? And I kept telling him, I was like, dude, you understand? This is a record.
But he's in Thailand or something. He doesn't care, right? I mean, he's not a U.S. citizen at this point, right? I mean, he had his real name Schuler. He's allegedly the spam king. He made all his money off spam.
He went on a live broadcast that was recorded and rebroadcast and is on YouTube.
I think more of a record, like they scammed so many people, they made so much money. They're winners.
Right. I mean, that's the thing about a lot of these guys is they want to go on, they want to have all the publicity, they want to be the big time, and they don't realize that the AMA that they do online, either chatting or texting.
Totally admissible.
But he doesn't care. He was on there because he wanted to squeeze out the last couple of dollars.
He's got the crystal jewels behind him and the throne and stuff. The pretty clothes.
He scammed out those last couple $100,000 and was like, "Thank you, Jason, for giving me that airtime, for screwing your viewership."
Unfortunately, that might be the case. Exposing a scam sometimes advertise a scam.
You're complicit. Oh my God! I may have to sue you for aiding and abetting. Oh my God! This is so new.
You're making a record. You're making a record. Jason Cyber. So what I
best supporting scammer.
Best supporting scammer of the year.
Best supporting scammer. There's your new category.
Best aider and abetter.
Aider and abetter. He drove the Bronco.
I had nothing to do with the scam except I told everyone how much money I made. That's my favorite.
So much.
I was in Hex early. I got all my money out. I'm worth $10 million.
I know people that sing the praises of BitConnect because they got out early.
Yeah.
Everyone makes money sometimes.
Well,
it's musical chairs. I say it all the time. Yeah. In musical chairs, 99.9% of the people lose when the music stops. There's only one winner.
You're like,
that's it.
Musical chairs.
So, as the first rule of Fight Club is to not talk about Fight Club. The first rule of getting into a Ponzi scheme is to get out early. If you get out early, everything's great.
So
That's solid legal advice right there. Get out early of your Ponzi scheme.
When you're in the Ponzi scheme, get out early. Here's the second thing. If you off-ramp your money in USD.
Your troll box told me to put some more work in. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
He means get a job.
More scams, bring Vitalik on. You got to do 5. You got to do 5 hours with Vitalik so that Ethereum could come back, man. You made Hex possible.
Yeah.
Says random guy responsible for the scam of the year.
Are you on the white paper?
Wow. The things I've learned today. I am shocked and appalled. Shocked and appalled.
I cannot believe there's gambling in this establishment.
For all the 16-year-old people out there that don't understand that reference, go watch a Humphrey Bogart movie.
Shocked to find gambling in this establishment.
That is my favorite Twitter GIF. Just right there. That's my favorite Twitter GIF.
It's a big moment. The other great one is when he pulls the gun on him and he's like, oh my God, Rick has chosen a side. I can't believe Mr. No Sides is suddenly against me. Yeah, beautiful movie. Casablanca, people. It's in black and white, so you haven't seen it because you're millennials and you don't watch black and white movies. But there are some amazing films made before we had color film. You should try it out.
Bullshit. You're a scammer.
Totally a scammer. Some kind of Citizen Kane Max.
I'm telling you right now. Here's Jason's scam of 2020. Jason's scam of 2020. He's gonna raise money to put Casablanca in color.
No, I'm not.
And it's gonna be a token. It's gonna be called the Casa token. It's related to Casa. It's gonna be a good one. Trust me.
So right now, people are firing up their copy engines, and my buddy Rhett's gonna make it. He copies everything. He's fantastic. He did Zcoin. He took out the founder's reward or whatever, and he's like, boom, and it went right to the moon. Crazy.
So I think on Scammer of the Year, which is the ultimate award that you could sardonically award somebody here, not literally nor engaging in any kind of liability.
Wait, who's on the bottom right? Who's on the bottom? Who's on the bottom right?
Or actionable case at all.
Who's the bottom right?
That's the York Malt. He's like the most recent fake Toshi.
Okay, so he's out because I don't even know who he is.
He took a picture with Andreas Antonopoulos and claimed based upon the picture he was Satoshi Nakamoto. Yeah, that's the guy.
But he's out.
But he did a bunch of other scams where he convinced a bunch of people to invest in his company or whatever because he, unlike everyone else, is actually Satoshi Nakamoto. He also has a cool Mad Bitcoins looking hat. I kind of like that.
I will say my
as a hat.
favorite Andreas in the crypto space is not Andreas Antonopoulos. It's Andreas Brecken, and he is the best. If you guys don't know Andreas Brecken.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, Brecken sounds familiar. BREKKON?
Ian, yeah. And he's created some amazing satirical products that just, I love satire. Love me Mike in Space. Love Mike in Space. When he called me up and he said, Jason, I want to do an episode with you of Mike in Space, and you're going to stuff your face full of a pimento leaf. All I could say was, I'm in. I'm doing that. Let's do that. Right? So if you can't laugh at your own industry, if you can't take yourself too seriously, if you know how to move forward and have some fun and innovate, because all of us stay up 22 hours a day trying to do whatever it is that we're doing to try to advance the space. And every now and then you need to let off a little steam. And I think it's the guys that are on hour 21 that get offended, not hour 22, where they're like, fuck it, I get it. Right? On hour 21,
says the guy who's being told he needs to work more. Ask him the last time he worked 21 hours a day on a legal cause.
On a legal issue? It's been a while. Anyway, so to the content creators like you guys that are bringing some humor to the space and some seriousness at the same time, thanks for carrying the torch, and thanks for being here, and thanks for letting us sit here and
thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks so much, guys.
Great having you on.
Definitely hope to interview you sometime soon on the World Crypto Network. We'll get you on there. Do the legal panel thing.
I'll be in touch about the Holy Grail.
Definitely keep out.
The Holy Bit Grail.
Now be sure to send us Daisy over there. She's supposed to promote her conference. It's very important. People want to promote things. You're up.
Oh yes, it's all a bit.
It got a little tangled. It's been a long day. I'm surprised it's still working at all. 7 hours, 10 minutes live.
That was fun.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. There you go, Dan. It better be virus free, even though it's a corona. Aww. Yeah, it better be free.
Oh, thank you ever so much. That's really cool. Oh, sweet.
All right, we've lost all the focus in the camera. That makes it more exciting. We look like we're in tilt shift mode. So let's look at our options.
Oh my God, look how big my ears look when the screen's fuzzy.
Advanced, focus, auto. There it is. Boom, boom. Fix that. So we're going to get you guys another guest. We're going to try to keep this going. They do have the scammies coming up here on the Unconfiscatable live stream, I'm told. I'm psyched for the scammies. I hope they do it live. Otherwise, it might be the next morning on the Tone live stream. So yeah, we'll have that one here. I'll take this one. 2 minutes. The world is live. I'll spend all 2 minutes counting down. So we're about to be joined by the fantastic Daisy Komen from the Netherlands in Amsterdam, maybe even Rotterdam. She's got leather shoes. She's got leather pants, but she's not joining us for another 2 minutes, Dan.
That was a really cool little session with David.
It was fun. I like the lawyers. They're much more fun than you think lawyers would be. They're the funny lawyers. We won't tell anyone that, but it'll happen regardless. It says on the chat, they're saying next year Jason should put some work in, and that the fake Satoshi claimed to be Jorg Molt. Yeah, he claimed to be a Satoshi. We have that happening a lot more, but as you guys know, only Mad Bitcoins has provided real proof that he is Satoshi Nakamoto. It's on Pastebin. You can Google search it. You can test the keys. They all check out 100%. Mad Bitcoins is Satoshi Nakamoto. Everyone knows that.
So what's been your favorite interview today on the couch?
Well, now recently I like the legal panel because they're so funny, and I didn't think they would. Although I like that David Silver was funny last time. He's a character, even though he's a lawyer. I don't want to be against him in any way, so I'm certainly not speaking this as any kind of advice or anything. But he's a character. I like him. The other guy, I didn't know him, but he was good. He was super funny. Jason, I liked him. And always good to talk to lawyers because they're smart people. They can talk about ideas. They know what the words mean. He used the word sartorial. It was a sartorial decision. It wasn't real. It was just spoken of. It was sartorial. It was audio. But we're trying to hang on here till the end of the conference. People are already leaving outside in the conference. There's maybe one more. There's one more speech section. Then there's some kind of big gap. I think we're supposed to eat dinner. I've never really eaten anything myself. And then the scammies, which I'm kind of into. I also kind of want to go home. So we'll see how that goes. There's like a weighing back and forth between going home. It helps a little bit. I mean, Leah's going to be hosting the scammies, so I think that's very cool. I'd like to see Leah host that. But then technically I could watch it on video if they record it at watch it at home.
Doing it live, right? So
they claim they're doing it live, but it also sounds like they're a bit unsure, like maybe the live people are leaving. So let's
would be good.
This is the dead one, right? But yeah, we'll see. If it's live, we'll try to hang out. But now we may or may not be joined by Daisy, who's going to promote her conference. Except that it's in Malta.
Oh, nice.
I don't know what they call it anymore. They change their mind all the time. I'll go with Understanding Bitcoin. That's my guess.
So that's the one that we delivered the satellite to last year.
We did. The heroes of Dan and Tom delivering satellite dishes from the UK to Malta to Blockstream and Adam back.
Really bad though is that when Adam sent me some Bitcoin for the expenses, and I must have got drunk and like used that Bitcoin, but I was meant to keep it forever.
Bitcoin is Bitcoin. I won some Bitcoin from a poker tournament once, or a poker game once, and I was going to keep it forever too, but then I spent it because it was money and I needed money. So there it goes. Yeah, there's nothing different. Although my brother did once sell his hat to Peter Todd. That was some pretty sweet Bitcoin too, and that went up too. He did pretty well.
Sold it
on
for
that
Bitcoin. Or fractions of.
It was much fractions of a Bitcoin, but it's still very good to get
Yeah, definitely.
anything out of Peter Todd. It's quite tight.
Yeah. Was it timestamped? Was the transaction
I'm
timestamped?
sure it was, but probably not with open timestamps or proof marshal, so you could probably fake it. Seems pretty fakeable. Hey, Daisy, come on.
Bring Joseph.
All right.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey. Where's the camera there? Oh,
It's
there's two.
this one right now.
There's like 3.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Yeah. Which is the live one?
We can cycle through them. So there's
Yeah.
well, no, that's not going to work. It
Hey, guys.
contiguous.
And
But look,
hopefully also
everyone
girls.
Get ready. Oh no, there's no girls in this audience. Okay, so this one's kind of the same.
Well, that's why you introduced
that
me with the
camera.
leather pants, because
about
it's
the
only
same.
guys, right?
This one's our side view. This is a very nice distant side view, but everyone just seems to. And then this is our close up.
Oh, yeah.
Here we are right here on the close
Good
up.
close up in you guys.
But everyone likes this one. This
Yeah,
one's fun.
sure. Yeah.
So we just leave it on this one.
And
But it's
isn't this bottle like in the way of the whole street? Yeah.
that's to
That's me as a photographer.
that's to
like,
remind everyone of the coronavirus that's going to kill us all. Oh well.
I did read, like it was in the news last week that the search for corona beer virus went up like 2,000%.
It was a marketing disaster.
Yeah,
for
no,
the
no,
Corona
literally
company.
people googling corona beer virus.
Obviously, the beer
you know that?
contains the virus.
Oh yeah, of course. It's the best way to spread it.
Seems
well,
very
we'll
clear
share
to
this. We'll
me.
share this.
Oh, so yeah, one of the microphones is down, unfortunately.
Something happened. We killed that one.
You also have to introduce my friend Joe.
All right, Joe, introduce
Yeah,
yourself.
introduce yourself, or I'm Buck. Yeah.
Oh, well, my name is Joe Saz. I'm an analyst for Block TV. I specialize in order book analysis and make my trades now based on that. And I have a new product that we're rolling out called Trader that visualizes the order book data on charts so that people don't have to look at the order book and kind of figure out how to interpret it. They can just visually see where support in the book lies. And that's generally a good bounce area versus resistance.
I thought that it went years ago in 2017. Redcoin was like the most boring coin ever because it was on 1 Satoshi, but no one was looking at the order book and the fact that there was, that the buys, people were buying up, they weren't selling down, and I found that really useful. For holding on to my Redcoin and trading it. So what sort of other data do you derive from? Is it 20%? Oh, sorry, $10,000 will move up X amount of prices, sort of like that, where you test liquidity of the order books too.
It doesn't necessarily have a general like price cap. It just shows you where there is support, and you can make an assumption that that's a local bottom or a new bottom, like say to add leverage to an existing profitable trade. So your example of a stacked order book at 1 Satoshi, of course, right? It's only chance is to go to zero, and that's going to take a massive bag holder. So buying at the smallest unit of Bitcoin in a trade, it goes up to 2 Satoshis, you're up 100%. So those are great trades, especially when you see a stacked order book on the buy side. So if you see that tracing the price, then you see that price discovery is moving with the price. And if you have buyers that are willing to pay in quantities for whatever price Bitcoin is, 10,000, 9,000, 8, whatever, then that's a good sign that bulls are going to be, controlling the market at some point.
All right, so pop quiz: the price of Bitcoin this time next week, higher or lower?
Higher.
Higher. Nice. I like it.
I also go for higher.
All right, Dan.
I'm going to go for higher because
Woo,
I'm hoping
higher.
that there's some sort of synergy with the Mad tour and the.
I'm not
and the
quite on
crypto
tour
raptors
yet.
tour.
I'm kind of
I
stuck
was
here.
going to say,
But yeah.
because Bitcoin started going up when I came out to LA to yours. So
I find that Bitcoin is aided a lot when people fly.
Yeah.
If everyone could do their part and start traveling and flying like I do, and I don't even like flying, I feel like I'm going to die every time. But if you just go through that and have that pain and that suffer, Bitcoin feels it like ET and it goes up.
Yep. It crashed while I was in transit to Vegas too, but I put my stops in.
Nice.
So,
that was the question.
yeah.
Do you like to sleep in Bitcoin or sleep in cash?
I prefer to trade Bitcoin relative to Bitcoin. I care far less about cash than I do about Bitcoin. And I think that's one of the things that might mess a lot of traders up is they focus on the dollar value of their Bitcoin, but you can lose 2 Bitcoin and make 20 grand, and at that point you've lost 20 grand in opportunity. Right. So there's a big, I think, problem there where people are so focused on the dollar value of their trades. But the one thing I wanted to comment on what you said, price a week from now. Right now we have basically what I think is kind of a fake out. We had that beautiful golden cross, right? And it clearly hasn't panned out. And I think this is just that last little bit of shaking out before we get a real nice looking bull pump again, some sort of like bulls gain control of the market again. But this is just that little bit of a rainy day before it actually is allowed, let's say.
Well, the halving's 3 months away now in February. So is it
May? Yeah, estimated for May.
And it's not priced in?
Strong, powerful narrative. I do not believe it's priced in.
Now, what about the altcoins? Do you think altcoins are a way to make money or a way to lose money?
Most of the time, they're a way to lose money. But I would have no problem shorting altcoins after the next bull market, tops out. Because if we're near guaranteed a retrace of 90+%, that's a huge trade. So I would have no problem shorting altcoins. I just don't. There's certain things I just don't like to touch. I hate XRP, and I will never take even the most clear positive trend setup in XRP. Can't touch it.
It's blasphemy.
It's disgusting to me.
Socrates made me do TA yesterday on XRP in his workshop. And I actually had to make the conclusion that it's still going long on it. You should, if you want to make money, you should still go long on XRP now. And he got me in front of the audience because he knows that's the coin I hate the most. So, but it's still bullish. Oh, and I also think Bitcoin is going to go up, be up next week. Also because I'm surrounded by the best traders on the planet, including Joe. I could say like Tone, Ugly, Willie, they're all very close to me. And I was speaking to Ugly this morning, and he's in a huge long position right now. Like he went big. And then I was sitting next to them, and he was showing the chart to Willie. He's like, "Oh my God, I have to go long." Yeah, I can see it. So I would bet it's going to be higher next week.
So Joe, you're in agreement that the altcoins are going to follow Bitcoin back up, so you can short them.
Yeah, I think there's going to be, I was really hoping that part of this market would include an altcoin apocalypse, and we didn't really get that. But what I do think is probably somewhere around the top 50 altcoins are going to get some all-time highs or near or above. So I would be willing to say, as a trader, if you threw a couple $100, I'm not talking about risking money here, small money that if you don't order Seamless 3 times in a row, throw that money in a shitcoin. And if it's in the top 50, it's probably going to make you money.
It's got that natural trail, hasn't it? Is that as soon as Bitcoin starts going up, people hold the Bitcoin. The alts rise with Bitcoin naturally because they tend to, they tend to only drop once Bitcoin's reached the top. And yeah, I don't know. I think altcoins are going to be around for a while. We're never going to get rid of them because there's always going to be this thirst for something else other than the main. There's no product where there's just one company that you've got different telecoms companies, and whether one's got the better technology or not, people kind of like that variety. So I think unfortunately shitcoins will be around forever. What we may see more of is like Adam Mack saying, like, they'll end up being side chains on Bitcoin, for example, rather than their own technology, because Bitcoin is that the TCP IP of crypto.
Well, I just think there's
only one internet. There's only one Bitcoin. I mean, I wouldn't be calling it side chains. Bitcoin's the internet, and altcoins are the intranet. It's like so all the companies to see the internet, and they're like, oh no, that's too open. We have to build our own intranet. Oh, that's what I did, right? And what happened? They all went on the internet. So that's altcoins, but they can last for a long time. I agree. And every time when we're bullish and Bitcoin is in the consolidation area, the altcoins pop. So you can trade them and you can make more Bitcoin. But I would always bet on the internet and not on the internet. That's also a safety thesis. I think that's an analogy I have from him.
Well, I think the real problem is there's too much dumb money in the market. And you can never predict how dumb money is going to produce. You know.
We took some
We took-
dumb money.
Yeah, but I call it
that's altcoin trading. We just
That's
take
it.
dumb money and we make more Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, I think the problem is more that it's uneducated money. Dumb money is 100xing a pump at
Sure.
the top, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
stupid dumb
I
money.
think dumb money is
Degenerate,
also,
you know.
dumb money is
Any-
also the XRP army putting like
Sure.
all their
A lot of
money
it is
into XRP.
follow the leader, right? They made money. I'm going to follow them. I'm going to make money. That doesn't always work,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. So I just think it's a matter of uneducated investors because like a very common economic theory, economics 101, as the cost of the superior good goes up in value, the demand for the inferior goods go up in value. And all these have, for the most part, fixed supplies, right? So an increase in demand translates to an increase in price. So that's kind of an inevitable practice that we're going to see that natural human behavior play itself out. Now, do I believe in the long term that there will be a multi-coin ecosystem? I do not. I believe that the one thing that cannot be replicated that Bitcoin successfully did is achieve decentralization. And that's going to be the number one thing that has the most political, economic, theological, any kind of, there's tons of rabbit holes we can go down in terms of the implications of the impact of Bitcoin. And
Yeah, well, we're having Tone Vase actually live speaking right now about how altcoins are going to die. And
Yes,
actually, as we're speaking, he's sitting there with Jimmy Song and who else is there?
He's
yeah,
mercilessly ripping into
Yeah.
altcoins.
but Tone is so he doesn't like to be called a Bitcoin maximalist, but he is, right? He really thinks that they're gonna die sooner than I and you, and I think all of us for
Well, it's
if we're
unfortunate.
realistic, it's probably gonna take too long for them to die.
As much as
Yeah.
everyone may want
And
them
let's
to
just-
die, and we
yeah.
all want that to happen, people keep making tons of money on altcoins.
Yep.
It keeps happening, and Tone's against it, and he probably doesn't like it. There was a great analysis once where my friend Rhett went through all of Tone's on the record interviews where he really nails the guy and you're a scam. If you invested at $10,000 in each one of those ones, you would have won on every single one except one coin.
Yeah, that's true.
So
because I
that's it.
assuming you sold,
I had a BitConnect, I guess.
I mean, or if you doubled
What
up
goes
and you
up must come
sold, I mean,
down.
they all went up for a while, and in the short term,
I also had Redcoin in
So-
2017.
Oh god, yeah, I know.
I used to have
It was
a bunch of
crazy
that.
one.
They
That's
tipped
what
me
I
so
John
much of that.
McAfee started selling it. I was like,
Yeah, I remember.
I wish I'd held that. I had too much of that.
yeah.
No, yeah, but he thinks that I agree that at some point they will die, but we have to be realistic about this. That they're like,
I think maybe not die, but I think become so insignificant that it's like a non-talking point. Because I think there'll be still kind of militant communities of like XRP shillers, they're holding on for dear life because they're so invested in that idea. But it's going to be insignificant compared to what actual Bitcoin's value and its utility and how ubiquitous it is. I think you always have competition, but you'll just never be the one.
well, that's right. But some coins just as soon as they get taken off exchanges, that's for me. That's the definition of dying, right? So if you cannot trade them anymore, they're dead. Officially, they're still out there, but nobody can buy and sell them.
We were talking about earlier about the fact that the Dogecoin GitHub hasn't had a.
I know. Are you bullish on Dogecoin? Dogecoin go up?
Yeah.
Well, Elon Musk did say something about it. Yeah. So, am I bullish on Dogecoin? Probably. It's still a meme coin. It's still a funny thing, I guess. Kind of like a joke coin. So, and one of the interesting things is money is still. There is a lot of transaction value on that train, right? So, yeah, of course. Since these are all fixed supplies, there's going to be, increases and decreases in price. I just hope that. Hopefully this generation of Bitcoiners who enter the market, FOMO enter the market, kicking and screaming, I thought I missed the boat, 20K. Oh, we're going to, you know what I'm saying? Those FOMO buyers, I'm hoping that they're going to be led into the space by shepherds who have suffered the pain and torture of multiple bear markets in some scenarios.
Sadly, I think they're all going to buy Doge because it has a pretty doggy picture on it. And they think that has value. Comic Sans. It's a joke. It's fun.
Well, Think about the on-ramps. Think about the on-ramps. So the majority of people are going to be entering the easiest on-ramps, and that's probably going to be in the United States, for example, probably going to be Coinbase. Unfortunately, we all know it's a knife in the back of Bitcoin. Hate Coinbase. Not a
They only like crypto now. It's very sad.
Yeah. So if we're talking about altcoins that I think are going to probably pump, Doge, of course, that's going to happen from within the community. That's an our community is still an island.
Yeah.
And so, but with people entering Coinbase Pro or Coinbase, I mean, new investors throwing in $100, $200 and seeing something for a fraction of a penny, they're going to say, why not take this risk? And that will create a lot of upward pressure.
Plot twist. Governments end up actually banning Bitcoin, but Dogecoin becomes the Dogecoin standard because it got taken as a joke for so long that it became embedded and was too ubiquitous to remove.
It would be an interesting twist.
That would be amazing.
That's the LSD scenario.
Yeah,
right?
Twilight Zone shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Black Mirror episode about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't put pretty much any
don't
alt
put
in a
money on
college
it. Don't put
fund.
money on it. It's not financial advice.
No, it's never.
Yeah.
We do have some information in the chat. They're reporting that Bernie Sanders has won the Nevada caucus. According to Ernest in the chat, 46%, perhaps Biden as second place at 23%. 46% is a significant take for Bernie. He was having trouble breaking 30%. To continue to win these kind of contests, to get the kind of delegates that he needs for the presidency, he will have to continue winning at this level. But the fact that he can kind of upsets a lot of the conventional wisdom that Bernie is too socialist to win, too left-wing to win. If he can convince the party, if he can convince the others, I mean, the basic theory I'm running for this election is unite and win, divide and conquer. If Bernie can unite his base, he wins. If Trump can divide the Democratic base, they lose. What do you guys think? Bernie going strong, or are you against the whole socialism, free healthcare thing?
Well, man, I'm against. I'm for free markets, 100%. I believe competition is what would drive the best good and service. So I think it's bad that the United States has laws that prevent us from getting medications from Canada, for example. That's not a free market. That's basically creating a monopoly between a few different massive powerhouses. So I'm a free market individual, but I also believe that we're living in an age of outdated political tech. So we don't need the same level of representation that we did do today that we did 3,000 years ago. So I don't really look at an election as an opportunity to speak my voice. I believe our financial voice is crippled through the form of taxes, income tax. So I tend to stay on the sidelines and just prepare for Plan B, because that's my fight. I would rather put all my time and energy in learning how to gain my monetary voice, which is obviously more important. We, in our generation, have now lived through 2 elections where the popular vote did not elect a president. So it clearly shows that there is something above the popular vote that matters more, and is probably tied to money.
Was it Rothschild earlier?
About that healthcare system, guys. Are you talking about the free market in the healthcare system as well? Or no?
So the free market should decide who lives and dies.
I think your healthcare system is completely fucked up.
It is.
It is.
We allow for-profit healthcare programs and systems to profit off of people's lives and deaths.
Yeah. So can I just tell you guys? So I'm from the Netherlands.
The promised land.
If we're speaking healthcare, it is the promised land. Let me tell you guys how we do it. Yeah. Of course, we pay enough taxes to cover this, right? I have to be honest.
Definitely a part of it. Definitely a part. But if you get services, you're paying taxes to get services.
Taxes, but we have the best roads in the whole of Western Europe, and we've got the best healthcare system. And this is how it is. The government makes all the healthcare providers give a certain standard, which actually means that anything that happens to you is included. You can choose any hospital to go to. If you get the worst disease, all the hospitals will just accept you. If you get hit by a car and you have to go to the ER or whatever, they will cover it. What do we pay? Well, that's the big question, right? Because I know what you guys pay. So it's all like tradition in the Netherlands that usually in October the new like the monthly payment wages are like there's always one that comes first, right? It's like, oh wow, this went up like 2% this year, and then okay, so now you're like wondering how much do we pay? I pay 110 euros a month. So that's what is it, like 1,300 euros a year? That's about $1,500, and I'm completely covered for anything that happens to me. Not only in the Netherlands. If I like get hit by a car today here in Las Vegas, my Dutch healthcare system is going to completely take care of me.
So that's good.
Yeah, because
See,
they cover Dutch people all around the planet. And
this is
why?
absolutely
Because
crushing to Americans who pay as much as you pay in 3 months as you do for the whole year for a Swiss cheese healthcare plan that we know isn't going to cover you if you get really sick. It's going to just screw you over.
I'm talking about people like getting cancer, getting like the worst like shit you can
that
imagine.
Bankrupts
Right?
everyone here. Everyone I know, their grandmother basically traded their house for their healthcare. And sad story. I love everybody's grandmothers.
People getting homeless.
They die anyway. Everyone dies anyway. I mean, no one wins.
The one thing I can say though from the UK is I do
you're
think
British. I didn't know. Okay,
there's a fine balance, I think, between, because I'm not going to lie, like the NHS has sadly let me down. Like every operation I've had has had to be done twice. So they fucked it up, or they did something that was wrong, or so basic things like a cyst in my ear to just screwing up anything. And they had multiple operations. So, and I do think that in terms of the diagnosis, there's lots of reasons why when it's a national system, people tend to kind of either feel that they're burdening the system. It's very like, oh, I won't go to the hospital because it's like almost like they're not paying for it directly.
That's bad to hear, but that's not like this in our country.
Yeah,
no, we have a very, very high like standard with academic hospitals doing a lot of research. The Dutch, so that's again why we're also paying a lot of taxes. The Dutch government really pumps a lot of money in healthcare. They subsidize it. They want the people to be healthy. I'll not be going into like people smoking all their lives and then getting lung cancer. We also take care of those. Yes, that's also why I'm paying my taxes, right? So sometimes it's like they're like over caretaking because everybody gets the same good, excellent treatment. But nobody ever feels burdened because for us, it's so normal to pay this every month and just be sure that anybody under 18, I don't know how it is here, but anybody under 18, everything's free. The dentist, like anything, like anything.
It's definitely not the way it is here.
Like braces or something under 18, it's free.
The
other thing about this, everyone's like, oh no, we can't give healthcare to that guy because he's not me. We can't give healthcare to them. But actually, if we have a more healthy society, they make more things. We all make more money. We all profit. Like if you're not sick, if you're at work more, you're adding to the GDP. So this is good for everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know why people don't understand that. There's a disconnect.
This is something a lot of people don't understand. Like in a very general term, like in historically speaking, the most profitable companies in existence have been the best exploiters of a space. And the medical care in the United States is obviously something you can exploit. People want to live, right? So the United States has mastered the exploitation of that. We've also mastered the exploitation of various other things like, electricity, mastered the exploitation of making people put gasoline in their cars. So there's tons of very profitable.
I bought a Tesla. I'm off that system.
So just
I'm off grid.
General point though, medical care is an exploitative market, and in the United States it's particularly exploitative. And yeah, I couldn't imagine. She's talking about 18 up to 18 years old having treatment. Oh man,
we have no concept of that at all.
No,
the Dutch law they would never accept such a commercialized healthcare taker asking anybody like if anybody would ask like 200 euros a month, they'd be like, no, we're just gonna like take away all your licenses. Just fuck you. You have to go with the system. The system is you just make a little bit of profit or no profit. And then of course like the C-level guys, they like make a lot of money always, but it's not going to be. They're not. It's not like. I just think it's horrible what's happening in the United States with like.
So I've just had a
people getting homeless over
And
bills.
yet people want
they
it.
have, like,
People want this
I
system.
was actually
They're free. They want the freedom
Yeah.
to choose these bad plans to get overcharged.
Yeah. I remember one, like, it was a long time ago, but I was in San Francisco, and I had to go to the ER because I had like a bladder infection or something. Like, it's this girl's thing. Sometimes it just happens, right? And I was sensitive to it back then. And then you just have to go to the ER because you have to get the antibiotics. I had to wait there for 8 hours. Okay, it's okay because, like, there's people dying. I know they have to go first, but in the end, they helped me. And I think it was like $3,000 or $4,000 or something. It was just, and I had to, like, pay it right away. Otherwise, they would not give me the antibiotics. So I had to swipe my credit card. I just called up my Dutch health insurance. Like, okay, dude, sorry, I know it's just a bladder infection, but I have to, like, pay $4,000. And I'm like, no, it's okay. Just swipe the card. We'll cover it. Because we know how fucking insane they are.
We even, like, so me, my girlfriend and I, so we had a baby last year, and she was, but she was, we were, talking about moving to the US and what the implications are in terms of healthcare, and it's like $30,000 just to, like, end to end. And they
still have the Swiss cheese, or is it better for 30,000?
Oh no, like, this is like you have to pay like $600 for skin to skin. So, like, once your baby's delivered, they'll charge you $600 to let you hold it for a bit. And
what?
Yeah. They call it, it's the skin to skin charge. Then they supposedly say that there's a special nurse with a special license required to observe the skin to skin contact or something.
It's
like
it's like the
absolutely.
It
sounds pretty weird. Yeah.
Monetized. I'm flabbergasted. Sorry.
Yeah, I had to pay when my wife gave birth. I had to, in New York City, we had to pay for our own room. Otherwise, we would have just been in a room with tons of
multi-ward.
Just women that have all given birth and all that.
All right, so we're not going to solve healthcare today, but there are different views and issues on.
Come live in the Netherlands. We got the best healthcare system, but we got to move on to the next subject.
Yes.
All right, we'll move to the Netherlands as soon as they'll let us. Daisy, I know you're working on a new conference. What kind of things can you tell the people about this Bitcoin conference they should go to next?
Yeah, well, it's a conference that I'm organizing for Toon Vase.
I've heard of him.
You know him, yeah.
I just heard of him.
I think it's the reason why you're here.
Some kind of popular name. Capital letters when you spell it.
So Toon hosted the first financial summit last October in Bali. Joe Sass was there. It was amazing. It was a full week.
He's always in Bali. He's
always in the best places. Yeah, I know. So we hosted the financial summit. Why are you laughing at us? You want to join?
No.
The lawyer's getting drunker. He's getting more and more southern. My attorney has not the decency to listen to my response. I'm waiting still for correspondence from my esteemed counselor.
If you pen your rebuttal to me, I'll reply on Monday.
I was just going to promote the conference that I'm organizing for Toon.
Before that, they made us all feel bad that we have American healthcare.
We
feel terrible. We should live in the Netherlands.
Bad shit about your healthcare system and how we
blew
all
it real
settled
bad.
in the Netherlands.
We're talking about healthcare.
Yeah,
it's
but
so
we just
much
kind
better
of,
than
stop
Netherlands.
The subject, but you can jump in and talk about it if you want.
He's thinking.
He's gonna hop that couch. He's got leaps.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I just chill? So
certainly not. Nor am I.
Before we get back to the healthcare, can I just chill the summit that I'm organizing?
Tell us about it.
Yeah. So it's called the Financial Summit. We had the first one last October in Bali. It was a 6-day event, 5 days of summit. It's targeted for high net worth individuals, traders, hedge funds, also miners wanting to hedge.
Your kind aren't welcome there.
It's you're all welcome, right? But it is you got to take a week off to be there, right? And
you have to prove it. You have to prove your wealth, though.
You have to have at least 6.15 Bitcoin.
We are going to ask you.
There's some kind of thing on the internet that, if you get 6.15 Bitcoin, you get the, I can't say it because it's not appropriate.
Something about women that rhymes?
I'm so triggered right now.
I can't say it. It's inappropriate.
Yeah, like, what,
if I were to say
why
something
is it
horrible like
inappropriate because of me? Because I hang out with guys all the time. So
all
I'm
right,
okay with
I'll
that.
tell you then.
Yeah.
You can deal with it. But I've heard that if you get 6.15 Bitcoin, you get all the big titty bitches that you want. Sorry to say so, but that's.
But then you have to like. But then you
I
have to
cannot
like.
confirm or deny that, counselor.
And you have to like show them like a screenshot of your like ledger or something.
I'm pretty
like,
sure they just come along. You're like, I got this, and they're like,
so why don't
right
you
this
just plop
way,
it then?
sir.
You just say I got 6.15 Bitcoin.
Mine was just a screenshot, and she wanted to see the
You can
real
fake the
wallet.
screenshot. You
She
can-
was
I
real
think-
clever, that one.
Yeah,
I feel like I should be triggered for you.
We'll alert the Me Too police.
Trigger by proxy.
We'll start using words like third world
so let me
country
just
and
finish- let me
R-tard,
just finish-
but you can never say those anymore.
Finish the
So.
conference. And then we go back to healthcare.
Former Soviet Union.
So we're hosting the next financial summit in the Dominican Republic, April 19 to 25. Joe's going to be there. Of course, Tone, because he's the organizer. I'm the event manager. Ugly Old Goat's going to be there. Socrates going to be there. Da Vinci Jeremy about how to trade altcoins, especially in altcoin seasons, which he believes you're already in now. It's going to be like mornings of trading education.
Where can people sign up?
Oh, yeah. Let me show you.
Do they get a free tote? Do they get a free tote bag?
So it's the financialsummit.com. I'll just shill my name because everybody else there. Oh, God. Yeah. No, this is my name. Daisy.
Over there.
I don't feel like you get up. You show the camera. Do it for me. Yeah. So it's the financialsummit.com, finsummit at protonmail.com. If you just shoot me a message, if you just shoot me a message, I'll send you a preliminary program.
Yeah, that one. That one's good right there. Yeah, you're there.
Yeah.
Closer. Closer.
Yeah.
So much closer. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah. It's Daisy Coleman. That's me. Oh, now everybody knows my Telegram now, but that's okay.
Oh, everyone's
if you're
gonna
spamming me,
chat you
I'll
now.
just say spam.
You're gonna get a lot of chats now.
Yep. Thank you.
Unwanted pictures.
Yeah, it's gonna be super. Oh, and anybody who's into poker, we host like cash games. We did 3 of them in Bali, and they all went until 8 in the morning.
And
I was
there
actually
are
in
no
Mali. I was doing
laws.
the accountancy and the dealing.
There are no laws in Thailand. You can play any game you want.
Bali.
And Indonesia.
So Thailand's not Indonesia.
Bali's in Indonesia.
Yeah, I know Bali's in Indonesia.
I'm on
But you're
it.
saying Thailand.
Close enough. I could invade Vietnam from there. It's not very far.
Okay, so
Frittata.
So let me just give Joe just give a little testimonial about the summit, and then we'll move on to the others.
An awesome testimonial.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where to start.
That's a good one.
I'm a
already.
trader. I believe I'm a minimalist as a trader. I don't believe in oversaturating yourself with information. And I had this fundamental question as I became a trader and as a professionally, of is less more or is more less? And the financial summit proved that I can go to an environment, learn from people with like Ugly with decades of market experience and money management skill. That was something that I wasn't factoring in as seriously as I should have been. And then to learn other things like, again, being a minimalist, I don't care about indicators. I care about order book. I want to know where the support is in the order book, and I want to know where the resistance is. And so I go to Socrates class, and I'm learning about, the calculation for an RSI and all these various different things. And now I'm starting to understand it's not quite mayhem. It's not just, witchcraft altogether here. There is a lot that goes into it. And so, yeah, there's, of course, you have Willy Woo that you're learning off, on-chain analysis and how to interpret that data to make buying and selling decisions. So there was, it was probably one of the most positively educational experiences I've had coming from someone that really didn't go there with that in mind. So on top of that, the accommodations were the best in my entire life. I kid you not, it was honestly the best experience I've ever had in my entire life. Made the best friends that I could have made, and just a small group of people, a very intimate group, and we were playing cards till sunrise, ordering breakfast, drinking coconuts, drinking coconut waters.
I think you drank like 3 trees.
I was drinking. I was drinking coconut trees at that point. So.
This is sounding pretty good. I think this is something we've never experienced, right?
The question that I have is that, when you're looking at your trading strategies and knowing that you're going up against, at least 80% of the active crypto trading market are algorithmic bots. How do you account for algorithmic bots at such a high rate that can perform trades faster than you when you're looking into your trading strategies?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think about this a lot because no matter what, there has to have been someone who created the bot. So therefore, there is emotion involved in this practice. Whether it's robotic or not, there was still a human interaction. That means that this bot is subject to terms and conditions created by a human. So if it's a moving average crossover, if it's an RSI overbought oversold condition, whatever the case is, someone will use the secret recipe and they'll try to make a bot out of it. But still, there was thought and energy that went into it and the psychology that you can play against. So if someone is using technical indicators to make their buying and selling decisions, then you can say, all right, I'm going to assume that X percent of traders are using this as their strategy. Is X percent of traders market participants looking at the market or the daily traded volume? Obviously, possibly wash traded, but based on that information, you might be able to say, all right, the market did or did not react to these circumstances. Lucid SAR wasn't broken. The bullish crossover didn't instigate something crazy, a crazy buying frenzy. So I think bots, if anything, are probably one of the easiest things to manipulate.
Yeah. Except when you're looking at a overall alt currency market of thousands of shitcoins, which may or may not have bots designed by a 12-year-old to a 50-year-old, trying to understand the psychology across all of those coins. How do you pick or choose which coins you are going to try to operate in order to match up with your understanding of that psychology? Yeah. Because I don't think you can declare that one psychology of understanding bots is going to work across the board. You have to pick and choose which coin you think you've cornered the psychology on, right?
My favorite movie is the movie Heist with David Mamet. And what he says in that, Gene Hackman says, I try to think about what someone smarter than me would do, and then I do that. It's a good plan.
For a month and a half, I was able to figure out the psychology of one coin. Just one.
Yeah.
Not real.
A coin.
Fuck that. A coin.
A coin.
Right?
Yeah.
I was able to figure out the psychology of altcoin. Worked it for a month and a half. I haven't worked for 4 years.
It's nice.
Because for that small period of time, I had it figured out. But to be able to say that for all times, you can figure out the psychology of any coin for any duration of time. One is hubris, to be able to think that you can keep up with all of that, all of the different competing interests. But two, to be able to say that you can do it over that duration of time and say that you can do it lasting without using some form of learning algorithm, I think is pretty impossible, and to be successful.
Yeah, I should have added, I don't really give a shit about shitcoins.
No, this is about trading altcoins.
Where I spend my time and energy. Yeah. So I do agree. Is 4,500 altcoins too many to predict psychological?
I made a fortune on this shit.
Yeah, of course.
Don't tell anyone.
Congratulations.
But yeah,
and now state your home address, please,
I lost
so they can kidnap you. No, but
treasures don't float.
No, but you talking about bots and altcoins. I don't. The liquidity on altcoins is so low, and then suddenly like it just pumps and dumps. Yeah, it pumps and dumps, but what we're talking about more is like trading Bitcoin and high liquidity coins, and then you can watch the order book like Joe does. You're not going to be like watching the order book on small altcoins who hardly move and then suddenly pump 300%.
All I know is when they bang the trash can.
Oh shit!
When they
pictures.
When they bang the trash can, it's time to swim.
I'll be right back.
Thanks for joining us again, man.
I have to take pictures of you on stage also. So
Daisy, you have to take the
talk a little bit to Joe, and I'll be back. Yeah.
Tell them about the conference. Where is it again?
Oh yeah. So the www or financialsummit.com. We're gonna have it in the Dominican Republic, 19th to 25th of April, and we're gonna have it in Bali, the 1st to the 7th of November. We already sold a lot of tickets for Bali. Also, I mean, we're almost sold 1 year ahead.
Oh,
yeah, it's biannual.
There's limited seats.
It's limited. It's max 30 guys. So.
Well, thanks, Daisy.
Yeah.
So glad you could join us.
Back.
Come back soon, please.
Oh,
you're the best.
But he just left with you. He was going to talk to us about the healthcare system. But I think we already
don't need to. You've already made us feel terrible.
Yeah. So I'm just going to
healthcare is so fantastic. Our lives in America are awful.
Yeah.
I feel bad for us too.
Or like
So-
some Dutch people taking pictures of me right now.
It's the best. I wish I never left Amsterdam every time. But
Yeah,
they
come
have so
back.
many
Yeah, you're
bikes.
welcome. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
too cold right
yeah.
now. I can't go there. It's too cold.
Oh yeah, it's cold.
I want to ride my
Hey,
bike in no snow.
Let
No
me go
snow.
take some. I might be back, but you just
All
keep
right.
talking to Joe.
Come
yeah?
back, Daisy. We'll
Yeah.
talk to Joe.
And come to
Bye,
the summit.
Daisy.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Right.
All right, Joe, we have to ask you all the hard questions
no,
as
no,
a trader.
I thought of one.
Now I want to roast him. I want to roast him. All right, Dan. Dan first, then I'm going to roast you.
The thing that the order book settlement, the order book analysis. The one thing that tripped me out is that you couldn't see people's stop losses. Is how do you kind of account for that? Because you don't know if a profit target, stop loss, and there could be like a massive support level that's kind of not visible.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of what you're talking about. I remember when we were breaking down, I think for the first time through 6,000, it wasn't the ultimate breakdown, but into like 5,800 or something, there was just 600 Bitcoin buy walls, 400, and of course stops were getting triggered and causing just massive waves, and that was creating an increase in market sellers. So how do I look for stops?
Yeah.
Pretty much it depends on how long we've been consolidating, and I look at where someone would try to avoid getting wicked out. So I tend to find that $100 targets are usually a good place to assume stops are.
Yeah.
But now it's a little more wild. We've been experiencing so many more wicks that I think people are using stops, and they're probably a lot closer to their entries nowadays.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about old school, I'm talking about trading Bitcoin when the daily traded volume was between 2 and 5%, and it's currently closer to 15.
Yeah.
So there's something different now than there was. But
All right, I want to ask you all the standard trader questions, the really hard ones. Have you retired yet?
I've retired from scalping.
That sounds good. Part of it is fronting. So you have to front a lot if you want to be a trader. Because I want the people who to be like, I want to follow a successful trader. I want to follow the trader who has a backyard. I don't want to follow the trader that's living in his mom's apartment. That's no good to me.
Yeah.
I want that successful one. So tell the people home, you can prove it if you can.
That I do. Actually, what I have is I work with my friend who created a company called TokenBot. And what happens is we plug the API into whatever exchange I'm using, and it'll say, I executed a trade on this day at this time at this price. So anyone that's following me can say, yo, this isn't just an analyst. This is someone putting their money where their mouth is.
We're also joined by Patrick, Bitcoin motorist. How's it going, Patrick?
Hey, what's going on, fellow
Welcome to the show.
motorists?
Patrick's rocking his ugly old goat Bitcoin working man's tour Bitcoin t-shirt. I got one of those. That's a classic shirt.
Love this shirt. I got this shirt.
Adam, get yourself a free drink. Bartender, serve Adam a free drink. I have a thingy.
I got this shirt from Ugly Old Goat. I thank him deeply for this awesome shirt. So very happy.
I don't know if I'm going on another cruise. I'm afraid, but I love Ugly Old Goat.
Are you afraid of? You're not afraid of goats, but you're afraid of.
No, I'm afraid of cruises and coronaviruses. I don't want to die ironically from that beer. But if I got to do what I got to do, 15% is good odds. I got a good chance.
Okay.
You have to go. There's no choice now, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, guys.
Thanks for joining us. Sure. Yeah, thanks, sir.
I'm just starting at joesazwebsite.com, but I have a Joe_Saz Telegram, Twitter handle, Telegram group where I post all the public information on my trades. So yeah, you guys can see that.
I see you publicly post a trade.
Yeah,
so you trade with your own money.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I make sure that people know that I'm not just talking shit. The order book analysis is obscure already.
Yeah.
And so if people are saying, "How the hell is this guy making buys and sells?" You will see when I made it, and then you can join me in the Bitcoin Lounge, my show. I have two shows: Bitcoin Daily, which is a 10-minute update. The Lounge is where I smoke a cigar. AMA.
Oh yeah.
Hang out.
And this man gave me a free cigar the night before. So yeah.
Well,
yeah, that was
I like that you're open with your trades and that you're straightforward about it. That's a good thing.
Yeah. So that's where you can find me, and I'm happy to help. This is what I've chosen to serve my community by helping people extend their buying power to the best of their ability. Unfortunately, I can't do what some of these amazing human beings here, like Jimmy Song, Peter Todd, all these other amazing technical people can do. But I sure can help people make better buying and selling decisions.
Awesome.
So,
All right. Well, thanks so much, Joe Sass. Thanks for being on the show, man.
Thanks for joining us.
Cool.
Thanks, Joe. Yep. Thank you.
All right, Patrick,
Joe's an
what's
awesome
going
guy.
on?
Hey.
We last saw Patrick at the Ugly Old Goat Working Man's Bitcoin Cruise. You made a speech about history and Bitcoin and all kinds of things. I liked
It
it.
was right up my alley. When Ugly asked me to speak at the conference, I didn't know right away what I wanted to talk about. But then, like a few days later, I was thinking about all the technologies, the revolutionary technologies that happened throughout history, and how when they were invented, people didn't know really what they were. I mean, the invention happened, and it was
selfie stick.
Radio, the radio, the sliced bread.
Exactly. Nobody knew what the purpose of it was until much later. So I think it's kind of foolish, I think, for us to assume at this point, 10, 11 years into Bitcoin, for us to think that we completely understand what this technology is. And the problem is that, and I'm not saying this as a negative to anybody, but I think I do this myself too. So I'm not criticizing anybody else. What I'm saying is that we're trying to take Bitcoin and we're trying to fit it into some mold that we know before. Oh, it's like PayPal. Oh, it's like gold. I'm not saying it's not like PayPal. I'm not saying it's not like gold. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to force this radical new technology into something that we already understand. And we don't understand what this is yet. No, the internet is not a new fax machine. So that's what people thought. Oh, it's like a fax machine, It's not. It's just it's another way to send a message. That's not what the internet was. The internet just changes the way we look at information. Period. And I think Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin is going to reveal what money is, because I don't think even now we understand what money is. And I think that we're learning what money is through Bitcoin.
Money is great. Money lets us do all kinds of things we couldn't do. Barter is horrible. Barter is very difficult. I agree with you. For all we know, the killer application for Bitcoin is to pay the aliens to keep them from eating us. For all we know, they're on the outside saying, I'm going to eat anybody without a Bitcoin. That means you. That's bad for everyone. Much better not to be eaten.
I like crazy. David Bowie. Funny you say alien. It's David Bowie's quote, isn't it, about the internet? There's that early 90s, like it's like a fucking alien, and it's so true. Like who'd have thought that you'd have like these these internet memes and all the variety we have nowadays? People just thought, I write an email and it's like an email's a formal letter, but more formal. And I put 2 spaces after every full stop. And all of that's changed. I met a guy, I thought, I was old school still. It took me long enough to go from two spaces after a full stop to 1. I met a guy who's 3 spaces after each full stop. I don't know what era of the internet that was.
I'm still doing 2 like a typewriter. Yeah. But.
Yeah. And I think that if we do discover intelligent alien life out there, I think maybe the only alien life that is going to be able to leave their own home planet are alien life that have discovered sound money. So I think Bitcoin could be a fundamental force of the universe, whereas all these aliens, the ones that don't discover sound money, don't discover Bitcoin, they die off on their own planet. Whereas the ones that come up with a way to kind of save their value and kind of think about the future and to kind of get off the planet, all these alien life forms, we're all gonna have Bitcoin. So I don't know. That's just a crazy theory.
I agree with you.
It was a dream I had. It was a dream I had.
I've definitely speculated about this before. Everyone knows in the Federation, if you want to join the Federation, you have to break the warp barrier.
Absolutely.
This always seemed kind of arbitrary. Like you want to travel really fast so you can join our cool club. It seems a lot more sense to me. Term vision of your society. If you're not thinking short term, like the government that sold all their Bitcoin instead of building museums like I requested, we could have Smithsonian's in every single state. But if you're thinking short term, you don't get to join the Federation. If you're thinking long term, if you adopt Bitcoin as your worldwide global currency, which is kind of unavoidable because no one can print them.
And
so
I haven't had a drink
we can all agree on.
I've been in Vegas for 4 days. I haven't had a single drink so far, and this is just me talking regular without a drink. But you know what? I'm gonna break.
I'm drinking now.
I'm gonna break my dry spell, and I'm gonna have some drinks tonight at the party, at the after party,
the
Scammy Awards. I'm so looking forward to the Scammy Awards. I'm so looking forward to roasting every single one of those people.
We've had a great time today talking about the various categories. We just had 2 lawyers arguing over who should win and so forth. One of them constantly saying, I can't say that. I represent them. I can't say that. I represent them. I can't say that. I might sue them, so on and so forth. I don't want to get him in any trouble, but he was He was well on who not to sue and who to sue. Yeah, yeah.
But going back though on the so you're saying about how it's almost what's the barrier called? You know, like there's the barrier to alien life being found. It's like I can't remember what it's called.
The Prime Directive.
No, it's like a
the
wall
barrier is the Great Barrier. I think it's called the Great Barrier. Yeah, where the idea of the Great Barrier is that if we discover intelligent life out there, it's bad news because it means that there's some great difficult barrier that intelligent life cannot get past, and we're behind that barrier. Are we? Yeah. We don't know if we're behind, if the barrier is in front of us, or if we're already past it. And if we discover intelligent life out there, the idea is that means that the barrier is in front of us. Yeah. Whereas if we don't discover it, it means it's probably behind us. Yeah.
I'm always afraid they're keeping us away from the more intelligent life because we're clearly not worthy. We keep trying to destroy this planet. We keep building weapons that destroy this planet. They're not useful at all. If you use them, you destroy the planet where we live, everyone.
And going back, so the quantum easing tends to fund wars, as we've seen in the past. So I think on your analogy that where we stop funding wars and we start funding sound money, and we go past the quantum easing, people don't spend money on war. They're like, fuck it, let's go to space.
No. Yeah, you cannot. I think even taxation itself. I know that you're not necessarily a libertarian, and Thomas, and that's okay. I love you for that. No worries about that. It's
all right.
But I do think that war and taxation kind of go hand in hand. And you could say, well, no, taxation, they can fund hospitals and stuff like that. It's true, but I think that the main impetus for taxation is war. And we got Jan coming in here. Jan's an all-star.
He's all dressed up for the cold.
Come on in, Jan.
We got Jan from Slush Pool. Yeah. Also works with Trezor. He came all the way out here from Prague. Come on, man. Say hi to the audience. Tell them what you do. Tell them about Slush Pool. We like you, Juan.
Okay.
Jan, buddy.
Let me explain it. I don't work on Trezor.
All right.
Yeah. So the company behind Slush Pool is called Brains, and we've been operating for past 7 years.
Brains.
2 A's.
Yeah, 2 I's. And the second thing that we're working on is the Brains OS, which is the operating system for the.
I got a copy on USB stick. I'm elite.
Oh, great!
I'm a hacker.
Actually,
From
Honey Badger.
We're just finalizing the complete CG miner rewrite. It's going to be called BOS miner, Boss miner.
Boss. I like it.
Mine like a boss.
Right. Which is Brains OS miner, and it's written in Rust from scratch. And why we do it is that we want code base that people would like to work on again. So we want to attract the interest of the community and support more hardware and so on.
Now, I think the last time we talked about Antminer, and you could use their firmware, or you could use the Brains OS firmware, which allowed you to access ASIC boost and perhaps other features on your Antminer. Is that still the case?
Right, that's still the case. So in terms of features, we're trying to feature match CG Miner at this level. It turned out that the 10-year-old code base of CG Miner has been quite a challenge to write from scratch, design everything. And we pretty much spent last year just doing it. And now at the end of February, it's finally happening. I mean, we did some preview releases a few months ago, but it was not feature complete. But now the release at the end of February of Brains OS is going to be feature complete and matching our latest stable release of Brains OS.
So did you say that it was an evolutionary step from CG Miner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, CG Miner. I loved it.
Yeah, that's what I used back in the day. CG Miner.
Definitely. Yeah.
The problem is that we pretty much had no other choice than just starting from scratch, because the code base is in such a bad shape from all the manufacturers and contributors. And since originally CG Miner was implemented, for mining on a CPU, and then they added the GPU functionality, you can imagine what a mess it could become after 10 years of people gluing all the code together.
People often talk about code as spaghetti code. And it's just a bunch of random lines that don't make any sense. And you try to read it through forward and you can't figure it out. And like you're saying, so many different hands, so many different people have touched this code, each with good intentions, but maybe not with comments. No one seems to comment their code anymore. It can be very difficult to figure out, I can imagine.
That is actually the case. You would see a lot of spaghetti backend drivers for the hardware. I mean, the front end of the miner is still kind of in a roughly good shape. Another problem is the old technology. It's written in C, which is not a very safe language to work in. So it's very easy to get it wrong. And you basically have a crashing miner, right? And it's like a industry standard currently is that people are used to that their mining software crashes every once in a while. They would be like, okay, let's just restart and it's gonna work again. But with the new Rust implementation, it doesn't crash because of the language we chose to write it in.
That's fantastic. And where can people at home, if you have an AMP miner or if you have a whole farm of AMP miners, where can they try out the Brains software?
If you go to brains-os.org, you can download the image, and I suggest that you guys.
And it's totally free.
It's free and open source, and
Good.
I suggest that you wait till end of February when we have a new release with this with this feature set. Maybe I could say already that we're also working on a commercial part of the software. So stay tuned, and we'll keep you posted.
That's great, Jan. And how are you enjoying Vegas?
Oh, I love it. I love the weather, and
It's nice and warm.
yeah,
A lot
for
of
couple days.
what I like. I've been here a couple of years, and there's just a lot of entertainment. You want to go see a comedy show, you want to go see an Elvis show. You don't just have to go to the movies or bowling or whatever. And even then, there's a dozen bowling alleys. There's lots of bowling.
Actually, there's a NASCAR weekend. So
Nice,
you wanna go
nice.
yeah.
NASCAR, yeah.
So I'll try to go tomorrow night.
Very cool, man. I like it. Whenever anybody gets out of the hotel that they come to the conference for, I'm in favor of that. If you're in Europe, if you're in America, wherever you are, get out of the hotel, try to see something that's not the convention. So
One more thing that I already managed to see was the Shelby Museum. So I
oh,
went to see,
nice. I've driven by, I've been across the street, but I haven't been in, and I saw the movie now. So now I'm interested. Ford versus Ferrari features Carroll Shelby, who's helping them build the incredible Ford that beats the Ferrari. He also built the Shelby Mustang, things like that, right? Yeah.
So for me, this was the primary motivation because I saw the movie. My wife actually took me to the movie.
Great movie. I
So
really
she
liked
was
it. It's
suffering
good stuff.
for 2 hours, but I was like super
Oh,
excited about.
it was good engineering.
So I was like,
Poor
okay,
Christian
I
Bale.
wanna know
Yeah.
a little bit more about the history. So I was actually given a nice tour in the museum because there was a group of students from University of Utah. So I joined them, and they actually got like really nice. Tour
Awesome.
Of the
That's
museum
great.
With all the explanations. So I was.
Especially when anyone goes to anything that's not gambling or not hookers or not drinking in Vegas. I'm always in favor of that. Like just to get out, because we do have a couple of things that aren't gambling related, mostly gambling related, but a couple of things that aren't.
Actually, the gambling part is not very interesting to me.
I don't think so either. The odds aren't fair. If I was to say to you, let's play an unfair game where I win all the time, I would be really rude to you to say that and to play that game.
Right. Actually, it's an MGM. They still have this horse track. So that's my.
They have one here at the D. They have the Sigma Derby. It's one of the last coin operating horse machines with the little coins. You can get the percentages. It's a great game. I like the Sigma Derby. Yeah. I don't think I win. I lose all the time, but
it's for the fun.
no, I like to win. The game is better if I win.
So with with Brains OS, CG Miner had shit coins. Brains OS doesn't do shit coins.
The minor implementation that we currently do have is Bitcoin centric, I would say.
Yeah.
If anybody decides to fork the code base of the BOS miner and they would decide to add support for mining something else, why not? I mean, we wouldn't be against it.
Yeah.
We kind of think of in the architecture about this flexibility, but at the same time, we want like focus on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And actually, maybe to clarify this, what has happened with the mining software is that now it's pretty much just a front-end driver for the hardware. It's not doing like any physical mining. It's really just streaming jobs to the chips and like collecting the results. Fast away. That's it. That's all it's doing. It's not doing any proof of work algorithm. Unlike CG miner being used for GPU mining, for example.
Yeah. So will it work on any SHA-256?
It works. Currently, we do support S9.
Yeah.
And the reason why we started with the new code base is that we want to be able to add support for new hardware very quickly.
Yeah.
The problem with the old code base was that there was a lot of duplicate code. So basically, every backend did the thing a little bit differently. And we anyways ended up having like 2 different forks of CG Miner, which we couldn't merge together, or it was not worth the development time. And we were like maintaining like different CG Miner copies pretty much, just to support like the T1s and S9s, and it would just grow exponentially if you decide to, support some new hardware and some older ones and so on.
Yeah. And
So
are S9s dead now? Or are they?
I hear they're pulling them out of all the facilities.
It seems like they're maybe reaching their end of life.
The problem is that it really goes down to your electricity cost. I
Yeah.
mean, if you do the math, it's not dead. It's dead if your electricity cost exceeds certain amount, and then you have to switch to more efficient equipment. The problem is that what I heard, and the question is if it's true. I can't easily verify the real state, but what I heard is that Bitmain, I mean, it's been published news, is not able to produce any S17s after March. So that means we have a shortage of mining hardware supply. What does that mean? I mean, it's not going to obsolete the S9s.
So yeah, so
Just
the
some of
S9s
them
may
will
come
have to-
back in. Yeah.
Some of them will have to go offline because of the halving, depending how it's reflecting in the price and so
Yeah.
on. But if you don't have a supply of more efficient hardware, that doesn't mean that you have to disconnect all the S9s.
So there's no. So S17 is the successor to the S9, is it? There are any other competitors like? Because they used to be like.
Canon is working on similar devices, but they're not reaching the same numbers like Bitmain.
Yeah.
But they're not that far, I would say. Then you have Miner. It's a similar story. But again, the question is, what is the volume of the production of this hardware? And if it's sufficient enough, and there's enough miners who are willing to invest into this equipment, then yes, then S9s will go to the scrapyard.
Yeah. Unless they're completely, you're getting them virtually for free, and you've got free electricity, and
Right.
then it's
Yeah,
like
that's the case.
Yeah.
Like I explained in the panel, where you can cover up some peaks if you have the hardware.
Yeah.
I want to get
because that's what's interesting about the fact that when there's a dip in loads of people turn their S9s off, some others become a lot more profitable. So it's like comes back up. Difficulty drops.
All right, Dr. Adam Back is coming here, so I'm gonna peace out here, and I'm gonna hand the mic off to him. So, Dr. Back, come on in, and
all right, thanks so much to Patrick for joining us. You can follow Patrick on Twitter at Bitcoin Motorist, and he made a great speech at Ugly Old Goat. I want to share with everyone who had a vote today. Who do you most want to see interviewed at Unconfiscatable Bitcoin? I'm going to read them in lowest to largest first. Bobby Lee, 11%. Tone, which we delivered to you. Tone Vase, 18% delivered. 26% Peter Todd delivered. And now 45%, almost half, Adam Back.
Okay.
Delivered.
Right.
You get your own microphone. I'll share this one with Dan.
Okay.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to Las Vegas. I don't know. What's on your mind? What are you working on? What about the Tron thing? Is Tron's on Liquid now? Are you going to make a lot of money? Blockstream's golden now?
Actually, so it was a kind of joke. Novak likes pranks, basically, is the story. But
and probably Samson too. He's a character.
Yeah,
very character.
I mean, there was some Twitter discussion a few days before the conference, which was about mergers and acquisitions in the crypto space. So the question was, hypothetical, could a crypto buy another crypto? We've seen cryptos buy ICOs or pre-mined coins.
Or BitTorrent, a random old company.
So cryptos have bought conventional companies, but could a crypto buy a crypto? So then I was looking for an example. So I was saying, well, like Tron seems to be buying things. Consensus is raising money. They share a protocol. Like Tron is a kind of a branch of the Ethereum protocol. So it's a hypothetical. But they were trying to raise money.
Yeah.
And Tron was buying things. So it was like logical. And it's the same protocol, or like with changes, right? So that was the start of the thing of why Novak was talking with
well, I saw you get involved, and I thought it was really serious then, and pretty soon you had the picture with the Tron guy, and then McCormick had the picture of the Tron guy, and I was like, man, I got to get a picture with the Tron guy. I guess that's what's going on these days.
Yeah, so
the rising sun.
He's big.
So then, as Dan said, there actually was a crypto buying a crypto. I just guessed wrong. So Tron bought, what was it? Steam it.
Yeah.
So now I'm puzzled. How does something decentralized get bought, or was it not actually decentralized?
It's tough to say. I mean,
How do you
they
buy
say
that?
the blockchain is decentralized, but if you start censoring things, you get a bunch of horrible content that no one wants. So I think on their uncensored blockchain article thing, there's a bunch of horrible content that no one wants. So it's very difficult when you open up to that. We're also joined by Tone Vase. How's it going, Tone? You enjoying the conference? Did it go well?
I think the conference went pretty well. I mean, it's now over. Get about an hour break, half an hour left. And then the after party begins. And scammies will take place there. Can't guarantee that they'll be live streamed, but they will be on YouTube if they're not live streamed within 2 days.
If your crew's leaving, we'll move this stuff out there. We'll set up our crew. But if it helps. But we're happy
they're
to
going to be at the after party, which is about a 5-minute walk at a place called The Nerd. It's a really cool venue. You guys will enjoy it.
Sounds great. I want to check it out here. Leah's going to wear some kind of showgirls flamingo outfit. I'm in for that. I don't know what it looks like. Sounds great.
So I'm looking forward to the scammies because they were very difficult. You know, there were 4 choices in each one. So some of them you're like, they all have reasons why they should get voted.
It's funny. We've been going through a lot of the different categories and a lot of the different nominees. We even had some lawyers that were weighing in, and a lot of them wouldn't say anything because they represented this one or that one, or maybe they'd sue that one or this one. Yeah. But they, the one thing they seem to agree on is that Richard Hart really outdid everyone this year with Hex. It's just been a beautiful, wonderful scam type thing. 95% down on the first couple days. That's a really wicked fall for anyone that's investing in Hex.
And we did give a shout out to the Bitcoin Uncensored crew from back in the day that started this concept.
Of making copies of Bitcoin and then just selling them off and all that kind of thing. But still, yeah, making a fork of Bitcoin, calling it Bitcoin still seems to be the best Bitcoin copy that anyone could do. Instead of just making my own altcoin, I should have made Bitcoin World Crypto Network. And we're like, oh, it's the real Bitcoin. And then zoop, millions.
I mean, there were a bunch of forks that you could sell at the time. I mean, it's kind of petered out now, but I sold like, I don't know, 5 or 6 different forks. I extracted the keys, so I had them anyway. So I'm like, well, you know, it's not many Satoshis per fork coin, but I have the keys anyway, so let's do it, right?
I was telling Bobby Lee earlier your story that you had a bunch of his original poker coins that had Bitcoin on them, and suddenly they had Bitcoin Cash too. And you didn't care about the collectible value of the coins. You were going to get that cash off there and sell it for something while it was worth something. So that was a good idea.
So, when Bitcoin Tone's vision. Never.
Go on. Oh, when is Bitcoin Tone's vision?
No. When Bitcoin Tone vision, like
my buddy Rhett can make you a fork at any time. He loves copying
I'm
things.
sure. You know, I was very disappointed Red didn't get nominated for anything.
He's a winner.
Yeah, here's maybe next year. But look, I'm gonna go like the Tone's version of Bitcoin is gonna be the consensus version of Bitcoin, and Adam Back is one, and Jan are here to, help me decide what the consensus version of Bitcoin is. And so far, I've stuck with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting question. What is Bitcoin? It seems to be like it's what the economic majority thinks so far. And it could be a possible future where what is Bitcoin might not be the highest market cap. Like if let's say Bitcoin got an enormous amount of ETF usage, so that 75, 80% is an ETF, and the ETF fund manager decides, we should have KYC in the core protocol, or something that users would dislike. That might create a fork where I would go with the smaller fork.
I know I was certainly afraid when the Bcash forked off that they were going to convince Coinbase and other people to sell their product under the name Bitcoin, and that itself was such a successful attack that if you went to Coinbase and you bought Bitcoin and you got Bcash and it sent to you successfully because they sent the right thing, who cares about the real Bitcoin? If you can change the name, if you could steal the name, and for a minute it looked like they might be able to do it, you could win.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if that had been tried, there were actually people queued up in the background who were going to do something about it. Like they weren't going to take that lying down, basically.
I think the synergy that we found earlier was that with religion, you've got the text that was so long ago that the person it originated from isn't around anymore, and you've got all these forks of the different interpretation, and that's how it is with with the white paper. There's cash meaning cash that is peer to peer, that it's just normal cash. It's the notes. Then there's cash, which is the institutional cash, the M2 or the M3 or whichever one it is, and it's very interesting to see how everything's forking off.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit like branches of religion where people are taking very narrow literal interpretations of a scripture, and then like, there's like a whole different branch. And like the Satoshi quotes are so funny because there's usually a quote saying the opposite as well, right? So it just depends which one you want to do.
My favorite one is still the one, I think it was to Dan Larimer from the Steemit and the EOS and the BitShares, but he says, I don't have time to explain it to you.
If you still don't get it, I don't have time to explain it to you. Yeah, that was
so good because he was so exhausted at that point, and I feel his pain because I've tried to explain Bitcoin simply, and then people tell me, "Oh, just make a video, explain Bitcoin simply," and I'm like, "But then I explain this, and then I explain this, and then we're way out of control."
That quote was to Dan Larimer, was it?
Oh, yeah, it was.
What? I didn't know that. I love that quote.
It's on the Bitcoin Talk forum.
Yeah.
Byte Master.
I've seen it like screenshotted 50 times, but I never knew it's Dan Larimer.
Yeah, it was to Dan Larimer.
If you look
I
at
don't have time to explain it to you.
If you look at the post above, it's by Byte Master, which is Dan Larimer. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. And
it is amazing that we had people who were speaking to Satoshi. It's a bit like a Jesus type thing. Oh, I met him in the market and we had a little argument. Then it got written in a book for 1,000 years. Whoops.
For Joseph and the golden plates. Yeah.
Very religious. We're getting religious.
All right, guys. I got to head over to the after party and set up there. So I'm going to let you guys go. Hopefully I'll see you there soon.
That sounds great. We might do the same thing too, but we got to ask Adam a few more questions.
Go for
while the audience here. But thank you, Tone, and thank you to the Unconfiscatable Conference. Yeah.
Drink down there, by the way.
Thank you for coming and doing some interviews and supporting the event. Always
Thanks so much,
appreciated. Love the World Crypto Network.
Thank
Subscribe,
you,
guys.
All right. We'll see you soon at the after party. Jan, do you have a question for Adam? I know you write mining software and Adam does Blockstream. Maybe you have a question.
Well, my question to Adam would be at the time when he invented Hashcash.
I thought you were going to say invented Bitcoin.
Don't say that.
What was his thinking if it could evolve to the scale where we are now? Like, it was the base, of things. Because without the proof of work idea, which, I mean, when you look at it, it's just simple, but you just have to come up with the idea, right?
Would Bitcoin have worked on proof of stake? Because it's been around for a while, hasn't it?
The discussion.
Yeah. Let's not go there.
Like the scale. I mean, it did occur to me that you would get ASICs basically because I was thinking about the anti-spam kind of use case, for anonymous remailers. So I figured that like spammers are pretty determined. So there's money to be made scamming. Actually, Richard Hart was a spam guy.
Yes.
Spam king.
Yes, and so it occurs to me that you're gonna need ASICs. So the good guys should get ASICs too, so that it's an even playing field. Otherwise, the spammers would be motivated to make ASICs. But in terms of the scale of it, I mean, of course, it's like ridiculously enormous and industrial compared to the spam use case because it was just attaching like a postage stamp equivalent, which wasn't intended to be. It was supposed to be, typically your own computer for a few minutes while you were typing an email. So it wouldn't have been a very big stamp. But I think like pretty soon after I posted the code and a description of it, people were talking about thinking that this is interesting for electronic cash. People were trying to, DigiCash had collapsed because it was centralized. I mean, it went bankrupt, but the database was gone.
Well,
Microsoft for billions or something, and he said,
well, this idea of like digital cash Bitcoin, everyone's wanted this since the beginning. Credits, this general idea, just something we could use. It's been out there for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, it seemed like multiple people hit on the idea that there's digital scarcity. Maybe it can solve one of the problems with the centralization. So you can mine coins yourself directly instead of having to go through a bank. Because DigiCash had a model where it was really like a stable coin, actually, right? You'd have a bank account, you would pay in some dollars, and they would give you a coin, and then you could redeposit the coins and get the dollars back. So it's a dollar-backed thing, right? But the problem there is you need a partnership with a bank to operate. And so people were interested to find solutions for these things. So when they saw with work, they're like, oh, that's interesting. Now you can directly mine coins. So B Money by Waydai and BitGold by Nick Szabo were using that model. So there was like a secondary market. I mean, as a concept, right, that you would use mining to get coins.
What I find interesting is the immediate reaction and like people are figuring out how to use it in a different way.
Yeah, it's curious. I mean, it's you would think. I mean, I guess it must have been obvious to. It seemed to occur to multiple people like almost straight away. Or maybe it's the context as well. They were just they really wanted the extremely good privacy of the Trum's electronic cash system, and they were disappointed that it died. Right? So then they were like, well, okay, what can we do to fix it? Clearly, it's going to have to be decentralized, and then trying to figure out. I mean, people were talking about Byzantine general stuff. There's a lot of commonality with what's in Bitcoin in a way. I mean, none of these things were implemented, but the ideas were written in like blog post kind of level of description.
So Chorm, was it Chorm who was DigiCash? Yeah. And so was it Microsoft? If I read rightly, Microsoft that tried to buy it, or there was a big player like IBM, Microsoft trying to buy it, and Chorm was like, he had the vision. Like Stacey was like, oh, it might be useful someday, but Chorm was like, oh, it's going to be global, and he rejected billions or something. I read.
I'm not sure the details. So somebody wrote up. I think somebody who worked there or knew people who worked there wrote some guy. You can find it online. I think it might be Ian Griggs that wrote it. So it was like, the story of different business decisions, and I guess it can be ambiguous what the right decision is at a time. Because you think, oh, it should be worth more than that, or we'll hold out for something else and then it doesn't happen, or I don't know. Anyway, that was people's view in hindsight who knew people who worked there, I think.
What?
Chom?
I don't know. I always found around Bitcoin that there had been so many other projects that had been unsuccessful. Liberty Dollar was shut down. eGold was shut down. You're talking about Chaumian Coin. Chaumian Coin was centralized and shut down. Did you have any vision that Bitcoin would be the one, or did you think like I think it was another one that would be shut down?
Well, I mean, the different thing about Bitcoin when it got posted on the mailing list and how Finney started to play with it and write a kind of experience report. This is how it works. He picked it apart, tried to understand it. I think my reaction was it's like, oh, he's figured out how to, like, Satoshi has figured out how to make it decentralized, right? Which was a key thing. B Money and BitGold also had decentralized design for the same reason. So yeah, I mean, I think that tends to mean it won't get shut down. A bigger question was like, will it bootstrap?
Did it drive you crazy seeing someone using proof of work for maybe even a better use? Or were you inspired like they're using my project?
Well, I mean, it did occur to me to try and make different variants of Hashcash, like with sort of using memory or using floating point operations to make it harder, or to give it there were also so-called legitimate uses of mass mailing, like people opt in to a newsletter, and now the sender has to spend a lot of money creating postage stamps. So, I was like, well, I could make a way to make stamps more cheaply and like sell that. you know, to legitimate people. But the problem you have then is like somebody claims to be legitimate and they're not, and then they spam with it anyway. And I just like, let's just keep it simple and flat, level playing field, basically.
Does
no,
it have
no
a
trapdoors?
printing stamps problem as well? Was that kind of?
It's
not something you could bootstrap by giving the stamps out, because then people could just say, right, I'm a legitimate cause and I've got a mailing list. And just try and
Yeah,
claim
well, I
them.
mean, it would put whoever was in control of that key in some kind of policy point, right? Which is not a good start, because that, when you see this with AdBlock, you know, the web plugin that blocks ads, it turns out they make most of their money selling the right to bypass their ad blocker to people who want to like bombard you with advertisements. It's great. You create a perverse incentive like that, right? When you hear about it, you're like, wow, that's horrible.
Yeah, it's like a really obvious one, though, isn't it? Like,
but actually, they make money by telling people the
That's
bypass.
through. Well, that's almost the same thing with the Brave browser, where if you check a box, they'll show you ads because ads are so bad, but Brave ads are okay.
But it's the opt-in though. I think it's a good point. It's like I downloaded. I hate ads, and I hate them. And even on YouTube, I started paying for so I don't see the ad in between. But if I'm being paid, and I know that if I'm watching this 5 seconds that I'm losing, I'm going to get like a couple of cents. And maybe I'm just weak, but I'm like, well, yeah, I might as well just be paid for it or whatever. There's going to be stuff that slips through the net, like there is with ad blocker. So I might as well be paid for the stuff that I do see.
Yeah, I mean, so what were we talking about? The respendability. I was going back a previous topic to like respendable hash cache. So how Finney actually implemented that in 2004. It's called RPAL. So, obviously the problem with hash cache is you can receive it and it's very distributed. It's completely decentralized, but it's one use. It's spent. It's like a check. It's gone, right? So you can't respend it. So he had a go at making it respendable with a central server.
So hash cache and proof of work are a big part of Bitcoin. Couldn't exist without it. Do you feel like a big success that Bitcoin included your work, or do you feel more like Peter Todd, where he was almost onto it? Maybe if one more twist, hash cache would have been the Bitcoin. One more twist, Peter Todd would have invented it.
Things always look simpler in hindsight. This is a thing, right? So, but finding the extra insight to make it work is hard. So, it did feel a little bit like that. Well, that's like a small change, right? Because people were stuck on how to control inflation, basically, and Bitcoin doesn't try to solve inflation. It just fixes the supply process. And
Well, they say even the fix was more like Luke Jr. arguing for a standard variable than maybe anyone specifically economically wanting to tie it down as well.
Wasn't there no limit initially, and the limit was imposed?
Like a bug or something.
Oh, okay. The no limit was a bug.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I wasn't paying attention at the time, but the story I've heard since is that there was some kind of like overt, like direct bug that was absolutely no controversy about fixing because it was a bug.
Well, and obviously, I want to say that you're a big success either way. You're a big part of Bitcoin either way, so it doesn't matter if you think that or not. I think you're a big success.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's I think if you look at many of the things in hindsight, it's clear how to fit together. But if you look through the old mailing list traffic where people were discussing ideas, you can see them kind of groping around in the dark, trying to like figure out the shape of the elephant. Like, well, how do we make that work? And like they're stuck on stuff. And like now we know the answer, right? It's like, well, you don't do that, you do this. It sounds simple in hindsight, but it seems like in a way it does seem close, like Peter Todd's saying. But on the other hand, nobody did it, right? Nobody figured it out.
Yeah, nobody but that invisible guy that we don't know.
Do you think there'll be any more kind of revelations against the pillars of Bitcoin that we see? So decentralization, the finite money supply. Do you think there'll be any wavering in those where we think, oh, actually, this?
No, I think it would be like very controversial to change any of the economic stuff. Like even the halving. I mean, some people have argued that it'd be better if it was smooth, and you could technically
more gradual gradient.
Yeah, so instead of being a step every 4 years, that it would just be tapering slowly, and you wouldn't have like the sudden step. Yeah, you wouldn't get the half. You'd get like small percentage every week or something, so you wouldn't really notice it.
Then it would be halved in, priced in, wouldn't it? Oh, man. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even you could do that with a soft fork technically, but I don't think anybody would go for it because like people are like really nervous about changing anything at this point, right? So the other thing is that the economic parameters are probably to a certain extent arbitrary, like 21 million versus 42 million is just a unit bias, right? So it doesn't make much difference.
But I like it once it's locked down. Once it's a fixed number, I like it because it's fixed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was another coin called Frycoin, which has got a demurrage, so it's sort of taxing coins that don't move to encourage them to move. And
which you could defeat by just moving the coins around to your own address.
Is that like proof of stake velocity, POSV, or like the?
I don't know, but it's
there's too many of them. Yeah.
I mean, it's trying to stimulate spending in the economy. So it comes from some economic theories. But my first objection when I heard about this thing was like, well, everybody has Bitcoin now. They're not going to opt into having this, demurrage tax because you can choose. You can use Bitcoin or you can use something that erodes. Because you could make a sidechain of Bitcoin where you opt into demurrage. I don't think it'd be very popular. Let's put it that way.
It's an inferior project. You wouldn't want to use that. Your shares are unsafe. Yeah.
It's like opting into, instead of my Bitcoin address, it's my national insurance number.
Trust the government with your coins. You'll be fine.
I mean, some people argue that you want, and that an advantage of continuous inflation is that it provides an ongoing subsidy. But
and that's getting more and more exciting as more and more coins demand a subsidy, like the new Bcash that has they say now it's 5%, but it started at 12.5% tax.
Oh, they reduced it, huh?
That seems very arbitrary, but yeah.
Very noble of them to reduce the tax.
Did you notice that it was temporary?
I don't know that.
No, I didn't know it's temporary. No,
it was similar to the Zcash where they had the founders reward, but then they realized that it sunsetted too quickly and it wasn't a big enough founders reward. And now they want a bigger founders reward. Yeah.
But I mean, I thought the temporary was funny because income tax in the US, I think, was supposed to be temporary. Sure. And of course, once you got taxed,
we weren't supposed to have standing armies. That was a big no-no.
So
that one.
Yeah, temporary developers tax. I'm surprised at some of the people who seem to be supporting it because they are normally the kind of people that are arguing like very libertarian stuff about.
Well, Roger's like proper anti-tax, isn't he? Like the amount of sound clips, sound bites that came out, I was like, the tax, and then there's him going, well, it's kind of like a tax.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're taking the bar. Thank you, the bar.
Thank you, the bar.
Thank you, bar. Good job, guys.
Does this mean we've probably got to wrap up?
I think we've outlasted the conference if they've taken the bar.
Yeah.
Well, it's been incredible.
Anything you have working on?
Yeah.
Anything you want to tell the people about where they can check out Liquid sidechains? These kind of things.
Do you need any more satellites delivered?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he's referring to this kind of emergency satellite equipment delivery they did.
There's the legendary story, like Frodo and Sam, and they brought the satellite from England to Malta.
It's like
we're the heroes right here.
Manchester on a 6 a.m. EasyJet flight. Yeah, really rescued the day there.
It was great when we brought it in. They wheeled it away like a heart. Like we brought the heart. And that was right away to surgery. Like they went right away to set up the satellite. It was amazing.
Yeah, and he just got that together. Like it turned out in Europe there's another satellite that looked kind of similar signal shape, so they had trouble pointing it. So but we got it together in time for the demo, but only just.
Yeah.
Only just. Yeah. It's a beautiful story. It was our epic journey.
Yeah. And we walked in. I must admit, so it's understanding Bitcoin, and I was like, oh, so entry level. And we walked into your presentation on Brains, and we're like, we've delivered a satellite, and there's like code on the screen. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Fairy tale.
People complained that it's not understanding Bitcoin. It's like power users Bitcoin or something.
But you don't become a power user without understanding it first, and so it's all a step. I think.
Yeah, I think we might do a.
Oh, there you go.
Then we might do a day at the beginning, which is more like understanding Bitcoin, like how to use a wallet and stuff. Because I think nothing that was demoed was simple. You know, the wallet demo from Bryn's and Slush's sister company, Trezor, was like a multi-sig with 2 Trezors. Nothing was simple. And like Jan demonstrated like reflashing a miner twice.
Which was a little risky, but at the same time, the very first step was to show people how to just log into the pool and how to fill out the URL to mine, right? So that was the simple part.
I thought I'd stepped into the matrix. I was like, whoa.
Live demos are always a risk for sure.
Well, I mean, that's the theme of the conference. You had to demo something. No talking with PowerPoint. You had to like show something real.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's great.
Prove your biddle.
It's happening again next year. Can we tell them about it in Malta?
Yeah, it's in May, late May. So if you have a look on the website, Understanding Bitcoin. I think it's May 28th or something like that for 2-3 days in Malta. Same thing again, live demos only.
Very cool. Sounds great. And I think we're going to close out the show. We've lasted 8 hours and 45 minutes according to the countdown, but they're about to close up here and we don't want them to stay late. So before we go, Jan, where can people check out Brains OS? Tell the people the URL.
Just go check out brains-os.org.
With 2 eyes.
With 2 eyes. And if you want to mine with us, go to slushpool.com.
All right, very cool. And Adam, where can we check out Blockstream and Liquid?
Blockstream.com and add a /liquid for Liquid.
And Dan, where can we check out Crypto Raptor?
You
sing songs.
No, I got so the guy, so someone owns CryptoRaptor.com, and they just got in touch with me yesterday and said they're going to give it to me for free, which is uber awesome. So I'm going to give you some super credit for that.
CryptoRaptor.com.
Yeah, but otherwise, I've got some good tunes coming out. I've got some remixes. Bit of I've got a remake of Africa. You know, like bum 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 bum, but it's like I refresh the page on CoinMarketCap, and yeah. So anyway, that's just the sneak peek.
All right. Well, it sounds great, Dan. And thanks so much to all our guests today. We had a lot of lawyers. We had Tatiana. Sasha was on here. We had a whole group of people. We've broadcast for 8 hours and 46 minutes straight. That's pretty cool. That's a new record for us. We probably broke YouTube. YouTube runs out at about 8 hours. I think that maybe we're still on Twitter. Maybe we're still on Facebook. I know the board's recording the audio. But thanks to everybody for giving us a thumbs up and a share, subscribing down below. I'd show the fundraiser, but no one donates anymore, so it doesn't matter. But thanks to Tone, thanks to Muzz, thanks to Unconfiscatable, thanks to people in the chat that said hi. But we're going to clean up now because they took the bar, so there's no reason to stay here anymore. So thanks to Adam, thanks to Jan, thanks to everybody. And we're out of here. Until next time, bye-bye. And now I'm going to push